Hey guys, Toolman Tim here. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I'm back with an extra special program. I am really excited about this. This came together rather quick, but today you are joining me for the very first, not the first annual, but the very first edition of Workshop Radio, or the Workshop Radio, however you want to call it. So, where did this come from? Well, I got to tell you, first off, guys, I grew up listening to talk radio. It was always on in the background. I always loved listening to it. A guy named Tom Young out of St. John, New Brunswick used to host a show called Talk of the Town, and I listened to it long before I was probably old enough to understand. My dad always listened to it. It was always on in the background. You know, it was something that gave me an unhealthy obsession with politics when I was younger, and it was what it was, but it was always something that was on. Now, my idea for this is, again, as I was a kid, I would go over to my grandfather, who passed away when I was 5, and then my uncle kept the shop going. They had an alternator and generator shop. They always had an old, I want to say it was a realistic radio up on the shelf that was always playing talk radio in the background. So it was always on. My buddy Danny, his dad Dick, used to brag about how he bought this radio at a yard sale and the batteries were in it and they lasted for, it must have been a decade afterwards. Every time we'd go over, he'd be out putting around in his workshop, building little wood projects or rugs or things like that. The radio would be on. It was kind of like the soundtrack to your life growing up. And I love talk radio. Now, talk radio itself is still a thing, but it's become a thing that maybe shouldn't be a thing. I don't know. Anyway, I've recently become interested in, enthralled in Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. So that's really inspired me to look at this medium again. And really, when you come down to it, I would say podcasts are the new form of talk radio. So what I wanted to do this year, because there has been so many incredible creators and people who have been a part of the workshop community, who have been on the show, who have helped me grow this brand, this community, this show so much. I wanted a way to bring everybody together to hopefully give something back. I wanted to spotlight any and all creators who wanted to get involved. And so I reached out and asked everybody, hey, send me your favorite piece of content you created this year. I give everybody 90 minutes. So the idea was to create a 24-hour window or 24-hour loop here that you guys will get. So everybody brought something to the table. It's all incredible content. I hope you guys really enjoy it. It's going to be a lot of fun listening to it all. But my vision for this is background noise. And I mean that in the best way possible. What I want is, this will be running from noon Mountain Time on New Year's Eve to noon Mountain Time on New Year's Day. And I want it to be the soundtrack that rings in the new year for you. I want it to be an inspiration to you to find more freedom, to find self-reliance, to build that business, to drop that habit you don't want to have anymore, to get healthy. I'm talking to myself here. I want it to be the soundtrack that's playing when you formulate your goals for next year. I want it to be the thing on in the background that inspires you to say, finally, I'm going to build something great. I'm going to stop working for the man. I'm going to start working for myself. I'm going to take life by the balls and I'm going to run with it. That's what I want this to be. But more importantly, what I want you to do is to enjoy life and to get out there and enjoy New Year's in any way, shape, or form, but have this playing in the background. If you grab a piece of it and say, oh, this person, that person, whatever, all the links to everybody's content is going to be in the description below. So please show them some love, join the workshop, join everybody else's YouTube channels, podcasts, whatever it is, subscribe everywhere, show the love, and find some new creators that maybe you haven't really dug into before. Now, my goal as a preparedness creator has been to bring together a whole bunch of disparate groups that maybe haven't interacted in the past. There's Jack's community with the Survival Podcast. There's Nicole's community with Living Free in Tennessee. And that's just the start. And those are the ones that I kind of cut my teeth on. And then I found the Prepper Broadcast Network. And then, of course, Diane, the apartment prepper, introduced me to a whole bunch of creators over there. And so I've been reaching out to any and all creators to bring them all together. And what I think is really cool about this is that there are creators on here who have probably never interacted, who have never talked, who probably don't even know whom each other is. But they've all been brought together for this project. And as I hope, this becomes a more regular thing. I'm not sure how regular yet, but if it's as big a deal as I hope it becomes, and I hope it inspires everyone out there, then I would love to make this a more regular occurrence. So guys, I really, really hope you enjoy this passion project. I've been excited for it. It's been gestating in my brain for a couple of months, but I just kind of pulled the trigger about a week ago. So with that, let's ring in the new year with some of the best freedom-minded, self-reliant, independent creators out there. And let's dive in to the very first show. Happy New Year, folks. So here we go, guys. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an intro for each and every creator. I'm going to share a memory or a connection or something from this past year of either how I got to know this person, how they became part of the workshop community, or something that I've seen from their content in the run of a year. So I had to start. There was no one else that I could pick to start with here than my buddy Chris Dixon. So I got to share you guys a story. But I get a message from a guy I don't know at all last year. And it's this guy named Chris Dixon, and he's a fellow Albertan. And he's like, hey, I watch your videos. I followed you through the Survival Podcast, and I'm coming up your way, and I'm wondering if I could stop by or if you'd like to have coffee with me. This was the very first time anybody had kind of messaged me through social media like that for my content and wanting to meet up in the real world. Well, just for a second, those crazy alarms went off or something. I thought, boy, I don't know. And I said, no, Tim, this is exactly what you're doing. You want to create community. You want to meet people. You want to find people in your area, because that is something that's been a struggle. So I took a chance. Chris and his wife come by the house. We ended up sitting out in the workshop for, 2-3 hours. His poor wife froze her feet off because the heat was just not very good. I didn't really have much of a furnace, had no insulation. It was a cold day. But what we did was we made a connection. And that was the very first local person that I now consider a really, really good friend, a part of my community. And it was worth it. Take chances, guys. Get to know people in the real world. It's uncomfortable. It's awkward. And it could go sideways, but it's absolutely worth it because you end up meeting a brother like Chris. He ended up coming back up last summer and spending a couple of nights up here, helped me work in the business. We just sat around, shot the shit, dreamed, made plans for the future, a whole bunch of cool stuff. And so, with that being put out there for you, Chris Dixon from the Dixon Way on YouTube, check him out. We've got 2 pieces of content from him today. One on what to do when there is no gas, or where to find gas when there is no gas, and a bunch of winter driving tips. Chris is one of the hardest working, hustling guys I know, so please take a minute and check him out at the Dixon Way on YouTube. So with that, let's dive into Chris's content.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, thanks for coming. If you're a return viewer, thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. Today I want to share with you 10 winter driving tips. Now, maybe not so much driving, but also somewhat a way of thinking when it comes to winter. We've got some cold weather moving in right now. We've got some snow coming as well. Obviously it's winter in Canada, but this has got me, this is our first little dip into like the minus 20 Celsius, 0 Fahrenheit, I guess is kind of close to that. And this has kind of got me thinking about, preparedness in the winter driving aspect. Now, I do a pretty good job of keeping my vehicles ready for winter, but it got me thinking about it, so I thought I'd share it with you. So I'm going to share 10 tips for winter driving. Number one, make sure your car is serviced. Make sure that you've checked your batteries. Make sure you've checked all your lights. Change your oil before winter. Top up all your fluids. Make sure you have an extra washer fluid, and make sure that you know of any leaks. Now, if you park on the snow, you're going to know of the leaks, but just make sure that you've checked those out. Also, get used to looking under your hood. Get used to knowing how to add washer fluid, and get used to just kind of what everything is supposed to look like under there. If you get into a snowstorm and you've driven into the snow, a lot of times that snow will push into that engine compartment and it will seal that off. So you want to make sure that, that hasn't happened. For one, you can just lift the hood and look and go, okay, no, it's clear under there, and close the hood and away you go. But the reason I say to get familiar with what's underneath your hood is that I have a Caravan, and it's a 2015, and on the passenger side of the radiator, there is a yellow square lid. And on the driver's side of the radiator, there is a yellow square lid. No words on them, just symbols. And one is washer fluid and one is coolant. And if you don't know what those symbols mean, you can have a bad day, because you don't want to be putting coolant in your washer fluid, and you sure as heck don't want to be putting washer fluid in your cooling system. So just get used to what you're seeing under there. If you want to check your oil, go ahead and check your oil. You have an owner's manual, go ahead and read it, or a lot of the vehicles now I think come with a DVD or something like that. Anyways, but just get familiar with it and be comfortable with it. Number 2 is winter tires. I can't say enough about winter tires. I know a lot of provinces mandate winter tires after October 1st. I don't know any of the laws in the states, but I'm sure that there are some states that mandate it as well. And I wasn't a firm believer in winter tires until I ran my first set. And I was probably 30-ish when I did that. I had a young family, and I thought, you know what, let's give them a try. And, we're putting on a lot of miles in the wintertime, and I've never gone back. They're just, it's total difference. So if you can run winter tires, run them, or run all weathers or something like that. If your state or province mandates it, you kind of have no choice anyways. But another tip with that is that when you go to get your seasonal tires changed, have a look at the brakes. Make sure that they're doing it if you're getting someone to change your tires for you, and make sure that you get a report back on that. And just make sure they don't charge you for it either, because it's free to just have a look with a flashlight. Number 3. I'm going to check these off as I go, because otherwise, my pen doesn't work. There we go. So number 3, I can't say it enough, and I say it all the time, and you've heard it from me before, but it costs the same amount to fill the top half as it does to fill the bottom half of your fuel tank. Keep your fuel full. I know. Everybody hates that, right? But you know what? If you get into a situation where you need to run your vehicle for an extended period of time, you don't want to have 1/8 of a tank of fuel. It's a bad idea, and you're going to have a bad day. So use half in the wintertime as your empty gauge, and just do it all year round. Don't even worry about it. It costs the same. Just do it, okay? Tank always full. Number 4, we are going to get ourselves a nice quality ice brush, snow brush, and ice scraper. And get one that's telescopic, the 1/4 turn Swiffer kind of idea. And then if you're in a place that has a lot of snow, get the one that has the brush across the handle so that you can actually use it to pull the snow off, and you don't have to reach way up and try and scoop it off. We all know that knucklehead that drives down the highway with 2 feet of snow on his SUV. Yeah, I hate that guy. That guy's just lazy. And it's also, a liability issue. It can be, I guess. If that 3 or 4 cubic feet of snow comes off of his vehicle, it now creates a visibility issue on the highway. And if there's a layer of ice in there, now it creates like a damage situation. It's like a sheet of plywood blowing off the roof of your vehicle. So if it hits another vehicle, it's going to cause some damage. It might even kill somebody. So just make sure that it's clean. Clean your windows, check your lights, clean everything off, brush all the snow off, and carry on with your way. All right, enough harping on that. Next thing is Wiper blades, washer fluid. So know what happens with wiper blades. If you have ever seen your wiper blade that's got a little tag hanging off of it, flapping in the breeze, that wiper blade is it's garbage. And we get a little rambunctious with the ice scraper sometimes and we'll cut an end off. Now that wiper blade is garbage. So either one, learn how to change them, or two, just make sure you ask when you go in, because most auto parts stores will come out and they'll change them for you at no cost. Walmart, Canadian Tire, Bumper to Bumper, Napa, they'll all do it. Any dealership will do it. And you just have to ask and be adamant that they do have time. All right. So make sure that your washer fluid is topped up and make sure that your wiper blades are in good condition. Okay, number 6, drive with a light foot. Learn how to drive with a light foot, whether it's acceleration or braking, and leave yourself lots of space, lots of time. There's no rush. So just learn how to drive light acceleration and light brake. Number 7 is have a plan for your trip. So it doesn't matter if you're just heading to the next town 10 miles down the road, or if you're heading out on a 2 or 3 hour journey. Leave yourself lots of time to get there. And as you're going, leave yourself lots of space between vehicles. Now, I know AMA and some of those, recommend, 10 seconds between vehicles. Nobody's got time to count how far away they are. So try and leave about, 5 to 6 vehicle lengths between you. Try not to get in a situation where you're jammed up. It's really hard when you're in the cities to not do that, but out on the highways, you can definitely do that. And if that means you got to drive a little bit slower, then you drive a little bit slower. Always be watching out for snow plows and emergency vehicles, and know what to do when you come up on those guys. Snow plows, just stay behind them. Don't try and pass them, especially if you're in an area where the wind really blows, like where I'm at, because there is a whiteout condition that happens and you will not be able to see anything around a snowplow, like zero. And when it comes to tow trucks and emergency vehicles, you gotta slow down and get over and give them guys lots of room, because there's nothing worse than people just flying by them on the highway, and especially in the wintertime, because anything can happen and it's just bad day. So be patient, leave early, and have a plan for where you're going and your stops that you're going to make. All right, number 8 is practice driving. I better mark these down or I'm going to forget where I'm at. Practice driving. So we've all been 6 or 7 months of spring, summer, beautiful, windows down, AC on, not a care in the world. And now we've got to pay attention again. So get your butt out to a community center or an abandoned parking lot somewhere. Don't do it where there's a lot of vehicles, an empty parking lot somewhere, and learn how to slide and learn how to take off and learn how to brake and learn how to do all those things again. And, learn the threshold of when your vehicle's going to break traction when you turn, how hard you can turn, and all those sorts of things. And, obviously you're going to want some snow and ice on the ground, but, and you might have to do this at 8 o'clock at night. And don't get mad at those kids that are out there doing that, because those kids are learning how to drive. And, as long as they're not wrecking anything, they're not hurting anything either. So be one of those kids and go out and learn how to drive on ice again. Now, one quick little tip that I'm going to share with that number 8 is that when you are braking and you drive, it doesn't matter what you drive, automatic or a manual, practice this. When you go to stop, bump your vehicle into neutral. Now, if you've got a column shift like this, you can just bump it up into neutral out of drive. Obviously, you're going to have your foot on the brake and your foot off the gas, right? And if you have a floor shift, you're going to bump it into neutral. Now, most vehicles, some don't, so this is why we need to practice it, but most vehicles you can bump from drive into neutral and they will not go into reverse unless you move the shifter to one side and up, or you push the button and go out of neutral into reverse. So you shouldn't be too concerned about that. And if your foot's not on the gas, you don't need to worry about it anyways, but know your vehicle and practice that. And if you go practice that and you actually do it, put it down in the comments that you did it and tell me if I'm full of shit or whether or not it helped you slow down more efficiently. And I can guarantee you that it's going to help you slow down more efficiently, especially if you get into a situation where you've already slid and you can bump that vehicle into neutral. It stops your transmission and your engine from trying to drive your wheels forward, and it releases tension on your drive line and allows your brakes to work more efficiently and slow you down a little bit quicker anyways, and maybe a little bit safer. Just don't forget that once you do get stopped, you got to put that thing back into drive again. Now, I'm not talking about doing this on the highway. I'm talking about doing this in town. So at 10 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, whatever it is, if you're going that fast up to an intersection, you probably should analyze that first. But anyways, try it. Let me know. Number 9 is carry an emergency kit and carry an EDC bag. Now, I know in the prepper world, everybody likes to use EDC, but basically it's just a take-along bag that's going to have your extra things in it. So whether that's your medication that you need for the day, water, some snacks, battery for your charger, or an extra battery for your phone, an extra cord for your phones, anything like that that you know that you're going to need. You know, an extra pair of socks. If you get out of your vehicle and you step in a mud puddle, it's just nice to have an extra pair of socks, right? Like just something like that. And that's the bag that you're going to take with you like all the time. So you just make sure that that's ready to go. And anytime that you're going to go on a trip, that bag goes in the vehicle. But then it comes back in the house because you don't want to leave your water out in the wintertime. So emergency stuff. So for every seat that you have in your vehicle, have an extra blanket, or have a blanket in your vehicle for that seat. Doesn't matter if you have one kid or whether you're full. But you could be having somebody with you, right? You can be going to a hockey game or whatever, or the neighbor asked you to take their kid to the game or figure skating or whatever it is, and you have a problem and there's not enough blankets for everybody in the vehicle. So, good rule of thumb. The amount of seats that you have in the car, have those blankets, have a toque and mitts or gloves for those seats as well. A lot of people aren't prepared, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but you can help by being that person. Have a flashlight with good batteries in it, and in your EDC bag, you could probably have a flashlight in there as well, right? So, foldable shovel is a good thing to have in the wintertime. You don't always need it in the summertime, so it can come out, but have a foldable shovel. An extra jug of washer fluid, always important. You can get these little emergency kits that have like flares or a triangle and candles and stuff in them. Those are great too. Have one of those in there. You know, they're maybe 3 inches by 3 inches or whatever. Just throw them in your glove box. It doesn't ever hurt to have those. And throw some snacks in your glove box too. So if you like granola bars, trail mix, things like that, some calories, because if you end up that you're going to have an extended stay in your vehicle could be for, you know, a couple hours, or it could even be overnight. Having some calories in there will help you, you know, keep your energy up and maybe help you keep warm. So it doesn't hurt to have some snacks in the vehicle as well. And if you have kids with you, snacks are going to help keep them quiet just a little bit longer, so you can, you know, focus and get things handled. Number 10 is have a plan for the emergency. So it's not so much as having the gear for the emergency as it is to have the plan for the emergency. So 1, if you hit the ditch, you're going to want to, if you're going to be there for a while, and you know, maybe you're waiting for a tow truck even, and it could be 45 minutes to an hour, things can get cold pretty fast. So I know that everybody, you know, make sure you can get out of the vehicle. So make sure your door opens, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're blocked in. So if you can, make sure that your door opens. If you know you're going to be there for a bit, maybe get out and take your shovel and scoop out an area around your exhaust so that it has a place to go. The last thing that we want is for you to get carbon monoxide poisoning because you ran your vehicle for a while. And yeah, we don't need to hear about you on the news. Also, if you have to run your vehicle, run it for short spurts, but make sure that you're keeping the temperature up. Don't let it sit for 45 minutes and then start it again. So like run it like every 15 minutes or so, and make sure that the temperature comes up again so that you can maintain that heat, because the last thing you want to do is start that vehicle up after it's been off for 45 minutes and turn the heater on, because everybody's going to want to, because now they're cold, and man, you just get a solid cold blast of air, and that's coming right from outside. So just make sure that you're maintaining that, and just keep that in mind. Like every 15 minutes I got to start my car. Depends on how cold it is too. Have a flag to put on your antenna. Now, I know a lot of vehicles nowadays have that stupid shark fin on the top. They don't have an actual antenna, you know, that whips in the wind. But if you have a tennis ball or something like that, you can cut a little slit in it, and then you can squeeze it and it'll open, and you can put that on your antenna. So in the event that you went down into a ditch and you got out and you got rescued, but maybe not your car, and you got taken to town, and then all of a sudden the wind blows in and it blows a massive drift over your vehicle, well, at least you know where it is, right? Because there's a green tennis ball sitting out there. Now, you can do that on the shark fin too. You just have to cut a longer slit and then slide it on there, just so that you can find your car again. You know, sometimes it's dark outside and we don't know exactly where we are on the planet. And so when we come back the next day, you know, we can find it again. Practice staying in your car. I know, nobody wants to do that. But when it's summertime out, rough camp in your car one night. Just do it once, twice maybe. And just get used to how everything folds down and everything works. And maybe you can do it from, you know, do it from inside. If you have to make an extended stay in your vehicle overnight, you might as well try and be as comfortable as you can. The more comfortable you are, the less panicked you'll be. And, you know, you'll have, I'm not going to say a better time, but yeah, I guess it's a better time. So give that a try and practice that. So that's my 10. I know we could talk at length about all of those things, and we could add things to them, and I could go on and on and on, but I think I've been on for about 14 minutes now. So that's probably long enough for this video. If somebody wants to break this down and goes point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, yeah, absolutely, go ahead and do that. Fire that in the comments too. That's fine. Doesn't matter. You don't need to listen to me jabber on. But anyways, I appreciate you coming to have a listen. Remember that there's always more than one way to do things. This is just my way of doing things. Thanks for coming out today. I appreciate all of you. We'll see you for the next one. So this is what we're seeing at a local fuel station here in town. We've got some of the cheapest gas in Alberta right now, and people are just flocking down here, and basically they're buying us out. But you can see that there's a truck there that's actually dumping fuel today, where a week ago we actually ran out to our town. So what do you do in the event of that happening, where you actually run out of fuel in your town? One of the best things to do is to keep the top half full all the time. But sometimes you can't always do that, and sometimes that sort of stuff takes you by surprise. You get back from a long trip, you know, you've gone somewhere 3-4 hours out of the way, you know you can make it back on what fuel you've got. You get back to town, you go to buy fuel, and there isn't any. So there's a couple things that you can do. So one thing that you're going to want to look at doing is look into card lock. A lot of truck stops have card lock. We have UFA, we have Co-op. UFA is United Farmers of Alberta. They do fuel, they do farm supply, things like that. We have Co-op, who also does card lock. And basically what you get is you get, it's not a credit card, it's an access card is really what it is. It will give you access to the pump, and then you can pay with your debit or your MasterCard depending on what you decide to do. A lot of regular people like you and me can get access cards to these facilities and actually use them. This is our co-op cart lock here in town. It's brand new, just last year. And as you can see, there's nobody here. So this is our local UFA truck stop. It's not really a truck stop, but it's a cart lock, and this is where the truckers get their fuel from. You've heard Jim talk about UFA, United Farmers of Alberta. They do farm supply and things like that. But here's the cart lock. There's nobody here. Zero people. And they got lots of fuel. So the next thing that you can do, and this was something that nobody really wants to do, is you can get into your fuel stores. So if you're cycling fuel, like a lot of people that in preparedness do, with their 12 jerry cans or whatever, you can actually just go and rob 2 or 3 of them, you know, put 15 gallons worth of gas in your vehicle, and hopefully that gets you through for 2 or 3 days, and then just don't forget to fill those things back up again. It might throw your rotation out just a little bit, but you know what? That's why you stored it in the first place. So there's a couple things that you can do in the event that stupidness happens in your town like it is in mine. And hopefully you get something out of this. If you do, give us a thumbs up, give us a follow, give us a subscribe, and hopefully I can bring you some more tips. Thanks for stopping in today.
I'm sure most of you know Amy Dingman, but for those of you who don't, she runs the podcast, A Farmish Kind of Life. She's also a very successful author, a homesteader, has taken 2 kids all the way from kindergarten through graduation, homeschooling. She's an all-around expert at a lot of things, but what she's really good at is giving advice when you ask for it. She's the type of person you can bounce ideas off of, and she's not afraid to tell the truth with a smile. Amy took a huge chance, a huge change, whatever you want to call it, this year, and I couldn't have been prouder of her. Not that she needs my reinforcement for what she does, but boy, she took a big leap this year and it worked out. A lot of people wondered, what's going on with the Farmish Kind of Life? Well, Amy's come back with a vengeance, and Amy decided to get back into writing books. And since she's come back, she's even more motivational than she ever has been. I am absolutely happy and proud to consider Amy a friend. And once again, guys, the power of meeting in person. LFTN Spring Workshop 2022. We chatted a lot on the computer over the years, and I was able to pick her brain, but being able to meet in real life is something extra special. So guys, cherish it. Do whatever you can to meet your friends, your internet acquaintances in real life, because you're never going to be disappointed. It's great. And Amy has been doing this for a long time, and she is so good at what she has to share. So I hope you guys enjoyed these 2 episodes of A Farmish Kind of Life that Amy was kind enough to share with us.
Welcome to the Farmish Kind of Life podcast, where we talk about homesteading stuff and life stuff and everything in between. Join me, Amy Dingman, as we explore big questions on a little farm. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Farmish Kind of Life podcast. Today is Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, and this is episode 222. There's a lot of 2s in there. How are you today? How's everything going? How's the weather? Is your weather going back and forth and crazy? I'm recording right now and it's snowing outside, which is crazy because, like last week, what was it, like 52 degrees, and it just, everything melted, and now we have snow again. You just never know what Mother Nature is going to throw at you. That's what we do, and I'm from Minnesota, and I live on a homestead, so we talk about the weather. That's just what we do, right? That's our small talk. What is today's topic? Well, today's topic is called On Being Prepared for Less Than the Apocalypse. And this is not the topic that I was going to talk about today. I had a totally different topic planned, but life happened, as it does, and so I am shoving this topic ahead of the one I was going to talk about, and it's all going to make sense when you hear the story. You will know why I'm talking about this. But before we get to that, about prepping for less than the apocalypse, what's been happening on the homestead? Well, I was able to strike a deal with my employers that I am now going to be working 1 day a week in the office. If there's other work to do during the week, I will do it at home. But I'm a very efficient worker. And so I kind of had this settled in my head as I'm working 1 day a week for them. And so I was glad that we were able to come to that setup. And so I'm pretty excited to be here in December. I am back to having the majority of my time for my things, for my writing, for my business, for my podcast, for the farmish stuff, for my fiction writing as Shay Ray Stevens, and for all the things that's happening here at the farm and with my family. I'm back to that. So I'm very excited that we were able to figure that out. And yeah, that's what that is. I mentioned in last week's episode, I believe it was last week's episode, that my husband had made venison ham. I think it was last week. Was it 2 weeks ago? I don't even know. So my husband made some venison ham. We had cut up a few deer, and he decided, you know what? I've always wanted to try venison in our ham brine recipes. And you can find our ham brine recipe in episode 46, but I actually would recommend that if you want that recipe to go to the actual written out blog post version of it, which I will put in the show notes, or you can just go to my website, afarmishkindoflife.com, and search ham brine recipe. Actually, if you just go to Google and you put in ham brine recipe right now, I think I actually have the top spot. So in any event, I would go to the actual written out recipe, because the thing, now I'm going off on a tangent here, the thing about podcasts is you can't really go back and change them. I mean, I guess you could re-record something, but we're not going to do that. So there are some things that have maybe changed about the recipes, or some little questions that I've answered about the recipe, and those are always going to be in the written version of it, not the podcast episode, because I'm not going to go back 3 years and re-record that podcast episode to change one sentence. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyhow, we did stick, I think, a front shoulder and a couple other odd pieces in some ham brine for a week or so, and then smoked it. And y'all, it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. If you're going to do this, I would highly suggest sticking a roast in there, not a front shoulder. We stuck the front shoulder in there because we were kind of done with cutting up deer, and we thought we'll try this out with the front shoulder. But if you've ever cut up deer, you know that there's a lot of connective tissue. There's a lot of silver skin. There's a lot of just stuff in there that you want to get out. And we kind of had the idea that maybe the brine would break that stuff down. It doesn't. It does not, at least for as long as we had our stuff in the brine. So it was this really wonderful brined smoked meat, but you couldn't just cut through it. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of tissue in there that we were cutting around, and we really should have cleaned the piece up more before we stuck it in the ham brine. But live and learn, and now we know that ham brine will not cut down silver skin on deer. That's why we do experiments, y'all. So having said that, if you're going to do that, I would highly recommend it. If you have some extra venison, stick a roast in there, stick a roast in the ham brine recipe, and brine it up and smoke it and enjoy it. It's super delicious. I was really pleased with the end result, except for the fact that we should have done a different cut of meat, like we would have on any other animal that we'd be brining. So next, what else is happening? Some of you have been contacting me about the Farmish papers and when your renewal is coming due, because we are getting to the end of the first year of the Farmish papers, and so people are concerned. They don't want their subscription to run out. In the January issue that I'm sending out, I will be sending out renewal notices. So you are not going to miss your renewal. It will be fine. Even if you miss your renewal, I'm probably just going to email you and be like, hey, did you mean to renew, or are you not renewing? And then you can tell me, and then we'll just continue as you want to. This is a small business, y'all. In any event, I will tell you that if you originally paid through PayPal, you are on automatic renewal unless you actually went in and changed that. When you set up a subscription thing like this on PayPal, it automatically sets you up as renewal. You have to go in and change it if you don't want it automatically renewed, which some people have. But the majority of you that have paid through PayPal, you are on automatic renewal. All of that to say, I will send out renewal notices in the January issue so you all know what's going on and you don't miss what's happening. I also want to point out here, I don't know if there is a bunch of drunk elves working at the post office right now. And I don't usually crab about stuff like that because I know, like, there's issues everywhere. People are short. There's not enough workers. We got crazy people in charge of stuff. there's stuff going on, right? But I want you to know, I have never had so many issues of the Farmhop papers returned to me as I did with the November issue. I actually had an envelope from the November mailing, which was mailed on November 2nd. I had it returned to me yesterday, which was Tuesday, December 6th. I'm like, what is happening? I think I've had about 15 returns. That has never happened before. I think there was something happening at the post office on November 2nd of 2022 when I mailed out that issue. Drunk elves. I don't know what it is. The point here is that I'm having a lot of them returned to me, and it says that they are addressed incorrectly, and they are addressed correctly. I now have 3 that were actual address changes that people forgot to tell me about, which is fine. I mean, that makes sense. It got returned to me. We figure out your new address. We send out another one. It's not a big deal. It's all the ones that were stamped as can't be delivered. There's no receptacle. There's no whatever. And it's the same address that I have been sending this piece of mail to for almost a year. And it's coming back to me. And I say to my kids, look at this address and look at the spreadsheet here. Are these addresses the same? Am I totally missing something here? Did I switch 2 numbers and I'm just not seeing it? Did I write the wrong state? Did it what did I do? Did I write street, not avenue? What did I do? And they're like, no, they're all written correctly. I'm like, okay, I feel validated, but now I'm frustrated because why are you sending me back these pieces of mail? Post office, why are we doing this? I want people to get their happy mail. I want them to go to their mailbox and have something other than a bill or a piece of junk. I want them to get my smiley little newsletter. So there you go. If you're ever waiting for the Farmhop papers and you realize you haven't received it, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, because there is a good chance that someone is just sitting at the post office reading it and they just haven't forwarded it on to you. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, you guys. Anyhow, it's time to now go to the main topic. On being prepared for less than the apocalypse. So, December 1st, I woke up. It was a Thursday. Pretty excited because it's December, so now officially I'm going to do this 1 day a week at work, and the rest of my time is now back doing my own stuff, and I'm very pleased with this setup. So I wake up and I make my cup of tea, and I'm all excited, and I'm going to do some writing, and I settle into my office, and I decide to log into our bank account because there's something I want to check in my oldest son's bank account because we're still on his bank account. And so I log in there to check something, and my account, my husband and my account comes up first, and I see the amount of money that is listed as being in this account, and it is significantly less than it should be. Significantly less, by about $3,000. And I think, that's kind of weird. And then, your brain starts thinking, did a really large bill come through that for some reason I didn't know was coming through? Did my husband go on a shopping spree with the wrong card, and now that money is missing from our account? Did my boys use my account? Because my account is the Amazon account, and my boys will sometimes use it and forget to change the card that they use. And I thought, did they go on a shopping spree and forget to, change the card? And I'm thinking, what the heck? And so I start scrolling through the purchases that have been made, and they are all in the amount of $15.19 over and over and over and over again. Many. I'm just scrolling, $15.19 over and over and over again to a store online that I've never heard of. And then there would be another store that I'd never heard of, but always $15.19. And I'm like, what is going on here? And so I pick up the phone and I call the bank, and I said, I'm pretty sure we have a problem. Now there was a couple problems here, because we always get fraud alerts on our card. Whenever anything happens, we always get a fraud alert. This multiple $15.19 purchases had actually happened 2 days prior. I hadn't looked at the account. It had happened 2 days prior. And I thought, why did I not get a fraud alert? This is really strange. So anyway, I called the bank, said, I think we have a problem. She digs into my account. Long story short, we ended up having over $3,000 taken from our account across 3 different card numbers. Now, yes, these are debit cards. That's a whole nother discussion about debit versus credit versus like all this other stuff online. But yeah, $3,000, over 200 transactions across 3 cards. One of the cards that had been used had not even been activated yet. It was a card I had not activated yet, but the number was used. So they just said they're going to do all the paperwork. They're like, I don't even have to dispute the charges. They're going to take care of everything because it's such a huge, like, oh my God, you got a lot of stuff going on here. You know, basically said, we'll get back to you in a few hours. We'll have some papers for you to sign. Side note here, I have family members who bank at the same place who also had fraud around the same time. I have people in our town who also had fraud at the same time, same bank. And odd things like, I don't know how people got this number because this is a card number I've never used online. Like, this is the card that I just have that's stuck in a drawer somewhere. You know, kind of like mine. It wasn't even activated. It was just, I thought it, like, that card I thought was activated, but according to the bank, they're like, this is really strange because we don't even have record that this card is activated. So it was just this very strange thing. Long story short, there's a rumor that it might have been an internal thing that happened internal at the bank. I don't know that for sure, but that's kind of the rumor just because of odd things that happened with the whole thing. When I realized that somebody had, however they'd gotten the card numbers and taken the money and made these purchases and whatever, it was just a very strange situation. I was really upset and I was really frustrated that somebody did that. But I never worried, oh my God, how are we going to buy groceries now? I have no idea when this money's going to get returned. And like, if it's going to get returned, how are we going to buy groceries now? I never thought, how are we going to pay our whatever bill until this is settled? What if this money doesn't come back for 6 weeks? How are we going to pay our bills? I never thought that. I was more upset and frustrated that it happened. And then all the BS you have to go through to like add a new account number, you know, to different bills that you pay or places you shop online or, you know, figure out how you're going to deal with all this. You have to deal with all that BS, right? And who wants to deal with that? Who has time for that? That was my main concern. And I realized as I was thinking about this, somewhere in the midst of all that, if this would have happened 10 years ago, even 5 years ago maybe, it would have been a really big deal. We would have been crushed. If I would have woke up to find out, oh my God, there's a lot of money missing from our bank account. I mean, let's be real. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have had that money in my bank account. But do you know what I'm saying? 10 years ago, I would have been like, oh my gosh, how are we going to buy groceries? How are we going to eat? What are we going to eat this week? Right? We're going to be making ketchup sandwiches or something, right? And I realized in all of that somewhere along the line, we reached a point, my family reached a point that we were always trying to get to, initially for different reasons, but we ended up here all the same. And I missed the point where it happened. Before we really dig into what that point is, I experienced this over the summer. This is another realization over the summer. When Mr. Farmish had his little mishap with his motorcycle and he broke 4 ribs and he was in various stages of recovery for 12 weeks, we had a lot of people who asked us, hey, do you need anything? What do you need? And it was financial stuff and it was food stuff. And are you guys going to be okay? Are you going to be okay? Like, that's a long time to be out of work. Are you guys going to be okay? Do you need anything? Do you need any help paying your bills, or do you need? And those are. I was overwhelmed with the offers from people. Like, I was just overwhelmed. It was so kind of people to reach out and to say things like that. Do you need help with anything? Do you need groceries? But we didn't need anything. I needed my husband to heal. I needed things like that. I wanted him to heal. It wasn't a fun thing to go through for him. But I wasn't worried about money, and I wasn't worried about food, and I wasn't worried about a lot of other stuff that 10 years ago I might have been worried about. And that's not to brag and say that we are so great and we're like rolling in the dough, we're throwing the Benjamins out the hayloft window. That's not what I mean at all. What I mean is when stuff happens, we're okay. And that's such a crazy realization. We're okay. And maybe that's part of the problem, because I think when we talk about prepping, we talk about getting to that point. We imagine we're going to get to some point and it's going to be, ta-da, look at us, we made it. And really it's just, hey, you know what? We can deal with this. We're going to be okay. And I guess when I think about it, the whole ta-da, look at us, ta-da, it kind of makes sense, because often when we think about prepping, we think big, life-altering, landscape-changing things, right? We think of the EMP because that's really sexy and really dramatic, and it stirs something almost primal in us, like survival. We think natural disaster or blizzard or flood or ice storm, all of that. Some epic thing that happens. Or we think about something the government did or didn't do that brought about some super sweeping, super immediate change to our lives in our country. Like the supply chain completely shuts down and there's no food anywhere. Oh my God, what are we going to do? That's what we think about when we think prepping. That's how it's sold to us, because that's super sexy. But more often than not, what we end up using our preps for isn't anything that anybody's going to make a blockbuster movie about or a big epic book series about. It's not sexy. It's not anything you're going to be standing on a hill in a super cool apocalypse outfit with the wind swirling your hair and the music swelling in the background, and you have this really dramatic moment about how you feel about having survived. That's not what it is. More often than not, 99% of the time, that's not what it is. Many times the ways that you benefit from having been prepared, whether we're talking having some extra money stashed away, having a bunch of food in your basement, whatever we're talking about, many of the ways that you benefit from having been prepared are times that you might not even immediately connect that you are benefiting because you were prepared. You might know it somewhere in the back of your head, but sometimes it's not even something that feels like it should be worth mentioning. I know that a really exciting story to hear would be someone sitting on their barn roof and plinking off bad guys who are coming down the gravel road to steal your food because the supply chain shut down and now people are starving. That's a lot more exciting than me saying, so I woke up to discover there was a significant amount of money missing from our bank account, and I was really frustrated that people were jerks, but I wasn't worried about how we were going to eat this week. That's not a very exciting story, but it's valuable. And it is so awesome to have reached that point, either because there's enough money you've got squirreled away, or you've got a basement full of food, or you've got a bunch of gas or diesel saved, or you've got a billion cords of wood cut, like whatever it is. It's really awesome to have reached that point. I like building the store that I have in my basement. I call it the store. When the guys say, we're out of whatever, I'm like, have you checked the store? The little grocery store we have in our basement. I talked about this back in episode 167, where I did an episode called My Rational Approach to Start Prepping. And a lot of people liked that episode because it was like, here's how we do it. It doesn't have to be this big, exciting, apocalyptic thing. This is just what we do. It's not a big deal. Normally when I go to the store, if I make a list, I'm always going to grab extra, right? For instance, if I was going to the store and I needed to get a cake mix, I would buy 2 instead of 1, so I had an extra one on hand, stuff like that. But there have been some really great sales lately, and so I'm trying to buy a few extra when I'm at the grocery store. And I love to see the shelves in the basement fill up. I love my little store. I even there was a huge sale on macaroni and cheese the other day, Kraft macaroni and cheese. I don't eat that very often, but am I going to buy it when it's on sale because I know if I'm hungry and I can't get to the grocery store, am I going to eat macaroni and cheese? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I will have myself a bowl of macaroni and cheese. Why not? Sometimes your win is that you don't have to add running to the store to a day of errands that's already full because you know you've got plenty of food at home. Maybe that's how prepping is a win for you. It's not that you woke up to 20 feet of snow. It's that you're tired and you don't want to go to the store after work today. And you know what? I don't have to. I can go home because I know I've got food there. It's fine. Maybe your win is that they haven't plowed your road, so you can't get to the grocery store. I mean, that's a thing that happens here. We don't get plowed very often, so we have been snowed in, legit snowed in. That's a thing here. Maybe your win is they haven't plowed your road and your neighbor is low on supplies. I don't know. Did y'all grow up? I bet a lot of you did, but did you grow up in a time when your mom would send you across the road to the neighbor's house for a cup of sugar or flour? I totally did. My mom did not drive when I was growing up, and so when I was little and my dad was at work, if we were out of supplies, if mom decided she's going to make a cake and then she's like, oh my God, I'm out of flour, I'm out of sugar, what am I going to do? She would send us to the neighbor's house for a cup of sugar. It's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing anymore, but it was a thing when I was growing up. That's like little ways of prepping. You've got an extra cup of sugar for your neighbor. This used to be normal. There are so many little ways that our preps help us that are not blockbuster movie or apocalyptic fantasy level stuff. And I think those things are important to talk about. Being prepared and having extra on hand, whether that's money or it's fuel or it's food or whatever it is, having that extra stuff on hand helps you all the time and you don't even realize it. And that's probably because if this is the way you live, it's just your normal. And so people tend to pay more attention to you when, oh my gosh, there's a big thing that happens in the world. And those neighbors down the road, they didn't care because they had 1 million preps in their basement and they were fine. That's when people talk about it. That's when people get excited about it. But if this is just your normal, we sometimes don't think about, hey, that's really cool. I had that sitting because then I didn't have to deal with this thing. Or I went through this situation and I didn't have to worry about it because I knew we'd be okay. Think about those times in your life. I think we should get excited about those things. That's pretty cool. I was really glad that when I woke up to that issue with my bank account, I didn't have to worry. And the reason that made me excited and proud was because I know there was a time in our life when that really would have been a big problem. We would have been calling people in our family saying, hey, can you spot me $100 because I need to go do this, right? We're in a different situation now, and it's because of choices we've made and things we've done. And I think it's okay to get excited about that. So I don't know what those things are in your life, but honor them, like get excited about them and use them as examples to show people, you know what, you can have extra on hand and it doesn't make you a crazy prepper. You're probably never going to use them for the apocalypse. All right, let's be real. You're not going to use them for the zombie apocalypse, but you are going to use them for a lot of different reasons. And that's why it's important to prep and do things like that. So as the ending of the story, I do want y'all to know, because there were some people who were concerned. We did, within 24 hours, we did have our money back. We were a little concerned because we were told by some people that when money is taken via a debit card and not a credit card, that you technically do not have to be refunded by your bank. That's more if you didn't realize the money was taken for a significant amount of time and then you go back and then you're like, this money was taken, and it's a little bit different situation than if you're dealing with a credit card, which is basically somebody else's money. But we did have the money back in our bank account via a provisional credit by our bank within 24 hours. So props to my bank for that. I was really glad for that because I mean I didn't have to go and find all the rest of the money and put it where it needed to be to deal with the issues that were happening. But I just wanted to talk about that today because I think it's a very real thing, and I like to talk about real things here on my show. Because as much as I love books like 1 Second After, which I talked about last week, and, you know, that whole apocalyptic, the end of the world, this horrible thing has happened, and now we have to talk about how we're going to survive. I love stories like that. I think they're great, and listening to them with my husband is the most romantic date ever. And if that's what excites you and gets you into prepping, that's awesome. But 9.9 times out of 10, that's not why we're going to use our preps. And yet we totally use our preps, don't we? All right. That is enough for today. If you want to support me, there are 3 ways you can do it. Number 1, you can subscribe to that monthly snail mail newsletter, The Farmish Papers. You can also check out my books on Amazon. I've written a few of them. You can also share my stuff, share this podcast episode, share my videos, share my blog posts, share all the things, and spread the word about what I'm doing here at A Farmish Kind of Life. You can find out information about all of that at my website, afarmishkindoflife.com. Have a great week, you guys. Thanks for sticking me in your ears today, and I will talk to you again soon. Hope you enjoyed the show today. To continue the conversation, visit our website at afarmishkindoflife.com. Find A Farmish Kind of Life on social media or drop me an email at amy@afarmishkindoflife.com. Peace, love, and bacon, y'all. Stay farmish. Welcome to the Farmish Kind of Life podcast, where we talk about homesteading stuff and life stuff and everything in between. Join me, Amy Dingman, as we explore big questions on a little farm. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Farmish Kind of Life podcast. Today is Tuesday, December 27th, 2022. This is episode 225. How are you today? This is the last episode of 2022. We're going to be creeping into 2023 here. And the topic for today is the big question for the new year. The big question that's on my mind for the new year. So before we get into that, what has been happening on the homestead? Well, we're coming out of the deep freeze here. I know that everybody over the last week over Christmas had some crazy weather where they live, whether that was blizzards, whether that was really cold temperatures for where you live. And we just came out of the deep freeze a little bit here. We had about 40 below for 3 days over the Christmas weekend there. We also they talked about a blizzard coming here, and what they were talking about was a ground blizzard. Now, that's different than an actual blizzard. A ground blizzard is where there's no snow falling from the sky, but there are blizzard conditions because of the fluffy snow that is being blown around on the ground. So visibility is nothing. It's crazy to be outside. So that's what they were talking about us dealing with here. They kind of were talking like we all were going to die, like basically we should just lay down and get ready because we were all going to die with this weather. And y'all, I don't know. I mean, I saw pictures. I know that it was not awesome out there. But And this is nothing against people, who really did have horrible weather where they are. And maybe it's that I'm from Minnesota and I'm like, okay, it was a blizzard. But y'all, I was thinking the house was going to blow away and like the power lines were coming down and trees were going to be down everywhere and it was going to be this absolute disaster. And it wasn't. Not to say that it was nothing, but I mean, we survived, the animals survived, and all is okay. I know that some of y'all in the South were dealing with freezing pipes because your houses are not built for this kind of cold, for the cold that you were getting where you were. I know that people were dealing with all sorts of issues with this crazy weather that went through. So that are 40 degrees colder than your area is used to seeing normally. That's a problem. Like, it doesn't matter if that's 0 degrees for you or 40 below for you. It doesn't matter. It sucks, right? It doesn't have to be a contest. Y'all, every time I turn on this mic lately, I talk about stuff that I didn't intend to talk about, so I don't know what's going on now. Anyway, all of that to say, we survived the deep freeze and the blizzard that wasn't really much of a blizzard. Again, like, it was doing chores and that weather sucked, but man, the way they were talking about it on the news, I didn't think the farm was going to be here anymore, and it's definitely here. So I hope you had a Merry Christmas. I hope you had a wonderful celebration. If you listened to episode 224, I had a little bit of a have yourself a ranty little Christmas and not getting caught up in the chaos and just all the crazy that happens. And that episode, I don't know if it was the universe talking back to me or what was happening, but I was sick for Christmas. My family got sick the various times the week before Christmas, 4 or 5 days before Christmas. And we were all still in various stages of illness when Christmas rolled around. And so we opted to go nowhere. We opted to stay home. We had a very quiet Christmas. There was napping, there was tea drinking, there was card playing. It was very low key. Bummed out that I didn't get to see the rest of my family, my extended family, but we will do what is known as a rain check Christmas, where we will get together with them later. We'll consider it extending the season, right? We're extending the season with the merriness of Christmas and gift giving and food when we actually feel like eating and it's going to stay in our belly, right? Something else exciting that happened on Christmas was, I know y'all are not going to believe this, but a stray cat showed up in the midst of our nasty weather, our cold temps and our blowing snow and all of that. A stray cat showed up at my farm. Can you believe that? I mean, I should have just been expecting it. So that was fun. We gave her a nice warm spot in one of our sheds with hay and food and water and a litter box. And so she bunked out in there for a couple days while the weather was bad. And now she keeps making her way over to the main barn, which is where all the rest of the cats are. And she keeps just walking in like, hey, I'm me, and you should like me. And I don't know that the other cats are ready to accept her yet. We have decided, I don't know what her name is. Come to find out, she's actually been hanging out in the neighborhood for a couple weeks. She's very, very friendly, but she's so loud and so obnoxious, y'all. We've taken to calling her Chatty Cathy. But, you know, people drop cats, right? That's what happens when you live in the country. And I'm telling you, if someone dropped this cat, this isn't like a cat that got out of someone's house and ran away and got lost in the storm. Someone dropped this cat because she is literally the most obnoxious cat. She is so loud. So she's been making the rounds, I found out, kind of on our road for the last couple of weeks. And now she's bunking here. So I don't know what the story is with this cat. I haven't heard that it's anybody's cat yet, but we'll see what happens. Otherwise, she's bunking out here. That's what happens here at Clucky Dickens Farm. The cattery, I guess, is what we're doing here. Another topic, just something I want to mention here, and I don't mean it to be a downer, but I had a friend who actually lost her house and her garage and a pet on Christmas Eve, I believe. There was a fire. So lost her house, lost her garage, lost a pet. Her family got out. Everybody's okay, but they lost everything, right? So I hear about this actually on Christmas Day as I'm scrolling Facebook. And I thought, man, like there's just this overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, what do you do in that situation? And the community's coming together and, you know, hooking her up with a bunch of stuff and you know, doing what they can for the family. But I just, the first thing that I thought when her family members posted that this fire had happened, she did not post about it. Her family members took it upon themselves to reach out for help for her. And all I could think was, in this community, we talk about prepping, right? We talk about making sure that you have all this stuff on hand. And people talked about that a lot in the bad weather. Making sure you have water on hand, making sure that you have extra supplies on hand so you don't have to leave your house, like making sure you have all this stuff. And we like to do that, right? We like to build up our stores in our basement. I'm always building up my grocery store in the basement, and there's all this stuff that we're doing, right? And it hit me. We could be a little bit like, oh, we've got all this stuff, and then we kind of look down on people that don't have all this stuff, right? You're not prepared for things that happen. And it just kind of hit me. What do you do when your house burns up and everything's gone? How do you prepare for something like that? And I know that there's house insurance. I know that there's like all this other stuff, right? But what do you do when you have done your work to prepare and then it all burns up and it's all gone just like that? That was something I spent a lot of time thinking about, how you just never know what's going to happen. And so it's important to build your stores and have that stuff and have skills and like all that stuff. But it's also important to build community, because sometimes it doesn't matter how well you prepare and how much stuff you have stocked away and saved up. Sometimes that's not what helps. Sometimes that's all gone in an instant. So I didn't want to be a downer, but I did just want to bring that up. So friend, if you are listening, know the community is taking care of you, and let us know if there is anything else that we can do. With that, we are going to chat about this moving into the new year, moving into 2023, and this big question that I have for the new year. Now, I know that this is the time of year that we start talking about resolutions, right? New Year's resolutions. And I know there's a lot of people that say, New Year's resolutions are dumb, or they say, you know what, you can make a resolution anytime. What's the big deal about New Year's, right? So, yeah, you can make a resolution anytime. You can. But most people don't. I think there is something really natural about this time of year. Christmas is over. We're creeping up on the new year, and we have time to think. And I don't know if it's just me, but I've always thought that the week between Christmas and New Year's is deeply introspective, and I don't know why. I don't know if other people feel that, but I just feel like it's this time to think, to just consider stuff and think. So, you know, we sit here and we start thinking, and we consider everything that's happened over the last year, right? The good things, the bad things, the things we didn't expect, the things we wanted to happen that didn't happen, the goals we made, the goals we met, the goals we didn't meet. New Year's is kind of like a place marker almost. So it makes sense that we do that this time of year. It feels natural. It's not as natural to do that on like some random Tuesday in April, right? But then we've got people saying, don't make a New Year's resolution. New Year's resolutions are stupid. Make a goal instead. And some people don't make goals. They choose words. They choose a word of the year, right? Now, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you call it. And I don't know why we're so concerned with what other people call their musings and their reflections and their plans going into the new year. Because really, when you think about it, it's all the same thing. It's trying to figure out where to place your focus for the next year, right? It's either I want to lose 20 pounds, or I want to go on a trip, or I want to focus on a word like freedom or calm or home. It's about self-improvement or continued self-improvement. It's to think about your life, to think about what you want to change, what you want to keep the same. It's to consider what's working and what's not working. And maybe that's the big question for New Year's. That's my big question for New Year's. Is it working? Is what you're doing working? And that's a question you can revisit multiple times during the year. And I think you should. But this time of year seems to be a natural time to do that. New Year's is a time to take a look at your life and make a big old to-do list for changing things that aren't working, or improving or maintaining things that are working. Now, your resolutions and your plans and your word of the year, whatever, it's for you. No one else really understands what that is for you or the importance of what that is for you. But sometimes I think that sharing them with other people can help keep you accountable if that's what you want. And it can also help you find people who share the same goals as you or are working on the same things as you as they're going into the new year. So then you can encourage each other in your quest to improve. So let me ask you, is what you're doing working? Now, to take a look at your whole life and say, is it working? Might be a little overwhelming, right? So let's narrow it down. When I'm looking at my life and making a to-do list or making plans, my life naturally divides into things like barn, garden, kitchen, house, book writing, farmish kind of life. So when I look at the barn, is what I'm doing working? When I think about the next year, like, is what I'm doing in the barn right now, is it working? Well, I will tell you what, we got Muscovy ducks a couple years ago. And I got them because they're supposed to hatch out great, wonderful baby ducks, and they're great mothers. That's why I got them, because I felt like it would be this self-sufficient kind of, you know, we will have ducks and we will have baby ducks and we will have ducks and baby ducks. Much easier than the pecans that I used to have, right? Well, let me tell you what, these Muscovies aren't hatching diddly squat. It's not going so well. Is it working? No, it's not. I have decided that I'm going to keep them one more year, and if they don't start producing, I think I'm probably going to go back to buying pecans every year. I know that's not the self-reliant or self-sufficient way to do it, but overwintering these Muscovies, because they were going to lay me great numbers of babies and hatch them out and be great mothers, that has not happened yet on my farm. So is it working? No. We're going to give them one more year. One more year. These are the decisions that you have to make on the farm. What else is working or not working in my barn? Well, we didn't hardly have any animals this past year. Y'all know why that is, unless you're new here. If you're new here, go listen to a bunch of past episodes. It worked because it had to work, because of things we were going through.
but I don't want that to happen again. So this coming year, we're going to have all those animals we did not have this year. I need to fix my pig fence. I still have trees laying on my pig fence from a storm last year. I want to modify our meat bird area so they have outside access. They have a huge, huge indoor. They basically have one entire side of a long barn. So their indoor coop is huge. They have lots of room, but I want them to have outside access. So we're going to change that this year. We're also going to add rabbits. My Christmas present from Mr. Farmish this year was we're going to build some rabbit hutches and all the things to go along with having rabbits for meat. So I'm very excited about that. So we're going to do that. I come up with these things by looking at my barn and saying, what's working, what's not working, what do we need to change? I look at my garden the same way. What's working, what's not working? I need cucumbers, you guys. I need to add a barrel to our hydroponic system for cucumbers because growing cucumbers outside in our garden for the last probably 5 years has not worked. I have moved where they are in the garden. I have added stuff to the soil. It ain't happening. So that's not working. I need to have a different way to grow cucumbers. I'm also going to add fruit trees, more fruit trees. We added a bunch last year. I want to continue that. Something that did not work this last year was we didn't have potatoes and onions. I need to make sure that I am on top of getting those in the ground as soon as possible so I don't miss getting them in the ground and then we don't have potatoes or onions. What else? What's working? What's not working? Something that's working in the kitchen is that I figured out how to pressure can this year. And so I know that I can do more pressure canning and get those goods stocked up in the basement and have another way to preserve the food that we are growing and raising. What else is working, not working? I have plans for the books that I want to write in 2023. In order for that to work, I need to have a good system. When I put that system in place, I need to evaluate, is this working? That's a constant reevaluation that you have to keep doing and keep tweaking it to make sure that it works. A farmish kind of life. What's working? What's not working? What's the direction here? Sitting down and reevaluating that and then reevaluating again as things happen is so important. That's how we figure things out. We make plans and then we say, is this working? That's how we figure things out, right? Something that did not work last year was the fact that my husband and I were supposed to take a whole bunch of motorcycle trips and we didn't. Mostly because my husband and his bike were laid up because of a little mishap. This year we want to take more vacations. My husband is healed. His bike is finally fixed. I want to do some traveling with my husband. We are finally at the stage of life where our kids are old enough that we can leave and it doesn't matter how long we are gone. Everything will be okay. It's time for us to take advantage of that and make that work. So is what you're doing working? If so, how can you continue on that path? If not, how can you make it better? How can you make it work better? I don't know if I have a word for this year. You know, people are talking about what's your word for 2023. Last year I had 2 words. My words were push and legitimate. And I think I really embrace those words in different ways. And then the funny thing is when you pick a word or you pick some words, you're like, oh, they kind of rear this chaotic side and you get to see that. And you're like, oh, I didn't know that was going to be the lesson this year with that word that I chose. And then I was like, okay, what's my word going to be for this year? And at first I thought home was going to be my word because one of the biggest lessons that I learned this year is that I want to be home. Home is so important. And I learned that in ways that I guess I didn't realize before this year. And then I thought, no, I don't want to make home my word because there are things I want to do and that I am doing that aren't home, right? So then I didn't want to have this like glitch in my brain about, I'm not living up to my word and what does that mean? So then I thought, well, maybe my word's going to be balance. Trying to figure out the balance between home and all the other stuff. But then I thought, you know what? I don't really believe that balance exists in the sense of the word that most people use it. Like balance for me is a totally different thing because I don't think there's a 50-50. Like I don't think there's a way to do that. I don't think there's a way to have absolute balance between everything in your life. So then I thought, what am I going to do for a word? And then I thought, because we can do whatever we want here, right? What if my word for 2023 is a phrase? And what if that phrase is a question? And what if the question is this working? Is this working? What if that is my focus for 2023? What if that's my big question for 2023? Because is this working is a great way to find that balance that people talk about. Is this working is the question you have to ask in the middle of all the goals and the resolutions and the plans you made. And sometimes, is this working is answered with, this is how it needs to work right now. Or this is the best it can be right now. Or no, it's not working and I don't know the best way to fix it. But sometimes, is this working is the best question to ask, because even though you don't know the answer, it starts the conversation with yourself. So is this working? And really, for everyone who sets goals or makes resolutions and sees them fail, which is why we're ridiculed for having made them, right? You say you're going to lose 20 pounds, and then 2 weeks into the new year, you're already back to eating the same way that you've always eaten. Is this working? Is a long-term, touch-base, reevaluation kind of way to get through the year. You know, did the diet not work because it was too restrictive? Maybe you weren't prepared for having the right foods on hand. Maybe you got lazy. Maybe you just need to try something different. Is this working? Maybe not. Find something that does. So maybe you've got some New Year's resolutions. Maybe you have goals. Maybe you've chosen a word. Maybe you've done something totally different. Maybe you've shared it with someone. Maybe you've kept it to yourself. Whatever it is. My focus for 2023, my word, my resolution, my goal, my thing, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be, is this working? Because I know that the best laid plans can go awry. And I know that things come up that you got to fit into the mix. And I know that there's so much that we are not in charge of, but we are in charge of how we deal with it. And I feel like, is this working, is a really great way to stay connected to the process instead of just letting it happen. And is this working forces you to be honest and look at what's actually happening instead of what we planned would happen, right? Because sometimes those are two very different things. What's actually happening versus what we thought was going to happen, two very different things. So is this working? I guess we're going to have to find out. Thanks for hanging out with me today, you guys. My voice is just about shot, so I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. And thanks once again for sticking me in your ears. You could be doing anything right now, and you are choosing to listen to me. I will never understand this, but I am thankful for it. Have an awesome New Year's, and I will talk to you again next year.
Hope you enjoyed the show today. To continue the conversation, visit our website at afarmishkindoflife.com. Find A Farmish Kind of Life on social media or drop me an email at amy@afarmishkindoflife.com. Peace, love, and bacon, y'all. Stay farmish.
A Farmhop Life. I just love that name. It just hops right off the page when you're reading it. Jumps up and grabs you. I don't know. There's something about that brand that just makes me smile. Matt and Katie, they have a podcast called A Farmhop Life, and they have a couple of little ones, and during their time they work their tails off, and they homestead, and their passion in life is to help other homesteaders. And at the beginning of 2022, that meant one thing to them, and they were absolutely convinced, they were passionate, and they knew what their plan was. And guess what? Life gets in the way, guys. And the cool thing about goals and plans is they're never written in concrete. They're never written in stone. And Matt, when he sent me this, he said, "Hey, Tim, just want to let you know that our plans have really changed. Life jumped up and grabbed us." And I am so proud of them for being open and honest and willing to change things when that happens. These guys are an inspiration. I love the joy that they talk from. I love, the can-do attitude. And I hope you guys really, really enjoy this interview that Matt sent to me, and show Matt and Katie all the support you can. Go by and subscribe to their podcast. Of course, the link is in the description today. And guys, I hope you enjoy it.
So we moved into this house in 2017, and 2018, spring of 2018, I'd wanted chickens for a while. I wanted chickens at our old house, but we had an HOA, couldn't do it. And I said, I will never live with another HOA. An HOA, I'm going to make somebody mad here, but an HOA.
I love making people mad.
An HOA is for the person that doesn't have enough government in their life.
There you go. You did it.
So I was like, I will never live in an HOA again. So we moved here, and I was like, first thing that we did is we're getting chickens. And so we got 6 chickens, 6 hens, And I learned very quickly the hard way that you have to protect those because chickens are like the bottom of the pecking of the food chain. Anything and everything will eat and kill a chicken. And so I lost 4 of those 6 chickens, like that.
Inside of the city, the people are crazy, out of their minds, they ain't got a clue. We gone away, headed west for Montana, left family and friends, all I got now is you. We both got new jobs, a house and a homestead, thinking this was the life, all that there'd be. After our firstborn, you had to stay home. That's when the work got in the way for me. Well, I started Farmhop Life. We'll come to your farm to help and to wander. Me and the family, a truck and an RV. Send us a message and there will be.
This is the Farmhop Life podcast, the traveling homestead family. I'm Matt DeRocher. Today my guest is Jeremy, aka Dewey Like Donuts. I might call you Dewey throughout the interview on accident. Jeremy, his wife, and his son live in suburban Alabama and raise chicken for eggs, garden, and try to be as self-sufficient as we can. We believe in being prepared for the craziness this world throws at us and embrace the label of preppers. I like that. I do like your prepping videos on TikTok.
I appreciate that. Those get a lot of views typically.
Yeah, because I don't see that a lot on TikTok. The prepping videos.
It's interesting. It's
I
funny
was showing my wife some last night. I'm like, look at this internet in a bag or what? Internet in a box.
Internet,
and then in the Faraday.
Man, the hate on that video. The hate. That's not the internet. That's not the internet. You don't know. Man, it's just the software. It's the name of the software. I didn't write the software. I just downloaded it. It's called Internet in a Box. Like it's made, and it's brilliant. I can't take credit for it. I just used it. But
yeah.
It was developed to take to third world countries that were very remote and didn't have internet, and they could load all of this content onto this Raspberry Pi and take it, and they set it up, plug it in, and it emits its own Wi-Fi signal, and all these devices can connect to it and access information. It was made for school education.
Sure.
I just took it and repurposed it for stuff, knowledge.
Yeah. The fact, like the people that make those kind of comments, and it's not just like that specific type, it's like that entire type of people that like, that's not internet, like, or whatever. They have like that video's not for them. Like they can basically just like not like be gone essentially. Like you're missing the point essentially. If you want the entire internet in a box,
you don't understand the internet.
not really. I mean, like, do you want the whole internet in a box? That would be awful. There's so much trash out there. Are you kidding?
Absolutely. Well, and then the people that are like, well, where does it get its Wi-Fi signal from? Or like, if Wi-Fi doesn't work, it's not going to work. Yes, it will work. It is the Wi-Fi signal. Like it's just a signal. It's 2.5 gigahertz, 5 megahertz, whatever. It's It's just it's a signal. It's a radio signal. That's all it is.
Maybe if they actually built one, they'd understand it better.
I know. Well, and then I had some people, they're like, oh, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to buy that. And I'm like, just be careful. Understand what you're getting into. It is very technical.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a pretty technical thing to try to set it up. I mean, it's the software, like you did.
Because I have a Raspberry Pi, and I've like put like Linux on it or whatever kind of distro.
Okay. You'd be fine. Yeah, it's the people that think that, oh, if I just go download something and then I just turn it on and it works. Well, no, it's a little more complicated than that.
It'd be the equivalent of like putting a new like ROM on your like phone, or if you remember like jailbreaking your iPhone, or not your iPhone and your iPod Touch.
Jailbreak mine every year.
Yep. So,
or like putting a new software on your router or something like that. It's the equivalent of something like that. And
sure.
If you can do that, then you can absolutely build one. They're not hard, but if you're not tech savvy, I would not. No, I don't want those comments. I bought this and now I can't get it installed. I'm like, well, I just told you about it.
Look, I'm not tech support. There's probably like 100 videos on YouTube to figure that out on your own.
Sadly, there's not on that one though. There's not.
Really?
There's really not. I know. Like I had to figure a lot of it out, but it's filled with information, and I update it every now and then, and it stays in a Faraday bag in the safe. And if it ever gets that bad, then it's there, and if not, then well, it's just there. It was a fun project.
Yeah. Okay, since we're kind of talking about prepping and stuff, and
which is where my homesteading came from, I will say that. So there is a good segue here at some point.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of talk, let's say, about people that are concerned about like EMPs, solar flares, coronal mass injections, like that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. That, you know, you really like that on the like list of concerns, that's towards the bottom in terms of like, you know, actual reality. Yeah. So like, right. where do you fall? Like a Faraday bag's pretty cheap. Like it's cheap insurance, and like if it happens, whatever. If it doesn't happen, whatever.
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's a guy that I follow on YouTube called Suspicious Observers. Okay. Ben Davidson, maybe, I think is his name. And he has a very interesting background. I'm not even going to try to explain his background because I would butcher it, but he's a very smart person. And he puts out daily videos on the sun and what it's doing, and sunspots and solar flares. And if you watch it day in and day out, you're going to overhype it, I think. You know, if you pay attention to all these things, you're going to start. It's like the people that follow all the conspiracies. You start following the conspiracies, and then all of a sudden you think, oh, it's got to be real. Well, maybe it's just a conspiracy. Like the more you follow it, the more you start to believe it. So you have to be careful there. Mm-hmm. The EMP thing. I mean, if you know, our friends on the other side of the world were to detonate a high level EMP or a high level nuclear bomb, there's the book 1 Second After. That's a very real scenario that could happen. Will it happen? I would like to think not. Can it happen? Sure. Right. I think you know, World War III could trigger something. You know, could be triggered by some of that. I don't know that will happen. The CME thing, that's the one that actually does probably concern me more than the EMP, and
because it's like, random.
It is random, but it's not. That's the thing, is it's not random, because the sun goes in cycles, and I'm not some
like astrophysicist.
Yeah. Like I don't know, but I listen to enough of this stuff, and I go, well, that makes sense. And if you start kind of looking at some of the data, surface level data, it makes sense that the sun goes in cycles, 12-year cycles, active cycle, not very active, not very active. And we are coming up, and the guy Ben that I mentioned, he was saying, you know, months ago that the sun's cycle is going on a 5.9 month rotation. Basically, he was saying mid-August, we're going to be hit by a bunch of solar flares, solar storms, CMEs, all. Well, the last 2 weeks we've been getting hit by them. And I'm like, well, maybe the guy knows something. So now, will it knock our grid out? I have no idea. If it does, well, I hope everybody knows how to homestead.
It seems like it's making a comeback, and that's very encouraging. I like that.
It is. Well, and if you think about it, I've got a video that I'm putting together for TikTok to go out in the next few days about making apple cider vinegar. Like, you can make your own apple cider vinegar. And the start of the video, I say like generations ago, everybody was a prepper. Everybody grew their own food. They stored their own food. And now we rely on the grocery store, the big corporations and the grocery stores for convenience. But everybody, our ancestors, our great grandparents were all preppers. mean, they might have been labeled a prepper,
Right.
but in the sense of things, they were. They grew their food, they preserved their food, they ate it through the winter, and they rinsed and repeated. So
I've
I'm
had
glad
this exact same conversation about the name homesteader. Like there's a guy that I've interviewed and we stayed in contact. He's like, I don't consider myself a homesteader. This is just what like our grandparents did, and they didn't call themselves homesteaders. But like by today's standards, he's 100% a homesteader.
Right. He's just living life is what he's doing. He's staying alive.
Staying alive. Yep.
Yeah. Well, and like, so, to kind of, you asked, how did I get started with the whole homesteading? And I mentioned that it really kind of veered off from the prepping back in 2000. So we bought our first house, my wife and I, in 2007, and immediately just overnight lost, 30 grand in equity in our house. And we had a 5-year plan and turned into a 10-year plan. And I looked at the market and what everything was going on. And I thought, we really need to be prepared. Like, what if, and my wife lost her job. And like, I was a freelance graphic designer basically at that time. I didn't have a steady income, and she lost her job. And we thankfully had a little bit of savings, and we were okay. But it was the reality. We're not prepared for life if we get thrown a wrench, or once we kind of got to know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing, and it was a mistake. I mean, it wasn't a mistake. I mean, because it's led me to where I'm at now. But I mean, it was still like, man, that was a failure. We lived in tract homes in a cul-de-sac, and at the back of the property, backyard, they had like a berm around the back where they would kind of bermed up. They come in and they just scrape all the topsoil off, and you're sitting on clay. And so I planted those tomatoes on top of a hill in clay with no irrigation, and like they just like terrible soil. In a catastrophe or an emergency situation, but it's not sustainable. So that's where we got that start.
That's kind of cool. That's a pretty cool start. And I forgot what I was going to say, but that's all right.
Well, yeah. Well, but like, so I mean, like, that's part of the motivation for homesteading is being able to prep. I mean, being self-sufficient.
Like, I can see canning jars behind you, so.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can see of the, because this kind of squishes things up a little bit, but there's a few.
Nice.
And now here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We didn't start canning until this year. And I've wanted to for years, but I was intimidated by it. The market kind of did its thing. And we started probably about 2009 going, hey, we need to be prepared. Wife had another job. Things were stable-ish. We ended up buying a bunch of silver at the time. I mean, not a bunch, but some, trying to think like we're going to, it's going to collapse. And it didn't collapse, but we still have that silver. It's a long-term investment.
Of course, and, same.
We bought what's that?
I just said same.
Yeah. Well, and when it was, I don't know if you saw, it was like $13 or $14 an ounce earlier this year.
Nope, I must have missed that. I was too busy looking at Bitcoin.
We're gonna buy it. We're gonna buy that because it's not gonna be any cheaper than that.
Probably not.
Bitcoin, that's a fun one. Whew,
we can talk about that later if you want.
You can make a lot of money, but you can lose a lot of money there too. I've seen a lot of people lose a lot of money.
You can't lose it if you don't sell it.
But that's the thing, is they sold it and they lost it.
See? Shouldn't have done
that. My problem is that I would want to buy low, sell high, and I would miss it every single time.
See, I've tried to play that game, and it only ruined me. Like I didn't like lose tons of money or whatever. It's just that I ended up losing money. So since then, I've only bought and hold.
Yeah, hodl.
So hodl. So. But
yeah.
So that's how you got started into homesteading. That's pretty cool. That I mean that seems like a very like reasonable transition. It wasn't like I got super scared watching Alex Jones or whatever, and like the globalists are gonna come get me. And so,
Don't get me started on Alex Jones. Alex. Look, I mean, I'm not saying that he's always wrong, but he's also not always right. There's he can be a little much sometimes.
dude, you know what? If he didn't have the voice that he has, I could probably tolerate him a little bit more. His voice is just so awful to listen to that I can't do it.
It's a bit much, and then some of the stuff that he says, I'm like, it's a little far out there. But okay, I mean, it's your show. You can talk about whatever you want. I'll listen to what I want to. But yeah, no, we definitely did not get our start by getting freaked out by Alex Jones and going, oh, we gotta sell everything and move out to the woods and build a homestead. Which I'm not
Join
gonna
a commune.
I mean, it's not a terrible idea, but I've got there's what's her name? What's her username on TikTok? Tiny Homestead, Tiny Shed Homestead, something like that. I can't remember. It's gonna drive me crazy. I can't remember what her username is, but she and her family, like they moved out. I think they bought acreage and took a 12 by 24 storage shed, and her husband like raised the roof on it, put a second level in, and they live debt free out in the woods, homeschool their kids. And I'm like, that looks like an amazing life. It really does. Like I love being in the city. I love going out to eat. I love being close to people, but that does look appealing.
That sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to go hunt them down and see if they.
I'll message you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll message you. I bet you. I bet she would be a good one to interview. I'll if I don't send her info to you, remind me.
Oh, I will.
As far as like, so you had kind of asked about the motivation for like homesteading, right? I mean,
right.
So the potential lack of food, like I see potential food shortages. You look at what's happening over in Russia and Ukraine and wheat supply. I think the U.S. will be affected last, or maybe close to last, or maybe not at least first. I mean, we're first world country. I mean, like we should be fine for a while, but it'll hit us eventually, I think. So there's food security, providing for your family. This may sound so old school, but there's just something about man go out and get food and bring to family. Like there's something about like, I grew this, I made this, I caught this. I didn't go and just get it from the store. And then like the quality of it. Like there was a video that I did earlier in the summer, and I had picked a fresh cucumber straight off the vine. I was like, this cucumber, it was so good. I'm like, I never eat just raw cucumber. Like it's like I put them in a salad, or I just ate a cucumber, and it was delicious. I just needed some salt. I wish I had like some salt packets in my pocket or something. But it's so much better, and there's no chemicals. You know what's in your food.
Yeah. I
tried the whole intermittent fasting thing for a while, and I was like, I just like to eat breakfast too much. I love breakfast, and that's really what got us started on chickens, because I would eat eggs every day. I love eggs. I'll eat them scrambled. I'll eat them fried. I'll eat them boiled. I'll eat them over easy, over hard. I mean, I put a video out the other day of this jalapeno relish that I made, and it was like I think somebody had asked, how do you eat it? I'm like, well, this is how I eat it. Fried egg over medium. It may not have been I may not have actually been a response to a video, but somebody asked a question. But it was like a fried egg over medium, some grits on top of that. Have you ever had grits?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what they are, though. I know I've eaten them.
Corn, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a southern thing for sure, but it's one of those like love or hate kind of things. But fried egg over medium, grits on top of that, and then some jalapeno relish on top of that. Like that's so good. It's so good. But like I love breakfast. I couldn't do the intermittent fasting.
Sure.
Do it. But that's why we got chickens is because I ate so many eggs. And we ended up with it's 2007. So we moved into this house in 2017. And 2018, spring of 2018, I'd wanted chickens for a while. I wanted chickens at our old house, but we had an HOA, couldn't do it. And I said, I will never live with another HOA. An HOA, I'm going to make somebody mad here, but an HOA.
I love making people mad.
An HOA is for the person that doesn't have enough government in their life.
There you go. You did it.
So I was like, I will never live in an HOA again. So we moved here, and I was like, first thing that we did is I was like, we're getting chickens. And so we got 6 chickens, 6 hens, and I learned very quickly the hard way that you have to protect those because chickens are like the bottom of the pecking of the food chain. Anything and everything will eat and kill a chicken. And so I lost 4 of those 6 chickens, like that. Like they had a coop and everything. Yeah, I mean, like they had my brother-in-law had some chickens for a while, and he just gave me his coop, and it was only like 4 foot by 8 foot, and it was very small. And so I felt bad for them. So I would let them out during the day. Or in the evening when I get home, I'd let them out, let them free range for a little bit. On the weekends, I'd let them free range, and before you knew it, something had gotten them. I'm like, well, that's not going to work.
Dang.
There's foxes, there's raccoons. I had a raccoon had a Rhode Island Red. I felt terrible for it, but a raccoon reached through the coop, grabbed its wing, and pulled its wing off.
Oh my gosh. I've heard of raccoons doing similar things, but never ripping the wing off. That's
straight up
nuts.
And we were leaving to go out of town for like 2 days. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Do I put this chicken out of its misery or do I see if it survives? I don't know, but chickens are resilient. That chicken lived.
Just
chicken. It was
one less chicken wing when you go to process it, I guess.
I didn't have to clip that wing. But I mean, it was. But raccoons got a few of them. A dog chased some off. It was a mess, and I learned very quickly you have to protect chickens. Have you ever water glassed eggs?
No, it's on my list. Things to learn.
I tried it. I
Yeah?
said a little too long.
Oh no.
Yep. They're still in the garage.
How long is too long? Like a year?
18 months.
18 months? Okay.
Yep. 2 years later, they're still sitting in the garage because I'm afraid to dump them out.
When you,
I do not. I don't know what to do with them. I mean, like we've got a cliff back here, and I just need to like take it out there and just dump it off the cliff. But I'm afraid if I do it in the middle of the summer, it's just going to be awful smell. But I did. I cracked one open one day, thinking, "Hey, let's see how well it holds up." I cracked it open, and I about lost it in the kitchen.
gross.
I was recording it to do a TikTok, and I was like, I can't put that out there.
Yeah, you can. That makes it better. Are you kidding? That gets you could see another 2 million views.
Yeah, maybe I should go crack one of them open. I got 90-something of them sitting in there.
Well, there you go. Now you have 97 attempts to make a TikTok video.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. It was now. So like water glassing, I tried it, and I tried it my first year because I thought, well, I want eggs through the winter, and I was getting about a dozen eggs to 14 eggs a day on average, and my chickens continued to lay through the entire winter. There was never a day that I had less than 4 eggs. And I thought, well, I don't have to water glass eggs then. And so I never opened them up. And then I was like, oh, it's been like a 12 to 16 month eggs a day right now. I don't know what's going on. So I don't know
out of your 20 birds?
12. I got 12 now.
12? Okay.
Yeah, I did. So I have lost a few. I've had a few that got egg bound. I've tried to resolve that, which I'm not going to go into. It's gross. But
how can you tell? How can you tell they're egg bound?
They'll start walking around kind of funny. They'll kind of have like this little squat, like they kind of like swell up in the back a little bit, and they get it's just pretty gross. They get lethargic. They don't move around fast. They don't eat a whole lot. They're just they look sick, and you can put a glove on, get some Vaseline, and see if you can try to massage it out. But you're not usually successful, from what I've heard. I've tried it once, and I was like, I tried. And then the other one.
Is it bad to break the egg?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
okay. If it breaks inside of them, it can cause other issues. From again, that's the reading that I've done on it. I've never broken one inside, but I only had the one that I tried, and then I had a couple others, and I'm like, sorry guys, like life of a chicken is short, I suppose.
So let's talk about. I think we've done enough BSing.
All right, number one.
No. Forget about the numbers. We're skipping to number 10.
Oh gosh.
So tell me more about like your system. So you've got your chickens and you have raised beds. If I remember, you said
I do have raised beds.
And so do those two like connect or integrate, or what do you have in your raised beds?
So I've got
maximize your yields.
Yeah, so we've got okra, we've got peppers, we've got beans. We got a ton of beans. I don't know if you can, I think those are all beans. Yeah, there's like 3 shelves of green beans, different types of green beans. So we've got a ton of green beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, and then I ended up doing a late planting of tomatoes and cucumbers off to the side that are not in a raised bed. So everything that I just mentioned are in raised beds. And I had so much success with the raised beds. This is the first year that I've done, well, I take that back. I did raised beds years ago and it was an utter failure, but this is the first year that I've really tried doing the raised beds and been successful at it. And I think I mentioned this earlier, much more successful than, my brother-in-law's property down the road with the same plants. I mean, I grew all of my plants from seed, and I took half of them to his house and half of them down here, and we see what does better. And the raised beds by far, but I've done better. But I did. Are you familiar with hugelkultur?
Mm-hmm.
So hugelkultur style, filling of the beds, because I didn't want to go buy, 100 square feet or in meters of topsoil or compost from the store. So I did the layer of decomposing, sticks and wood and logs on the bottom, some leaves and some decomposed chicken manure, and then just some topsoil and compost on top of that. And those raised beds have done so much better than I ever thought they would. And then a layer of wood chips on top of that. Which wood chips are magic if you can get your hands on them.
Absolutely. I'm gonna say something for the permaculture Nazis out there, because I'm sure you just pissed off a bunch of people.
I love doing that. It's fun. I do it every day on TikTok.
People will tear you apart saying that that's not hugelkultur. That's lasagna gardening.
It's what?
Lasagna gardening.
Lasagna. Yeah. Hugelkultur is yes, but it's the same.
It's the principle's the same. But you know who Paul Wheaton is?
Yep.
So I've been to his place.
Oh wow.
And he's like, he did his hugelkultur mounds, like the actual mounds, right? Like the steep 9 foot tall, like that's technically hugelkultur. Right.
And it's made for, and it's really intended to help support perennial trees and shrubs, and it's
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, but I use the term because it's the ingredients that we've put in there. But yes, lasagna. Yeah, I'm sure that I absolutely pissed off some permaculture Nazis, and that's okay. Because here's the thing: I don't know everything there is to know about permaculture. I love permaculture.
Neither do they.
That's the man that gets me. People that think that they know everything about a topic, if there's always more to learn, always more to learn. And I think the moment that somebody thinks that they've got it all figured out, that's the person you need to quit listening to. But permaculture, I love it. I think it's great. I think it is truly what is sustainable.
How did you get into it?
How did I get into it? And let's back up just a little bit. That my yard is not my backyard is not a permaculture food forest. It's the goal. I want to get there.
Same.
But we are not there. Not by a long shot. For the first few years, we wanted a yard for the kids to play in and all that kind of stuff. And now it's like, I wish we had then. So now we had this. But anyway, there's no better time than now to plant something and get started. So I think I stumbled across Justin Rhodes one day. And then I ended up finding Jeff Lawton, 5 Acres of Abundance. Have you seen that documentary?
I don't think that one. I don't think I've seen that one.
It's really good. He built 5 acres. He bought a 5-acre property, turned it into this massive permaculture homestead, and then just sold it. I'm like, you just sold, you put all this time and you just sold it. But that his game is to teach people. So like it did its job. And he brought people in to help build it, and then he sold it to a lady that lives on it, and there's a tour of it. It's amazing. So Jeff Lawton, Paul Wheaton, oh gosh, what's the other guy's name? Joel Salatin. I've followed all those guys for several years, and I don't remember at what point I just stumbled across it. I'm like, oh, this is brilliant. You mean we can work with nature instead of against it? And it's going to give us better yields, and it's better for the environment, and that's brilliant. Why in the world does not everybody else do this?
Right.
And look, I mean, big ag is necessary to feed the world right now, I think. But if more people can move into permaculture and grow their own food, we can offset the need for big ag.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's key, but it's a challenge. There's a lot to learn to it. When did you get into it? When did you start learning about it?
Oh, geez, probably like I didn't really start actually getting into it. Like, I guess I did learning in like 2015, 2016 through like the Survival Podcast. I don't know if you listen to.
Hold on. Jack Spirko.
Yes.
Yep. I listened to his podcast daily for a couple of years.
Same. Do you still?
I don't.
Oh,
well,
okay.
So I would. All right. So I don't drive anymore for work. Like I work.
Okay.
I've worked from home for several years.
Sure.
Used to, I had a 25, 30 minute, 45 minute commute every day. And so I would listen to podcasts then. So I don't anymore, but I have pulled this podcast up a couple times, and every time I've pulled one up, it's a TSPC rewind. And I'm like, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to listen to rewind.
Sometimes those are still good, but sometimes.
No, they are. But I watched a lot of them. He had a lot of good people on there. And so, yeah. And that may be, now that I think about it, that may be where I got the idea for permaculture.
That's funny. Because we were talking about preparedness. I'm like, damn, he sounds a lot like he listens to Jack Spirko. I
did. Oh gosh, man, you're ringing some memories here. So that really is kind of how I kind of started down that path, I think. Because about mid 2010, 2013, 14, 15, I started kind of getting into that like preparedness, survival. And I was like, what if I could find a podcast on survivalism? Like that'd be great. And I found Jack's the Survival Podcast, and he brought on some of these guys that talked about permaculture. So that is exactly where I got it from. I'm glad you reminded me.
That's really funny.
I love it.
I think I found it the exact same way too, and I don't even remember why I had a bug like on wanting to learn about survivalism. I was just like, because I was in my early 20s or whatever, and so like I just not something you think about really living at home, and so I don't know. I found someone suggested it on Reddit of all places, and so like I gave it a listen. And not gonna lie, first time I listened, I hated it, but I was like, all right, I'll give it another shot, and then I just been like listening ever since.
I had to get through about 2 or 3 episodes, and then I was like, okay, there's value in this, and I like it and I enjoy it. But then there came a point where I was like, okay, every one of these is very, very long, and I got to where like there were certain ones that I liked, and like I'd look at the title, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna like that. I won't listen to that one. But there was a lot of valuable information that he provided. So he's still doing these daily?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yep. He's up to like 3,100 episodes now. Yeah, I know.
That good for him though. I mean, he's got a big following. I saw him at one point on, I don't remember whose show it was, but he was on some like major news outlet show at one point years ago. So I mean, he's done well.
He said he's been on Glenn Beck, and I'm not sure if that's who you're talking about.
It's not, but who is it? I'm not surprised by that. But there was one more. It was somebody else that I was thinking of.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, he absolutely is the person that turned me on to permaculture, and then I started into learning about Jeff Lawton and followed those guys. And I wanted to get my PDC, but it was just so expensive, and we didn't have the money at the time. And I'm like, I don't really have to have the certificate. You can learn all of this stuff online. In fact, there's a couple of books that I've got back there on permaculture that talk about principles and then how to put these principles into practice. And you know, the books are like $120 for the set. Like that's a whole lot cheaper than a PDC.
Yeah.
So so it's I think that's the most sustainable way to grow our food, but it's difficult, and it's not just companion planting. So a lot of people are like, oh, permaculture is just companion planting and mixing things here and there, and that's a little more than that. But
like, there's so many factors. Like, you got to really be in tune with the property in order to do it right, I'd say.
Yep. One of the most valuable things that Jack Spirka said that I remember, or that I found valuable, was he said, when you buy a new property, don't go plant anything. Observe it for a year.
Right.
See where the dew sets. See where the sun sets. See where how the sun shifts on the property, and observe it for an entire year. Make notes and then plant stuff. I'm like, oh, that makes sense, because you have to be in tune with nature. You have to observe nature, and you have to get that feedback.
Right.
Which sounds weird, but I mean, there's definitely like feedback that nature can give you.
No, that's not weird at all. It's telling you what it needs. You just have to listen.
Yep. You got to be able to observe it and notice what it's, because it's not going to speak your language. It's not going to tell you, but it gives you those little feedback. You just got to know what to look for.
Right. Yeah.
We'll get there one day.
Yep. Same. It's we'll talk about it later. So we talked about a couple of things that worked well, and we talked about a lot of things that didn't work well. What's been the biggest challenge in homesteading?
Yeah. Comparing yourself to someone else. Looking at what someone else has done and say, I'm not good enough. Thinking like or thinking I have to do more. I've got to have this big, massive homestead, because I think that's what people start to think, and that's not really where you need to start. That's not where you don't need to compare yourself to someone else, and you need to start small, start where you can, and start with what you know how to do, and then gradually expand it. And me, I think I'm all in. I want to do it all. And ultimately, you do too much, and then you've overdone it, and you fail. That's been a big challenge. Even just like something simple as knowing when to plant stuff too. That's harder than a lot of people realize and give credit for.
I agree.
And when to harvest stuff, and when to save seeds. And like I've got, in fact, I pulled this one down. Like this book right here, the Seed to Seed. Like this is like how does everything, all kinds of seeds, like when to harvest them, like learning that stuff is challenging. That has been challenging.
Like when you get like red pilled into gardening, it's like a whole world you had no idea existed, in like all the skills and underlying skills and sub skills of those underlying skills that I mean, you could go 100 layers deep and still not get it all.
You can't. And I think and which kind of brings me back to something else that I was thinking about. You know, with homesteading, people think if you're homesteading, you're completely self-sufficient. You don't have any outside inputs. You don't have to go to the grocery store. Well, that's not true at all. I don't know of anyone that is 100% self-sufficient. It's like you would have to be the master jack of all trades to be able to do that. I agree. So many things. I do think that you can build small communities, which is what I would love, to see more of. Is you've got a small rural community of small homesteads, and this homestead does this, and this one does this, and this one, and you all barter like these old micro communities. I would love to see that. I think that's where you can be really successful and be really self-sufficient as a community, a commune. I think you mentioned that earlier.
In a negative sense, yes.
Right. Yeah, that one's not a negative sense. This is let's build a community that's self-sufficient. Definitely would be beneficial.
I don't know where it is, like in your groups that you look at or whatever, but in the groups that like I'm involved in, there's a lot of talk about community, and it's super encouraging to see. Like, hey, we're all gonna make it. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's as optimistic as it is for you as it is for me.
I think I do have a lot of optimism around it, because I think, and you hit on this earlier, that, you know, past generations, they were all preppers and homesteaders, and I think we're seeing a movement back to that to some degree.
Yes.
And so I'm very optimistic about that. And with that comes community. Funny story. One of the TikTok videos that got like 1.5 million or 2 million views was me building those raised beds. I don't know if you saw that one or not.
I did not.
I took cedar fence pickets and made, so they're 5.5 inches wide by 6 feet long. And so my raised beds are 3 feet wide by 6 feet long, 2 fence pickets on each side, and then half on each end. So they're 3 by 6, and they're about 1 foot tall. So I made a quick video on that one day while I was building them, and I posted it out there, and it got like 1 million views overnight. And I think that was my first like 1 million view video. And like that was the day that I go, notifications turned off, because I can't handle those notifications.
Yep.
I'll die. But so I got that idea from a website that I read like 5 years ago. Her name's Anna White. She's not on TikTok. I saw it on the website. I've seen it in magazines. Like it's, and I just put it out there and made the video. And this Karen comes in, and in the comments, you stole this idea from a woman creator and you didn't give her credit. And so I did like a reply video. I'm sorry, you're right. I did take this from a woman creator. Her name was Anna White. She has a website, and this was years ago. But I have no idea what video you're talking about. I haven't seen the video that you're talking about. And legitimately had not seen it. Like I wanted to do raised bed gardens. I was trying to think of a cheap way to do it. And I remembered this website that I looked at years ago. And so I decided I'm going to build some raised bed gardens, and I'm going to document it and put it on TikTok. And so anyway, like the next day I get this comment on the original video. Hey there, I am the woman creator. I like your beds. And so like we had like a good exchange in the comments, and I'm like, hey woman creator, I'm the thief that stole your idea, blah blah whatever, like, hey, great minds, I don't know, something like that. Like we were both on the same page of like, we didn't steal each other's idea. Like this idea's been around for years, like decades.
Also, it's not patented or whatever. It's just whatever. It's a raised bed. Like
it was a coincidence that we both put a video out there within like a few weeks of each other. But it's also like the beginning of spring. People are gardening. So anyway. This lady's name is Tara. I think Tara, and so it's really funny to see how it all kind of connected back together, because Karen came in, called me out. Tara, the woman creator, came in, commented, and then I found out that she had actually developed an app called Farmish. And so so we're actually we're friends on TikTok, and we comment on each other's stuff. I've pushed some of her stuff out before to promote Farmish, but Farmish is a very long way to get to this, but Farmish is an app where like I can buy and sell from other people. I can buy from other people or sell to other people. If I have an excess of eggs, I can put them out there for $3 or $4, $5 a dozen, and do a public meetup. And like that is going to be how we bring the gardening community together. The you and me and the other people that aren't farmers but have an excess.
Sure.
Instead of just throwing it away, we are composting, which I mean, I hope that we're not just throwing it away, but we can also share with other people and profit off of that. And it's the whole community. So that I'm very optimistic about that kind of thing.
Nice.
Sorry,
that sounds
very long way to get there, but
no, that ties into the next part. Is what's the best part about homesteading? Is it that community?
The community. That's I hadn't thought about that. Sadly, I haven't thought about that. But you're right. You're right. That has got to be one of the best parts. Is building community with people. And we go down to our local farmers market, and we actually sell T-shirts. We have a apparel company. I wear these shirts all the time, but
nice
Pure Bama apparel. But we sell these at our local farmers market. But I've met so many local farmers down there, and so it all ties together. And so like I buy from them. I don't sell anything because I don't have an abundance of things to sell at the moment. I hope to next year, but I buy from local farmers and support them. And so yeah, the community is absolutely one of the I think the best parts about it. But knowing where your food came from. I hate the idea, and we still eat stuff. We still buy stuff from the grocery store that's been sprayed with chemicals, but I hate that. And it's a transition to get off that and to grow your own and to be, healthier with that. But that is a huge benefit. It's like knowing what you eat. Think about the family, for example. Like I look at, I keep coming back to Justin Rose, but he and his family are out there.
Well, you two kind of look alike, so it makes sense.
I did actually, I did have somebody ask me one day, "Are you by chance related to Justin Rose?" And I was like, "No, I'm not, but I would love to meet him one day. I would love to meet Justin one day." I don't know where he's at. I don't know where his farm, his homestead's at, but
North Carolina, I want to say.
I was thinking it was kind of the East Coast somewhere, yeah, North, South Carolina, but. I did have somebody ask me that one day, which is funny. Like, it kind of made my day a little bit, but where was I going with that? Oh yeah, family bonds. Like that's like he and the family are out there gardening. Like,
yeah,
my son comes out and helps. My wife comes out and helps. And in the middle of July, she's looking at me like, "Why in the world are we doing this? It's hot out here." I know, but we're having a good time, aren't we?
Yep. Yeah.
But she's doing not all of it, but she's doing most of our canning. And she was very apprehensive about that to begin with. And it's like, she's learned how to can, which it's one of those skills that you're scared about it to begin with, but it's like, oh, I got this. This isn't that hard. I can do this. And I don't know, it's created a bond too. You kind of bond around homesteading.
Yeah. I mean, so to talk about the community and bonding around homesteading, just talking to people about homesteading, gardening, farming, literally whatever it is they're doing to produce food, just talking to them has opened so many doors for me. I get handed food. I was at a customer's house the other day. We were wiring up his new sheep barn, and we were just talking. He's also got cows in his 400 acres or whatever he's got, and he's got he's talking about his Wagyu beef, and he's blah 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 blah. And we get back because I was hooking up some waterers, and we get back to the house. He goes to the freezer and hands me 2 packages of Wagyu beef. And I was like, "What do you want for this? I'm paying you for this." He's like, "No, you're not." I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't have a story to top that one, but down at our local farmers market, there's a guy who very much thinks like me. he and I are very much on the same page with what we believe, from a homesteading point of view, from a prepping point of view, from what's going on in the world. And he's in his 60s, so he's an older gentleman, but older than I am, and but like knowing him has opened up a lot of doors too. Like I go down to the farm and he's like, hey Jeremy, here's some tomatoes. Like these are the cold tomatoes. Like I can't sell these, but I'm like, we'll eat them. We'll cut the bad spots off and we'll eat them. We'll give the rest to the chickens. We'll compost it. Or I'm just going to take the seeds out and save the seeds, and I'm going to replant your tomatoes next year so I don't have to buy from you next year. Which we haven't bought tomatoes. We haven't had to buy tomatoes, but his tomatoes are phenomenal. Cherokee purple. Have you ever had Cherokee purple tomatoes?
You know, this is going to be sacrilege. I don't like the taste of tomatoes.
All right, where's the end call button?
I just, they're just not that, they just don't taste that good to me.
No, I like them with salt and pepper. I like them on a sandwich. I like them on a burger. By themselves, I don't usually eat them. Now, my wife, she will eat a tomato. She will slice a tomato, put some salt and pepper on it, and eat it all day long.
My wife just eats them right out of the garden, so.
Yeah, I mean, so
I'd make my own ketchup. Maybe I'd try making my own ketchup.
Do you like spaghetti?
Yeah.
Spaghetti sauce. There you go.
Well, yeah, I like salsa. I like spaghetti sauce.
Salsa. And that's what, like, we'll take tomatoes, peppers, like, and we'll make our own salsa with cans. Oh, it's so good. So good. Just got to learn to make my own chips. That's
my own chips.
Probably not going to happen. I'm not going to survive the apocalypse without my chips and salsa.
You could just get some pork ears or pork rinds or something like that.
There you go.
Just pretend they're chips.
That's right. That's a good idea. Yeah, close enough.
Close enough for the apocalypse.
That's right. Yeah, that's going to be the least of my concerns.
Hey, look, where are my chips? Your Woody Harrelson moment is chips in the apocalypse.
Oh man!
Got all this salsa. I don't have no chips. It's the worst.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that movie. You talking about
Zombieland?
Yeah. It's so dumb. It's so funny.
It was dumb and funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're almost through our questions. Almost. This is stuff that you want to talk about, so don't blame me.
I'm not blaming you. Hey, look, we're an hour and a half in. We're good. I told my wife I'd be about an hour and a half. If I'm 2.5, 3 hours, she'll be all right.
So how do you create a sustainable garden?
How do me personally, or what is as ideally? What do you?
Let me ask this again. You in your something specific you'd like to talk about, you said sustainable gardening. So what does that mean, and how do you do it?
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So to say that we have a sustainable garden would be, again, kind of like the homesteading thing. Like we're not completely sustainable. We're on a journey to get there, and I think that's everybody's going to be at a different point in their journey and having some type of sustainable garden. I think for me though, like it's the no waste, it's low external inputs. So not having to go buy fertilizer and put fertilizer in the ground. I mean, make your own compost. I've got chickens, so I clean out the chicken coop, and I do deep bedding. So I only clean it out once or twice a year.
Same.
It's too much work to clean it out over and over and over, and I think it's better. But so I clean that out, and you add that to your compost. Like, so there's my fertilizer, there's my nitrogen source. So yeah, I mean, no waste, low inputs, and even like turning your outputs into inputs. So like if we're going to cut the ends off of the cucumbers, if we're going to cut the tips off of our okra, if we're going to have bad spots in tomatoes, I mean, most people would just throw that stuff in the trash can. Well, compost it. Give it to the chickens. The chickens give me eggs. When I crack the eggs. I take the eggshells. I eat the compost. Actually, I feed them back to the chickens because chickens love eggs. I mean, we have a chicken bucket on our counter, and we empty it once a day. Take it out, just throw it out in the chicken coop. Leftovers. If we eat out, we had pizza, and we had leftover pizza. I'm not going to throw it away. I'm going to give it to the chickens. I mean, there's no waste. There's very little waste, and I think like no chemicals. We don't spray our garden. I think I can't remember who said this, but somebody was growing an apple tree, and they didn't prune their apple tree. They let it get massive, like 20 feet tall. And somebody asked the guy, how do you harvest the apples at the top? And the guy looked at him and said, if you think that all of the apples on this tree are for me, you've missed the point. The apples at the top are for the birds. The ones down below are for me. Sure. And it's sharing, and I don't remember where I was going with that.
Well, that's like return of surplus in permaculture.
Yeah. Maybe that's where I was going. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that principle.
I got you.
So I mean, I think that like sustainable is not having to have inputs for you create your own inputs, and you don't have any outputs, or you use all of your outputs as other inputs. If you have harvest meat birds, you've got the chicken bones left over, you boil them down, you cook them down in the beef or the chicken broth or bone broth, and then you take what's left and you crumble it up and you put it in your comb. You feed it back to the chickens if you want, they'll eat it too. I mean, it's just no waste and not relying on all those external inputs.
Didn't Bill Mollison say something like pollution is anything like any? Oh man, I'm gonna butcher this.
It's all right. I've butchered a lot tonight.
Like, is some sort of waste product that doesn't have a use, or it goes unused or something like that. So like chicken bones or whatever. Like if they don't get used for something, technically that's considered like a pollution.
Sure. Yeah. It sounds vaguely familiar.
I'm also ruining it. So
yeah, but it's and not so much like a pollution, like, oh, we're burning a hole in the ozone, but it's a waste. Like, why would you not use it if you can use it? Let it.
Right.
I mean, so it goes into a landfill and it decomposes in a landfill. You've wasted a perfectly good resource.
Yes. Of all the bones of chicken, pork, beef, all the things I've thrown to the chickens, like, you could do a lot of fossil hunting in the chicken run, I bet. But like, do I leave them in there because it's like a source of calcium for the soil or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. We just found a rib one day out in the chicken coop. Like I don't even know how I got it. Like, we didn't have ribs. It was just like this rib, but it was out there, and I'm like, we'll just leave it. It'll decompose eventually. But like, it kept getting moved around. Like, I'm like, what is moving this rib? And it was it was a decent sized rib.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, we left it out there, and just it'll decompose. I don't consider that waste. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're not using it to its full potential. So is that considered waste if you're not using it to its full potential?
We already kind of covered this a little bit, but why is prep? Wow. Let's start over. Why is prepping important?
Yeah, I think so. Most people hear prepper or prepping and they think, oh, zombie apocalypse. And that's like been the running joke, because we had like rice and beans and some MRE, not true MREs, but MRE style bags of food. And my wife always joked that that's our zombie food. I'm like, it's not funny. It's funny, but it was funny the first time. It's not this time. Yeah. But that's been like the running joke, that like it's our zombie food. And like, people think of prepper and that's what they think. Oh, they're afraid of the zombie apocalypse. The world's going to collapse, going to come to an end. And while maybe not the zombie part, but like, you look at economic collapse, you look at, we talked about earlier, EMPs and CMEs, they could potentially happen. Like those are like prepping for big catastrophic events is key. That's not key. It's one aspect of prepping,
Right.
but I think prepping more for the more plausible things is more important, like losing a job.
I agree.
And if you can, or what about a sickness, a family sickness, a terminal illness,
Getting hurt.
short-term disability, yeah, or long-term disability, absolutely. You know, prepping for those things is probably more important. And if you've prepped for those things, you're probably going to be okay for the big catastrophic things too. So prepping is I don't know, man. There's just something about it, like not being prepared. Just I have anxiety over it. If I don't, most people have 2 weeks of food in their house. I mean, think about COVID. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. We shut down everything in the country. Store shelves. I mean, it's hard to get stuff. You couldn't go shopping. I mean, like that's a very near and close thing that prepping was. I mean, look at the people in. You said you're in Montana, right?
Yep.
I heard of people like in Montana and Utah that just fled to the hills. Like they're like, nope, we're out. COVID's here. Yeah, we're enacting our plan.
Yeah.
So I think I'm trying to think if there's really any other reason. I mean, economy, big catastrophic things, job loss, natural disasters. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
I
I
mean,
think why people don't do it is because it forces them to think about like their own mortality,
sure,
like or vulnerabilities, and that's uncomfortable.
well, it is, but that's the thing is there was a saying that I heard: "There's no reason to be prepared. There's no reason to be scared if you're prepared." Like it's.
Yep.
I think somebody had said that on TikTok, and I was like, "Oh, that makes sense." If you are prepared and have 6 months of basic necessities, then you know that you've got 6 months of margin. Margin in life is good in any circumstance in life. Margin financially, with your time,
Yes.
with your food, margin is good. And prepping is just creating margin in your life. That's, I guess, to sum it all up. It's not, oh, the world's going to end, zombies are coming, the CME is going to happen. It's just, I feel better. I sleep better at night, knowing that if I were to lose my job and we couldn't pay our bills or we couldn't buy groceries, then we've got food. We can grow our own now too. That's why it's important.
That's a great segue into telling like people like on how to get started. What would you tell people?
Yeah, and I touched on this just a little bit earlier. Is I think the easiest way to get started is to buy what you already eat. So if you go to the grocery store this week and you're buying a bag of rice and some canned beans and some corn and some canned green beans and some whatever, and that's what you're going to eat for this week. Well, pick a few things, and instead of buying one can or one bag, buy two. Like that's not a big. I mean, a can of beans or green beans, what, $1, maybe less than that. I don't know. I haven't bought green beans in a long time. But buy two. It's not a huge investment, and create essentially your own grocery store in your house. And it will take time, and before you know it, you'll have 2, 3, 4 weeks of food. You have 6 months of food, and you just got to rotate through those things. Don't let it expire. Rotate through it. That's a very easy and practical way to start for someone who wants to just purely just prep. There's more things you can do. Like we do rice, and we have dried beans, rice, oatmeal. We have all of that in Mylar bags and with oxygen absorbers, and that stuff has a 10 to 20 year shelf life. That is our true emergency food. Like that's in bins. That's if we ever had to like leave, we grab those bins, we throw them, and we're out. Or we would hunker down and stay here. We've got, I mean, rice and beans aren't going to be delicious, but it will keep us alive. And
It's calories.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of a more, not advanced, but that's like a next step. But more important than that is being able to grow your own. Like put something in the ground. Anything, like start small. That is, I think, the ultimate prep is being self-sufficient or somewhat self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
And again, whether it's a tomato plant, a cucumber, some okra, some beans. Beans are good. Dense potatoes. Grow some potatoes. They're so easy. They're so easy. You know, that would be what I would say the next step. So first step would be buy two when you would buy one. Buy what you already eat and start to develop depth in your pantry. Then move into some more of the long-term storage, and then gardening, or maybe even do the gardening before the long-term stuff. But any of that, those are good places to start. And before you know it, you'll have weeks and months of food, and you'll have people knocking on your door when the apocalypse hits.
You can tell them no.
You can, but I don't want, like that's a challenge. Like that's something that I struggle with, because I met a guy and I like this guy, and we were talking about some prepping, and he goes, "Well, I got a bunch of ammo. I'll just go take it." I'm thinking that's really not the right mentality, because if you try to take it from the wrong person, that you may eat those words. But you don't want to do that. Like, there's no reason to have to take from somebody else. We almost like prep for our family too. Like we don't have tons of excess, but like if someone knocks on our door, we have things in small bags. Here's 8 cups of rice and 8 cups of beans, or 4 cups of beans, and like this will get you through for a week. Here's something. Don't come back. I'm just kidding. But like there is the point of being able to share and not just say, no, I'm going to hold you at gunpoint, not let you take any of my food. That's not what I want to be.
Right. You don't really want to be in that situation. This is
I'd much rather share just a little bit.
Right. Yeah, you can have the rice and beans, the stuff that I didn't really want anyways.
Right. The canned goods I'm keeping, or the cans, veggies from the garden, we're keeping those, but I'll give you some.
Right. And the thing about, like you said, the rice and beans are a little bit more advanced. And the reason for that is if you can't get through the first week or two, you don't need to even worry about a year down the road or 5 or 10. Like, what about tomorrow?
Right.
If you couldn't go to the store today or tomorrow, what are you going to do?
Yep. And then that's, buy 2 instead of 1. And again, before you know it, you've got, instead of only 2 weeks of food in your house, you've got 4 weeks of food in your house. And it doesn't take, and in reality, if you think about it, if you were to implement that principle, you would have 4 weeks of stored food in a matter of a couple of weeks,
mm-hmm.
a month. And it's really not, for some people, it would be a stretch, because some people are more strapped financially, especially these days with inflation like it is. But that's a good place to start. And if you want to start cheap, put something in the ground. It's kind of late right now. It's August, but you can do fall gardens. You can grow greens through the winter. It's a way to supplement the rice and beans.
And if you want to cheat, like if you want a shortcut, because people are all about shortcuts,
mm-hmm.
help your neighbor with their garden.
Yeah.
They'll probably let you take home a plastic bag full of whatever.
That actually is a very, very good idea. If you can, find a neighbor that gardens or a friend that gardens and help them. I had so many people say, well, I live in an apartment. I can't have a garden. What do you do? Well, you can patio garden, you can container garden, but find a friend or a family member that has a house and a yard. Garden at their house. Come over.
Community gardens are big too.
Yep. Start one. Find you a church or a community center.
Yeah.
And a lot of those places are school, and say like, hey, can we come set up a community garden? And those are good and easy ways to get into gardening if you live inside a city or an apartment and you don't have a yard.
Right.
That's I hear that a lot, and which what I want to say is get out of the city, but
Right.
that's not practical for everyone.
What they need to do, which is more practical, is stop making excuses. If you really look, if you want to do it, just find a way to start doing it. If you don't want to do it, just say you don't want to do it and stop making excuses.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
That's fine.
You're right. If you really want to do it. Now, I get that there are obstacles to overcome, but if you really want to do something, you'll find a way to do it.
Yep. Just be honest. It's fine. You don't have to like tomatoes and grow them. If you want to not do it at all, but when when stuff gets getting hard, you can't complain about it either. So
don't knock on my door. Yeah.
Remember when I told you should start a garden? You said no, that's hard and stupid because I can just go to the store and get a tomato for $2 instead of growing it for 6 weeks or however long a tomato takes. I don't even know. Seems like forever. Well, so I had a post on social media a while back. It was someone was buying 2 big beef tomatoes, and it was something I don't know, $15 or $8, I don't know, for two tomatoes. And I was like,
big tomatoes, wow.
And I was like, homesteading doesn't seem so dumb now, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So that reminds me of one thing. People always talk about, oh, you get free eggs.
Not really.
No, those are the most expensive eggs I've ever had.
But they're also the best, so
they
it's
really
okay.
are. And again, I know.
So good, I'll eat them raw.
I'm gonna have to work myself up to that one. I am.
You know what? When I come visit you, we'll have a raw egg together.
Yeah. On second thought,
we're gonna be out of town whenever you said you're gonna be by.
That's yeah. Yeah. They are expensive eggs, but they are good. And again, I know what's in them. I know what my chickens are fed. I know it's in my food that we grow, and we don't put any chemicals on it. And I don't know, it just feels good. It feels good to be able to be somewhat self-sufficient. And I think that is how we offset the supply chain crisis, the food supply chain crisis is people are going to have to start growing their own, even if it's just a few tomato plants, even if it's just a cucumber vine, even if it's anything. I've had so many people on TikTok this year that have said, I grew my first garden this year because I watched your video.
Damn, that's gotta feel good.
That means more to me than anything that someone can say out there, because that is what we have to be doing. And that is you're growing something, you're stepping out and doing something that you don't know how to do. You're stepping out on a limb, but then you're getting the reward of, I grew something. And to see the look on their face and the pride that they have. And hey, I grew this. This is my first year in a garden. There's one lady that she'll post stuff on Instagram, and it's tomatoes and cucumbers and like squash and zucchini, like baskets full. And she's like, I've never gardened before. And I'm like, look at you go. Like, she's so happy about it. And I love seeing that. Like, that is the most rewarding thing, to know that there's some people out there that are encouraged enough to grow their own food, to step out and do something that they've never done before.
And that someone you inspired them to start, and then continued to encourage them personally,
yep.
To make that comment, proud of you. That's awesome. Keep going.
And then they are going to inspire someone else, and it's the trickle out effect. And I think we're on the right path in that regard with people. And as we mentioned earlier, the kind of coming back to a homesteading, prepping is kind of coming back in style, if you will. It died in the 70s and the 80s with the microwave.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note about microwaves for a second.
I'm oversimplifying that, but that's what gets stuck in my mind is it's the microwave killed homesteading.
Okay.
We use our microwave a lot. So.
Okay. I'm glad you answered, because I was like, do you not use a microwave? Because I know a lot of people don't. But we can get into that. We should probably wrap up. I have chores to finish before I go to bed, and it's late for you too.
Well, what time is it where you are?
9:30.
Okay, so it's 10:30 here.
Yeah.
Hey, we should do this again. Like I've enjoyed it.
Same.
If you ever want to hop on and do a live TikTok hour, I don't know if you ever.
We could.
And basically just the same format. Let's just talk about homesteading and prepping. And I think I've joined in some of those, and it's fun to watch. And then people can interact too. So those are always fun too. So
yeah, it's like Twitter Spaces. I've done one or two like Twitter Spaces, but that's just audio. It's not video at all. So okay. I've never done a TikTok live. I could try one. That would be cool.
I've done a couple of them. It's difficult when it's just you, because you are.
Oh yeah, it sucks. I hate that.
You are the only one talking.
Anything.
But if there's two people, I think it's you carry on a conversation and people can chime in and ask questions, and it's absolutely a good format.
I thought about how I could turn this into a TikTok live, like while we did it, and I was like, I don't have time to figure that out right now. So maybe another time.
You could do it. I mean, hey, look, let's try one. Let's try one day just to see how it goes.
Sure. I have notes of stuff that we could talk about, stuff that we didn't get to. So
love it. Love it.
So is there anything that you want to wrap up on?
Yeah, I think kind of the what you just wrapped up with what would you tell people on how to get started? I mean, like I think that really is a good wrap up is start small with prepping and gardening and homesteading, and start with whatever you have and whatever you can. It's important to be prepared, not to be terrified or what's the word? Like scared that like something's going to come down and everything's going to collapse. And I mean, like, there's no point in that, but just have a little preparedness, have a little backup.
Frozen by fear. Yeah.
What's that?
Frozen by fear.
Yeah, absolutely. Just do something. It doesn't have to be a lot. Just do something. And, I think we'll be all right. And keep spreading the word. People look at you and think, oh, you're crazy. And then what was in the description that we're something about we're not proud to be labeled preppers. I don't remember what it said, but it was.
It's not a dirty word.
Yeah, well, there was something that you had read off. It was whatever I had filled out. I can't remember what I even wrote, but
embrace the label of preppers.
Yeah, embrace the label of prepper. People look at you like you're a kook, but are you really? I don't know. I think it's kind of the other way around. If you're not prepared, your head's in the sand.
And you know what? I don't try to talk. Like, if people get it, they get it, and if they don't get it, then they don't get it, and I'll just move on.
Right.
It's just not worth wasting breath. Like,
I will say that my family, like over the years, they've seen a little bit of it, and like they have started to slowly come around and embrace the idea of maybe we should garden, maybe we should have some backup food. Like they're starting to kind of see it. Like, well, maybe Jeremy's not crazy. Maybe there is something.
I mean, he's still crazy, but
maybe he's not as crazy, or maybe just we're crazy with him. I don't know.
We're crazy for not doing this.
Well, man, I appreciate this. I've had a good time. 2 hours.
Yeah, same, man. Me too. Go ahead and plug your stuff.
Yeah. So I'm on TikTok. I created my TikTok channel as just a joke, and it turned into a prepping and homesteading channel with, I think, around like 123,000 right now followers. I set up an Instagram. I know. Hey, look, my son, my son, he goes, one day we were talking about it, and I didn't even tell him that I had it. I was just doing it. I didn't even tell my wife. I just did it. I was going to do it. And then it turned into something. And I was like, oh, hey, by the way. She's like, what?
Who are you?
Right. My son, he was like, you have a TikTok channel? I do. And he goes, well, how many followers you have? At the time, it was like 75,000. What? You got? I know, buddy. I know. I don't get it either, but here we are.
How old is he?
He turns 9 next week.
Okay.
Or
Nice.
2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, I'm blown away. The following has been insane. It's been humbling. It's been fun. And the fact that many people care anything about what I have to say blows my mind.
Right.
But I'll take it and I'll run with it and I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I have tried to steer away from some of the more controversial things because I've gotten a few check marks and TikTok's very quick to throw those at you. So I've tried to be careful. I did go and set up an Instagram account too, so that if I get banned from TikTok, if I get banned, I'll come back again. But so it's at Do We Like Donuts on TikTok and on Instagram, and I've got a website coming soon. It's not there yet, but it will be in the future. That's all things prepping and homesteading and gardening, kind of along those lines. A free informational kind of thing, but that's down the road. But for now, I'm on TikTok and Instagram.
Awesome, dude. I'll have links to both of those in the show notes. And
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you being here and spending so much time with me. This has been a lot of fun. I'm definitely
I've enjoyed it. It's been
do a live TikTok sometime.
We should. And I knew that I would enjoy this coming in, but it's been a lot more fun than I expected it to be. So thanks.
Same. Yeah, I was showing my wife just a couple of TikTok videos of yours last night, and I showed her the deer feeder one, and she's like, "Why are we not doing this?"
It was a moment.
Deer feeders are kind of expensive.
But they can be. But the one that I've got's like $88. I bought mine at Academy for $88.
Well, I'm not going to tell her that. She'll kill me for not doing it earlier.
But like, it was a light bulb moment one day, and I don't even know how I came about it. And I'm sure other people have done it, just like the raised garden beds. I'm sure somebody else has done it. I've just never seen it. But we were walking through Academy one day, and I was like, well, there's deer feeders. Why can't I put chicken feed in that? And here we are. And I feed the chickens once every 2 or 3 weeks.
Nice.
Saves so much time. Automatic watering too.
That's another something I'm gonna have to crack. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, well, you're in Montana. You got colder weather than I've got.
But through the summer, when you go through more water,
true,
wouldn't be that.
55-gallon drums and these little chicken cups that I've got, the little watering cups, and PVC.
Yeah.
That's all mine is, but it works. It works for what I've got.
I'm gonna come up with something. I'm just gonna have to stop thinking about how am I gonna do this and just do something.
Just do something.
So, but yeah, dude, we'll keep in touch, and thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, and most importantly, share this video. You can check us out on Fountain FM podcast player, or one of those lesser podcast players. Check it out, fountain.fm, if you want to download it. Check out our website, farmhoplife.com. You can sign up for an email list or Telegram channel there to be notified when new videos, interviews, and podcasts are available. We are on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, MeWe, and Float. Email me anytime, matt@farmhoplife.com. You can check out our 20 by 23 program. We're going to visit 20 homesteads in the year 2023. farmhoplife.com/20x23. And I'm always looking for new people to interview. If you want to come on to talk about homesteading, farming, food security, homeschooling, regenerative agriculture, alternative building methods, or something else, pitch me an idea. Go to farmhoplife.com/guest. Go feed yourself.
Inside of the city, the people are crazy, out of their minds, they ain't got a clue. We gone away, headed west for Montana, left family and friends, all I got now is you. We both got new jobs, a house and a homestead, thinking this was the life, all that there'd be. After our firstborn, you had to stay home. That's when the work got in the way for me. Well, I started message, and there will be.
So, Robin from the Holstein House podcast, she reached out to me earlier this year, and what was really cool was, okay, one of the highlights of my year this year was getting my wife, my beautiful wife Becky, involved in everything that we do. And, you know, going to the LFTN spring workshop really brought everything to the forefront for her. And she's become my partner in the podcasting. She's been on maybe 8 or 10 times, and she wants to start doing something very regular with me. So imagine my surprise or my excitement when Robin reached out and she basically, you know, hey, Tim, I'm not sure if you'd be interested, but I'd love to have you on the show. And I'd really love to have Mrs. Toolman come on so that we can discuss things like tools for women and gear for women and that sort of thing. Well, I was excited, Becky was excited, and it was an absolute pleasure to chat with Robin. We had a great time. I loved being on her podcast. We shared a ton of stories. We went really long on that episode, and we had just a ball. She ended up sending us a cookbook afterwards. She does I believe it's like a bed and breakfast, or anyway, I don't want to spoil what she does. I'm sure she'll explain it in her podcast, but she's just a really inspirational lady and a real joy to chat with. So with that, let's dive in to the content Robin sent me. She did something specific just for this, so I hope you enjoy.
Welcome to this special edition of the Holstein House podcast. This is Robin Holstein, your host, and the owner and proprietor of Holstein House Bed and Breakfast. I was really excited to be offered a part in the workshop special programming today. I've learned a lot about tools, certain brands, and content creation through Tim's YouTube channel. My inaugural episode was posted on October the 15th of this year. I'm still growing my podcast and my YouTube page, and I hope you'll subscribe to both. Now, if you find yourself traveling to or through West Virginia along Interstate 6477, also known as the West Virginia Turnpike, consider staying at Holstein House. You can find out more at my website, robinholstein.com. Now, this special edition includes clips of my interviews with Lisa Hayes Miney, an award-winning West Virginia writer and author, and toolman Tim himself and wife Becky. And then I close with the story of my friend Diane and her struggles with liver disease and how you can help. So, buckle in, my friend, and let's get started. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes alike. I am the West Virginia woman, Robin Holstein of robinholstein.com and Holstein House, where my guests get a good night's sleep at a fair rate plus breakfast. I've been keeping house since I was 17 years old, balancing the budget and paying the bills as an Army wife on the salary of a PFC stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, and as a single mother of 2 back home in West Virginia. Things have changed a lot since then, but I haven't forgotten what it was like. This podcast looks at society and cultural issues affecting families in West Virginia and in the United States. From food preparation and storage, gardening, home repairs, current events, and more, we'll go round the table and back in 60 minutes or less. So let's hang out and talk a while. I've known Lisa Hayes Miney for over 20 years. I'm not sure how I found her page, West Virginia Cottages, but I reached out to her for advertising. I was building a website for my husband's band, Rockin' Horse, and wanted to promote them with an advertisement. Lisa knew full well that the Southern rock band from West Virginia wasn't a cottage industry, but she allowed limited promotion. Then over the years, things changed, and we changed with them, but Lisa and I have remained in contact since at least 1999. She is probably the most diverse and accomplished woman I know. She imagined, created, and published, then distributed the most popular free magazine focusing on local culture and activities in West Virginia for over 10 years. She and her husband printed 18,000 copies and distributed them within 18 West Virginia counties. They had over 100 subscriptions mailed out every month, covering 16 different states. And they experienced less than a 1% unread rate, or copies that were not distributed, all while staying true to her calling as a writer and author. She has reimagined and recreated herself successfully multiple times, and she's received several awards in the process. This is the second and final part of my interview with Lisa.
My first community event. Apparently, this is
Yeah,
a week for a month for first
for
or something.
first, yeah.
I felt I did pretty well. I did sell. I have multiple books. My two main books that I promote is Life in the Slow Lane, and that is where I went through 10 years of my writing in Two Lane Living magazine, and I picked my favorites. And I'm not the only columnist that did that. Sherry Brake has done that. Max Samples has done that. I've got some people that are working on theirs now. Russ Richardson started with his columns and has he's working now on a trilogy of his life in the forest. So that's a revisit of my favorite Two Lane Living columns, and that one did very well at the sale. There were a lot of people that wanted to do that for Christmas gifts because they remember the magazine fondly, and have folks who maybe missed the magazine or never saw it or whatever. The other book that I have, which is dear to my heart, I self-published through Lulu, and it's a little pocket book. I should have had them ready for you, but it's like this big. Okay, so it's like this big. It literally will fit in your back pocket. And there are just a few essays in there. These essays were part of my thesis work, my master's degree work, and they had been accepted to online literary magazines, but they're so dear to my heart. And during my MFA and my graduate work, I was focusing on empathy. How do you create empathy for dark characters? How do you create empathy in your reader's mind? How do you cover difficult topics with empathy? So the name of my little pocket book is just simply called Essays on Empathy. You can go to my lhaysmini.net website, or you can go to Lulu and type my name in. And Life in the Slow Lane is available on Barnes and Noble. It's available on Amazon. Of course, I get very little money if they are sold that route.
Amazon
I make
is
good
a
money
nightmare these days.
I make more money if they're sold from Lulu. But my little pocket book is a size that Barnes and Noble and Amazon won't accept.
Oh.
So it doesn't have an ISBN number. It's just a little pocket book that you can only get through me personally or through Lulu or my website. I like that size, and there's a little publication called Creative. It's put out by Creative Nonfiction Magazine, and it's one little essay that comes in a pocket book. It was suspended during COVID and the pandemic. It's going to come back out, but I loved that because I could stick it in my little pocket in my purse. I could stick it in my back pocket, and it was more mobile than, and my purse is not big enough for a regular size book. It only has but I always have to have reading material with me.
Mine's big enough for a regular size encyclopedia set.
Oh my gosh, no, I can't
I
do
have
that.
a bag. I don't have a purse. I have a bag. I carry it.
So I do, I have written other books. I've written other books about spirituality. I have a book. Um, it's a little trippy. It's about reading people's minds, but all of that is science. It's not magic. It's science, right? It's nonverbal communication. It's
Right.
micro expressions. It's, what generation are they? What year were they born? That kind of stuff. So it's presented as
It,
like how to be psychic,
yeah, kind of
but it
Sherlock
really
Holmes.
is. Yeah, it really is. I call it simply psychic.
Mm.
Um, but maybe I should have named it scientifically psychic or something like that. And that was something that I did. Originally, what I did when I worked at Hampton Ridge Magic, and here we go all the way back to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
When I worked for them, magic books were the magic trick books that were available in the late 90s were from mimeograph.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I mean, okay, for
Yeah.
you youngins, go Google it,
Oh yeah.
So
I don't even know if Google goes back that far.
the other thing, right. So even then, I was taking things that were no longer copyrighted or with permission, and we were taking these old black and white plastic spiral bound mimeographed books and updating them and turning them into modern presentation, full color cover, nice font type thing. And when they moved to Chicago, I didn't get rid of my files. I still had my files. And of course, when that book, it was originally called Pyrotechnics or Psychotechnics, or so, I don't even remember. But when that was originally written, micro expressions weren't a commonly known thing. Part of nonverbal communication requires empathy. You have to be able to look at a person and read them as well as hear them. So some of them, that one was just for fun. We were in quarantine. I was sorting through my file cabinets. I came across that one and I was like, ooh, I bet that could be updated and brought to newfangled. Because again, like even if you wanted to be presenting as a psychic and you wanted to market yourself as a psychic, it was like go hang doorknob tags on their doors.
Yeah.
It was
Guerrilla
so
marketing.
pre-internet that it was just it was so outdated. I really just wanted to bring that one up to date. So again, I have multiple books, but the two that I think are most appropriate for a wide audience is Life in the Slow Lane, and then my little essays on empathy. That little pocket book. I just love that little book. And I should probably redo the cover because all my covers were created with a cover designer that Lulu provides.
Okay.
But they recently updated their cover designer. But I've been using Lulu, oh wow, since possibly since you and I first encountered each other. My first book that I did on there.
I remember reading about Lulu back in the early 2000s, and I did a book on Think Outside the Office, and I went with Outskirt Press at the time, and instead of Lulu. So I think they're still out there, but I've never done anything like that since.
My first book that I did with Lulu, again, I have to redo it now. It's been up there so old and I've taken it down. It was a picture book for Audra State Park. Frank and I used to go to Audra State Park all the time, and we would go winter, spring, summer, fall. Audra is the first to open up in the season and the last to close. campground wise, but you can again still go hike there or whatever in the winter. So
Mhm.
between the two of us, we had several floppy disks full of photography that we had taken on our visits to Audra State Park. And I love Audra. It's so beautiful there. Um, and so, I mean, years ago, I'm thinking probably early 2000s,
Mhm.
I did a photo book of Audra State Park. And that's probably the first one that I did through Lulu. Now, the very first book I published in 6th grade. I typed it up on my mother's manual typewriter on onion skin paper,
Yes, I know.
and I illustrated it myself with pencils and crayons. I sewed the binding on my mother's sewing machine, and I made a cardboard cover that I covered with feed sack fabric, um, red feed sack fabric with white polka dots, and then I took stencils and put the title on the front. So, I mean, you know, I've just been doing what I do
Yeah,
since I was a kid.
since you were a
And
good
now
walk.
I've got like, 9 typewriters in my house that I'm doing, typewriter
I will
poetry and all that kind of other stuff.
on a little dog leg or rabbit hole or rabbit trail or whatever you call it at this point. I will blame you for several little um several
And
little
back at you.
inventions.
I already know.
Yeah. Because you did the thing with the typewriters. I'm like, oh my God, I love those typewriters. So I have like three. I didn't nowhere near like you do, but we have three. And we have one that was my husband's father's when he was in high school, but
Oh, nice.
it's like a 1918, 1920 typewriter. But when my father-in-law was in high school, he bought it used. So it wasn't like new in the family. And we took it
Right.
to, I want to say Cincinnati, to a guy out in Cincinnati, and had it as refurbished as could be done with it. It was in pretty rough shape, but um, and so we've got it out on a table on a little um, area that I have some other period things like that in the here in the breakfast room, and then I have a couple of manuals downstairs that the husband doesn't know about that I got, and they come in when he wasn't here. He was out of state at different times, and they come in. And then there's something else. Like there was a couple other uh, little hobbies I dived in for short periods of time because I'm like, look what Lisa's doing. Oh, I want to do that, you know. So,
Well,
and
you've done the
actually,
same thing
Substack's
to
one of them.
me.
Substack's one of them. I thought,
Well,
what is Substack?
that
What is
was
that? Oh, I got to know what this is. So, yeah.
I had to see that too, and I think it was what is it? Black by God. Crystal Good does her Black by God magazine on
Mm,
Substack. I think originally she did, and then I think quarterly she does a print version of it. But
mhm.
there are several West Virginia endeavors happening on Substack. Ones that I follow that are either citizens journalism, or I follow one that she talks about dealing with um, your own insecurities,
Mhm.
or the imposter syndrome or things like
Right.
that. So again, I simply saw other people doing it, and I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, what Substack? Because
Yeah.
again, I love
Yeah.
WordPress. Started
Yeah.
designing on front page,
I
but
use
then,
front
and I
page a
love
little,
WordPress,
not
but
much.
Substack makes it so
They
easy,
do, and the
so
shame
easy.
of it is that I've got I've got the personal website, and I've got to put up the. I've been using a subdomain on my website for direct books for the B&B, but I need to off that onto its own, and I've got the domain. I just haven't built the site yet. But the the sad part about that is as you build your website to have your blog to drive the traffic to your website to for all of that, and when you're doing Substack, you're absolutely, you've got people far and away from and then you try to drive them back to you. And so I love the idea of Substack. It really is that simple. But and it beats having to log in behind and trying to upload a blog post and all that nonsense. But it takes you away from, you know. So I can publish all this stuff and set it up to be published on Substack, which really I should be putting on my own website blog. You know,
I get that. I think about that too, because the purpose of all of it is really to, typical marketing is to funnel people to your website.
Right.
Now, I have the same issue with social media. I
Yeah.
don't want people following my personal Facebook profile. I want them to follow my author profile, but my
Right.
author profile is there to send them to either my Substack or my website. But I believe, and again, this is my personal preference. I like receiving things in my email that I can leave in that inbox and access whenever I have time or
Right.
inclination or mindset. Now on social media, if you don't check it every day, or if you might miss something, or you might, if you saw it today, Facebook makes it hard to go back and find it 5 days from now because you already
some of the
saw
big
it
ones,
and they don't
yes.
show it.
If you don't save it for watch later and then have that big list. Yeah, some of the big social media are just getting too big for their britches. I mean, they're just what started out as great fun ways to connect or reconnect and to share stuff is now become a place where you're hesitant to even tell somebody you disagree with them. So
Right.
It's just getting crazy. And I don't have so much going on over at YouTube that I worry about it, but I'm seeing people get, and I'm not monetized there anyway. I don't have enough of anything to do but I'm seeing people get, demonetized, or they're getting, slowed down and hidden and stuff because they have a different opinion of something. And I see this, whatever it has become, it's getting ready to crumble back down on itself. And I don't know where people go from there to stay connected, because we're so personally, human to human, disconnected now. It's all about, if you're sitting here playing on your phone, it's all about, sitting in Wayne and I will be sitting in the living room watching, well, we're not really watching television, but the television's on, the dogs are asleep, and he's over here doing this on his phone, and I'm over here doing this on my phone. And I might say, oh, it's going to rain tomorrow. Yeah, I got to get whatever done. But we've lost that. And I don't know. I don't know what's about to happen, but it can't be good. And I don't mean like revolution. I don't mean anything like that. But as far as society, we don't talk to each other. We don't look people in the eye anymore. We don't know how to have conversation anymore. Next up, we have my interview with Toolman Tim himself and his wife Becky. I have to tell you, that interview was a fun 2 hours, and it was hard to be able to find something to trim out from it. I hope you enjoy it. Really, it says ready to go live? Now it says live.
Oh,
just came up. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we were live. That's crazy. Hey guys, we've been talking. I didn't even see that.
That might be part of the problem. And I'm not going to see that. That's user error. That's just where I'm just not.
We had a great conversation. So.
Yes, we did. It's a shame they missed it. Now we got to go. It's over. No, it's not. But I won't subject everybody to that music again. That's all right. I'll put it back in later, because I know you can split the audio off, and that's the podcast intro. So that's neither here nor there. So, oh my gosh, let's see. Anyone out there? That's funny. See, these are all your people.
They're always around. Love them.
I did get into your Telegram.
Yes. Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, great to have you.
Oh my gosh, I popped it open a little while ago. It was like 74 things. I can't keep up with all of that.
That's our in ours. You should see the survival podcast one. I won't go in for
Oh.
2 days, and there'll be 2,000 messages. I'm like, nah, it's good.
And
I'll
see, I
check
don't.
it.
I have zero of the notifications turned on any of my social media just because
Yep.
it would blow my phone up all day long. So even no more than I'm on stuff, and I'm on all kinds of them. Some of the bigger older ones, and then a few of the newer ones I've got accounts with, but I don't do a whole lot with yet. I'm not sure that's where I need to be on all of them, although I have an account set up. But so let's do this. I know that that my friends know me and your friends know you, but my friends don't know either of you. And so if you'll both introduce yourself a little bit for a couple minutes, tell us a little bit about what you do, what you don't do.
Sure. Well, she's going to do all the talking tonight. So no, I'm just kidding. That would
That's
put her right on.
fine. That's fine.
I know. So I'm Tim Cook, otherwise known as Toolman Tim, on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, the podcast feed, whatever, So you might have seen my ugly mug talking about generators or DeWalt tools at some point. I'm on the Expert Council of Survival podcast, and we talk about preparedness, reparedness, all of that jazz. And this is my beautiful wife Becky next to me. She joins me on occasion on the podcast. Hey, babe.
Yep.
She got me out of a jam a couple of weeks ago. We had a very last minute guest cancellation. So she came on and we talked about Christmas. So
I listened to that. I did.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I was glad for that
we
one.
planned that in about a half an hour. That was about all we had. I was like, it's either I don't go or I go. And I'm definitely committed to my Sunday night live beyond anything else. So,
Well, you have to be, and that's a challenge for me, is trying to find the spots where it's going to work regularly.
Yep.
So, but Becky, tell us some about you.
Well, a little bit. Well, we've been married forever,
Yep.
I guess you could say. We've got 5 kids. They're 25, 23, 21, and then we have 12-year-old twins. And I own a daycare with my sister that we opened up, actually going on almost
2.5.
almost 3 years ago.
Right in the middle of COVID.
Right in the middle of COVID. So her and I were entrepreneurs, and we just I work every day at the daycare and come home, and I help him with his business and with the more, well, I wouldn't say so much of a handyman thing now. Between October and March, it's just basically snow
and property
management. There's really no time for any handyman because, like, since beginning part of November, I don't think the snow has stopped. It's just ridiculous. But that's pretty much about it. Yeah, like
we've had about 2 feet of snow so far this year.
Yeah.
This morning I got up, it was minus 31, and for those who want it in freedom units, that is basically minus 31, because at minus 40 they meet. So it was, I don't care, when you get that far down in the minuses, it's friggin' cold.
It was.
Yeah, that's just dumb. Why does anybody want to live in that? I don't know.
Make good money with snow. So that's
and
fine.
you guys are in Alberta, yeah?
Oh, yes. Yeah. So what some of my preparedness friends call northern North Dakota. That's where we are. So, which is actually Alberta, Canada. And we just bought 10 acres outside of Camden, Tennessee. So that is our away property, so.
Make a little vacation, a little down south, because that's in the United States, that's considered down south. It's not the deep south, but it's down south.
I don't think I'd want to go deep south.
It's south enough for us.
Yeah,
and
south enough for me. Yeah.
We have so many like-minded friends in that area. We're really excited. I would say at some point,
we can't live down there because Canada has this thing. If you're gone for 6 months, then you basically lose everything, like all your pensions and everything like that. So, and then of course, then it's a hassle with healthcare and everything, because where we have the healthcare up here, they take away your health card and everything, and I'm like, we can't lose that.
No.
So basically, be down for like 5 months and 28 days or something.
Yeah,
and we'll come back up.
half a year minus 1 day. Is what we can
there's something like that in the U.S. and it may be worldwide for the more developed nations. I'm not sure, but a friend of my father, he goes to Asia, and he lives down in there for X amount of time, but he has to come back every so often and stay for a period of time, and then before he can go back, or his citizenship is in jeopardy and stuff. I don't know.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, no, as much as we'd love to live down in the States, we've basically worked since we were like 18.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll be darned, that government's not taking my pension from me.
So true.
Well, and I'm not trying to jinx you or not trying to discourage you, but it is a different lifestyle. And once you're down here for a while, you might not be, it might not be your cup of tea. So, but
well, our big thing is it's a vacation property until it needs to be more than a vacation property.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Well, and plus a vacation property for our family and friends too, if they want to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to get away from all of that snow. I just, my mother's sister lived in Cleveland for most of her adult life. And, just they would get that lake effect. And of course they would probably not as much snow as you guys get, but it's just a tremendous amount of snow every year. And I just, my bones hurt when it snows and it gets that cold. And I'm okay where I'm at. It gets cold. I mean, bitter cold, maybe a total of 2 weeks, not necessarily in a row, but
well, believe it or not, though, when you're living near the lakes, because I grew up in Ontario, which was right across from Port Huron, Michigan, they can get like minus actually feels colder than it does out here. Because it's more of a wet cold, and so it goes right to your bones.
Yeah.
Here it's a dry cold. You could be outside and you're like, oh, it's cold, but as soon as you go in, you warm up. But with that wet cold, you don't warm up as easy as you do out here.
Yeah, and they get way more snow than we do. Yeah. That lake effect, we this is odd for us to have 2 feet this time of year. So it's because it's so dry. We're kind of I wouldn't call it a desert climate, but pretty damn close,
Yeah.
And so we don't get a ton of moisture. We've actually been in a drought for I don't know, a couple of years now, so anytime we get snow, it helps, but we don't get the precipitation that the coasts get for sure.
Yeah.
But it's, so.
No, I listen.
You go ahead. I think we have a delay there. Sorry, Robin.
Yeah. I just, maybe a little bit. I listen, I have a, see if it's here. It's on the charge, but I'll unplug it because the cord's. It's a Bluetooth headband.
Oh, cool!
And it's got speakers in them. Amazon, Amazon's got everything. And what I do is I'll wear this all the time, and it's paired up with my Kindle and my phone, but mostly I listen to the YouTubes on the Kindle.
Okay.
And it'll be, it's got a pretty good range. I can pretty much do whatever I need to through the house and not lose the signal from it. And so I'll stream yours, and I'll stream Jack's, and I'll stream John, and I'll stream Nicole, and I'll stream a bunch of other ones like all day. And I'm just like you do audiobooks, and I'm just listening to them while I'm doing all my stuff. And so I've probably caught up on everybody in the few months that I've been listening, probably years worth of stuff, and the Bonds, and I was trying to think of who else.
Billy is so good. I just got turned on to Billy maybe 6 months ago, and he is that is one smart. Well, him and his son, so good. So I could listen to him. When I first heard him talk, I'm like, he has a voice for radio,
and he's had radio
exactly. He was an AM talk radio guy, and I think that's why him and I got along so well, because there's just something I always loved. Talk radio. Spent years as a kid listening to it, and probably listening to stuff I didn't even understand, but I just always had talk radio on in the background, and always enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'm a little older than you are, and back in the day when I was young, I had a little transistor, and I could pick up WLS out of Chicago,
nice.
And I'd listen to at night, when it's all that signal travels so much further, and I'd listen to it. But I did. It was just once a week, but it was about 4 months of local AM talk back in. Oh shoot! I want to say 2005, 2004, nice. 2005. one of our local school board officials was running for reelection, and he had a regular spot on the local show. And so when they're actively campaigning, running for election, they can't
Sure, that
be
makes sense.
on that show. So the guy that was it was his talk show, and the school board guy was the co-host, and so he was looking for somebody, and we had some mutual friends, and we were all out and run into each other, and he said, "You want to do it?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know."
That would be fun.
I don't know, but it was very interesting to be in the studio and to see how things were working. And I did get paid, so technically, I guess I was a professional, but it was very interesting to see what was happening, because when you just have the radio on, you don't see all the stuff behind the scenes, and it's not like television, because you can't see the DJs and the announcers and the program managers and all that stuff. And so it was very interesting to do that. Plus I got paid for it. Plus I was taking vacation time off of my regular job. So I was getting paid twice.
Double dip, right on.
For 3 hours a week. So it was really interesting. Met a lot of interesting people, had a lot of, heated debate. Yeah. Cause it was a very political show. So AM radio tends to be that down here. So
yes, it does. Yeah, it's up here too. So.
And I'm very opinionated on many things, and not afraid to tell people that. But yeah, it was fun. Like I said, I did that from mid-January to the first part of May. So it was nice. It was a blast. Well, so now that we've got all that out of the way, part of the reason that I asked you to do this was to talk a little bit about some of the basic tools and I'm focusing on from the female perspective, obviously. I know some guys have this ingrained, because you're guys, and you grow up knowing all this stuff or hearing all this stuff, and it comes second nature. And, for some of us females, it doesn't. I was in the split. My dad didn't see, girls didn't learn all of this stuff, but a few years after, I got grown, then it was all, girls were being taught all this stuff and going to shop class and all that stuff. So I was kind of in that transition period, but I wanted to ask you for some of your thoughts about what tools women need to have in the home to take care of some, minor emergency things that may arise, especially through the winter time, and also in their vehicles. And then I think I mentioned to you that I would be interested in getting Becky's opinion as to whether she thinks there's something different that you might need, because, we do things differently sometimes. And while, putting a picture on the wall with a hammer is kind of generic, everybody needs a hammer and a nail to put a picture on the wall. Maybe there's something else that we might handle differently.
We got something we use that is way better than a hammer and nail. So I'll save that for the end, but we do.
High heel shoes is probably it.
No, I'll tell you, it's good though. But so let me start with, we have 5 kids, 4 of whom are girls. Our first one is a boy, Mackenzie, and the next 4, Olivia, Grace, Charlotte, and Alice, all girls. And we have done our damnedest to make sure that they are independent. So Olivia, as soon as she started driving, I had her out changing her tires, learning a bit about changing oil. Probably give her a little too much confidence, because she's got herself in over her head a few times, but I'd rather go that way than the opposite, right? Grace, love her. She just, a tool's never scared her, has it? She just loves it. So when I'm going to give a confession here. So, I'm a DeWalt person, but when I first really got into DeWalt, I had a Milwaukee drill set. And so Gracie inherited my Milwaukee drill. She uses it all the time. She is so good with that. And the younger ones, we're going to
they're coming along.
They're coming along. So, but I don't know. Have you ever heard of pink tax? So basically what it is that products for women cost on average 7% more. Yeah.
Yes.
So
okay, yes.
Here's my thing. I used to work at what we call Home Hardware up here. It's a big hardware store. And there would always be, it was usually for breast cancer or something, there would always be something bright pink, whether it was a hammer or a multi-bit screwdriver that was positioned for women, and it was always a piece of junk. Always, to me it looked like they just used it as an excuse. They painted some piece of crap they couldn't sell pink, and they said, here, it's for women. So my thing is, I give a lot of thought to this week, put some notes together, but my big thing was, for the most part, a basic home toolbox for anybody, whether it's a man or a woman or somebody just moving out, the basics are about the same. Some things change, if you have smaller hands or, whatever, whether it's a smaller man or a smaller woman, whatever, you might want a lighter hammer, that kind of stuff. But overall, I would say that the basics are about the same. What do you think, baby?
Nope, they are. Now I find, well, going back to the girls.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, it was myself, then my brother, then my younger sister, and there's like a 4.5-year gap between my brother and myself. And when I met Tim, I knew more about vehicles than he did.
Absolutely.
Because my dad taught me everything, and I think a lot of it was because he just didn't want me calling him every day about something. And right from when I was 7, 8 years old, I was in the garage with him, helping put motors in, changing tires, using tools, using all kinds of that stuff. And I grew up when we had our first daughter, I was like, okay, no, my girls are going to know how to do everything.
Yep.
And even without tools, like Olivia, you could put her in the middle of the woods. She knows how to butcher a pig. She knows how to butcher chickens. She'd be the one that definitely would survive in the woods longer than our son would.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think our son would just crawl up in a ball and start crying. But
where's my Gatorade?
Yeah, where's my Gatorade and my Xbox? But but like all our girls, we want them to be independent. But with the tools, I do find, like with the basics, like for example, with Tim's hammer, I can't use his hammer.
Right, because it's a big ass old 20-ounce hammer,
and it's too heavy for me. And I find even trying to hit it, like I can't even get the strength to hit it, and so like I have to use the smaller hammers. But I find the fiberglass ones are a lot nicer.
No vibration.
There's no vibration because like with the issues, like you get the cramping in your hands, and but I find the wood one just kills your fingers. And most women always, I don't know, when they get about my age, they always have issues with your hands. It's I don't know if it's a thing, like, and of course the cold makes it worse. And and of course when we opened up the daycare, my brother-in-law thought he was being cute, and he brought Amy and I a pink multi-bit screwdriver. He's like, oh look, I went and bought it for you. It was like $18, and he's like, oh, and it's fancy pink. No word of a lie, we used that twice, and it like, I'm just like him, I break everything. So it's like, and it broke, and I was like, this is the biggest piece of junk out there. And so like now we just use a basic screwdriver, and even some of his screwdrivers are too heavy for me. So yeah, like I wish they had something that was more catered for smaller hands, but I find just lightweight ones, that's what I find works a lot better for me.
It's fun to let her talk because anything I say comes off as sexist. So,
Nah, I don't work that way. I know there's a lot of people who do, but I don't.
So I'm like,
because there's some real.
Okay, well, if you have tiny little hands,
that's right. That's right.
Well, and another thing too, like with I find the impact drivers, they scare me, and I think it's because it's a newer tool.
Yeah,
and there's so much, and
there's so much power.
There's so much power, and I can't seem to find that sweet spot. And I think every screw I put in last summer with that impact driver, I stripped the head on it because and I'm just like, and I'm full tilt 0 to 60, and then boom, it strips, boom, it strips. And of course, and then you don't realize how powerful it is, and then you touch it, and I singed my hand a couple times on it, and so I'm not a huge fan of the DeWalt impact driver. Like, even though I know it's an incredible tool, but unless you know what, like, the power, but I find men where they have the bigger finger, they have more control over that. But with
Well,
me,
and
it's
they have the arm strength. There's some biological differences that we just
Yep.
can't overcome. And men have, the upper arm strength and the arm strength and the hand strength that we just, we don't have naturally as a rule.
exactly.
One thing I got to
And,
get you that I haven't yet. Rachel Brown in the comments said that she likes her cordless tools and her cordless screwdriver.
Mhm.
And so for a lot of people with smaller hands, the cordless screwdrivers are a great option. And I got to get one and test them out for people because they're in between a drill, an impact driver. They look like a little lock picking gun. They're about
Right.
yay big, and you can hold them and they'll put a screw in no problem all day long. But they don't have all that torque that little Miss Cook here loves to turn from 0 to 140. And then she'll be like, honey, I didn't get it in all the way. Can you fix it? And I'm like, well,
or can you take it out? It's in the wrong spot.
The square is now a circle, and I need a hammer or a multi-tool to cut it off. So yeah.
Or one of those I forget what they're called, but you tap them into the screw.
The drill outs or tap and dot.
To back them out. Yeah.
But it happens, But
yeah,
one thing I should say before I go too far, and I preach this. I did a presentation at Prepper Camp on home maintenance, preparedness is what I call it. So help, maintenance for help when help isn't around the corner, and that's how it works no matter what. But the first thing everybody needs to do is have a central location, like a toolbox or a junk drawer. But you need to have a place for your tools.
How many of those do you need?
Oh,
I've got like 3 junk drawers and 2.
I think I have like 6.
And those are just mine. Those don't count his.
I have big freezer bags with everything in it.
Oh, I have a few of those too. Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
I have a few of them.
If you have a fire and you can't find even if you've got 12 fire extinguishers, but you can't find one of them, you might as well not have any, right? So
exactly.
If you need a screw, if you need to put a screw in a wall, or you need to pull a nail out, or heaven help you, say you need a wrench to turn off the water main because you went to go turn off your water main and all of a sudden the damn thing come off in your hand, right?
Mm.
So if you need that and you can't find your tool, you might as well not have the tool, right?
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
A few years back when I just started my business, my brother-in-law for Christmas got me one of these. It's kind of a plastic metal hybrid toolbox, about yay big. And so I have what I call my grab and go toolbox. And whenever I go for a service call or a handyman job, that toolbox and my drill bag goes with me, because as long as I put my tools back, I know where they are. And so if there's an emergency, whether it's for you, like that time we had a flare up on the barbecue and you knew where the fire spray was, or I have to go and shut off the water quickly at a rental, the first thing I know is I have everything here. I can grab it and go. And so no matter what you have with your tools, the first thing, it's the same as having, say, I have a couple of flashlights in my bedside table. So if the power goes out, I know where the flashlights are. And if you need to fix something or solve an issue, the first thing is to have a central location, wherever that might be, for sure.
Yeah.
And for women, that would be a junk drawer.
Yes, and that's why I say that.
Because every woman that is listening right now,
oh yeah,
I
or will in the future.
You never remember where you put anything, right? I never remember.
One of the things that I don't know why I didn't think about it before, but one of the things that I should have done when I first started this, either in episode 1 or 2, was to share with you some information on one of my best girlfriends, Diana Mace. Diane, I've known her since, before my younger son was born. I've known her since about 1987. And we were our family support group officers together when I was married to my first husband. And he was stationed. He was actually active duty, but he was at the Dunbar National Guard Armory. Back in the 80s, obviously, late 80s. So Diane and I worked together along with some other ladies to rebuild the family support group that was there. They had one years before. It had fallen by the wayside, as these things sometimes do. And Diane and I helped to gather the ladies together, and we worked some bake sales and raised money and things to provide Christmas gifts and a Christmas party and a summer picnic and just different stuff like that you do when you're in these support groups. And we held educational events. We would invite the ladies in to get their ID cards. Because even if you're a National Guard spouse, you can get an ID card. You're limited on how you can use it, but you can get an ID card so that, during, that's the way it used to be. During drill weekends and annual training and stuff like that, you could go to the commissary or the PX. We have I haven't been out there in 30 years. At that time, we had a small PX, about the size of a convenience store, small convenience store, gas station type. So, but we did a lot of good work. And then my former husband was transferred down to Williamson, and he worked down there in southern West Virginia, just across the river from Kentucky. And Diane ended up down there as well. But at that point, her husband, Bob, had gone to officer candidate school, and was a lieutenant. And we worked together doing the same kind of stuff down there. And we helped to, and some of the guys got really mad at us too, because they were used to having those weekends to themselves. They told their wives it was a voluntary thing. I mean, there's a whole episode right there. There is a whole episode right there. But anyway, so some of the guys got mad that we were telling the women, number one, that the guys got paid, and number two, that they were eligible for military ID cards and the benefits and all the things that go along with serving in the National Guard. But so I've known Diane a long time, and she's been one of my longtime good friends. And she has been diagnosed with a disease called non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, if I pronounced that correctly. It's kind of like having alcoholic cirrhosis, except there's no alcohol involved. She's not a drinker, never has been. And they abbreviate it as NASH, N-A-S-H. And as it worsens, you can't live without your liver. So as it worsens, her weight goes down. She can't eat. She's just lethargic. There's just a whole lot of things that you don't think about. Because most of us never have to deal with those kind of things. And she is at the point now where she absolutely has to have a liver transplant. Now, as odd as that sounds, the liver will regenerate. It will grow back. And if you are the proper blood type, and in Diane's case, it would be an O negative or O positive blood type, you can donate. What they do is they take a portion of your liver. They don't take your entire liver. They take a portion of your liver and donate it to the individual. If it's a child, they take a small portion. If it's an adult, though, they take a pretty hefty piece. And yours will grow back, and ideally, her body won't reject the donor, and she'll be able to get a little bit of normalcy back in her life and a more traditional lifespan. Now, I wouldn't ask you to do something I don't do. I did reach out to University of Virginia, which is where she is assigned to work through. And they have a live organ donor program, and I've put a link down in the show notes for that. And I contacted the lady out there that's working with Diana, and I said, I want to try this. She said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Oh, yeah. I don't think I could live with myself if I didn't." She's been a good friend to me for a long time, and I mean, here we go. So I went through, I filled out everything that had to be filled out. And then I had some lab works done and gave them permission to check my medical history. And some of the medications I take for some of the issues I have, plus my age. Now, I wasn't technically beyond the cutoff for the age. I think 60 is the cutoff. if I remember. But the upper level of my age combined with some of the medications that I have to take threw me out. I really actually thought I was in pretty good health, which I am, but not for that. So part of that program, so if you were to volunteer to be a donor and you passed all the checks and you were approved, what happens is her insurance, her medical insurance, pays your expenses related to the organ donation. So your travel for medical tests and such things to University of Virginia, or maybe another one for all I know. I mean, you may be able to do it somewhere. I don't know if you have to be right down there or not because I didn't get that far. Your travel, your room and board while you're there, all hospital-related expenses related to the operation and everything, your travel back for follow-up if there's required any, medications if you need any related to the transplant, all of that's covered by Diane's insurance, not you, not the donor. So she's been on the transplant list for over a year now, and she can even, if it's the right blood type and the right conditions, she can even have a donated liver from a cadaver, but that's getting kind of, well, you know, COVID. One of the terrible things about all those lockdowns that you don't think about, people not traveling as much, there's not as many fatal vehicle accidents, and therefore a smaller supply of donated organs. And that's really kind of cold to think about. The first time I thought about that, I thought, man, that's just terrible. But I don't want to call it an industry because it's not like somebody goes out there and forces you to have a wreck so that it kills you so that you have to donate your organs. But there is a market. Is that the best word? I don't even know if market's the best word, but you know, that's why they encourage you to be an organ donor and have it on your ID card, so that if something like that happens, you died at the scene, died shortly after at the hospital or something, they check the card, you're an organ donor, no time is wasted, and you could save other lives. So with fewer people traveling and all that, you get the idea. I don't have to go along. I'm not talking to kindergartners here, and I don't mean to pretend that I am, but sometimes I do ramble. So, you know, if she also has a GoFundMe, and I know people, there are people who despise GoFundMe. I get it. This isn't about me or your opinion of GoFundMe. Diana chose GoFundMe for a reason, probably because it was the most familiar one to her and one of the most well-known at the time she created it. Throwing all the political issues aside, she does have a GoFundMe. She could use more donations because this keeps dragging out. Her insurance does not reimburse her travel and meals to go to the doctor. So when she has to go to University of Virginia for checkups and follow-ups and tests and all these things, her room and board, her meals, none of that's covered by her insurance. It's coming out of her pocket. So, you know, if you are of the mind to contribute a couple bucks, I would rather actually you dropped $5 in her GoFundMe than to, you know, drop $5 worth of Satoshis, or heck, 5 cents worth of Satoshis. So, I mean, you can be anonymous if you want. You can out yourself if you want. You can say, Robin told me to on the fountain.fm app. You know, Robin gave up her Satoshis for you to have, you know, gas money. I don't really care. I would rather you did that. I really would. I just would rather you, and I have donated some cash to her, you know, in person cash to her, and some cash through the GoFundMe to help spin that up a little bit. And my son has, and some other folks have. But she's at the point now where she's needing a little more cash to cover some of the bills. So again, I went through. I was ready to do it. I mean, it was going to be kind of a challenge. I was really scared to death. But when they told me you're not a good match, I was heartbroken. I just couldn't believe it. I was really upset for several days. If you know of other people, if you please share her story around and say, would you consider dropping a couple bucks here for her? That would be great. She's been a wonderful, faithful wife to her husband, Bob. She has been a faithful mother and loving mother to her children, who have each in their own way, even as adult children, had some challenges that she had to help them through. And her grandson, who for a little while she had guardianship over while there was some difficulties going on. So, I mean, she is a selfless person, really, and I hate to see her in this condition. So please check that link down below, not only just her GoFundMe, but also the University of Virginia's link to the organ donor site. Thank you for even thinking about it, really. And for those of you who pray, please pray for her. I hope you enjoyed your time with me today. If you're interested in more information, you can go to robinholstein.com. You can look me up on all the major social media platforms and all the major podcast platforms. And don't forget, I prefer fountain.fm. So, there you have it. Post your comments, do all that boosting, liking, sharing, thumbs up, and stuff that helps spread the word and poke the algorithms. Follow me on most of the big social media platforms and look for my name, Robin Holstein, or Holstein House. Till next time, bye-bye.
Jared is exactly what we want either millennials or Gen Zs to be. This man, he is a young man, but he is a man, is absolutely driven for success. He is into everything. He is doing all kinds of really, really cool things. I met Jared at Self-Reliance Festival in September, but he reached out to me a month or two before, and he's like, hey, I do this limited supply designs, these natural dyed t-shirts. They're really, really cool. He said, I'd love to do one and give it to you at Self-Reliance Festival. I'm like, well, that's great, man. I don't deserve it, but thank you very much. So then we met at Self-Reliance. I met him and his wife, and I just listened to all the cool things that he's been involved in, all the things he's doing. He has the Revolution Solution podcast that you're going to hear an awesome episode of that. He has a killer intro music. It just gets you jazzed up and makes you, want to pay attention. But he's just a really awesome guy who's got a lot of pans in the fire and is going to blow up this year because, and the reason is because he's putting in all the hard work. It's one of those overnight successes, 10 years in the making, when people say, man, look at that. It just happened for him. No, this shit doesn't just happen. It happens because hard work. And that's exactly what Jared personifies and embodies in everything he does. So I really, really hope you enjoy his content today, guys.
Welcome to Revolution Solution, providing you with solutions for your revolution to be a free person in an unfree world. Join us in our pursuit of sovereignty through permaculture, technology, and community. welcome back to Revolution Solution. This is Cody.
And I'm Jared, the Permy Guy.
And today we're having on a good friend, dog trainer extraordinaire, lockpicking wizard, Pat Watson, to talk about home security. But before we do, I want to remind you all that we've got a couple referral links in our show notes. One for Fold Card. I think you get 5,000 sats for signing up with that. And then we both get extra rewards on our spins. And then Jared's got...
Butcher Box.
There you go.
It equates to basically free bacon for life. I think it's about $10 off, plus an additional discount on your first box when you sign up.
Sweet. Sounds good. All right. Welcome to the show, Pat.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm super happy to be here.
Awesome. So
we are even happier to have you.
Hell yeah. So, I guess give us a quick background. I know a lot of us probably know who you are, but for anybody who doesn't, what's your experience with the lockpicking and all that? How far back does that go?
Oh, sure. I can give you the 10-second version. As a kid, my old man was a cop, so I frequently saw him using the credit card and the door jam trick to pop doors open. We carried a Slim Jim in the trunk, so we helped stranded motorists quite a bit. So I got to see him kind of show me as a young kid that there was an illusion to security, that if you had the right tools and you knew that it was an option, you can get through locked obstacles. As an adult, I reconnected with that, and my brain was already kind of primed for it. And gosh, I must have been 19 or 20 or right around there when I really dove deep back into that skill set. And I used it. I kind of honed it and refined it and deep dove on it from then until now. And I spent about 11 years working for military, federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, a little bit of private security. And I always had a mind for understanding that illusion of security. Mm-hmm. And now I teach that to people.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
So has this always been like an on the side thing, or like did you use it in the military at all, or like how'd that kind of work with like your jobs that you've done?
Oh, sure. When I was active in the military, and then I left and I did local law enforcement for a little while before getting pulled back into the military. Through all that time, I always made myself available to teach anyone that wanted to learn. And most of my friends in my circle of influence was other people in the military. So, roommates, friends, guys on the teams, I would, if anyone asked, I would always teach them. And when I was deployed, I was often what they called a training officer for the team. So I would put together things that were job related that the team should be learning and working on. So we had to learn legal stuff. We had to learn geography. We had to learn, maritime stuff. We had to learn drug law. So I would put together different blocks of training for people, and I would just throw in the lockpicking stuff in there occasionally. And it was great. It was a good experience to teach. A lot of people got a lot of value out of it. And then I attended a civilian taught course on lockpicking, and it was very expensive, and it wasn't a very good course. That was about, I don't know, a third of the way, or maybe midway through my military career. And I paid a lot of money, of my own money, to go there. And I remember thinking, this sucks. Like, I'm not a professional lockpick instructor, and I can teach this course better than this guy. And so I decided that day that I would give myself an intense focus on building my skill set, on practicing the craft of teaching others, and shaping some really effective curriculum so that one day I would teach that course, and now I do that full time. So it was very intentional, what I have today. It wasn't on accident, and it wasn't something I just woke up and said, hey, I'll teach people. It's been a very long road, and I've enjoyed it through the ups and the downs. And I do quite a bit. I do the security dog training for family protection dogs. I do the lockpicking and kind of illusion of security training for people. I have 2 books published out, and I'm working on my 3rd. And I got to tell you, man, it's been a wild ride, and I've been learning a lot. And someone asked me on Instagram yesterday what the thing I'm the most thankful for is. And I got to say, it's my dog and my relationship with Fortress Canine. And it's also just the really fucking cool people that I've met along the way in all the different circles that I speak in. So you guys are included in that. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had a question to jump off from there. I know from what I've heard from you talking about the Fortress Canine dogs, from Texas Joe talking about them, from Joel talking on the Survival Podcast, it seems that the dogs you guys train are to a higher level, or for the specific goal that they're trained for, they're trained to a higher level than you'll see for like sport dogs, law enforcement dogs, stuff like that. But you had mentioned that the civilian lockpicking course was lacking compared to the like Leo military center training. Is that typical, aside from the security dogs, that civilian aimed training for those sorts of skills like gun work, self-defense, etc., are they typically lower quality for the civilian audience?
So that's a hell of a question to bite off on, but let me take a stab at it. So first up, a lot of that is subjective.
Sure.
So really quickly, the sport dog world, there's some very, very highly tuned, highly trained, like down to the decimal point for calorie intake, like feeding dogs, training dogs, world record setting dogs out there that do sport stuff. So yeah, a lot of that's subjective. So our dogs are very highly trained in our field. So you're right, there's different purposes for dogs. The lockpicking stuff, yeah, it depends on what you want to get out of it. And I had this conversation with my my co-collaborator. He's technically, I asked him to sign on as a apprentice so that I can teach him everything I know and we can collaborate together. But we had this conversation today, which is, what do you want out of a skill set? And for anybody, just kind of organically, if you learn how to do a thing, a skill, that's different than learning how to practice an art form. And the short example would be, if it's lockpicking, it's, I have this little rake tool and this little tension wrench, and I know how to rake open a keyway. Cool. Do you know how to approach a target? Do you know how to carry the right tools and not carry the wrong tools? Do you know how to spend your time wisely, looking for the best entry point? If you fail, do you know how to troubleshoot? And if you just don't have the right tools on you, or if the current problem you're working on is too much, do you know how much time to spend on it before going to the next problem? Do you know how to use your resources in a timely manner? That is an art form, or you can call it a practice, or you can call it a systemized approach. So a lot of people in the government world will learn a tool, they will learn a technique, they might call it a tactic. But what's really lacking, especially in the tactical world, and even in the dog world too, a thing that's really lacking is your overall art form practice and your systemized approach to a problem. And lots of people can teach a tool, they can teach a tactic, but there's also a lot that's lost along the way. Meaning, I'll go on a short rant here, so reel me in if I get too far.
Go for it.
A lot of people with guns and dogs, it's really easy to explain. So with gunfighting, right, you'll go to a course and someone will say, let me teach you how to be a gunfighter. And you go, great, I pay you the money, I sign up, I go to the course, I'm the student. And they say, take the gun, draw it out of the holster, shoot the paper target, put the gun back in. Hooray, you are now a defensible person, right? You have the skill of defense in gunfighting, which is not true. You have learned how to use a tool in a way, but you couldn't call yourself a gunfighter. No one's shooting back at you. The training doesn't match the mission is the problem. In the dog world, it's the same thing. You have a lot of dogs that train to bite a human, and that is a skill and it is a tool. But you can watch it. It wouldn't take you 5 minutes on Instagram or YouTube to find a dog that claims to be a self-protection dog, but in reality, it is a sport dog, meaning the dog runs, it jumps, it bites the person on the bicep, it bites really hard and really tight, and it doesn't let go. And then you have these people that are wearing these bite sleeves that have no other protection on their body as what people in the dog world call a decoy, but what we call a canine sparring partner, which is two different things. A decoy is a tool used to help define or to help shape a specific technique. A canine sparring partner is someone who beats the shit out of your dog in an attempt to teach the dog how to fight a human, actively fight a human, to solve problems and to match the mission. So the mission for a lot of these sport dogs that claim to be self-defense, but they're not, the mission that your training would lead you to would be, I want my dog to run and to jump and to bite and to hold on until death, which would hurt. If I was an attacker and someone sent a dog like that on me and it bit my arm and it held on, it would really hurt.
Yeah.
But you can also see in these videos, the training decoy with the bite sleeve will hold the dog up in the air and carry the dog, and he can just walk around and just, he waves they'll shake an empty milk jug with coins in it, and they'll lightly pet the dog with it, or they'll use like cheerleader pom-poms to try and distract the dog, and the dog is just supposed to bite and hold, which again would hurt. But if you are a determined attacker, and especially if you have a weapon, and some young girl goes out and buys one of these dogs and trains one of these dogs, and which I wouldn't, but if I'm like, you know what, I just had a brain aneurysm, all of a sudden I'm a bad guy, let me go attack that little girl with the dog, and I'm a determined attacker, and I have either a pistol or a machete or a knife or even not, and I go, hey little girl, I'm gonna hurt you, and she goes, no you're not, I have a dog, and I go, I don't care, and I go after her, and the dog runs and the dog bites me in the arm. I just keep going after her, and then I grab her, and now it's me and her and the dog fighting, and the dog just doesn't let go, which sucks, but I can strangle her even if I have no weapons. I can shoot her if I have a gun. I can take my knife or my machete and I can kill the dog, and the dog's job is to not let go and to not fight back. It just bites. Mm-hmm. So hopefully I haven't offended anybody yet, or maybe I have, but the point is, there's a difference between adding a tool into your toolbox and managing how you approach a problem. Those are two very different things in life.
Yeah.
So to kind of answer your very big question with a very big answer, yeah, I try very hard for every single piece of content I put out and every single bit of training that I provide to the world. I try to make sure it goes through multiple filters in my head, and I talk to other people that check that for me as well, to make sure that there's usable value in it, and to make sure I'm not misleading the purpose of the training. So the purpose has a lot to do with it. And I'm going to take a deep breath now, but thanks for letting me answer that.
Sure.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, let me throw something out there that I was just thinking about while you were talking is I'm always leery about when somebody asks me, because maybe they live in a state where like guns are illegal, or they live in Canada or something, and they're like, well, I need something for protection, like what do you think I should get? And I'm like, well, if you get a knife, you better know how to use it lethally, because if you don't, anybody who's stronger than you can get that out of your hand, and now you just gave the bad guy a sharp piece of metal, which is worse. And then I always think about because I ended up telling somebody one time a few years ago who was in Canada, because they don't have gun rights there, and I said, just off the top of my head, if you're like a weaker person, you're a female, you're not you're not going to be like fist fighting someone. What I would do is get like some sort of walking staff and learn how to use it as a bow staff, because you can generate leverage from it. So like if you're going to carry something at all, carry something that you can actually like knock somebody out in one hit with, kind of thing, rather than something that can be wrenched out of your hand. I don't know, like, what do you think of that? Like, was that bad advice, or was that just kind of...
Yeah, it's hard. It's a very, number one, it's a very emotional topic, and there's a lot of threads to pull from, so it's hard to give a concise yes/no answer. Combat is very subjective too, and one of the biggest problems, which is another problem that's very common to hear discussed incorrectly in the tactical training world, it's that the imaginary scenario that you have in your brain that you bring to me, your trainer, you may explain it to me, and I may, in my imagination, see a completely different scenario. So what I guess the term would be FUD, right? With the FUD instructor for firearms training, what they think is they're going to be, let me guess, right? This is very subjective. I'm guessing. They think they're going to be leaving the grocery store and they're putting the groceries in the trunk of their car, and they shut the trunk and they turn, and like 30 feet away, they see someone with like a hoodie and a ski mask, and they grab a purse from an old lady, and they're wrestling with the old lady, and they pull out a big knife and they go, "I'm going to stab you." And so the FUD slowly draws his weapon and gets his sights aimed in, and he takes a deep breath and he exhales and holds at the bottom and starts to slowly depress the trigger, and pow, kills the bad guy with one shot.
Right.
That's not, while that might technically be a scenario that could and maybe has happened, that's not combat, right? It happens when you're not ready. It happens when you're not prepared. It'll happen when you forget your gun at home. It'll be multiple attackers. Your gun will misfire. It'll be raining out. Like there might be someone behind you with a gun. Like you don't know these things.
Right.
So when people ask for advice about self-defense, I think the best answer, again, if I lean back on myself without sounding like a broken record, it's understanding a layered and systemized approach to problem solving. So there might be a scenario where me having a dog is much, much, much better and more effective in a combat scenario than me having a gun. I'll give you an example. When I travel and I stay in hotel rooms with my dog, who's my service dog, if we're in a hotel room and I have a gun on my nightstand, and in the middle of the night I go, God, I gotta pee, and I walk away from my bed into the bathroom, and I maybe shut the door, leave the door open, whatever, and all of a sudden, boom, my hotel room door gets kicked open and someone comes in there with a gun, a knife, or two dudes with no weapons, whatever. I'm gonna have a fight for my life. It's gonna suck because my gun is all the way on my nightstand. In that scenario, having a gun does me no good.
Right.
Even if I bring the gun into the bathroom with me, if I set it on the counter and I'm pooping, and then the door gets kicked open, it's like, fuck, I gotta go grab my gun. Oh boy, I gotta take it out of the holster now because it's got a holster on it still. Why would I walk around? I don't know. I'm probably not gonna unholster my gun to go poop at 2 a.m. And these dudes come in the hotel room, and I'm like, is it the wrong room? Do they have the right guy? Like, I'm gonna have to turn the flashlight on. That takes two hands. And then I'm like, okay, maybe I'm dead at this point. Maybe not, but maybe. Okay. Having a dog, I could be sound asleep, and I could have taken, I don't know, painkillers or sleeping meds, and I can still be out for the count. And two dudes can still kick my door in, and without me even waking up, I have a sneaky suspicion that fight won't last very long, and those two dudes will be begging to leave my hotel room if my dog is with me. Wow. So I don't have to tell her a command. I don't have to point her in a specific direction. She knows what to do automatically, and she'll take care of that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's very subjective. If you say, use this tool, sometimes there's more to it than that.
Right.
And even the training, right? Go take this training. That's probably not enough. For an event that will probably kill you, it's really hard to say that you've trained enough for that. So it's very subjective. So what I would steer people towards is start doing some self-introspection. Imagine the scenario that you'd like to prevent or you'd like to be better at responding to. And I would start considering some layered and systemized approaches.
Yeah, it's permaculture applied to security.
It really is.
Yeah, for real. Because I guess that just got my brain thinking. So, like, if you did live in a jurisdiction where you couldn't, buy a gun, and even being out with a knife, let's say it's the UK, and being out with a knife is something you can get in trouble for. Really, just like understanding that numbers helps a lot too. Like they say, don't walk around by yourself. Always go in pairs or whatever. And just like, I guess, knowing where you are and what time it is and things like that. Is it dark out? Things like that. So it's a holistic approach. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it makes
that's
a
great.
lot of sense.
That's a great word for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I think that answers that third question you had there, Jared.
Yeah.
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 About self-defense a little bit. Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
So I'm just going to the same thing applied different directions.
Yeah. So I guess getting into kind of the main meat of why I wanted to bring you on was to talk about like actual like shortcomings that you might see in a typical home. So if I, rent a new house or I buy a house or whatever, and I walk in, the first thing that I'm going to want to do, like what kind of things would I want to look at right off the bat?
That's a great one, and there's a lot of really easy answers for that. So the very first thing I'm going to do when I move anywhere, to a new house, new apartment, new farm, whatever, first part of that process is going to be changing the keys. And that includes, even if your realtor says, oh, hey, here's the brand new keys, we just changed them for you. Great. It's hard to do in an apartment because they have you sign your paperwork, and they require that you have on file with them a physical copy of the key. And a lot of places will even allow you to change your keyway in your apartment, but after you change the keyway, you still have to provide a copy to the office, usually. So my suggestion is, at all costs, try not to live in an apartment. There's things you can do there. So you can prevent a forced entry, meaning you can usually change the latch strike plate. You can even sometimes add an interior only deadbolt. That means on the front of the door it doesn't look any different, but on the inside, there's actually a throw, like a deadbolt throw that you can switch. Oh. Which means even if someone on the outside has a key, there's still a deadbolt latch that while you're home, that deadbolt will be engaged.
Oh yeah, like you see on the insides of hotel room doors.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll change out the screws. So if you are just looking at the door frame and you open a door, right? So the door is swinging in the open position and you're looking at the frame that's left. In the frame, you'll see that little 2-inch by 2-inch strike plate where the latch hits it as the door closes. Mm-hmm. A lot of times that latch is only held into the frame with like a 1/2 inch or a 1-inch screw. Mm-hmm. And this could possibly save your life for less than $1. Go buy 2 3-inch screws and unscrew that latch, throw away the 1/2 inch screws, and put 3-inch screws all the way deep into that door frame. And that will make it several factors more difficult for someone to kick your door in. Yeah. So instead of just going kick, 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 it's open, it turns it into like, fuck, come on, kick. Okay, kick again. Kick with both feet.
Because they're moving that whole door frame, not just that little like sliver of wood on the edge.
Yeah, so that it's a much, much, much more difficult obstacle to get through with a forced entry attack. Your hinges you can uninstall and reinstall. You can uninstall the hinges that are on your door, and you can reinstall high security hinges. And again, it's a layered system, and if your hinges are exposed to the outside of your home, or even an interior bedroom, if you live by yourself, or if you have like a master bedroom, there could be a reason that you would want to upgrade your hinges. Not very expensive. And the thing I like to do first when I look at a security system is I upgrade or I change or I implement security options that don't have a negative effect on my life. Meaning, if I install so much security that it's a pain in the ass for me to get into and out of my house, I've made things worse, not better. Yeah. So the best options are set it and forget it security, where it's just out of the way and it just exists no matter what you do. You can just freely move around and the security is still there. So those are nice options. Low cost, always a great option. Yep. And then you also have to consider, yes, it's a layered approach. Cameras, awesome, a huge deterrent. And we see this all the time on commercials and on YouTube and on social media. You'll see the Ring door cameras. People walk up, and if that Ring camera is right in the middle of your door and someone walks up with bad intent, you often see these videos where someone walks up and they look like a criminal, they act like a criminal, and they go, oh, no, a camera, I'm out. Yeah. So that's a great option. And even if cameras don't work, even if it's uninstalled or it's not running, it's better than nothing. It'll often deter criminals. Nice. So the soft upgrades, the cheap upgrades, the upgrades that don't get in your way, that's the first thing I would look for. You also have to consider with your layered approach, especially for physical upgrades to your infrastructure of your home or your apartment or your farm or your whatever, your business. If there is a medical emergency or a fire emergency or an earthquake emergency or something that takes you out of the game where people would have to come to help you, you get to make that choice. I can't make it for you, but some of these security upgrades for infrastructure, like physical upgrades to your security, some of them are very effective, and they're so effective that they will slow down even the best intentioned and best trained and best equipped first responders. So you should, if you're worried about that being a problem, you should probably consult with a smart security specialist. Someone who truly cares about their clients. I would love to do that. I don't have a ton of time for that right now, but that might be an option in the future. I've had a lot of people ask. But you have to choose things that are smart to add into your system. For a young, healthy person that lives with 2 or 3 other people that are all on the same page, fucking go nuts. Put a couple drop bars in, like a big 2x4 that you would place behind the door at night into a couple wall hooks. Great, super. If the house is on fire, all 4 of you are probably not dead. Like, you can probably get someone to lift that bar off the door. I would say it also depends on the neighborhood you live in. If you're a sweet old lady and you have a heart condition, you probably want first responders to be able to get into your home. But you also probably don't want a bunch of local gangsters kicking your door in to steal your, I don't know, the silver that you took a photo of, right? Your jewelry.
Yeah.
So for that one, it's good to have some options for smart information. So cameras, great option. A drop bar behind the door, not a great option. Stickers on the windows that say you are being videotaped with a camera right above the window, awesome. Hurricane windows with shatterproof stickers over them, probably not great because your first responders can't smash that window and can't get in. So it depends on who you are. It depends on how much your budget is. It depends on what you have going on in your life. So yeah, it's a very subjective question. And the good thing about what we're doing right now is we're creating a podcast, and there are hundreds and thousands of hours of free resources out there. So there's really no excuse to not have an idea on where to get started. You just start throwing search terms in podcasts. You start throwing search terms in YouTube. So it's on you to do the work. You can get really, really far in your training, your problem solving, your information gathering. You can do so much of that for free that when it's time to hire someone to consult with you, you'll have a really good idea of what your starting point is.
For sure. Yeah, and it allows you to apply critical thinking to those situations because everybody's situation is different. People are kind of giving general information the way that we're doing here. But, our information could be completely ass backwards for a particular individual based on their threat model.
Yeah, so good information isn't always good information. It's
Right.
subjective, too, to who it's applying to.
Gotcha.
Good stuff. What are some typical things that you see that look nice and secure, but just end up being kind of pretty window dressing because they're not actually adding to security?
Sure. The first one is gun safes. Widely misunderstood. Just a terrible kind of realm to be searching in for information. A lot of them can be opened with paper clips, which sucks. A lot of them that are coded can be opened by a 3-year-old that can count, meaning if it's a combination lock on your gun safe and it goes 000 and you just roll the dials 001, 002. If your child is left alone long enough and they know how to count, or even if they don't, they could just get lucky and open that safe. So that's what I call like a child-proof factor for counting or for luck, or even if it's a push-button lock. Yes, there could be 100 combinations, there could be 24, there could be 2,000 combinations, but could a 3-year-old press the combinations and get lucky? Yeah, absolutely. So you have to understand how you're choosing your, whether you call it a little gun safe or a little money safe or fireproof safe. What are you buying it for? What do you want out of it? And then I would say, tell me about you. Do you have children in the home? When I lived by myself in the military and I had my own apartment, I had a rifle just inside the front door. I had, a gun in the bathroom in the pull-out drawer right by the pooper. None of them were in holsters. They were all loaded. That's totally fine. I never had a child in my house that I didn't know about. I was never like, oh, look, a child. So that wasn't a problem. If you live by yourself, but you have family over all the time and they have kids, then you need to reconsider that. There was a place I went to. A good friend of mine was in the military and he had kids. So when I came over, he's like, the guns go on top of the fridge. He's like, and I expect them to be in a holster, and anything in this house that's in a holster is loaded. And he's like, so that's how we keep things. He's like, if you want to bring over a rifle, that's fine. We'll put it in the safe. And when you leave, you can take it out of the safe. Like, it was pretty clear. So different strokes for different folks, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So back to the safes. Is it money, right? Well, if it's money, or if it's guns, or if it's something valuable that you don't want stolen, it should be bolted down. That's like the number one problem that people have with safes is even big ass safes. Let's say you're out of town for a day or 2 days, and your burglars are smart and they follow you on Facebook and they go, oh look, they just left, we're out of town. They could, depending on how and where you live, let's say you're semi-rural, they drive up, they kick in the front door, they go to the master bedroom, they go to the safe, and they will just wheel it right out to their truck, even if it's heavy. If it can get wheeled in, it can get wheeled out. So with safes, if it's something you don't want stolen, bolt it down. If it's something with a gun in it, try to get rid of that luck factor or that counting factor, meaning a key is probably really good, or a twisting combination is also really good, or some type of two-factor authentication is really good, like press the keypad and turn it to this number or something like that. So that's important. Probably the biggest window dressing item in security that I can think of is gun safes.
Okay, yeah. Speaking of that, so because safes are something that I'm kind of interested in, because I know that like when I was doing my research, because I have one that's just a small, just like I put like my social security card in there and that kind of thing. And I'm in a rental, so I can't bolt it down, and I know that like I'm not defending against someone who broke into my house. I'm really just like keeping it safe from anyone who's snooping. So I don't really know where I'm going with this, but it's just like, if you're going to have a safe that's holding valuables, it needs to actually be bolted down, because otherwise, like, you don't need a combination if you can remove it from the residence and use power tools on it in your own garage. So it's just something I wanted to say, I guess. Is there, because we like to think of security in terms of like not just from like attackers, but from like natural disaster as well. Is there like any like interesting tips regarding like fireproof and waterproof and what that actually means that you might have? Or am I asking the wrong guy?
Yeah. Well, if you want your documents secure, a fireproof box is fine for that. But again, is it theft proof if someone can walk in, pick it up, and leave? And that's another thing too, is that a lot of people will say, well, their storage options won't be very systems oriented, right? It'll be buy the safe off the shelf, bring it home, put the documents in it, and close it. So it's good in a fire, but anyone that breaks into your house might not know that it's just insurance paperwork. They might think, oh, could be money, so they'll steal it. So while you're preventing against one type of possibility, someone that breaks in might not know. They might see a box that looks like a safe, and they go, great, highly valuable. While it's valuable to you, it's not really going to be valuable to a burglar. So they're taking it and they're stealing it, and now you've still lost documents. Even though they're fireproof, they're not theft-proof. So understanding, again, what do you want to defend against? And you can be defending against multiple things at the same time, but that's a lot of times, a couple friends of mine, if you travel a lot and you travel with guns a lot of times people will, it's funny trying to figure out balancing the scales between, do I put my gun in a gun case, but then people will know it's a gun case, and if they look into my car and if it's not covered with a towel or something, they'll be like, oh look, a gun in a gun case, let's steal it. And so some people go, well, I keep my gun in a violin case, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then they go, shit, someone broke into my car to steal his violin and pawn it, and now they have my gun. So it's tough.
Right.
Maybe like cut out a section in a golf bag or something, a really generic golf bag.
Yeah, or like a duffel bag, because even a golf bag, I mean, clubs are...
Yeah, but if you can see there's no clubs in it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
We can troubleshoot this.
It's tough.
Because my thing, like, because that is a thing, right? You never want to show, like, your wealth. That's like a gray man thing, right? So, like, if I had a golf bag that I was using to tote guns around, like, I feel like that would make me look like a bit of a target because someone would be like, oh, that's a golf bag, as opposed to just like a random cheap duffel bag.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just that's where my brain goes with that. But
yeah, you need to sufficiently obscure to make it not only not obviously a gun, but also not obviously something of value.
Mm-hmm. So, speaking of that, like, I guess there's always sort of it's a personal choice and a bit of a balancing act, but one thing that I've considered seriously for like storing something super important, like, I don't know, Bitcoin keys, you could do, like, how do you feel about maybe like not necessarily a safe, but like some sort of hidden, it's not even in your house, like I've seen things where it's like a fake manhole for an irrigation system, and it'll be like a 4-inch PVC pipe that you put in the ground, and you basically just like glue one end of it shut and then put a screw cap on the other side so it looks like any sort of little, you know, maintenance hole. But what you've actually done is put like a Ziploc baggie with important documents in the cap, and then you screw it down, and hopefully it's waterproof.
Yeah, I've heard of that too. And while I don't have the answer for that, again, it's choosing between, I guess, what people call like the gray man approach or like the hardened approach. Like,
right.
Sometimes it's good to have a really big gun safe and to say, this is my really big gun safe. It's really big. It's really heavy. It's bolted down really hard. Good luck.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's good. It's sometimes good to go, oh, that's trash. I'm not going to bother with that. And that's actually really your valuable stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on the user. And again, if you can split resources, if that makes sense, and sometimes that helps. Like, let's put half of my guns in this big safe and half of my guns under the bed.
Cool.
So it depends.
We were just talking about that on the preview for this security series. It was we were listening to Jack Spirko's episode talking about, like, if I was going to have a food store cache in a post-apocalyptic society, I wouldn't keep it all in one place and then spend all my time counting it. I would probably split it up, and then, you know, as I use it, maybe I'll like fill the cans up with dirt and then reseal them, and then have that be the one that's like more defended, so that if somebody attacks you, they go, oh, this is all they have, and then they get home and they go, oh, it's dirt. You know, so it's an interesting, there's a lot of a lot of things you have to consider.
Yeah, I know Jack's also mentioned having, you know, the like barely hidden safe, just as an idea, a barely hidden safe that's filled with bricks or something, so it feels, you know, good and bulky. And meanwhile, your real safe is nowhere anyone would ever think to look.
Yeah, decoy is certainly an option.
Yeah, so that's more of like a quantity thing, right? So you always have like the basic obvious place, like, this is the safe under my bed, and then the real safe is somewhere that, maybe in like the attic of a barn or something that you wouldn't want to look at. But that's obviously like a more cost intensive. Yeah, it's a more cost intensive and labor intensive way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Interesting. Okay, so let's see. I guess speaking specifically about locks, like I know quickset locks are, how much do those run right now? They're like anywhere from 20 to 60 bucks, 50 bucks. Okay.
Yeah.
And how quick would you say, like, if someone knew how to pick locks and that's what they did, how quick do you think you could like bust one of those open?
Subjective. 60 seconds.
Okay. So it
depends.
Yeah.
Is there a camera looking at me while I do it?
Right.
Is there a neighbor's door that's 2 feet away that can hear me doing it?
Mm-hmm.
Am I in a highly trafficked area? And then the other question is something like, would I even pick that lock? If I can see the latch next to it and I can slip that latch with a coat hanger, why would I bother picking the lock? So, again, it's a systems-oriented problem.
Yeah. So in my personal situation, I'll just throw this out here as like a thought experiment. So I'm actually in a rental that has a front enclosed porch, which means that to get into my house, I actually have to enter an enclosure, and then I'm basically covered from prying eyes at that point. And I can't imagine, like, even if somebody could see in, you know, let's say the blinds are down, and even if somebody could kind of see through there, they would think that I'm just like fiddling with my keys or something, and they wouldn't think anything of it. So in that case, I would maybe want a better lock. But if it was more just kind of out in the open, maybe that wouldn't be the first thing that I necessarily consider replacing. Well, other than just replacing it to get a different key.
I would think even in your, probably especially in your discrete area, you want an obvious camera recording that too.
Yeah, I think camera would probably be the best bet.
What do you think, Pat?
Well, so I'll answer that, and I'll also circle back to your earlier question about window dressing, which is something people often get wrong. Sometimes people have good intentions with their security, and it ends up being maybe the wrong step. So one of those is lighting. So a lot of times people they'll light up maybe a portion of their house, or they'll have a light shining down on the front of their house, or they'll have a light shining towards their windows. And a lot of times that, not every time, but there's certain situations where you would want that to do the opposite, right? You would sometimes want your lights to be very, very close to the house, like in the wall, but pointing away from the house, so that an attacker is lit up while they're walking towards your dark windows at night, instead of the light shining towards your house. And again, depending on the scenery, depending on how close your neighbors are, how close you are to a road, how frequently that area is traveled, someone might be able to stand at your window and look in your window at night, and because of your lighting setup, you might have no idea. So it's you kind of have to think outside of the box a little bit. And if you are concerned about your security, that's where someone that really knows what the hell they're doing, that can really help you. Because again, you can sometimes take a step that you think is helping, and it's actually hurting.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah, that's the thing with lights too, is that it's almost like that you squeeze on one side and it blows out on the other side kind of thing, where if you light up one area, you're kind of creating even darker spots that are hard to see into where you didn't light it up. That's something to think about too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, sometimes people too will put they'll put a lot of bushes around a window, like, look, I covered the window. Okay, good, but if an attacker is in there, then no one from the road is going to be able to see that attacker while they're peeking through your window at night. So, yeah, it's
unless you're
some thought experiments. Just put yourself in the mind of an attacker, for 5 minutes.
Yeah. If it were me, I would pick something
your house,
like maybe a rose bush or a blackberry bush, and make sure it's really thick, and that's what I would put there if I was going to do that. But because they're covered in
below
thorns.
The level of the window.
Yeah, but I wouldn't just do it with any old bush, because that's not that scary if you're really trying to break in. Like, of all the things to be worried about, like, oh no, a bush.
Yeah, for someone that wants to murder you, a bush might not be enough. Even a thorn bush might not be enough.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
But again, it's a systemized approach. So do you have cameras? Do you have lighting? Do you have thorn bushes? Do you have gravel outside your windows? So rocks, so that if someone steps on it, you can hear that on the inside. And lots of steps to it.
Yeah. Oh,
and again, your budget will come into play too. You might not have the budget for cameras and window shades and film and bushes and gravel. Some of that adds up.
Right. It probably doesn't make sense to spend more defending than you have to defend.
Yeah, that too, right? Yeah, that goes back to the attacker thing too, because on the attacker side, it's like you have the risk and reward proposition, and you really have the same proposition as a defender too. Yeah. I said this in another Discord server that we're in the other day, just as a joke, but I was like, what if I just leave a whole bunch of squeaky toys, because I have a dog now, like right in front of my door, so if somebody tries to get in, they step on one. And I'll call that home defense.
That's honestly one of the biggest deterrents to a burglary, is having a dog in the house, any type of dog.
Oh yeah.
That just barks and alerts. Even the little dogs. Burglars often don't want to go into a house to even deal with little dogs. And again, it depends on the type of attacker you have. If you're worried about Jason Bourne breaking in, you're probably fucked no matter what you do. But there's different levels and different types of things people want to prevent. and I'll give you one that's an exception to dogs. So I never worked a burglary where a dog was present in the house. I think, period. And I think there was one exception that one of my partners worked once, and that one was where the dog had known the burglars, and it was a family member that frequented the house, but the family member was also on drugs a lot and in and out of rehab, and had access to the house. So nothing you can do about that. So, barring someone that you know breaking into your home, if you want to stop strangers from coming into your home, a dog is a fantastic option for that. And even my dog, even if it's someone we know, Arrow's job is no one comes into the room when we're sleeping, period. And if anyone comes into the house without me letting them through the door, like, that's an issue. So if someone knocks, it's like, hey, there's something going on. If I open the door and I allow someone in, that's a different step. Arrow was like, oh, okay, cool. They're allowed in. I'm watching them, but they're allowed in. Cool. So I think if you have the ability to add a dog into your lifestyle, it's one of the best deterrents against crime, against theft, against violence, all sorts of things. It's just, they're amazing.
Yeah, it's been really nice. Even when I have friends over, my dogs always know when they're approaching, even before we see them on the front camera, and they lose their shit over anybody approaching the house. But when they see it's a friend, then it turns to excitement, and they're gonna jump all over anybody. That's just how they greet. I enjoy that, so I don't like to discourage it. Oh, complete sidebar here. My wife is a TikTok user, as many are. She showed me this video the other day. This guy had trained his German Shepherd to do a variety of different barks. So he'd say ankle biter, and he'd bark like a little Chihuahua or something. And he'd give him I don't remember what the command was for a large dog, but he'd get really deep in his chest and give a big burr.
Cool.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I've got 2 levels now. Arrow does she'll do a loud alert if it's to wake me up, or if it's someone that quickly comes into our area that wasn't there before. And she will also do, if I tell her, yeah, I know what's going on, and I see that, and I know that it's weird. She has a quiet chuff where she's like, huff, huff. And I'm like, I'll tell her okay, that's fine, but don't do the big bark. And she's like, okay, got it, huff, huff. So we've got 2 levels that we're trying to work on right now.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Big one here, I guess, as far as I'm concerned. We're just going to read the whole paragraph because I wrote out a whole thing here. So my wife wanted me to ask what sort of things we as men or together as families can do to help wives feel safer when home alone. As background, last time I was away from home for a week, some strange man came to the door at about 11 p.m., rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and stood there talking to himself for a while. Did not go to any of the other neighbors' houses. And this was the first night that I was away. For further context, we've got multiple vehicles. Even if both of us are gone, there's still a vehicle at the house. It's just a strange situation. It's not been repeated any other time that we've been here that I can think of. It's just out of the blue, and just really had her shook the whole time I was gone.
Well, good news.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. The good news is at least she is primed for that conversation. So it's really hard to get people into a security mindset if security is not anywhere on their horizon. So the fact that she's interested in having the conversation is great. And this problem can be solved in as little as a smart discussion, meaning something I talk about a lot, which is called door protocol. And it's just how you handle someone at the door, really simply. And you get to choose all the variables and all the way you do this. But the one thing I would really want people to consider is if something in your gut says, that's odd, then that should always and forever be a red flag for you. So if someone comes to the door and you go, I'm not expecting someone, red flag starts. And you get near the door, and maybe you should be able to look and see who that is without opening the door. So a peephole or a ring doorbell, honestly, I really think that Ring doorbell is, as much as it is an item of big tech, it's also a really, really good problem solver. So you can speak through that, you can look through that, you can record through that, and you can see it when you're not home too, which is nice. So number one, I'd get a Ring doorbell. If you're worried about security at home, and if you're worried about the man or the male not being home and securing the rest of your family, absolutely, I would start that step almost immediately. The door protocol would be, no matter what the purpose is that person claims, they don't come into the house.
Right.
Meaning, hey, we're here to fix the cable. You can go, I'm sorry, we're canceling this event. You can come back at another time. Now is not a good time. And if they start poking and prodding, that should be a red flag too. Like, well, just let us come in and get it done. It should be, the answer is no, you will come back later. And if it's, well, my boss wants me, it would be, I would shut the door and I would call the fucking police. So you get to choose how much you put up with. I like to put up with 0. Yeah. So at my door, when someone goes, hey, I want to talk to you about this, I go, I'm really sorry, go away, don't come back. Well, door shut, call the police. And that's really easy. That's as politics aside, that is one of the few things that the police are there for. You should be able to call them and say, there's a suspicious person at my door. He looks like this. He is not welcomed here. I told him to leave. He did not leave. And the police should drive to your address. They should drive around the neighborhood. If they see that person, they should stop them and question them and see what they're doing there. Especially things like someone shows up to your doorstep and knocks on your door and there's no work van there, or they don't have a uniform shirt on, or they're uninvited, right? Or they're there to install something, or to see what your thoughts are on something. It's 2022 right now. There is no reason that someone should be at my door selling me a product or a service. If it's something I wanted, I can get it on Google and Amazon within minutes. I don't need someone selling me something. Yeah. So again, I have 0 tolerance for that. And you don't have to give personal information away. If someone comes to your door and they're asking you for personal information, huge red flag, leave the door shut, or if for some reason you have opened it and that person is close to the door, you shut the door again and you lock it. If you open the door and they're kind of step back a little bit and you decide to talk to them with the door cracked and they want personal information from you, the answer is no. It's, you should call me or you should email me. And if you don't have either of those pieces of information, you shouldn't be here in the first place, right? Like cable company, they should let you know that they're coming if something is broken. Internet company, same thing. Plumbing company, same thing. And if there's no water on your floor and they say, well, we need to access your plumbing thing because there's a neighborhood emergency and there's no emergency in your house, it's tough shit, come back later. Shut, lock. And again, get on the phone with husband or your family member or dad or grandpa or someone else. Or, again, politics aside, that is one of the few things police are there for, so have them check out your neighborhood. So I call that door protocol. All it takes is some discussions along that line to make smarter decisions about who's in and around your house. Next step, if you're at all able to, I would always tell people to add a dog into their life. If you're at all able to, I would do, at a minimum, some type of firearms training, and I would really consider some either discussions or some podcasts about the mindset. I have personally pointed guns at people, and they have said to me, bro, you can point that gun at me all you want, I'm still going to kick your ass. And I've gone, oh shit, I need to do something different.
Yeah.
So that's where a dog steps in. I've also had, this is a cool story. I was in downtown, where was I? Austin, Texas, and it was Halloween night, and the streets were shut down. The cars weren't even on the main strip, and it was just gaggles and gaggles of people. We were like bars on the left, bars on the right, and me and Arrow were by ourselves walking down the street together. And there were groups of I remember specifically at least 2 to 3 times there was a group of large, muscle-bound, drunk and high, college students, coked up, and in their costumes, just doing the gorilla walk, yeah, fucking Halloween, we're with my bros, yeah. And they would kind of turn towards me and Arrow, and one of them would go, oh, and the whole group would just go the other direction.
Jeez.
Without another word said. And that happened multiple times that night, and not a single fucking person bothered us. It was amazing. I can't stress enough how amazing of a tool almost any dog is, especially one that looks well trained. Even if they don't bite, if they look well trained, and they're a big dog, it's going to help you.
Yeah, they just got that air to them, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
My dogs are way too approachable.
And there were some really nice people that were in like large groups of people that would walk towards us and they'd go, "Oh, nope. Okay, have a good day, buddy." And I was like, "Well, you guys too. Have a nice night." And they're like, "Oh, wow. Like, we don't want to get close, but man, that's a beautiful dog." And I'm like, "Thank you. Have a nice night." And everyone was polite, but even the people that may have been a little rowdy were there was not a doubt in their mind that no one wanted that problem in their life. So that's if at all possible, that it's a life changer and it's a life saver in many situations too.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. We've got a lot of those things covered. We've got a larger dog and a medium-ish dog, but they were both rescues. Neither of them have any training. Luckily they do bark at anything strange going on. And anytime we answer the door, they've got to be held back because they just want to meet all the people. And fortunately, I haven't had to test whether they expect everybody's a friend. But yeah, that perhaps a well-trained dog would be a good step in the right direction, a big step in the right direction. In additional firearms training, we've gone shooting some. She's got we both have guns of various varieties, but she had expressed earlier today that more familiarity in that department would be a big help.
Awesome. And yeah, there's a lot for free you can access with that, with the firearm stuff.
Yeah.
I imagine, I don't know whether, I'm sure this is subjective as well as almost everything is, but just, hearing stories of folks that had to defend themselves, like, the first person recounting after the fact, kind of just things that surprise them and stuff like that. I'm sure there's people that do, find such people to tell their stories, and I think that'd be interesting just to kind of mentally prepare for different things you don't expect.
Yeah, it's I mean, and even in law enforcement, I know that there's cops that have had both the legal and the moral right to end someone's life. Like, it's a really bad guy doing really bad things, and the cop himself is about to be victimized by someone with not a good bone in their body, just really evil people. And there's cops that they just don't want to pull the trigger. Mm-hmm. They'll do anything they can to not do that, up to and including until it's too late. And then they get their gun just ripped out of their hands and they get murdered. It happens. Happens to men, happens to women, happens to highly trained people. It's just, there's something about, not every human, but there's something about most humans that you just, if you can avoid killing someone, you'll do it. And I had that chance probably the last week that I was a local police officer. The last probably 4 or 5 shifts that I worked, there were 3 separate occasions that I could have pulled the trigger on my gun and killed somebody, and it would have been I believe it in my heart, I believe it would have been a legally authorized and morally righteous shooting. I took the half second to consider if it was safe enough for me to solve that problem another way, and all 3 times I figured it out other ways. And it's really common in the gun world that a lot of FUDs or new people or inexperienced people or young people, they're itching for that to happen. And part of it, I think, is righteous and good, right? Most young men want to be defenders of themselves and their families and their communities, and when evil comes, they're like, I'll heed the call. That part of it is good. The eagerness to end someone else's life, that part is maybe not so good. So I get that there's a lot of emotion around that. But still, sometimes when that call comes, it's really tough sometimes to pull that trigger. And I know from experience, I was a young man, and at one point I was like, I'll fucking heed that call. The first chance that someone comes up to me and wants to kill me, I'm going to kill them first. Ha. And I was put in that situation several times, and I thought, this is not the right thing to do. I can solve this another way. If I had to, I have no doubt I would have dropped that hammer, but I didn't have to. There were other options still. Man, I haven't talked about that stuff in a long time.
That's a somber place to go. Cody, you got anything to pick us up?
Well, I was just on that note. I was just thinking about like going back to like, you know, sort of the holistic approach, and that there's multiple ways to defend yourself, and you know, there's no shame in like if you're gonna be, well, first off, you never want to be in a situation in the first place, and second, if you are, you know, getting out of it is better than actually letting it become a fight. And there's obviously like multiple ways to handle that, and it all kind of depends on your situation. But I don't really know what to add to the holistic approach there, but I know that it is.
I'll help you out a little bit there. I have some thoughts. A lot of people, again, in the shooting world, a lot of people in the dog protection world, a lot of people in the martial arts world. Again, a lot of that, even the really best of that, they still don't take in, like you said, the holistic or the organic approach. Did I lose you guys? I heard a beep in my ear.
Oh, no, I just shut the screen share off.
Okay. They still miss something, which is, if you can avoid the problem, avoid the problem. If you're in the problem and you can leave the problem, leave the problem. If you're in the problem and you don't have those choices, that's when the gunfighting starts. That's when the martial arts starts. That's when the dog biting starts. And again, the gunfighting, the dog stuff, the martial arts, they only focus on that I'm in the problem now moment. Mm-hmm. And there is very little out there. Maybe that would be I'm going to take a note here. That would be a really good thing to discuss in depth in multiple episodes, which would be
I will look forward to
the
that.
Problem.
Yeah.
And there is almost no training on that. There's a couple books out there. There's a few speakers that will occasionally speak to that. But that also is a skill and a technique and a tactic. And it's also a skillful, systemized approach, meaning it's not just one thing that will work. There's not just one way to do it. But sometimes the gray man thing covers it, where they say, you know, I won't get attacked because I just look like I blend in. Yeah, well, that might not be the point of gray man, to not get attacked. It's maybe to not be noticed for whatever you're doing. But being in a situation and then leaving that situation, that's also a tactic and a technique, and it's a skill set. And it's really more than just a tool. If you get into an argument, ego really, really, really kills people a lot. And I mean, like, literally gets you killed. So you have that choice to make. Do I look like a sissy or a loser or a little girl, and do I walk away from the verbal argument? A lot of times that's your best bet. As I'm much older now, and this hit me when I was pretty young too. I, in one hand, was lucky enough to be on a top tier operational unit, and when I wasn't actively doing that job, I really had nothing to prove. I had done some super cool stuff in some super difficult environments. And unlike most of the civilized world, it didn't bother me if someone said, hey, you got a stupid haircut. I was like, all right, bro, cool, see you around. Like, believe me, I'm not going to cry about it when I go to bed. Mm-hmm. So understanding that ego check is important. Maybe a higher level of thinking could help on, you know, why is this person arguing with me? Can I guess why they're arguing with me? Should I try to calm them down? Should I just leave? You know, should I start calling resources? Should I get on my phone and call the police? Should I not walk out to my car? Should I walk back into the business? You know, and a lot of that's ego, a lot of that's embarrassment. But those are things to consider with, you know, trying to stay alive. It's there's a lot to it, man.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to hear how you cover that. I know the episode that we referenced a good amount the last time we recorded the Survival Podcast, Jack got into that a bit, but it was part of a much larger discussion. So he just discussed a few points for an acute, like, somebody's at your front door, they know you probably have things, they want your things. What can you do?
Well, and
to see that broadened out would be really handy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess one last thing to consider is that he did bring up this idea of, like, okay, so what if the person coming to your house, you know, let's say you're in a situation where it's after a disaster and you've got food and they want food, but the person coming to your house is actually your neighbor and you guys are cool, and he's actually, you know, just in that sort of situation where all of a sudden he's coming to you looking for stuff. And he discussed ways of like diffusing that situation, or at least, you know, being able to talk through it, or sort of offer, you know, a small appeasement to get them out the door the first time, but then, like, you know, they weren't ways to like obfuscate what you actually had, or you know, to prevent the situation where you're feeding a stray cat kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was a really interesting discussion, at least. So
yeah, because it's definitely something I'd not thought of. You know, what happens when the attacker is somebody you consider at least an acquaintance? You know, they're not an attacker in the, you know, violent physical sense at this point, but
well, and that
yeah, they could be.
Yeah, and that goes back to what Pat was talking about earlier, when, like, you know, if you've got dogs, but it's a family member that your dogs are familiar with that's coming into your house. And, you know, I can tell you, like, when I used to work as a teller at a bank, and they made us watch all these training videos about, like, one of them was about elder abuse. And so basically you end up with, like, a kid or a grandkid managing this person's accounts, and they would call in, and there'd be some really, like, fishiness about the kinds of things that they were trying to do. And it basically ends up being that, you know, the young person is basically siphoning money away from their elderly grandparent. And so they try to train us to... Oh, yeah. And they tried to train us to at least be able to spot that, and so we could report it. And it was really depressing to me, because the one time that I actually thought that I saw that happen, like, over the phone, I kind of mentioned to my manager at the time, I was like, I think this might have been one of those situations. And she was like, huh, yeah, it might have been. And that was the last I heard about it. Jesus. And I was like, so you're not gonna, like, we're not gonna flag their account or anything, and, like, you know, maybe have them looked in on? Because that's weird. Like, this phone conversation that I just had put me on edge. So, yeah, that's something, I guess, if I have personal advice to give, is always trust that gut feeling. If you get a phone call, and, you know, this goes back to, like, spam calls and stuff too, like, if you get a weird feeling about it, like, this person is not who they say they are, I'd say more often than not, you're probably right.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
For sure.
All right. Well, we are over an hour now, and I want to respect your time. So, do we have anything else we want to bring up, or just give plugs and get out of here?
Yeah, I'm good to close out.
All right. So, where can we find you, Pat?
Super easy. That website is the best place to go. Just head over to uncensoredtactical.com. And let's see, right now, what do I got going on? Probably the biggest thing I'm promoting now is just the 2 books that I have out. That's and the dog training. So I love the process of writing. I think it's a great medium to get long format information out to people, and I think a lot of people really enjoy the reading process. You can get those through the website. There's lots of links on there, easy to find. If you want the dog stuff, there should still be a link on my homepage on uncensoredtactical.com. It's under the branding of K9 Philosophy, is what we're calling our dog franchise. It is a franchise of Fortress K9. So any of their content, any of their products, any of their services, any of their dogs, I am very closely affiliated with everything they do. I'm a franchise of them, and I am definitely biased. We do have a financial relationship with each other, but I wouldn't have gotten involved with Joel and K9 and with Fortress K9 unless I really believed in what they did. And I'm actually packing up in 2 days. I'm driving down to Florida from Texas to do my annual upkeep training with them, to bring me and Arrow down there and to train with them and their dogs, and to make sure that what I'm providing everybody is up to date and accurate. So dog stuff, books, lock picking. We have other courses, all sorts of stuff. The website's really just the easiest place to kind of noodle around there and support me.
Very cool.
Awesome. And just a quick one is, when's that next Homestead event out at the Texas shows?
Should be the weekend after Easter, and Easter falls on like a weird day. So let me look it up. January, February, March, April. It should be, yep, April 29th, 30th, and May 1st.
Awesome. Okay, so we can see you out there if anybody's heading to that. So
cool. Yeah, it's very Childerberg-esque. It's just
awesome.
We do some events and we have some speakers and we have some hands-on learning. But honestly, everyone that comes to those events, they really just come for the people and to be left alone, to be in a community with people they do like. So you don't have to pretend to like the people that are around you, which is the coolest. Man, it's the coolest thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I can, I will try to make it down to that thing, because I am actually, as of this week, in the works of moving before May. So I don't know if it's going to be by April 1st or sometime mid-April, but that's what we're looking at.
Cool.
Yeah,
so I might be down there. I don't know yet. We will find out.
Very cool. And I just want to give a warning as far as any of Pat's information on bureaucracy. You may find that you're working for a bureaucracy and end up quitting your job because you realize it's hopeless, which is what I did almost exactly a year ago.
Awesome. Congrats,
Warning,
dude.
you might have a better life if you read that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hell yeah, dude. That I can tell you, I still need to actually pick that up, but I've heard a lot of your philosophy regarding the subject, and it is killer. So, plug.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, we wound up at a happy place to end it off.
Awesome.
Sign off there. Peace
Good.
and love.
Cheers.
The Constructive Liberty Podcast. That's the name of what Ken Eash does. And it's perfect because he loves liberty and that dude can build anything. So I try to share a memory or a story of each content creator. I first met Ken at the Living Free in Tennessee Spring Workshop. We hit it off. We had a great conversation, many great conversations actually. I really appreciate Ken a lot. He's been on my show. I've been on his show. But the story I want to share with you is when Becky and I went to Living Free in Tennessee, and we were sitting out in the evening, and they built this outdoor speaking area, kind of program area called the Taj Mahal. And it was just this wonderful enclosed, well, not enclosed, it's an open kind of free-floating roof with exolite panels that you can see through. It's absolutely gorgeous. Ken built all that himself, basically. So guess what? When I got home, guess what my wife, Becky, said she wanted at the house? Her own version of the Taj Mahal. So last summer, the summer before, I built a 16 by 24 deck out back with a little canopy on it, the hot tub, all of that. But she decided she wanted a beautiful, I don't even know what we ended up calling it, but it's basically our own version of the Taj Mahal. And on a couple of occasions, because I might be handy, but I'm not that handy, I messaged Ken and picked his brain. I'm like, what do I do here, Ken? What do I do there? And his advice was instrumental in this project being successful on multiple occasions, because we have had 1.5 feet of snow this year. Heavy snow on the roof of that thing. I've since cleaned it off. It didn't shake. It didn't move. It was as sturdy as the day I built it. It got tons of use. We were able to stay out. We extended our summer by a couple of weeks out there. It was just beautiful. And it was all thanks to Ken being willing to answer my questions and help me anytime I asked him. That's the type of guy Ken is. And Ken has been plugging away and grinding away with his content and working on his making himself better and spending money doing courses and that sort of thing to become a better content creator. So guys, give him a follow, the Constructive Liberty Podcast. I've got his link in the description. And you know what, guys? Just enjoy the content, because one more quick story about Ken. I don't know if he knows this, but his podcast, when he came on, or the episode he came on my show this year, all about finding your purpose. For some reason, that episode really engaged with the audience, and it was the second highest downloaded episode that wasn't something I paid to promote, like some of the other episodes where you put it out there and people earn sats for listening to it. So he had the second highest organic traffic of any episode that I've had this year. That's a pretty cool thing. So enjoy Ken's content, guys.
Today's episode runs a bit long at about 48 minutes, which is the complete opposite of what I say I want to do inside this episode. What I said was I want to get down to more the 15 to 20 minute range, and I ended up going about 30 minutes over that. But honestly, this is one of the best episodes I think I've ever done. I really, really like how this episode came out, and I hope you'll enjoy it too. I do want to invite you to, if you want to continue to receive updates on the podcast episodes, you can either go join the Telegram chat, t.me/Constructive Liberty. There will be a link in the show notes. And you can also sign up for email updates, which I send out one email a week for all the previous episodes. And that link will also be in the show notes. If you want to get to the main topic of the show and skip the intro and a couple things that I talk about in there, jump to about the 8-minute mark. Do good work. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of the Constructive Liberty Podcast, intentionally designing a lifestyle of freedom. Today is episode number 122, and we are recording on Wednesday, November the 11th, 2022. So what have I got for you today? Well, in listening to some podcasts recently, I've decided that I want to change up the format of my podcast ever so slightly. And I'm going to talk through that a little bit. And then I want to share how you can support the podcast if you like it. And the main topic of today's show, though, is based on a Charles Dickens quote. And it comes out of his book, A Tale of Two Cities. Of course, you're going to know what that is. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It's the most important election of our lifetime. Okay, sorry, I had to throw that in there. You know, cue the clown music, but sorry if I offended you. My apologies. Anyway, on to the format of the show. I want to... Here's kind of what sparked some of the changes. The podcasts that I listen to that I really enjoy the most are ones that don't have a lot of fluff in it. They're podcasts that you have the title. It's like, oh, that looks like an interesting title. And you listen to the podcast, they do their intro, maybe just a little short segment, and then they just go right into the main topic of the show. And it's 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long, but it's about that topic. And I know recently that some of my episodes have gone 15 minutes before I get to the main topic of the show. And ain't nobody got time for that. I don't have time for that. You don't have time for that. You don't want to listen to a bunch of fluff before you get to the main topic of the show. Now, I do realize that I often share ways that you can support the show. I would sometimes share products that can be useful to you, things that I use, whether that is a physical product or a digital product or, you know, whatever that might be. So I still want to share some of those things, but it's going to be more of a brief mention. And then I'll drop a link and maybe a longer description in the show notes, or maybe I'll start writing a little blog post to go along with those things. I'm not really sure exactly how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to try to have a little less fluff at the beginning of the podcast and a little more just main content and just dive right into it and have shorter episodes. I want to get back to that 15 to 20 minute mark. A lot of my podcasts lately have been going for 30 minutes, and that's a little bit too long. You know, there are podcasts out there that go that 30 minutes. There's some that go for an hour. For myself, I like a little bit shorter podcast lengths, and so that's what I just need to do. Eliminate the fluff, maybe have like one segment for the first week of the month and another one for the second week of the month and so on and so forth, instead of having all the product of the day, the stories from real life, how I'm making life fun again, what I'm doing to generate income. Maybe I can, do some short segments on those, but make those longer, like make a complete episode out of how I'm making life fun again, the things that I'm doing, or what I'm doing this week to generate income, or working towards that anyway. A lot of the things I do don't necessarily generate income, but it's building the base of that pyramid. The pyramid that I talked about on Monday, where you have your overarching goals on the top, and everything that you do is a building block or a stepping stone towards reaching that goal. And I don't know if you've caught the episodes that I've released on Monday. I've been working towards maybe doing like a short 2 to 3 to 5 minute episode on Monday. Just some thoughts that come to me, that it might be a video that I put out on TikTok or YouTube, and then just take the audio from that and run that as a podcast episode. A little more just straight to the point. This is some thoughts that I've had. I hope this helps you. I hope it serves you. And I don't know. Have you enjoyed that? It's been kind of fun for me. A lot of those I've recorded on the road, and I don't know. Tell me what you think. If you hate that or love it, I don't know. Well, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. If you want to support the show, I'm going to throw out the same product that I did last week. That's the Wise 5 budgeting and debt freedom app. It's a really great little app. I just discovered it recently, but you connect all your accounts to it and it tracks everything. You set your budget. But the beauty of this app is that it creates projections for you. So if you've ever heard of the FI movement, or financially independent movement, or the FIRE movement, financially independent, retire early movement, people work their tail off. They figure out how much they need to live off of. They work their tail off to either save up that amount or to create a passive income portfolio that can support them, and they can go ahead and retire early. Well, this kind of plays into that movement in that it creates projections for you based on the real numbers that you put in. It's like $9 a month, I think, after the first month. You do get a month free. So if you want to go sign up for that, I'm going to drop an affiliate link in the show notes. I do get a small commission. And actually, in the month of November, the creators of this app are running a contest for whoever signs up the most affiliates underneath them, or whoever can sign up the most people can win like $300. So if you want to go sign up, great. If not, at least start managing your money a little bit better. Hope that gets you to thinking about how you're running your money. And speaking of, I had a really great chat with a good friend, David Vargas, on Monday night. Monday nights, I'm doing a live stream on my Empowering Forward Momentum YouTube channel, as well as the Facebook group. And I had a really good chat about different ways to think about money, how we need to change our thoughts and our relationship with money. So if you want to go check that out, I'll also drop that link in the show notes. You should follow along and pop in on Monday nights at 7 p.m. Central Time on the Empowering Forward Momentum YouTube channel. So let's jump right into the main topic of today's show. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or evil in the superlative degree of comparison only. I'm going to take a drink. Sorry about that. Nothing like taking a drink right in the middle of the podcast. And that comes obviously from Charles Dickens' book, A Tale of Two Cities. And he really lays out how, in his day, everything was so extreme. It was either all the way over here or all the way over here, like so far apart that you can't even see each end of it. Everything is polar opposites. And if that doesn't describe our world today, then I don't know what does. And the interesting thing is that no matter what time period you lived in, or no matter who you talk to, everybody always thought things were the worst they could ever be. You know, the books that you read, it's the end of the world, you know, where everybody's going to die, or it's the worst time period ever. Things have never been this bad. Most of the books throughout history are written from things have never been this bad. And I think a lot of that comes from our inability to see the past for what it really was. We tend to see the past with rose-colored glasses. You know, my nieces, they wish so bad, or my one niece wishes so bad that she could have lived in the Renaissance period, in the Dark Ages. Like, I can't even imagine how terrible that time was. And she's read these books that romanticize it, and she believes that that would be the best time ever. She thinks that we should live there, that we should go back to that. And, you know, when I was growing up, I read a lot of Western books. I thought I should have grown up in the West. I would love to have lived in the Western time period where you out riding your horse around, rounding up cattle if you felt like it, you know, riding into town, nice leisurely lifestyle. But we only see the romantic side of things when we look at it. We don't see the hardships that were there. You know, my niece doesn't see people dying from the Black Plague left and right. She doesn't see all of, like, I forget what the percentage of the world population was that died during that time period. And you have the Spanish flu as well. You know, like a huge percentage, what was it, like a third of the world's population died? Can you imagine that? For all of our everything that I have against modern medicine and how overused it is, it has done amazing things for our health and longevity. Now, is it overused? Yes, I believe it is. But are there also benefits to it? Yes, I believe there is. You know, I don't want to be a person who just immediately goes to antibiotics or to this pill or that pill or whatever it may be. But there's times when you need it. Earlier this summer, I got a serious staph infection on my hand. And I don't know if you remember, if you saw any videos that I recorded in that time. I showed it a little bit. My hand was unusable for almost a month. It got so swollen and so painful. It was so painful that, see this couch right here? My office is detached from our house, obviously, as our house is a camper. But my office here has a couch that I can sleep on, or we can sit and visit on, or we can come out here and watch movies on, or something like that. But I slept out here for a few nights because my hand was so painful. I literally laid in bed and either screamed or cried. And the pain would come and go. And I would think I'm going to fall asleep, and all of a sudden it would just grab me, and I could do nothing with the pain. I was on antibiotics for that. And eventually the pain went away and it started to heal up. I'm still not back to normal, but it is a lot better than it was. Like, my fingers are still a little bit numb, and this has been 6 months ago, about. Maybe not quite 6 months ago, but I still don't have all the feeling in these two fingers, and I still have a spot there that is a little numb. I don't have all that feeling back. So I'm happy for antibiotics for things like that. That's kind of a long way around things. I've come across something on a website, literarydevices.net. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. The origin, or this phrase, has been taken from the famous opening paragraph of Charles Dickens' novel, A Tale of Two Cities. That's the opening line. Okay, the passage suggests an age of radical opposites taking place across the English Channel, in France and the UK, respectively. It contrasts and compares London and Paris during the French Revolution. This phrase points out a major conflict between family and love, hatred and oppression, good and evil, light and darkness, wisdom and folly. Dickens begins his tale with a vision that human prosperity cannot be matched with human despair. He, in fact, tells about a class war between the rich and the poor. He tells of a time of despair and suffering on one hand and joy and hope on the other hand. This is an apt phrase to be used in the context of today's world. You know, we're going through a lot of the same things. The poor are struggling under the yoke of economic decline, and the rich are enjoying luxurious lives. So you've got those polar opposites. So the best context in this literary writing is one where a country or a situation is compared with another in order to predict some revolution or a sudden transformation. I really need to read this book. I've never actually read the book, so I need to read that. I know it would be good because I can see just in that first phrase, just in the opening lines of that book, that is exactly where we are today. And it's so interesting how when you talk to people, most people believe that we are living in the worst of times. If you ask people today, here's what they say. It was the worst of times. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was a season of darkness. It was the winter of despair. We had nothing before us. We were all going down there, the opposite of heaven. And that's most people's outlook on life. That is how they see things. So I posted on all of my social medias the other day. I posed the question. See if I can find it here. Okay, I started out with, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And then I said, how are you feeling about this point in history in which we're currently living? And some of the comments I got were really, really interesting. AK, and I'm only using initials, said, it is the worst time to be alive. Everything sucks. Everything is an artificial man-made substitute. Trying to find a fulfilling life is as futile as attempting to make a child with, and I'm going to change his quote here, with sex toys. Yet everyone insists that there's nothing wrong. Give me Christ or Hiroshima. Everything sucks. And I replied, I said, wow, that is a depressing outlook. And he came back with, but it's not an inaccurate one. Mankind has screwed itself by attempting to improve upon God's creation. Believe me, living in the jungle with no electricity or running water, having wild-grown fruits, bananas, avocados, and ocean fish to choose from beats the pants off of a mortgaged mansion and processed food. Modern life sucks. Now, I don't know this person personally. I'm connected on one of the social medias that I'm on, and that outlook on life is super depressing. You know, he's not 100% wrong, but to have that attitude that you cannot find a fulfilling life, that fulfillment is impossible. You know, as a Christian, and I talk about this all the time, as a Christian, God has given us gifts. He's given us abilities. He has given us specific things to utilize in our life to make a difference for other people. That is where we find fulfillment. When we look at the dark side of life, that will always be there. When we look at the things that don't go right, when we look at what we don't have, when we look at the genetically modified everything, when we look at the fake food, you know, you don't even have to go as far as Twinkies and the candy bars out there, as tasty as they may be to some people. You know, you look at a McDonald's hamburger, or you look at most of the bread that's in stores. You look at the way meat is grown. It is artificial. It's It's not right. You know, a lot of that food isn't right, but we've never had access in history to so much good food. We've never had so much access to good things. At no point in history could you go to the grocery store and find nearly everything you need, quality stuff. You could eat good food. Like, at no point in history have we ever had such good access to so many good things. All you have to do, get into your little car, drive down to your little grocery store. And you're like, oh, but it takes me an hour to get to a decent grocery store. Well, you know what? Most people throughout history had to get on their little feet or on their little horse and ride or walk for hours to find whatever things at the market or whatever that may be. You know, wherever they buy their stuff. They had to go much farther through much more hardships than we do today to get probably better quality food. You know, we look at fake food today and we think, boy, that's awful. And a lot of the stuff that's in that food is awful. But when you watch videos, when you watch movies from, you know, let's go back to the Dark Ages or whatever time period, they did stuff as well that was not very kosher. They did things to manipulate the food. I saw a video recently, or I don't remember where I saw that. It might have been on some movie where the butcher would buy low quality or old meat from other people, and he would actually dye it with fresh blood to make it look fresh. Now, yes, that's on a movie, but I'm sure those things happen because throughout history, there's always been people trying to take advantage of other people. You're never going to get away from those times. You have to choose the people that you associate with. You have to choose the life that you want to live and do everything you can to live that life and to help as many other people as you can along the way. That is where fulfillment comes in at. Living life at peace with your mind, at peace with God, at peace with people around you. Now, if there's people that you can't live at peace with, do everything you can to not be around those people. You know, not everybody has a right to have access to you. And if there's people that drain you, if there's people that don't build you up, you have to do what it takes to cut them off. If that's family, if that's brothers and sisters and parents or kids or cousins or coworkers or whoever those people are, sometimes they can be hard to cut off, but you have to limit the interactions that they have, that you have with them. You have to limit the influence that they have on your life. Sometimes that can be hard to do, but you have to do. We have to love our fellow man, yes, but enabling their rotten behavior is not love. Another person, KJ, said, it's the best of times, but he's ready for whatever. And I love that attitude. I love that attitude. LL said this. She feels confused. It's so interesting to see what's happening around us, but it's also a bit concerning to be right smack dab in the middle of it all. And I said, in the middle of it, timeline-wise, or literally in the middle of it, like in a city where you're in a fallout zone or the path of destruction? And she replied, timeline-wise, I'm taking everything in and comparing it to past history. I see where we're going, and it's somewhat scary, but I'm also excited to be a part of this point in history. And I think people with that attitude are what makes the future bright. I think the people with that attitude are what's right with humanity. I think the people that have that outlook on life are what is going to make the future bright, or what's going to help rebuild after things collapse. PH said, I'm concerned that my children and future grandchildren will have a more difficult life because of the things that are happening now. We may see a downfall in lifestyle and comfort, but they will be the ones that are stuck picking up the pieces. I just hope that we can teach them resiliency and strength to find some joy in the upcoming struggles. Love that. I love that. It's teaching kids that no matter what happens, you make the best of the situation. You move on. You don't lose all hope. You don't despair. You have to find the good in your fellow man, because if we all revert to Neanderthalism, where we're just knocking each other over the head to take what they've got, or to take their man or their woman or their kids or their dog or their food or their house or whatever, if we all adopt that attitude, then yeah, I have the same outlook as AK, where everything sucks, where life sucks. But as long as there's a bright spot, as long as there is something that lives for a higher purpose, as long as there's those people out there that continue to shine the light, that continue to be a light in the darkness, then we haven't lost hope. And I hope I'm that person. I hope you can be that person. We have to take the attitude that no matter what happens, no matter the way people treat us, no matter what goes down, we are not going to lower our standards of living. And I don't mean we're not going to live without electricity, or we're not going to live without a freezer, or, I don't mean that standard of living. I mean that standard of who you are as a person. If you can't be a decent person when times are bad, are you really a decent person when times are good? If you can't be friendly or a kind person when someone is unkind or unfriendly to you, are you really a kind person? In the Bible, Jesus said that, and I'm paraphrasing here, he said, you think you're good because you give your children a fish instead of a snake. He said, even bad people do that. That is not what makes you good, is doing good things because because other people do good things to you, or just doing what you're responsible for. You're truly good when you can be good to evil people. If someone smacks you upside the head, you don't immediately go for the beatdown. You don't shoot them in the back, or you don't retaliate. If a truly good person can take that and still love the other person. I'm reading a book right now, and it's called The 48 Laws of Power, and it's an absolutely terrifying book, because I believe that I could easily become, if I was not a Christian, I could easily be the type of person who would use this book for evil, to manipulate and control people. And if you're that type of person, please do not ever read this book. I need good people to read this book. But he quotes I think it's an Abraham Lincoln thing where, yes, it was an Abraham Lincoln quote. He was talking about the South. He said, they are our brothers who have gone astray. This is in the Civil War, the slavery era. And an old woman chided him and said, there are enemies who should be destroyed. They should be wiped off the face of the earth. And he said, woman, he said, if I make my enemy my friend, have I not destroyed them? And that's how we need to look at people. That's how we need to approach life and our fellow man, is making our enemies our friends. Being good to people even when they do bad. The Bible calls that heaping coals of fire on their head. Funny little story. There was an older couple who could not get along in their marriage, and they went to see a counselor, and this counselor approached it from a biblical perspective. And he asked the woman, he said, have you tried heaping coals of fire on his head? Meaning, have you been good to him when he hasn't been so good to you? And she said, no, I haven't tried heaping coals of fire on his head, but I did try boiling water once. Funny little story. I laugh at it. But back to the comments. PHT said on Instagram, my life has never been better. even though the best of America's history is behind me. And, you know, I look at that and I agree with so much of it. And I love the fact that he sees that his life has never been better. And I know this man personally. I've met him, and he's done a lot to create the life he wants to live. But he says, even though the best of America's history is behind me. And there's different ways you can look at that. I don't want to nitpick here, but I see that in a couple different lights. You know, the best of America, as in the government or the conglomeration, the entity of America. Yes, maybe the best of that history is behind us, but the best of the American continent's history, the best of the people that live in this land, like as a region, I think we have so much more potential to make the next 1,000 years, if we live that long, the best the world has ever seen. You know, things have continually gotten better and better and better throughout history. Yes, things have also gotten worse and worse and worse. But it depends how you look at it. The potential for good has never been higher than it is today. You know, most people, when they look at life, they see the negative. They see the downfall. They see the worst of times. They see the age of foolishness, the epoch of incredulity, the season of darkness and the winter of despair, having nothing before us and going direct to hell. I've heard it so many times, you know, this world's going to hell in a handbasket. And that may be true. But what are you doing to help that? What are you doing to reverse that? Are you helping the world not go to hell in a handbasket? Most people see the fall of civilization as what's coming. And the truth is, you know, when something has served its purpose, as I believe the American government has, and you know that I'm not a political fan. I don't vote. I am not a right or a left or not a political libertarian, although I am a libertarian in the strongest sense of the word. I prefer the term voluntarious, although that's, most people will be like, what is that? Anyway, when something has served its purpose, as the American government has over the last couple of 100 years, you know, there's never been as prosperous, or at least in our recorded history, there's never been as prosperous a nation as what we've been over the last few hundred years. But it's beginning to go downhill. When people get power, they always manipulate it for their good. And that's when things, or for their benefit, I should say. And that's when things start to go downhill. And we've been heading that direction for probably about the last 100 years, maybe longer than that, maybe even longer than that. But it really sped up the decline in 1913. Research The Creature from Jekyll Island. But that is kind of where that decline started speeding up, even though, you know, there were elements of the American lifestyle that still continued on an upward trajectory until I'd say 30, 40, 50 years ago. But I think now we've probably reached our peak as to what the vast majority of people's lifestyle can be in America. It's over the next few years, it's going to get worse. Going back to my original thought, when something has served its purpose, it has to die off so that the next iteration can replace it. You know, if you look at plants or trees, or, you know, take a potato. You plant the little piece of a potato in the ground, and it sprouts. All the greens come off of it. It puts out new roots, and new potatoes grow. That original potato had to die so that the others could grow. Trees. If you go out and cut down a tree, more trees shoot off of that stump, off of that root. Something has to die so that something new can come up. And an organism like a government does not like to die. Trees can't do much about it. You can cut away at it. You can chop it up. You can hack at it, and it can't fight back. An animal can fight back. A government can really fight back. They don't want to die. Living organisms choose life. Okay? And when it's served its purpose and begun to decline, it's reached maturity and starts to slowly decline. As we age, we reach maturity and start going downhill. There's more aches and pains, and things hurt and don't work as well. And you just start going downhill. You can't do what you once did. In trees, branches have to be pruned away for new life, or for things to function better, for better fruit. But sometimes when the tree has served its purpose and begins to die, it has to be just cut off. Sometimes the roots have to be completely dug out so that the tree doesn't come back, and a new iteration of it or a new form of it can take its place. So from the seed or the root of the previous tree, a new one can grow. That tree, in this sense, being the idea that America was founded on, the idea that many other nations and countries and governments were founded on, and that is to empower human flourishing. That is to give people every opportunity to create whatever they can create. And that, I think we've lost that idea long ago, that people are able and willing and have the ability to create amazing things. And we've tried to control that creation process. And that's where things have gone downhill, is when we took control away from the people and put it in the hands of a few in the form of a centralized power. And so I believe that's why most people only see the negative at this point in history. They see it as the worst of times. But I believe that we're living in the best of times. I personally believe we're living in a golden age where anything is possible. I know that can be hard to see. It's super difficult to really believe that. But never before in history have so many people been able to not spend the vast majority of their time thinking about where their next meal is coming from. Throughout most of history, until the last, I'm going to say less than 100 years ago, throughout most of history, the vast majority of people spent the vast majority of their time on procuring food. The vast majority of people either were worried about where their next meal was coming from, or they were growing in order to sell food to other people. Right now, I think in America, like less than 3% of the population provides food for the other 97%. Now, I know there's a lot of you that grow a lot of your own food, that produce a lot of your own meat and vegetables and fruit and nuts and all of those things. But I don't know of anybody who is 100% self-sufficient, who produces all of their own food. I don't know of anybody. And throughout most of history, nearly everybody was dependent on producing their food. They had to produce the majority, if not all of their food. We spent all of our time and money finding food. Today, do you spend more than 20% of your paycheck on food? If you have to spend even 15% of your paycheck on food, I can almost guarantee you that you can find another job and that pays you more money to bring that number down. If you're somebody who spends more than 20% of your paycheck on food, you are either shopping at the most expensive places you can, or you have a really poor paying job. And I promise you can find work that pays more than minimum wage to where you can spend less of your money on food. At no point in history has that been true, where such a small percentage of the population produces the vast majority of the food. And that has opened up opportunities for innovation, for inventions, for creating so much more, so many more things that make our life better and easier and, more enjoyable. Throughout history, it was only the rich elite who could have leisure time. It was most other people, they had to spend most of their time figuring out where their next meal was coming from and figuring out how they were going to pay the taxes on the work that they did to make this meal. That's how it's been throughout history. Today, we are able to figure things out that we've never figured out before. At no point in history have we had as much access to information, to how-to videos. Like 100 years ago, if you wanted to know how to do something, you had to know somebody that knew how to do it. Or figure it out, spend years figuring it out yourself. Now, I can say, hey, Google, how to use so-and-so and so-and-so, whatever. And it will bring up a video that shows me how to do that thing that I want to do. Whether that's growing food or building an engine or changing the screen on my phone or anything. I get annoyed if I go searching for something and there's not a video or an article showing me how to do that thing. I hope my cousin is not listening to this. I don't think she listens to my podcast, but she needed someone to replace a bathtub for her. Now, I've never installed a bathtub by myself, but she asked me if I could help her out. And I said, sure, I can help you out. YouTube helped me out. I learned how to install a bathtub. I learned all the things I needed. I went down to the hardware store and said, here's what I've got. What else do I need for this? And he gave me all the parts and pieces, and I went to her house and I glued everything together and I stuck it in place and it worked and didn't leak. So great. At no point in history could I have done that before. I had to have somebody that had that specialized knowledge on how to do that, to teach me how to do it or to pay them to come and do it. I went and watched a couple videos and I went and figured out how to do it, and I installed a bathtub for her. She doesn't know that I've never installed a bathtub by myself before. I just told her I could do it, and I did it. So at no point in history have we been able to do that. We are living in a golden age where you can find information on anything you want to do. You can learn anything you want to learn. Anything you want to know is out there. Anything you want to figure out. Any kind of work that you want to do. Anything you want to build. Anything that you're interested in. You can go watch a video and learn how to do it. If you want to learn affiliate marketing so that you can work from home, there's videos on how to do that. There's great courses out there. I've gone through them myself. If you want to learn how to become a social media manager, 50 years ago, we didn't have social media. Our social media was the bulletin board down at the local hardware store. You'd go pin a note up there. That was social media. 20 years ago, we didn't have social media. You might have had some forums or post-it boards or whatever you call it. That was even before my time, though. Now, if we didn't have social media, can you imagine how that would be? Not having social media. Today, things are so easy. We build websites to connect each other. We build websites so that we don't have to go out and knock on doors and say, hey, do you need me to build you a piece of furniture? Can I cut down some trees for you and help you out and cut some firewood for you? Can I haul some trash off for you? Before 20 years ago, we had to go knock on doors and find work. We had to know a guy who knew a guy. Now all you have to do is post something online and you have all the work you want to have. It has never been easier to stay alive at any point in history than it is today. You can do anything you want to do. Okay? Let that sink in. Anything you want to do, there's a way to do it. It might be difficult. It's not going to be easy. You got to put the work in. You might struggle for a while. You might lose your house. You might get kicked out in the street. But you know what? There's food pantries down the road. There are people that will help you. You're not going to die. It sucks to lose everything, sure. But if you want to build something amazing, if you want to change your life, you've got to do the hard things. Sometimes you just have to reach a cutting off or a stepping off point, and you have to step off and trust that that next step is going to be there. There's a great little video, a clip I saw recently. It's a movie from, I think, Mr. Bean Goes on Vacation. I think it's a clip from that movie. And he's trying to get to the beach. And he sees the beach out of his hotel room after all the struggles of his travels. And he starts walking. And he steps off of something. Every time you think he's going to step off and fall to his death, something just appears right there in front of him. He just keeps walking with his eye on his goal, his eye on the beach. He had a mission in mind. He believed that what he needed would appear when he needed it. All he was doing was stepping out in faith. Now, I'm somebody who likes to know what's coming. I'm somebody who likes to have a plan in place. But sometimes you got to step out in faith. And I'm wrestling with that right now. Am I going to step out in faith and build some things that I want to build to have the life I want to have? I'm really struggling with that. I'm at a point where I have a dream that I've been working on for years, and I have not seen any fruit of it. I have not seen anything coming of it. So I'm at a point where, do I take more time to focus on and to build that dream, or do I let that dream go? Or do I let go of my security net that I've been hanging on to, that's been taking up my time and making so I don't have the time to put into that dream? You know, either one or the other is a letting go. But the more I hang on to both, you know, the heavier I get, the heavier I'm weighed down. I saw a post on Facebook just this morning, and it was a former pastor at a local church, and he was talking about his son. He saw his son going to school, and he had a massive backpack and so much stuff he could hardly carry in it. And he started looking at the books in it, and he said, "Son, do you need all of these things?" And as they got to going through it, they were able to take out a lot of stuff in the backpack that the boy didn't need. But he got so used to carrying it, so used to adding more and more and more onto his load. He got used to the load, and he didn't take other things away. Sometimes we have to prune things away in order for new things to take place. Sometimes we have to let go of things that we've been hanging on to because we think that we need them. It's a security blanket. Sometimes you just have to let go and step out in faith. Just like Mr. Bean did on that clip where he finally made it to the beach and the movie ended. You don't need to go watch that movie. It's kind of ridiculous, but yeah. Anyway, it just that scene came back to me as I was describing that. So I kind of went through a long roundabout thing to say that I believe we are living in the best of times. It's the age of wisdom. It's the epoch of belief. It's the season of light, the spring of hope. We have everything before us. Okay? It's all a matter of how you choose to look at it, what you choose to live for, and who you choose to serve, who you choose to become. So my question to you is, what do you believe? Who will you become? And who do you serve? Do good work.
Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. Now, from here on out, I'm basically just going to bring the content creators in as I get the content received, so there's no particular order. The next one is from Jason Sparks from Kentucky Sustainable Living. Jason's an all-around really cool dude who is building himself a prepper community in his area that is incredible and inspirational. Now, Jason helped me out big time. Earlier this year, I was struggling with my voice, having a rough go at it, and he messaged me on short notice. He said, "Hey, Tim, if you need somebody to come on and chat with you just to help give your voice a rest, I would gladly come on." And he came on, and we had an awesome conversation. Him and I have traded silver through the mail since. We've had a lot of fun. We first met at Self-Reliance Festival, but he is just a cool guy that you could listen to talk all day. He's a great conversationalist, is very much into independent and self-sustaining lifestyles. So guys, give Jason a check over on his YouTube channel. The link is in the description below, and it's Kentucky Sustainable Living. So let's jump into his interview with Chuck Peoples.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's Jason with Kentucky Sustainable Living. Today we're going to try our first Alive and see what happens with it. Today I've got Chuck Peoples with Appalachian Medical Solutions. And Chuck, start off, I met you at Self-Reliance Festival, this last one that they had. Tell everybody kind of your backstory, you get a ton of letters after your name, don't you?
I'm a critical care paramedic. I've also got training in austere environment and prolonged care. I've done a little bit of everything in EMS. I worked about 20 years in traditional municipal EMS for a county agency. And then about the last 8 years, I've worked some contract work, things like that, and not only in overseas work, but also domestic and stuff, everything from some executive protection work to occupational health and industrial work. So I've got a little bit of a varied experience in EMS. Try to get some experience in a little bit of everything.
Oh yeah. Well, you took good care of me when my blood pressure went up at SRF, and I was like, man, Chuck knows what he's doing. So Chuck, you've got. Tell us about your business that you've got started and what all you offer with it.
Well, I've done training for other people working as an instructor. I've taught EMT class, paramedic class. I've even taught at medical school. And I've been a trainer for the last 20 years teaching traditional EMS classes. But I started looking, and more people are interested in receiving medical care, but there's really not classes out there. There's your CPR, first aid, now stop the bleed, those types of things, which are important. They are, but they don't, in my opinion, give you some of the training that you may need in today's world. And if things do get worse, a grid down scenario, or, the evident end of the world, zombies attack, whatever your scenario is, medical is important. It's not going to be, you're more likely to somebody to die from malnutrition and an infection, things like that, than you are really from a gunshot wound or things like that. Is it important? If you're a concealed weapon carrier, do you need to have that training? Absolutely. But I think the general public now, people who are the prepared mindedness, want to be prepared, and medical's a big piece of it. I've said it, and John Willis says it a lot if you ever watch his lives with special operations equipment. It's not going to be the zombies getting me. It's not going to be the gunshots. It's going to be when I've got the little cut, that I cut my hand on fixing baling wire or something, or, something on the pig pen or chickens or something, that doesn't go properly treated, that'll kill me. And that's very true. That's more likely to happen. And those are things that I started this company to do. So I want to give people, now, can I certify people in it? No, but this is for demonstration purposes only. And what you do with on your own time is fine. Now, do you get a certification and stop the bleed and things like that in my classes? Absolutely. But the rest of it is for informational purposes. It's very hands-on. I train a little bit differently than probably what your traditional model is. I do stress-induced training, and I'm very heavy with the hands-on. A lot of the parts of my classes, we start off with, you're doing it. Okay, we're going to do it. Everybody grab this. We're going to do this, whether it's a training simulator or whatever, or a live tissue lab. You're going to get your hands dirty in my classes. You know, you're going to do the stuff. It's not, I hate PowerPoint, and it is not death by PowerPoint.
Yeah, I did a Stop the Bleed class to get recertified as part of my continuing ed with a contractor's license, and I did it with Bulwarks there in Glasgow. And we did a bunch of PowerPoint, did some stuff, and then the last thing to get your certification on it was they took us, they were like, start doing push-ups and jumping jacks, and then you got a scenario in a half-lit room.
Yep.
So you got your heart rate up, running, doing all this, and then they bring you in, and they're like, you got to figure out what's going on. And you're already hyped up. There's like 2 people screaming in there. You run up, they're covered in some kind of goo, which is simulating blood. So you're slipping all around. You're like, what in the world's going on? And I'm like, this is crazy. But that
I do a lot of that one in my extended, I call it it's a Stop the Bleed class and more. It's a day-long class. One of the scenarios is what I call the sensory deprivation scenario, where you go into a room, you have a patient, you have to assess and treat what the major and one other minor injury is. And when you're in there, the room is dark, there's a strobe light going, there's extremely obnoxiously loud music that you can't hear yourself think, there's fog machine going, and there's me and maybe 1-2 other instructors yelling, screaming at you while you're doing it to get it. And the reason I do it is, if I can overload your sensories and stress you in the training, when you go to do the real thing, that muscle memory kicks in, and you're not as stressed. You're not bitter. You can think a little bit more clear, and you can do the mechanics that is needed to perform the treatment much easier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, I got a lot out of that class, even though it was just your basic Stop the Bleed. That one thing, and we had talked before, as far as the aftercare and stuff like that, everybody wants to do the cool ninja tactical stuff. You know, yeah, let's throw a tourniquet on. They know how to do a tourniquet. They know how to do a chest seal. They know how to do this. And it's like, yeah, that's great. But, you know, like you said, 90% of the stuff that's going to take you out is that infection. A lot of people don't focus on the aftercare part of it.
The aftercare, what a lot of people don't focus on and stuff, and I've noticed in some Stop the Bleed classes, and I am not here, and I'm not one to knock any instructor or how they do things or anything like that, but they don't focus on the important thing is your patient's in shock. Treat them for it. You've got to treat them. And one of the big things, I don't care if it's 110 degrees outside, they can become hypothermic very quickly. So you've got to do something simple as keep them warm, treat them for shock, things like that. And that's immediate aftercare. But what if you don't have help coming? What if you're going to have this patient for an hour, 2 days? I've worked in environments where we've had somebody that we applied a tourniquet to. We had them for 37 hours before we could evacuate them. And we had to care for them. We had to treat them. So there's a lot more to it. And are you prepared to do it? A lot of people want to be prepared, and they get some medical training. They get but a lot of it's focused on trauma. Well, guess what? In a grid down scenario, one of the first things that's going to go is sanitation, food sanitation, stuff like that. And those are some of the things that I go over. It may not be cool guy ninja stuff, but let me tell you what, it's just as important as the cool guy ninja stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the big thing that I've stressed with some of the people in our group is we can do the cool guy ninja stuff, but we also need to look at aftercare and stuff like that. And people don't realize some of the stuff, how many bandages and gauze you'll go through caring for somebody. Tell us if somebody's got a minor or a medium injury that you can treat at your house in a grid down situation. How much gauze and bandages would you go through?
Well, there's a lot of it. So if you have an open wound and that you're going to have to, let's say, clean and pack a medium laceration, say 2 to 3 inches long. If you don't close it and you've got to clean and pack that wound at least once a day. In other words, you're going to have packing that you're going to pull out, and then you're going to clean that wound. And you're going to need saline or at least clean water. And what a lot of people don't realize is, and one of the things that I talk about is, they think you have to have sterile saline and sterile water and all this. Well, there's studies out there right now that, you know what, actually works just as well, and there shows no growth of infection or anything.
What's that?
Treated tap water. So if you have, like, on a city water service, a municipal water service, you can use that to flush that wound, but you're going to have to flush it and then use gauze and stuff to clean it. You may have to do minor debridement, where if there's anything growing on the inside or something, that you have to scrape that back, any dead skin cells or anything, or any dead tissue that is acquired on the inside. And then you've got to pack it again with gauze. That gauze you're probably going to use, let's just say a standard roll of 2-inch gauze, you're probably going to use on something that's maybe an inch deep, a whole roll of that. Yeah. So you've got to look at that, and it may take 30 days for that to close to do that. Now, the depth of the wound will slowly reduce as it heals from the inside. But remember, you've also got to wrap that on the outside and keep that clean and dry. So you may have to even change that bandages, because you're going to have, the wound is going to weep. It's going to leak fluids and stuff. So you're going to have to change that 4x4 you've got over it. That gauze that is holding that 4x4 in place, probably at least do 2 bandage changes a day. Yeah. So you're looking at, 100 rolls of gauze for 30 days.
Yeah. So you're looking at buying stuff by the case is really, if you're serious about it.
You don't have enough gauze. That's what I like to say. I don't have enough gauze, and I've got cases of it. And I pack it up, because one of the things I realize in any type of a grid down scenario, my skill that I'm going to be able to offer is medical care. Do I have some other skills? Yes, but my so-called expertise, and I won't proclaim I'm ever an expert, but I'm going to provide medical care, so I should probably have that equipment with it. That's what my investment. Do I stock the food and stack the food and the water and all that other stuff? Of course, but I've probably got a lot of medications. I'm not going to say, but there's a good chance I may have a lot of medication that most people don't.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that are going on in today that you can go, like Jace Medical, you can get antibiotics from them. You do a phone consultation. There's a couple other companies that have came out. I just can't recall their names right now, but Jace is the big one that kind of got it out, and they're from Canada, but they're doing stuff in the U.S., and they'll send you an antibiotics package, and I think their most expensive package is like $250, which is not bad. And the antibiotics that are in there cover a lot of stuff. It's good to have, but there's a lot of other stuff you have to have. A lot of equipment you have to have. I've invested, I don't know how much money I've invested in medical equipment. And, it's an expense. It's a big expense, as far as prepping goes, if you want to be serious about it.
Oh, yeah. And I've looked at Jace Medical and some of their things that they offer, and it's good. I've also I've gotten fish.
Yeah, you can.
So, and the fish get sick every now and then.
Yeah, the fish do get sick, and sometimes they require antibiotics and things like that. That's good. But, like I said, I always have some sort of random medical thing laying around. But like, here's a roll of 2-inch sterile gauze.
Yeah.
That laceration I was describing, you're probably going to need 90 to 100 of these.
Yeah.
Just for that. And yes, can you pack a wound with regular rolled gauze, sterile gauze? Absolutely. The only difference between this and actual wound packing gauze, in wound packing gauze, the weave within the gauze, the way it's made, the weave of the gauze is tighter. But this will do the job.
Oh, yeah. You just might need a little bit more of it, right?
Yeah. So, it's just little nuggets of knowledge that I try to bring to people who don't have traditional medical training, and try to train them up and give them those skills and make them comfortable to take care of things like wound closures and stuff, because all this equipment now, again, I'm doing it for demonstration purposes only. I can't certify you to close a wound to where you go out and open up your own wound closure clinic or whatever and say I'm certified by Chuck Peoples. No. But I'm showing that, and you know what you do in your own home on your own free time is completely up to you, and it's none of my business or anybody else's. But this is all equipment that literally you can get on Amazon. You know, it's equipment. A lot of it can be easily obtained, and relatively, it's not that expensive. But you need a lot of it. Some of it very expensive. Some of the equipment.
I've gotten a bunch of gauze from Amazon. You can search bulk medical supplies, and it comes up in case-like quantities. And I found one thing. I run through Band-Aids. Being in contracting, I'm always cutting my fingers. And I'm like, I ordered, I think, a case of 2,000 Band-Aids. And they came in. My wife was like, what's that? I was like, it's Band-Aids. And she goes, you bought 2,000 Band-Aids? And I was like, yeah.
You'd be surprised how many Band-Aids. And that's the thing is, some of the sites and stuff that I've managed with previous jobs and stuff like that and doing equipment, I would order Band-Aids, you know, in lots of 1,000, you know, at a time, because that's one of the most used things. In every medical kit I have a boo-boo kit, and I have Band-Aids where they're easily accessible, because guess what? I'm going to use that quite often, you know, not only for myself or my family, but you know, people that I'm treating or medical events I'm covering and stuff like that. I mean, even going to the gun range, I'm usually, you know, if we go to the gun range and I'm practicing or somebody's teaching, I'm the designated medic, you know, just because I'm there. So I always bring all my stuff. And every single time just going to the range, I'll give out at least one Band-Aid to somebody. You know, they get pinched from a pistol or whatever it is, you know. I always do. So, you know, people they don't think about the little things like that. And part of my class is I give you lists, you know, suggested lists of equipment. And you literally look at that, because using gauze alone to wrap this, there's a technique.
Yeah.
There's a true technique. And I know you think, well, it's just gauze. I just wrap it around something. Well, sort of, but there is a true technique to do it. And those are things that I really try to stress and teach to make people very comfortable and they feel competent enough to perform these skills.
Oh, yeah. And I use, speaking Band-Aids, I keep 2 boxes of them in the glove compartment. And it's at least once, if not twice a week, I'm in the Band-Aids going, crap, I cut myself on a piece of tile or something like that. I mean, that's stuff that I think people should stock by the truckload pretty much.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, you know, you don't realize just even a wound care kit that you're going to be treating a wound for a couple of weeks. You know, you need a couple of syringes. You're going to need sterile water or sterile saline and to flush that wound and stuff, and using that syringe to get. And there's a technique on how to do that. Just simply flushing that wound out and stuff. So it's just little things that I do in these classes, and I've developed these classes to prepare somebody who does not have any formal medical training, where they can feel more comfortable demonstrating that I demonstrate to them what some advanced medical techniques are. And they get to play with it hands-on for demonstration purposes only, so they can feel comfortable doing that.
Oh, yeah. Chuck, can you go into a list of stuff that your average, a lot of our people in our group are homesteading and doing stuff like that. What's some good stuff that they should have on hand? I mean, other than a little boo-boo kit with some Neosporin and alcohol wipes.
Yeah, I mean, you need Bactrin and Neosporin and all those little things. And I would, you know, for your family, I would buy it by the tube. Instead of the little single packets, which you can get. And that's what I carry in my bags, because I'm treating other people and it's easier to do. And it's a little bit more sterile to give that. But buy tubes of that stuff. You know, little things like cotton swabs to clean wounds. Saline or sterile water. Sterile water is a little cheaper to buy and easier to obtain than actual sterile saline in bottles. Have that. And then in my classes, I actually teach how to do sterile water and how to make sterile water and sterile saline and store it for medical purposes. You know, you obviously need gauze, a lot of 2x2s, a lot of 4x4s to clean things up with and do things like that. But you also need your over-the-counter medications. You know, you need the cold and flu stuff. You need the over-the-counter pain relievers. And not only are they pain relievers, but if you've got somebody who's sick with the flu or a virus, has a fever, you know, that's going to be a fever-reducing agent also. You know, I would look into, you know, some things for anti-nausea and stuff. There's some over-the-counter stuff out like that, but more of the prescription-based stuff is better. The over-the-counter stuff I found doesn't work as great. But, you know, just have a good supply of just the regular over-the-counter medications, because a lot of people will go, oh, I've got a cold, I need to run out and get some, you know, Sudafed or, you know, whatever, NyQuil or whatever your flavor is. But I would also, you know, look at, you know, basic diagnostic things. Get a thermometer, a good thermometer. Learn how to take a blood pressure. Learn how to take pulse and where the pulse points are, not just in your wrist, your radial, but, you know, your carotid, your femoral, your pedal pulses, things like that. And that's important in assessment. I would get some sort of, within your trauma supplies, I would look at least having a SAM splint. You know, a couple SAM splints where you can splint an injury. You can never have too much ACE wrap, you know, ACE bandages. I would also look at cravats, you know, triangular bandages, cravats, whatever you want to call it. Have some of those because they make good sling and swaths. There's a lot of applications with that. Ice packs are big. If you don't buy the actual disposable ice packs, have a way to have ice packs, but also heat. You know, if you don't have heat packs, at least get a heating pad. You know, the nice thing about disposable heat packs are they don't require electricity. So if you don't have electricity and need it, you know, your heating pad is not going to work.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you're going to hook it up to your generator or power bank or whatever.
That's bad to run a generator just for the heating pad.
Yeah.
On the thermometers, I've got the digital thermometers, but I thought about too, I'm like, what if you don't have any batteries left? So I've got the old school glass thermometers. I bought like half a dozen of those and stuck them in.
Yeah, the mercury filled thermometers you can. And you can also get those little oral, and they also are oral and or rectal thermometers, but I would personally keep one for rectal and one for oral. I don't care how you get it. It's just that thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have that. And they're well designated. They're different colors, so I don't have the wrong one. So I would have those disposable ones that are a little battery powered one. Those batteries last several years, you know?
Yeah.
And you can have those, and if you keep them in, you store them properly and everything, have that. But if you do have ones that take batteries that you can change out, they're not an internal battery, get extra batteries and take the battery out of it when you store it. If you're not going to use it on a regular basis, pop the battery in when you're going to use it, so that way you don't have to worry, unless it's if it's a regular NiCad battery or something like that, you don't want to worry about, you know, something leaking in it or anything and destroying the piece of equipment. Get a pulse oximeter, one of the little fingertip pulse oximeters.
Yes.
They're $20 and they work fairly well. That not only is that going to help you can monitor somebody's pulse, you're going to see if they're getting the proper oxygen. And the reason they're real good for the fingertip is your fingertips and your toe tips are the farthest place away from your heart. And what that's doing is that's reading the amount of oxygen that's actually in your capillary beds, your blood. So the farthest place that your circulation goes to in your body is your fingertips and your toes. That's why you do that, because if you're oxygenating well all the way out there, your blood is well oxygenated on your fingertip, obviously in the rest of your body.
Everything else should be good then.
Right.
Hey, real quick, Shelly's got a question.
Sure.
How long past expiration dates will over-the-counter stuff actually last?
There's a lot of factors in that. How it's stored. You know, if you store it in a cool, dry place. Now, the FDA puts stuff on there, but there's studies out there. I can't say, oh, definitely it's going to be this. if it's stored properly, cool, dry place, you know, and there's studies out there. You can look it up and Google it or whatever search provider you want. There's YouTube videos. There's one study out there now that the military did where they had 3 different antibiotics they stored for 25 years. Then they tested them. They found the one that lost the most potency still had, I believe it was 83% of its actual potency of when it was the day it was manufactured. The other ones were in the 90s, still had 90-some% potency on it. Over-the-counter medications, if it's in a tablet form or a capsule form, I mean, I can tell you for me, I would be comfortable taking them if I know they were stored properly in a cool, dry place. I'd take them up to a couple of years afterwards and maybe even longer. You know, I'm just being honest with you, but, you know, you could tell by looking at medications. It's like anything else. Some will start to break down naturally inside, whether it's a bubble pack or if it's in a bottle or something like that. If you start seeing breakdown of the tablets where they haven't been bothered or the bottle shaken or anything, they're probably not safe to take.
I took, and I'll tell you from experience, I had a bottle of Advil that rode in the door of the truck, and it was 5 years past the expiration date. And when my back hurt, I would pop 2 of those, and in about 15 minutes, my back didn't hurt. So I was like, hey, the shit still works. So,
you know, I've done it. I've done it as a medical provider. If I'm actually acting in a professional role, of course, I'm going to say, you know, what the FDA says. Me personally, I've taken shit that's been 5 years worth of expired. And I'm just going to tell you flat out, I've given it when my son was younger, you know, and he was still a kid growing up. I gave my own child, you know, medications that were expired, and he's still alive, and now I've got grandchildren. So, you know.
So it didn't hurt him a bit.
He's still kicking.
Hey, if anybody else has got any questions, put them in all caps if you would, and we'll try to answer them. If not, we'll give you a BS answer about it. So
if I don't know it, I'll tell you who to go to or where to look for it. That'll be the answer.
Well, Chuck, tell us a little bit more about the training. Can you, if Joe Blow called you and said, hey, I've got this and this, and this is kind of what I want to do, can you customize some of the stuff, or is it just?
Absolutely. I mean, I've got a list of classes. I've got a 1-day, a 2-day, and a 4-day class. Obviously, the longer the days, the more training. But on all of them, I can customize. I can do this. And I'm getting ready to do some for a client now that I'm customizing the class for something very specific, a live tissue lab that we're going to practice doing on a farm animal that will be shortly thereafter the class. Yeah, I can customize anything. If you call me up and say, hey, you know, this is kind of what I want for my family or whatever, yeah, we'll do. Now, I've got a minimum number, and I charge a set price depending on the class for what is. But I can work with people, you know. And if it's part of what I call our network, the Self-Reliance Network, you know, they got people with special operations or your group or, you know, Billy Bond's group or, you know, whoever, Toolman Tim, stuff like that. That's what I call the big network. I'm going to work with you because really, you know, that's the audience, you know, that I want to give these classes to. I mean, do I teach classes to law enforcement and medical professionals and stuff? Yeah, I do. But I really want to focus my whole thing for this. And the whole reason for even starting this is for Joe Blow, who wants to be more prepared, because I'm in the preparedness mindset. You and I have had tons of, you know, conversations and stuff about things. And I go to Self-Reliance. Yeah, I go and teach a class, but I'm not there to teach a class. That's just, you know, that's an hour of the time there. I'm there to learn and interact with everybody. You know, I think all training's good. And if you want something very specific, yeah, well, we can sit down and come up with whatever you want.
All right. And that's one of the big things is customizing the stuff. I think people really like that, where it's just not a boilerplate. Hey, we're going to teach X, Y, and Z, and that's all we teach. And it's like, okay,
I don't like to do the traditional. As I said, my training is probably not your traditional classroom, what you think it's going to be. It's very informal. It's very interactive. and it's very much hands-on. Because I'll be honest with you, even teaching PowerPoint bores the hell out of me. I can
imagine.
I don't want somebody who's paying me to do a class. I want them to walk away and go, damn, I learned something. I feel better. I feel prepared. I feel, I can go and do these things. And in class, they say, I just don't feel comfortable with that. Well, I'm going to stay there until you do.
Yeah.
And that's just the thing. I'm providing a service. I want to give you the service, and I want it to be the best it can be and the best experience for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I sat in your hour class and I was like, hey, this has got some real good points to it. And I mean, I enjoyed it. It was probably one of my favorites out of everything that I listened to that weekend. It's probably in the top, I would say it's in the top 5 things that I listen to. And it's probably one of the most important that I listen to. Everything else is good to think about, this and that. But yours is the one that's going to keep you alive, most likely.
Yeah, so. It is, because it's going to be the little things that get you that you don't think about and you're not prepared for. And in any type of a shit hit the fan scenario, whatever you want to call it, if you don't have conventional medical care, you're delayed getting to conventional medical care, you could die. If you have somebody, you could have somebody you care about, a loved one or somebody on your team or whatever, they could die. And I don't want to see that happen. And if you don't have, a so-called medic, nurse, doctor, whatever there to do this stuff, you are, as they say, the first responder, and you should be prepared. And do I do the traditional trauma medicine, the cool guy ninja? Yeah, I emphasize it. You get a Stop the Bleed class from me, it's not a Stop the Bleed class. Do I cover what Stop the Bleed says to do? Yeah. I go well beyond that, because I don't think Stop the Bleed is in depth enough. And I'm saying it right now. Sorry, College of, American Physicians. I'm sorry if you get mad at me and American surgeons, but I don't believe it's in depth enough. So I give more, because you should be prepared. Like, I carry a tourniquet every day. I mean, I literally just took it out of my pocket with my wallet and stuff right before we started this. But I have a tourniquet on me every day. I don't leave the house. It literally sits next to where I set my wallet at night. That's my daily tourniquet. In my vehicle alone, besides on me, I probably have 6 tourniquets. I have a tourniquet in everything I carry. My EDC pack. I've got my vehicle med bag. I've got another med bag that I carry in the back of my vehicle and stuff. I mean, I have these things. I believe in carrying and having all that stuff and blowout kit, IFAC, stuff like that. But I also believe you need to have it more in depth. My vehicle med bag is probably not like anybody else's. Mine's a little bit more and a little bit more in depth. And that's the things I like to show you, just really to get you to think about things, other scenarios, other things that could happen, because a lot of people don't realize you may see a car wreck and you pull up the side of the road. The reason that person wrecked, because they were having an MI, myocardial infarction, a heart attack. Or maybe they had a stroke. They may not have big injuries, but there may be something you can do to help treat it and do little things until more advanced help arrives, things like that. So I just get you to think like anything. Think outside the box and look and how to assess your patient. Because to me, the biggest skill I can teach you is patient assessment, because that's what you start everything with.
Oh, yeah. With the tourniquets, a lot of guys just think about it, I only need my tourniquet if I'm doing cool guy, green googly-eyed stuff. I mean, in instance with me, I didn't have to use it, but I had a tourniquet on me, and I was taking down plate glass mirrors at a job, big plate glass mirrors. And but I had on cut-resistant gloves, and I had on gaiters, because right there, there's a lot of blood pumping through your arms. So I had on cut-resistant gaiters and cut-resistant gloves, but I had a tourniquet just in case, because I've seen videos of guys plate glass stuff just cut a dude's arm plumb off.
I in a real true scenario, I responded to a guy. They were putting in plate glass windows, fell somehow, and he sliced his popliteal artery on his leg, and I applied a tourniquet. He was bleeding out when we got there. Took him to the trauma center. He was trauma alert, and they rushed him straight in with the tourniquet still in place.
Yeah.
Straight to surgery. He went from ER straight into surgery. He wasn't in the ER probably 5 minutes. So, you have it. And when I worked traditional EMS, I carried, we have the bags and all the little stuff. I carried a tourniquet in my pocket.
Yeah.
You need those things immediately. On the outside of my med bags, I have a compact tear-off from John, for special operations equipment, IFAC, that has, the quick clot, the trauma dressing, the chest seals, needle decompression, all those things that will kill you in 2 or 3 minutes. I don't want to take the time of opening a bag, digging in a pocket, doing all that. I need that stuff because this person's going to die in 2 to 3 minutes if I do something and act. Same thing with the tourniquet. You could be dead in 2 minutes. You get a femoral artery bleed, you got to slap the tourniquet on. You shouldn't take the time digging through a backpack or a bag or run into your car to go get it. I pull it out of my pocket.
Oh yeah, and a lot of the stuff going back, like with that plate glass that I was talking about, that's everyday stuff. Everyday stuff is going to get you more than anything else. A car wreck. I mean,
I've applied in real scenarios, and I've worked around the world. I've worked with cool guys, so to speak. I've applied more tourniquets because of chainsaw injuries, industrial accidents, home repair accidents, things like that, than I've ever done for a gunshot wound or an IED blast or anything like that. Have I done them? Yeah. But honestly, I've probably just as much, probably more for just the usual run-of-the-mill stuff day accidents. I've done a ton of chainsaws. Chainsaws. I even did one, a guy, still don't understand how he did it. He cut one of the arteries in his ankle. He was splitting wood. And he hit a piece with a knot and somehow it bounced off. Of course, he was splitting wood in flip-flops. So, but, those are just things that happen. That's why I say carry it with you every day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. And I keep a bag in the truck. And you never know. I've got quick clot, gauze, chest seals, tourniquets in there, and I keep it. But I use the stinking Band-Aids in it 99% of the time.
Guess what?
That are the tweezers to get splinters out.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to use. But if that splinter doesn't get out, or you don't treat that little cut, and take care of it, and do the right treatment and clean it properly and let it heal, that's what's going to kill you in a grid down. That's what's going to get infected. And I've seen people. I saw a guy, he got his finger amputated, had to have it cut off because of a splinter. He left it in too long, didn't fool with it. It was dirty, didn't clean it, didn't take care of it, and he got gangrene in his finger. They had to take his finger off.
I know one lady that happened. She got something stuck up underneath her fingernail and kind of let it go, and it finally got infected and got a bone infection, and they had to do, I think it's a PICC line or something like that, and give intravenous antibiotics for it. And the doctor's kind of like, I talked to her, and they're like, yeah, they might have to cut the end of my finger off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, over a stinking little splinter that got underneath your fingernail.
And that's what I teach. I one of the big things I stress is wound care, and really go over all the different increment ways of wound care, how to clean, how to do things, supplies to have, and show how to do it. What needs to be done, and for different types of wounds. You've got puncture wounds, you've got laceration, you've got avulsions, you've got dog bites. Human bites are some of the nastiest wounds you can have as far as carrying bacteria. All things. It's different types of wounds and different type of care for all of that.
Well, what I was letting it out. All right. Now your website? Can people order stuff from your website right now?
I've got the supply chain issues. I'm a little business that's just starting, so guess what? I'm not a priority for all these wholesalers to send me things. I've gotten some equipment in. I'm going to get more. I'm going to have some kits up. I'm going to have some individual pieces, but I'm also going to have a kit, and I've done this with John's permission. I'm actually putting a kit together you can buy, that is basically, if you buy a compact tear-off from John, it'll fill that. If you buy one of the big IFACs, it'll do that. I'm also developing right now a vehicle med bag fill kit. So you buy a vehicle med bag from John, you buy the fill kit from me, and everything you need goes in there that covers all different types of scenarios, and probably some you didn't think of. And it's competitive pricing. And then I'm also going to have individual tourniquets for sale, some individual pieces of equipment. If you need something now, you're in dire need for like just one kit, you can call me. I can piece together with some stuff I have, but I just don't have the inventory yet to get everything together. And all my kits are going to be, they're going to be shrink wrapped together. It'll be sterile. It's going to come in. You're going to have everything. You take it out and you're just ready to go, and you put it in the slots. And I'm even going to have pictures of suggested ways to set the kit up, So you don't go, well, where does this shit go? And all this stuff. So I just give you a suggestion on where to put each piece of equipment.
All right. So really, if I called you and said, "Hey, Chuck, I want to set up. I've got 2 vehicles. I want one in each vehicle. We can get it even with the supply chain issues. And I understand the supply chain. I'm in contracting, and it's stupid on stuff.
Yeah, I can. And the problem with this time of year right now, as far as medical equipment, this is when the U.S. government orders all of their stock and stuff, their big orders for the year. So all of the guys who provide tourniquets and quick clot and all that stuff to the U.S. government, guess what? Part of that contract to supply is we get our shit first, is what the U.S. government says. That's just what it is. So they get that stuff there. I'm going to be one of the last people. Now, if you need something right now that I don't have, Refuge Medical Bear, order from him. That he's got a lot of the stuff in stock. Rescue Essentials is a good place. North American Rescue, all those places. I can give you lists of certain equipment. They're all good places to order from. They usually have, but they also have their own supply chain issues too. There's some major pieces of equipment they can't, that they've been out of stock for some time. So we're kind of at the mercy of that right now, but I'll help you out as much as I can. And if I can't supply you with the equipment, I will send you to someone and give you a name of somebody at that, because all those companies I just named, I personally know people there. I'll give you a contact name and, do that. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking. I've gotten pretty heavy on the first aid and the medical and stuff like that, just because I've seen where it's, everybody's like, oh, I've got 15 ARs, but I've got 3 Band-Aids and probably a knockoff Chinese tourniquet that says soft T. Hey, tell us.
There's 2. And yes, there's some other tourniquets out there. These are the 2 tourniquets I've used on real life patients multiple times. I trust them, and I trust my life with them. A cat tourniquet and a soft T tourniquet. A cat Gen 7 and a soft T, and they don't say soft T wide anymore. They're all wide. It's just the soft T. Their newest generation. Those work. I know they work. I've used them on multiple patients. I've seen them work. They're proven thousands of times over the course of the wars in the Middle East. Are there some other tourniquets? Yes. You've got the RATS tourniquet. I've looked more into the RATS tourniquet. I've actually reached out to the developer, the person who invented the RATS tourniquet, Kirkham, and asked him, hey, I've emailed him a couple of times about some questions and stuff. I can see some applications. I think it would be good for a secondary tourniquet. If you had to apply a second tourniquet, it works. It works great on kids and even canines. But I prefer the soft T or the cat. Those are the 2 main ones. I would carry at least one of those. But I always, 1 is none and 2 is 1. So in every kit, I would have at least 2 tourniquets.
Now, I was looking at the tourniquets. I've got cats and soft teas both. The soft tea will go down smaller than the cat, right? For
Correct.
kids. So then I thought that was right. So if you've got younger kids that you think possibly, Lord help you, you'd never have to. But if you got that, the soft tea might be the better one to go to, don't you think?
And soft tea is actually came out with a canine tourniquet now.
Really?
Yeah, they've got a specific canine tourniquet that is small enough to work on canines and stuff. And they've actually got some actual true dedicated canine products and some kits and stuff put out there. I can put together a canine kit for you if it's something somebody's interested in or whatever. I've actually talked to Joe at Canine Fortress about some canine kits. I'm going to consult with him on doing some stuff, like that, so he could put some canine kit stuff together. And we actually spoke about that at Self-Reliance, the last one. And, but yeah, they have some things that they already have. And if you have a dog and you value your dogs, that's another overlooked thing. There's certain things you need to have for canines that don't necessarily work on humans. You've got to have some dedicated equipment for that.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean,
and since you brought up kids, also some specific equipment for kids, that's calibrated for them. Blood pressure cuffs, even stethoscopes for young children and stuff like that. So, that's another thing to consider that I do go over in classes and things like that.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the overlooked things is a lot of the tourniquets and stuff were developed for fighting age males kind of thing.
All of this stuff is developed from the military, and every single bit of it is developed for fighting age males, guys who are in shape, who are carrying kit and all the stuff and all that. That's what they don't realize. That's what all trauma medicine, modern trauma medicine, has always been developed first from the military on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Where our golden hour came from was from the Vietnam War. That's where it developed from. So those are all things that where it comes from, but you just have to keep in mind it's all developed on, like you said, fighting age males, females. So, us old guys, when you get into my age, into the 50s, you're not quite considered that anymore.
Oh, man. I watched some of the shows like I watched a documentary on the PJs. And I was talking to she's a nurse practitioner in our group, and I was talking to her, and I was trying to describe it. I was like, I saw him doing this blood transfusion where they drilled into his bone, and she rattled off whatever it was, and I was like, I had to stop it. I said I was cringing. I said I was curled up on the couch going, oh my God, I can't believe they did that.
Yeah, it's interosseous. It's a way for IV access. And it's actually is believe it or not, through the bone and stuff, it's more rapid, and it's a drill, and it has a big old honking needle on the end, and you literally drill the needle into specific spots. You're at a certain point on your humerus, or you can go down in the patella and things like that. I mean, I've done it. I've got one in my kit. It doesn't really hurt. I could do it to you right now, and you wouldn't really feel it. But when I started pushing fluids, you'd come up off that table swinging at me. That's
really?
What you feel the pain.
I watched them do it. They were demonstrating it. It was a military video, and they were demonstrating it. And it was this young 20-year-old guy that he was just thought he was tough as nails. They stuck that thing in. He was like, well, this is not too bad. And then they're like, just wait till we pull it out.
Yeah.
And they had like 5 guys holding the dude down. And I was like,
you literally, to get it out, you counterclockwise twist it and pull it. Yeah, there's no easy way to get it out. It hurts. But yeah, the PJs, and that's where all of your modern medicine does. I've done training with the PJs. I've taken classes taught by former PJs. Those guys are those in the 18 Delta medics, the Special Forces medics who go through the 18 Delta classification school. They're the guy. I mean, both of them, they're practically PAs. They're physician assistants basically when they get out of those schools, and they're very well versed and outstanding practitioners. I've learned a lot from them, and I've trained with them, and I've actually taught some. And I always laughed every time I had some in classes. I mean, they all told me, "Oh, I learned something from you." I was like, "Look, you don't need to start here or whatever." I'm sure none of this shit was, anything new to you all.
Yeah.
But, it's good guys, and that's another place you can learn. Just watching shit like that. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some of the classes, and when I start delving into one aspect of self-reliance and stuff, I check out a bunch of different people and look at all this. So I've just been, over the years, I've combed through all kinds of stuff. They've got, some of the classes are like Responder 1, Responder 2, Responder 3. What? That doesn't tell me anything.
So a lot of them are building on just trauma classes, like Refuge Training, Bears Group. They do 3 levels of classes. One's a simple stop the bleed class. One is more an advance of tactical trauma. They throw in a few more things. And then I believe their 2-day class, they put in some tactics of movement and stuff like that, care under fire and stuff like that. It's basically the tactical combat casualty care class is what they're teaching. Okay. Excellent class, excellent instructors. I would recommend it. I haven't had a chance to take it yet. I've talked to guys at Refuge. I've talked to Bob, who's their operations manager, Chris. His last name just slipped my mind. He's their director of training and stuff. And good guys. I mean, they're good guys. And from what I understand, I believe they're doing a Stop the Bleed class at the next Self-Reliance. So I'm going to have to come up with something that's not non-trauma for my lecture, which I already know what I'm going to do. Which is going to be a very interesting topic, kind of controversial as far as for medical practitioners. They won't like it, but I don't give a shit what they think. I think the common person should know it. This isn't rocket science. I say it in all my classes. Medical stuff is not fucking rocket science. This is pretty easy stuff. It's just knowledge, and it's learning to take that information from here and put it to here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to get too many questions. I did this. I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet, so it's limited on the number of people that could see. So, but I mean, we're going to put it up on YouTube. It'll be there. If you've got any more questions, you can stick them in the comments, and hopefully Chuck and I can answer those.
Sure.
Chuck, is there anything? We've been going about 50 minutes. Is there anything else you want to put in?
No, I mean, if anybody has questions, you're in the, in this big community that we're at. I'm always, you want to talk, shoot me an email. I'll call you. If you want to have a phone conversation, I don't have a problem. You want training, call me. I'll give you all the information. We can work something out, try to work it out together. I've been contacted since Self-Reliance by several groups. Some people only have 3 or 4 people. And I usually like to have a minimum. I kind of charge a minimum of 6 people to come, but I can, we can make it work. Maybe combine, get some different groups together if they want to do a class. Yeah. I'll come to you within reason. If you're on the other side of the country, yep, it's going to cost you more for travel. Sorry, but that's just the way the world is. I'm nice, but I'm not that nice.
And you're not super far from me. You're just across in West Virginia.
Few hours. I'm literally like. I think I can be to you in 2.5, 3 hours at the most, depending on traffic at Lexington, just to be honest, but yeah, you're not far at all.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing. I mean, I'm going to have you come down pretty soon for a weekend and hang out with us. So
yeah. And I want to, I mean, if you've got a class going on, let me know about it, or you've got you're putting on some sort of a festival, on something like that. You need some medical, we can work something out. I can come down and speak at it if you want me to, or, I always like to learn new shit too. So
it's going to be pig killing time soon, but you're not going to be able to save these pigs.
Well, we can do a live tissue lab, yeah, we could kill them. It just may take them a little longer to die, and we can do some practice work on stuff like that.
But yeah, it'll be pig killing time. I know Shelly, I think, is going to process some pigs next weekend. I think I'm going to run up to her place and help her out on doing some pigs. So
yeah, I think John Witherspoon just did some pigs just a few weeks ago. I know he processed them, and I'm actually I think I may be going down with his group down there. He's close to John. to do that. And then I've got a couple other people I'm talking to right now. I've got some dates scheduled next month in January, tentatively, to do a class for a private group. So, but they're within the network. I don't want to out them, unless they want me to. So.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I'm doing stuff, and I'm really trying to focus on the group, and hopefully Nicole and John want me to come back. As far as I know, they did. They said we'll see you next time doing something. So I'll probably be talking and boring people at the next Self-Reliance festival. And if you need equipment and you need training, give me a shout.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. All right. Well, Chuck, I appreciate it a bunch, and we'll end the live stream. So, all right, everybody that watched and everything that commented, I appreciate it a bunch, and we will be back soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I first met Lettie Loo in person at the Living Free in Tennessee 2022 Spring Workshop. This is where the importance of getting out of your own way and going and meeting people in person really shines, guys. I had so much fun at that event, and Lettie was just one of many incredible people that I met there. But it led to her coming on the show and talking about a topic that really doesn't get discussed in preparedness and homesteading circles very much, and that is the concept of death and dying with dignity, or death and dying in general. It's always been a taboo subject, and Lettie came on the show and talked about it in a very open way that hopefully becomes the normal thing nowadays, as opposed to something we shove off to the side and let the funeral homes deal with. But that's one of her passions. Lettie's also very passionate about her Irish heritage. She knows so many random and obscure facts about all things Irish. It's so much fun to have conversations with her about that. Her little man, I always love chatting with him before and after when we have our Fireside Freedom podcast. But Lettie's just a fun lady who loves to share what she's passionate about, share what she's knowledgeable. Share what she's knowledgeable about, and just get her content out there. Plus, she had a new bundle of joy this year, so that has made the content that she's been able to put out even more impressive because she's been rather busy this year. So, with that, guys, check out Lettie Loo. Her podcast is Liberty All Day in all the places. Go to fountain.fm especially so that you can support her with sats by going there and checking it out. But it's Liberty All Day in all the places. So give Lettie Loo a follow. Her link's in the description below. And let's jump into her episode of her podcast all about being prepared.
Hello there, and welcome back to Liberty All Day. This is Lettie, Miss Lettie Loo, and so you guys, I have been doing a lot of thinking about my word for the year, which is prepare. I chose it knowing that we had baby bug on the way, and I'd have to do a lot of preparation for baby bug to arrive and get used to having two little ones in the house and handling a newborn and all that fun stuff again. And as I look forward to baby bug arriving in August, I'm starting to make some changes now in preparation for how we do things around the house, how we handle things with little man, and just life in general. So some of those changes are, he is finally, knock on wood, going to the bathroom all by himself. He doesn't say, Mommy or Daddy, I need you to come with me. I need your help. The only thing that he needs help with is getting his butt wiped after he poops, but that's normal because I also don't want to have to deal with him getting poop all over where it doesn't need to go, because that's not something Mama wants to be cleaning up when I'm super nauseous all the time. And Daddy's been working with him too on, hey, this is the right way to pull up your underwear to get it up over your butt and everything, because he's been having a hard time with getting the pants and stuff all the way up. So that's been preparation number one. Preparation number two, we co-sleep. And I'm not at that stage where I got a big tummy and I'm super uncomfortable or anything. And if this pregnancy trends like with little man, that won't happen until
I'm due in August. That probably won't happen till June or July. I'm very lucky. I did not get like the big, super big pregnancy bump or anything like that. It wasn't until the last couple of weeks really before I had him that I was like, okay, now I actually look like I'm pregnant. And again, I had a coworker who she was 4 weeks behind me in her pregnancy. And everybody was always like, okay, you have to be due after her. And I was like, nope, I'm due in May, guys. She's due in June. And it was just so funny because everybody carries their babies differently. So we'll see. But in terms of the co-sleeping, I'm sitting here, it's like, okay, well, once Bug is here, I definitely won't have room for little man in the bed. And we have a king-size bed, so it's not a tiny bed by any means. But I said, okay, little guy, like, you're going to have to start sleeping in your bed. So we actually brought his little bed. My father-in-law built a toddler bed when we moved in with them 2.5 years ago. And we've got it here, so we brought it into the bedroom now. And he's scared to sleep on it by himself, which is completely understandable. But at night when we come into bed, he and I will sit on his little bed for a couple minutes, and sometimes he'll just lay down, just starting to relax and everything, and then we come into the big bed. So when he does the lay down thing, each time it's a little bit longer. So I'm hoping, well, the goal is by the end of April to have him in his bed all by himself. So that's our big preparation for the month of April, is to get him sleeping on his own. And then I can actually have it's not that I don't get a restful sleep, but I'll be able to actually spread out on my half of the bed instead of being right on the edge, and not worry about getting the foot in my face in the middle of the night. I love my guy, but sometimes it's like, oh, dude, every little kid does a starfish and they squirm and they flip all around in the bed. So I know how it goes. But when it comes to preparation, we're also working on things around the house. We finally got our bookshelves in. That was a whole catastrophe, but we got some bookshelves and we finally got rid of all the boxes that were in our living room. We got our desk, and that's going to be our goal this week, is to get the office finally organized and everything out of the boxes in there now that we've got the desk in. And Squatch is going to be doing some painting next month because I'm going to LFTN and he's going to have the week to himself. So he's going to start the painting, which we have to pick out paint colors. I think we'll be doing that this weekend so we can take advantage. Menard still has they got a bit of a rebate going on for buying paint. So I think we'll be taking care of that sooner rather than later. We've talked about our garden, and I've got garlic and walking onions planted. And the only other things I'm going to plant in the garden will be carrots and onions, just to see if I can grow them. I don't know if they'll work. I've never grown them. Well, I tried growing carrots last year, and they didn't work. But then everyone's like, yeah, carrots are not something that you can really start and then transplant, which is what I did. So that's why they didn't work out. But we'll have a small garden because it's really been scaled back just because as I look at the almanac and everything, we're supposed to have a drier summer as well. And as much as I really want my cucumbers, they need a lot of water. And if we're not getting the rain, that's going to be very difficult to keep that going. So I may do a small pot of cucumbers. We'll see. I haven't decided on that yet. But I will be getting some berry bushes. I want berries. And even if they don't produce anything this year, I want to get them in the ground and started. So maybe next year I can get some blackberry. Oh, I love blackberries. Raspberries. I haven't decided if I want to do blueberries or not. We'll see. But the other piece of preparation is Liberty All Day. And I'm looking at it and trying to decide, what do I want to do with this? Because I know once Bug is here, I'm not going to have the energy to do a weekly show, whether it's 5 to 10 minutes or it's something else. So actually, I was chatting with Miss Amy Dingman over at Farmers Life this morning, and I told her, I said, I think I've decided what I'm going to do and I'm going to go to a once a month show. So this will be, I will do one more episode this month. I'll record this weekend for next week. But then starting in April, it's going to just be once a month. And the show will be a little bit longer. It'll probably be about half an hour or so. Because I've spoken to Squatch, and I'll prepare. I'll have plenty of time to prepare. And then on a Saturday morning, I will sit down and record while he's outside with little man, or working in the basement on a project with him or something, just because then little man's out of my hair and I won't have all the interruptions like I've had, especially the last couple of weeks. It's been tough the last few weeks because I've had to record these podcasts 3 or 4 times before I actually get one without him running and yelling and screaming, "Mama, mama, mama, I need you, I need you, I need you." Don't get me wrong, I love my child. But sometimes when I'm like, Mama needs 10 minutes in the bedroom, I'll be out in a couple minutes. Sometimes he can't handle that. So it's part of growing up, it's part of being a parent. And especially he's going to be 4 in May. So especially dealing with a toddler, it's difficult. And I've got some friends who were like, yeah, we can't believe that you even do just like a 10-minute show, because there's no way when my kids were little man's age that I would have even dreamt of doing something like that. And especially now with baby bug on the way. So yeah, you'll get one more weekly episode after this. And then starting in April, Liberty All Day will go to once a month, and it'll be, I'm estimating I'll probably be at about a half-hour show. Might be a little bit, might be longer. We'll see. We'll say 30 to 45 minutes. As for Lettie Sings, those will come whenever I get the chance to record. Little man recently has decided he does not like it when Mama sings. And the last couple times I've tried to I sat down 3 times last week to record. And every time I'd start the song and he would barge in, "Mama, stop singing." Or I did it once when he was in the tub thinking, okay, I'll be fine. And he started bawling his eyes out. "Mama, please stop singing. Mama, please." And it broke my heart to hear him crying. So I don't want him to be upset. He is my number one priority. So the songs will happen when they happen. I may take 2 Saturday mornings a month, and one Saturday I'll just record a bunch of songs, and the other Saturday I will record the podcast. I have not decided yet exactly when the podcast will be coming out when I do the monthly one. I need to kind of look at the calendar and figure that out. I'm thinking it'll probably be the first week or 2. We'll see. It'll be up by the 15th of each month. We'll play around with that a little bit, but there's gonna be some changes going on, and change is good, you guys. Change is really good. Once I realized this morning that this is what I'm gonna do with this, it's like a weight was lifted off my shoulders, because then I'm like, okay, I don't have to be trying to find the time to be able to record, and I'll be able to plan it. So I can say, okay, Squatch, I need you on this Saturday. Just give me from 9 to 10, and you and little man do whatever the hell you want. I'm gonna go do my recording, get everything ready, and that'll be good too. That'll be good practice too for when baby Pug gets here, for little man to know that Saturday mornings are his yaddy time. And he'll have stuff to look forward to. So yeah, this is my second to last weekly episode. You will still find me over on Fireside Freedom occasionally. I do that maybe once a month. I haven't looked at the schedule to see when I'm going to be doing my next episode, which episode I'm going to be joining in next on, but I have hosted 2 episodes over there. The first one was on strong relationships and marriages, and the last one was talking about death, and we had such a fun, oh my God, that conversation. It totally could have gone off the rails if we really wanted to. There were so many rabbit holes we could have gone down, but we didn't. And I may save that for another time to do the rabbit holes. But I hope you guys are checking it out and that you like it. And I hope that you keep checking it back in over here once I switch to my monthly shows. Again, I'll remind you all next week about the change coming up. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying spring now that it's here. We still got a ton of snow on the ground. I'm hoping it'll melt today because it's supposed to be very rainy, and that will help melt the snow. I've got some flowers starting to pop up in the front that I planted bulbs on last fall. I want to say gladiolus is one of them. It sounds familiar. I don't know. When they actually bloom, I'll share some pictures over on the MeWe page and on Float. You guys know where you can find me. I have noticed, though, as the snow has been melting in the backyard, that I still have a good, healthy, big, thick pile of leaves over the garden bed where I planted all my onions and garlic. So we'll see how that works. I'm really hoping that out of the 60 cloves I planted, that I get a good number that grow. And as for the walking onions, I don't know. I never even heard of them before last summer, so this will be another experiment. But it's starting to warm up. I'm not holding out hope that it's spring. I'm still expecting us to get another snow or a cold front. But as things start warming up across the country, I hope you guys are getting into the swing of things, and mud season is not too bad for you guys. So have a great day, and I will be back chatting with you guys next week.
So, Brian from the Lots Project. Now, I can't just talk about Brian because Brian is only half of the Lots Project. The other half is his wonderful wife, Corey, as well. Both of whom, again, I consider really good friends. Both of whom I got to meet in person at the Self-Reliance Festival in Tennessee at the end of September, early October this year. And it was an absolute pleasure. Brian has come so far. It is incredible to see his content creation journey. Back a couple of years ago, I was doing a content creator spotlight, a much smaller version of basically what we're doing right now. And I just messaged him. We just had a couple interactions on social, and I said, hey, would you like to do a video for me of a content creator spotlight? And he was all over it. And then we got chatting, and that led to him coming on the show and talking about what the Lots Project stands for, which is living outside the system. Sorry, I lost it there for a second, guys. And guess what? Less than 2 years later, they are doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They said, we're going to sell our house. We're going to move into our RV full time. We're going to travel around and build a business similar to Hip Camp, but kind of an independent thing. And they're doing it. It's incredible. I love seeing their pictures of all their St. Bernards, their crazy dogs. And so I really wanted to meet these guys in person. So one night after dark in Tennessee, it was just before Self-Reliance Festival, I drove out a bunch of windy roads out into the middle of nowhere to show up to meet them in Scaramblin around a fire, to deal with a stray dog and a crazy neighbor. And it was memories I'll never forget. Brian and I have collaborated on a bunch of things this year. He would be the guy that I have collaborated with the most for sure. We did the silver together. He came up with the idea for Fireside Freedom and then allowed me to get involved with it. And there's so many other projects that we've kind of spun around or spun up or spun down, everything. And it's been so much fun. And I love seeing Brian's commitment to what he does and how him and Corey are just out there kicking ass and taking names. So let's dive into Brian's interview with his wife, Corey, on the subject of grounding.
can see the way they hate, and I know better than to listen to the people who are calling us names. I can feel the sunlight shining in.
Well, hello everyone, I'm Brian, and today is Saturday, August 13th, 2022, and this is episode 170 of the Lots Project podcast, a daily look inside our journey to live outside the systems of control. And it's Saturday. It is a bonus episode. I'm here today. I did coffee with Brian for quite a while, and I really enjoyed that. And, so I've been thinking about getting back into it, doing more interviews, and, who better to do an interview with than my beautiful wife? So I thought I would have her on. She's been working really hard on a new project. It was really hard. She took her shoes off. She got looking into some grounding and things like that, and she kind of ran with it. Ran with it. Yeah, I think it might be full of feet puns today. But I wanted to talk to her. We've talked about her stuff on the show. In the community, we've kind of joked a little bit because she's been age restricted here and there, and some other things we've done. I'm sure we'll talk about that as we discuss what we're doing with the project and what she's doing with it. I wanted to bring her on. Before that, I just wanted to mention that item of the week. I'm going to still talk about it. Make her wait, make her sit over there. She said she was all nervous before we started, so I'm giving her some time to relax and be on camera for a second and before she has to talk. So, but anyway, the Fold app and debit card, mine's on the way. Mine is on the way. I'm excited to get it. Some of you guys have been signing up for my spin squad. That's been awesome. So you can check that out in the video description. There is a link over to the Fold card where good morning, Martinson family. So there's a link and you can go sign up and you get 5,000 Satoshis for signing up and checking out the app. No benefit to me unless you check out the debit card and you think it's for you. And if the debit card's for you and you sign up, then I start getting a benefit every time you swipe that card, every time you use it. So I would appreciate that. I like stacking sats. I like money. You should too. You get crypto back. You get crypto back when you buy gift cards in the app or you use that Fold card. So if you don't hate money, man, check it out. Check it out. Sign up for sure. I'm going to be making a clip over here on Fountain when their clips start working again. A little development issue here. It's not working, at least for me. Good morning, Mona. Good morning, Martinson family again. Yeah, that spelling was just a little bit off, but close enough. We know what you meant. Anyway, I'm going to make a clip. I was listening to Survival Podcast end of last week at some point. Man, Jack just was on fire at the end of his episode, and bells went off in my head, and I'd like to share it with you guys. So I keep checking on that clip. I got that timestamp written down on my notepad, and I want to make that clip as soon as I can. You guys should use Fountain too. That's another place where if you like money, you can do some stuff. So check out fountain.fm, and that's what I got. That's what I got for announcements. Oh, Carrie Brown selling hops, root cuttings, hops, rhizomes, Cascade variety hops, good zone 3 through 9. Get a hold of Carrie at strongrootsresources.com, I believe, but you can email him at strongrootsresources@gmail.com. It'd probably help if I brought my notes up on the page and I just don't try to freewheel it, but you figure after a couple days you'd remember what you were saying. Carrie's got those for sale for the next couple weeks. Order them up. It's 15 root cuttings for $50. That's shipping included, and you'll end up getting 2 to 3 vines out of each root cutting. So figure out what you got space for and get a hold of Carrie. If you can't get a hold of Carrie on Telegram or through that email, get a hold of me. I can get a hold of him, no problem. Check it out. And we are live over on Telegram, I believe. I'm going to pull up the channel here. Josh says signals in and out. I'll catch what I can. All right. you're right. The other half is lots better on camera than the usual. Yeah. I knew there was going to be some of that today because, know it or not, if you're watching the video, we do have the same haircut. So, and I think she looks way better. I get shiny. She doesn't get shiny. I don't know if she put powder on her head or something. But anyway, I'm done talking. We're going to talk to the person that I have out here to interview. Kick off this interview again. I'm thinking I might get back into it and start rolling with it. So why not do this one first? So I would like to welcome to the show. I'm not going to bring them on. They're already on screen. Her beautiful face has been over there the whole time. This is the love of my life. I met her a long time ago, and I haven't had a day that hasn't been better because of her. So I'd like to bring her on, chat with her about all she's got going on. She does Baby Walter and Company. You guys have heard of that, but this is a new project coming up. So she started up Grounded Soul. So we're going to bring her on and talk about grounding and barefoot living. And hey, Corey, say hi to everybody.
Hey, hi, everyone.
All right, so we need to talk about mic level. I talk really loud. She does not. So let's if you're watching live and you can throw something in the comments when we're talking. If you can't hear her for some reason, we're using the same mic. I don't have a dual mic setup, and I'm usually doing remote interviews. So if you can't hear her, let us know, and we'll make that adjustment. So
He'll make me scream.
There you go. So introduce yourself, and I think I've talked about you enough. You're my wife. I say all sorts of bad shit about me, but just kind of say who you are, and then why you started looking into grounding and barefoot living.
Yeah. So my name is Corey. I am the wife, right, of the Lots Project. So I'm usually just off camera next to him while he does his podcast every day. And I was on YouTube one day, and on the home screen where it just suggests random videos for you, there was one on grounding. And so I clicked on it. It was a quick 10-minute video. Clicked on it, watched it, and they said some really interesting things on there that made me dig even deeper. And so I spent hours watching different videos about grounding and the benefits that come with it, and just so simple to take off your shoes, right? So I was like, okay, well, I don't know what there is to this, but I'll try it, right? I'll try anything. I like being barefoot. When I was a kid, I was barefoot all the time. So that's kind of how it all came about, was just a simple video that showed up on my YouTube screen.
Right. And I guess, if people haven't picked up listening to me, if this is the first time they're listening or watching or whatever, we do things a little different than most people. It's kind of in the name of the Lots Project. Is living outside the system is the original acronym that we made up that named this thing. It's kind of morphed into a few other things, but that is the core and the kind of the meaning of what's going on. You can wrap everything beyond that into living outside the system. So, this kind of fit right in. So first, if somebody doesn't know, you kind of want to explain what grounding is and how that relates to barefoot living, and is there a difference?
Sure. So I would say there's a difference. So grounding is just simply getting reconnected with the earth. There's energy transfer that happens when you are barefoot on the earth, or even with your hands in the earth, it would do the same thing. But feet are pretty simple. So for me, it was just as simple as going out for a quick 5-minute to a half hour, stand in the grass, stand on the dirt, go for a quick walk around the yard. So that's how I started. And I was like, ooh, this is really nice, right? So then I never want to put my shoes back on. So my walks got longer, and I just really enjoyed that connection. And the barefoot walking and the barefoot life, when you're grounding, you're just out there for a few minutes. You come in, you can put your shoes back on. You're just grounded for the time you're grounding. Barefoot living is barefoot all the time.
So grounding is more of a process that it just has a finite cycle. Like you go out, you get that electrical charge and connection with the earth and whatever spiritual. I mean, there's all sorts of theories from what you've explained to me and what I've read too, because she's gotten me into this too. So we'll probably talk about that in a little while. But yeah, I've kind of dug into this and started participating with her on the level that I can. But from what I understand, the grounding basically is like the electrical system in your home. You ground it, so there's a direct path to the earth. So if there's something that goes wrong with your electricity, it's going to take the path of least resistance. It's going to go into the ground and dissipate into the ground. Well, when people wear shoes, you have rubber soles, you have insoles, you have your socks, you have a barrier between discharging your built up physical energy in your body. I mean, we're electric, you shock when you touch shit. Like, so when you don't have a chance to connect with the earth and dissipate all that built up energy, it causes shit to go weird. And we're going to talk about all the weird shit that's happened since we started doing that. But that's kind of the theory I've taken from it. She is more of an experienced person. Like, she just kind of rolls with it and experiences the benefit. And then I look at her and go, there's got to be something to this, because my mind is that, like, dig in and really analyze. So that's what I dug in and got out of it. Corey just knows it works. So, yeah, and the grounding, you can do that separately. Like, you can just go out and ground yourself and dissipate that energy and then put your shoes back on, like she said. And then she liked it so much, she looked into barefoot living. So, barefoot living.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this phenomenon that you're taking part in?
So barefoot living is, I don't wear shoes anymore, ever. I don't wear socks. I am barefoot all the time. So I go to town barefoot. I've been to the post office barefoot. Like, I just am barefoot all the time. Everything I do. I go for walks every morning. Like, can't wait to get outside. First thing when I wake up in the morning, gotta let the dogs out, right? So get my tea ready, go let the dogs out, and stand out there for 5 minutes while my tea cools down in the grass. Well, I used to just let them out. I didn't go outside with them. So now I enjoy that. And then I usually go for a half-hour walk in the morning. Just because I want to be out there now. Like, I didn't do that before. I don't know.
Right. So the more you're outside and in contact with the earth and in direct contact with the earth, the more you crave it.
Right. Yeah, it's like this weird craving to be out there all the time.
How long you've been doing this? So, I know the answer to all these questions. But yeah, tell people how long you've been doing it, and yeah, have you been documenting it along the way somewhere?
Yeah, I have. So today is actually week 7, and I have not made my week 7 video yet, but I do a video on our YouTube channel every day that's like 2 to 3 minutes long usually. Sometimes I add some like fun facts about either grounding or barefoot life in the text in there. And then I also do a video on TikTok and on Instagram, and I'm Grounded Souls 1 on Instagram and Grounded Souls on TikTok.
Here, I'll put this really crappy banner up here. I tried to make it before the show because I didn't think about it before, but yeah, there's her information.
Yeah, there's my stuff.
Here, let me see if I can make it so it doesn't scroll. So it's right there and you can see it. Save. Sorry, this is almost like tech time with Scaramblin on Scaramblin University. Here, TikTok, Grounded Souls, Instagram, Grounded Souls 1, and then right here on our YouTube channel. Or if you're watching on Odyssey, all her videos should be porting over there because they're only, like she said, a couple minutes. Check them out. She does them daily. And we get age restricted. So that's another path to go down. But here, let me see
the
other.
That was an interesting surprise when we started this, right?
Yeah,
I posted my first one and age restricted, and I was like, what? It's like literally just like my feet walking, and that's all you can see is my feet walking. And we were just I was shocked. I had no idea that was that big of a deal.
Yeah, it kind of blew my mind. I encouraged her to do it, to throw it up there, that she was looking into this, and she was so excited about it. And from what I've witnessed, just starting my podcast, starting the YouTube channel, building the YouTube channel, doing the stuff we did before, if you do content about something you're passionate about, it really translates into that content. And yeah, I saw the way she was getting into this, with the videos she was watching, the way she was talking about it. So I really encouraged her to go, yeah, why don't you throw up a TikTok channel? It's not hard. And if it doesn't work out, you just delete it, whatever. You can put videos on the YouTube channel. It kind of really fits in the narrative of what we're doing. Then how hard is it to put an Instagram short up? So yeah, I kind of talked her into it, and yeah, so she started doing that stuff. Let's see our questions here. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the questions. She started talking about, this happens at our kitchen table all the time. So yeah, welcome to our life. She was talking about so she put her first video up, and YouTube, I kind of manage the YouTube back end. She does all the content for herself, and then I kind of manage the email address and the notifications and the content, or all the stats and all that stuff. So she puts this video up, and all of a sudden I get an email that says, your video has been age restricted. And I'm like, well, I do a podcast every morning. I do a live feed every morning. I put up some videos. I have a controversial take or two, so who the hell knows what I said. So I didn't think much of it. I opened the email. I go to YouTube Studio, and it was her video of her walking in the backyard. Like, just literally walking in the grass was age restricted, and I lost my shit. I'm like, what is going on? Well, I'm a worldly gentleman. I know that there's all sorts of different fetishes out there. I knew there was a foot fetish thing, but I didn't know that it was such a big deal that YouTube would find that we need to age restrict her walking through the backyard. Yeah, blew my mind. So I get this genius idea, since that this is such a controversial topic, and obviously she did not mind taking pictures of her feet and putting them on the internet, or taking pictures of her walking or whatever. It's on the internet anyway. So I said, hey, if people are that into this, why don't we make some money off this, see if we can sell these pictures. I said, I don't want you doing anything beyond your feet. Like, I looked into it and saw that there's places you can buy pictures of feet, but the feet happen to be positioned so it's a pictures of a hell of a lot more, or suggestive things or whatever. I said, I'm not down with that. I don't want you to do that, but I am more than willing. I mean, if you're putting it on TikTok and Instagram anyway, what's the difference if we put the same pictures on the site? So she's like, well, as long as you deal with all the perverts. Hey, all you perverts out there, I don't mind. I don't care that you're a pervert. Just saying, that's what the kind of world revolves around. So I kind of manage her account. So I think that makes me her foot pimp. I don't know. We have had some really crazy interactions on the back end of those situations, but yeah, she sold some albums on a foot site. Just her walking around the farm and stuff. So maybe YouTube had something to it. She gets age restricted, maybe 3 out of 5 days?
Yeah, it's so random.
It's random. Like, we haven't figured out the logarithm, what is getting flagged, why it's being age restricted. Is it the title? Is it the text? Is it something in the video? Is it a wording? We haven't put it together yet. We will eventually. That's what I do. That's what my brain does. I will find that pattern of what's going on there. But as of now, we don't know. So she's age restricted here and there. I don't know, but they spurred me to make that other account, and we're rolling in it, guys. We've made, I think, a total of $16.
Yep.
But it's been fun. We've got a lot of joking about it. We laugh about it all the time around here. It's been a kind of a running joke in my community. Josh commented over in the Telegram chat this episode titled "How I Joined OnlyFoots and Why Brian is My Pedicure Pimp." Man, Josh is always good with the puns and the comments for sure. All right, so that is that. So if you are into feet pictures, you want to buy feet pictures, you're more than welcome to head on over to Feet Finder. I don't have the I don't. Yeah, I don't know exactly the link for that, but yeah, you'll be able to find it. Search Grounded Souls on Feet Finder if you're coming along this and you want to buy some feet, or you can
buy some feet.
Yeah, buy some pictures of feet, I guess. It does. She does have a Cash App too. Like, I'm learning. I don't hate money. We put her Cash App. We made her a Cash App and put it in her Instagram profile and her TikTok profile. We haven't had any random donations yet, but yeah, that's at $ Grounded Souls 1. But Erin at Two Chicks Homestead says, I know it is to joke about the name, makes it memorable. Yeah, yeah. Hey, no, her feet are not for sale. She is enjoying them. She is enjoying them being barefoot. So she started doing this, and she's got me doing it because of all the incredible things that I've seen change. Like laundry list of things. So let's start talking about those, because you started grounding.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably, I think, a week in maybe when you started walking?
Yeah. When I started going for the walks, it was probably about a week. Like going for a real walk, not just like all the short little.
Right, not a spin around the backyard.
Right.
You started walking down. We have a dirt road that we own on our property that we walk about a quarter mile long. Yes, she got me walking. And yeah, so about a weekend. So let's start with the grounding.
Mm-hmm.
You started to see changes immediately.
Right.
So you started grounding. You were doing 20 minutes a day, maybe at the beginning, I think.
Yeah, probably about that.
Okay, 20 minutes a day, because that's what they recommended in the videos. I watched all the videos she watched too. So 20 minutes to an hour throughout the day. It doesn't have to be continuous, but I think she was doing 20 minutes while she was drinking her coffee. I'd leave for work. I'd see her standing out in the backyard. I'm like, oh, kooky little girl. But what happened, Corey? What happened?
So yeah, I would stand out there, and I had read and watched in the videos that it was supposed to help with reduced inflammation and reduced pain. And I have had an issue with my shoulder for years, and I thought it was just from, working at the computer. I don't know what actually caused it, right? But it's just always been there. I haven't taken pain meds for it in years. I just gave up on that, but it started to go away, and now it's gone. And that was only like a week probably of doing that. And I was like, what the heck's going on here? Like, this is crazy. It's the only thing I've changed, right? Like, nothing else has changed. So how did that happen? So that was like one of the first things that happened, right?
That's hippie voodoo.
Right. And I was like, okay, well, I'll keep trying it, right? Let's see what else happens. So I kept doing it every day, and I happened to be on my period during this first week, right? And I had terrible issues with that. Like, my hips and my joints would hurt so bad that it hurt to sit, it hurt to walk. I was up all night, miserable. And it got to the point where Midol or ibuprofen, all those over-the-counter stuff, I didn't even take that anymore either, because it didn't even touch it. I had none of it. I didn't even know. Usually that's how I knew I was getting my period, right? I would be in so much pain just ahead of time. Didn't have any of that, right? And I was like, what the hell is going on? And so I was telling him about it, because he knows that I suffer, right? I was like, maybe it was just a fluke. Well, it happened. I got my second round, right? Since I've been doing this for my second round, right?
Ordered another round.
my next cycle came. Anyways, same thing. No issues. Didn't even know I was having it, right? So that was a huge, crazy change. So there is something to the reduced pain and inflammation.
So Erin from Two Chicks asks, so just standing will benefit as well. Yeah, that's what you started out doing.
Even if you can't stand, if you could just sit in a chair with your feet on the ground, that's still connecting to the earth, right?
Right.
So
that's what I do after work myself. Yeah.
And they actually make mats that people can use, for people I've seen people with MS use it, where they have, it's I don't know how to explain it, a little mat that you can put on your bed, and then a wire goes out your window or outside somewhere and grounds to the earth. And that mat is called a grounding mat. I don't use one. I don't have one, but I know they're out there. So even people that can't physically get outside, that's how they can do grounding still.
Yeah, and you showed me the blankets, the mats for people like in offices, that they can put under their desks. So like when they're sitting at their desk, they can have their feet actually grounded outside. And yeah, it either runs through the grounding of the house, the ground of the house, which is grounded in the ground, or I saw it either way. Some you can just make them portable, where you just throw it out the window and you pound a stake in like you're doing an electric fence or something.
And I just watched a video yesterday, I think it was, so I haven't seen much on this, but the lady said that her bathtub, the faucets of her bathtub and the drain ring were grounded. So by taking a bath, she was grounding just by taking a bath. So that would be maybe another way to do it too.
That would make sense because
she had like a tester.
Well, you used to be able to ground in electric code, you could ground the house to the water pipe because it dissipated into the ground because it went out of the house into the ground, and so that was a common way to ground. So that would end up grounding the metal in the plumbing. So that makes sense. I think you'd want to check that, because I'm pretty sure newer code does not allow that because of the addition of PEX into most systems, and then it's not continuous copper outside. So kind of screwed that up.
It was just something I had seen yesterday, so like I said, I didn't look much into it, but.
Well, you should really research stuff more before you bring it up on air, because people
live on the internet.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
So you had reduced inflammation, obviously, in your shoulder.
Yes.
We've had that looked at a bunch of times, and it was inflammation, and they've told you it was inflammation, and they couldn't tell you why. And when we go down cortisone shots,
I was gonna say they could give me cortisone shots.
they gave her a cortisone shot. It would work for 3 weeks, and then right back. And then all the over-the-counter pain meds. She'd take them, and I'd be like, okay. I kind of keep an eye on that because I don't want her popping pain meds, because I knew she had pain issues. So I knew she had shoulder issues. I knew she had extreme period pain. So I would keep an eye on, like, just as a good husband. I don't need to babysit her, but you just kind of monitor, because the person taking them doesn't realize it. Like, especially when it's not helping. Like, you can take 3 ibuprofen and your shoulder still hurts. You just want to take more. She just stopped taking them. Like, I would watch her take enough. It should have helped. And she's just like, it still hurts. So she stopped taking them. She's tough. I mean, my wife, I don't know. She's tough. She's tough for sure. And then when she told me that her shoulder stopped hurting, what have we known each other? Like 14 years?
Something like that, yeah.
It's hurt from day one. Like, she told me, oh, it's going to always hurt. I heard it when I was younger. It's just what it is. And so I've accepted it. I never accepted that. And then I finally did, because after 10 years and going to the doctor multiple times, I'm like, I guess I hate to see you in pain, but now it doesn't hurt. Yeah. Weird. And her period pain, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I've never experienced it. I don't have that. Like, as much as I could tell myself that I am what I ever wanted to be, I can't experience that. But seeing the way she acted, observing her and knowing her that long, I could tell she was in extreme pain. I tried to get her to take Pamperin and all that bullshit. She's like, it doesn't work. So she stopped doing that. So she was just suffering, and I don't like it when my wife suffers. And the fact that she went outside, stood in the yard barefoot, and she's not suffering anymore. I'm okay. I thought, wow, maybe I should try this.
And then each cycle is different. So I still have 2 more that could throw that off, but so far so good.
But you consistently had pain that you had different emotional reactions and psychological reactions, each one. And that's really mellowed out. Mm-hmm. So why don't you talk about the change in attitude and mindset and stuff like that? Because I'm pretty easygoing. She can be in a lot of different moods, and I'm just like, whatever.
He puts up with a lot of shit with me, for sure.
She's I'm a crazy town. See that?
I could be a different person every week, right? No, so... but I've noticed that my mood is just better. I'm happier, right? I just feel better and I'm calmer. So things that used to really irritate me, like, I'll just give this example. The neighbors spray their yard for everything under the sun, and it drives me bonkers, right? I can't stand it. And they spray right on our fence line, and for years, right? Brian's talked about this on the show. Chase the people down, they're super rude, whatever. I was out in the yard barefoot when the guy came this time, and I had a nice conversation with him. My blood did not start boiling to the point where I was screaming and yelling, and I was very calm, just chill. Like, I don't know.
It's almost like the term, when you refer to somebody as they're all charged up and they're all excited and amped up, electricity. It's almost like they knew what they were talking about when they named it, because it feels like you get this electrical buildup in your system and you're just ready to go. But if you can ground and you can dissipate that energy, it's literally the energy is just flowing and it calms you down. And I've also noticed in her, for sure, like, I would never say that I do things that would irritate her. I'm a perfect husband. Like, there is nothing that I do that should bother her at all, ever. Not on a daily basis or like even on an hourly basis. But I've seemed to have mysteriously stopped doing all sorts of stuff that is irritating because she isn't irritated anymore. So it obviously was a change that I made. I stopped being an asshole.
It's because you're grounding.
Oh, it's because I'm grounding. It's because I'm grounding. But no, she totally leveled her out. She wasn't crazy. I joke about that, but she definitely kind of rolled with the emotions. And we always thought it was hormonal, and it probably was, but this has a lot to do with balancing that charge moving through you and the increased circulation in your circulatory system. Maybe it has something to do with smoothing out hormones and spikes and stuff like that. But I've definitely noticed a change in her attitude and mood in general, and so. It's all coincidental that it all started right when she started grounding, but
and then the barefoot walking, like, I've noticed a change in a lot of like physical, like my feet, the structure of my feet, where my arch is. I've noticed it's stronger. It feels meatier, like there's muscles that are there that I'm using now that I wasn't before, which is interesting. Like, I want to stretch my feet in different ways that I never did before. Just different changes like that in the actual physical.
Right. Yeah. So what are let's talk about that. So moving on to the barefoot walking. So you go out and you ground, you stand, you have your tea in the morning, you film your video, but on a daily basis, you go for a walk. Mm-hmm. You go for a walk barefoot. You are kind enough to usually wait for me to get home from work, and then force me to get my boots off. And she doesn't have to force me much anymore. I can't wait to get home and take them off. But now you started taking a walk every day, and we usually go for what, like half an hour?
It's about a half hour.
It's about a half hour barefoot walk down a dirt road. So rocks and sand and all the fun stuff. The acorns are a lot of fun. They started dropping, so that was a surprise. But anyway, what are some of the benefits that you looked into for the barefoot walking, and then what are some of the benefits that you have obviously experienced? And then I'll kind of follow up with what I'm seeing. But what were you looking forward to by doing your research, and then what have you seen?
So one of the things was to just have tougher feet, to be able to run out the door. If I need to run out the door, I don't have to wait to put my shoes on, right? Just things happen, right? I've chased eagles out of my yard. I've chased coyotes out. It's nice to not have to stop and put my shoes on. And when you don't walk barefoot, the soles of your feet get very weak, and you need to build up a little callus and some strength on those. Mine have gotten pretty good. Like, the acorns don't even bother me much now when we walk down the road, but he's not quite there yet. He's getting tougher. But that was one big thing, was to just be able to not wear shoes to go do things, right? And part of the minimalist lifestyle too, I only have I think I'm down to 2 pairs of shoes, right? So I have a pair of...
There was that. So she started this, she was like a week in. About that time, she started walking, and she realized she could walk down the road, and like the first few days she did that, her feet got a little tougher, and all of a sudden she's throwing shoes away. And I'm like, what you doing? She's like, yeah, I'll never wear these again. I'm like, yep, I've seen this before. Like, Corey's good for getting into something, trying it out, and then it just isn't her deal, which I love the fact that she's adventurous and does that. But yeah, when she started throwing her shoes away, I got a little worried. And no, I mean, yeah, keep going about your physical benefits here.
Yeah, so with that, excuse me, and just going for the walks, the fronts of my legs have gotten stronger, like my shins, I guess it would be. And I don't know if that's from just like flexing my foot more as I'm walking, lifting up the front, or if it's how I'm stepping down, but those muscles are getting stronger. I'm also noticing different muscles around my knees that I'm using. So I have had a lot of knee pain in the past. I used to run a lot, and I was very overweight when I was running, so I did a lot of damage to my knee joints, right? And so I have just had pain around my knees for a long time, and it is getting better, and it's the muscles around that seem to be getting stronger. One of the first things I noticed, though, was my ankles, the change in my ankles. I don't know if it was how I was standing in my shoes and they were like finally stretching out to where they were supposed to be, or what it was, but the outside, like where the ankle ball is, the muscles around that were getting stronger and like wanting to be stretched and moved all the time. So that was some of the big things right away. And with that, I have gotten better balance. Just because my feet are able to actually flex and move the way that they should naturally. So my toes are gripping when they're supposed to and rolling when they're supposed to and things like that. So that was,
well, did you mention sorry, I was reading a bunch of comments over here, but did you mention your feet spreading out, getting wider?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, so, why don't you talk about that, because that really plays into the balance and the balance for sure with the feet widening out.
Right. So most shoes, the toes of the shoes are real tight and come together at the top, making your foot almost into like a diamond shape. And that is not good. That's not natural. Your foot should be more of a V shape, and your toes should all be able to spread out real far apart. So as I've been doing this, it was probably a week in, my toes just wanted to like be stretched and like spread out like this all the time, right? Like that felt so good. And now they kind of land that way naturally. As I step, they're just spread out, or as I stand, they're just spread out.
Yeah, so like all those little bones in your feet just end up shifting when you're putting shoes on. You're squeezing into shoes all the time. And then as you're a kid and you're developing and everybody's like, oh my God, your feet are growing so fast, and you're trying to keep your feet in shoes and then they get tight. So when you're developing, you're just squeezing everything together. I've seen it in my feet for sure. They've kind of spread out. I have really messy, weird toes that kind of fold under each other because of, wearing work boots my whole life and not ever. I finally about 2013, 2014 maybe, found somebody that showed me how to measure for work boots properly. And I had been wearing ones that were 2 sizes too small for the way I was supposed to be walking for years. Since I had started working, they'd been 2 sizes too small. I bought the bigger boots, and things changed dramatically. So when she told me that getting her shoes off really made her feet physically change, I was like, oh yeah, that really makes sense, because that's what was going on with my boots. They were a size too short and a size too narrow. And that's why after a 12-hour shift wearing them, I wanted to just cut my legs off because my feet hurt so bad. My joints hurt so bad. So,
well, it throws everything else off too, because it starts at the bottom, right?
Right. So you had knee pain, pretty consistent, waking up at night, stuff like that.
That was just a couple days and that went away.
Yeah, in a couple days it remedied. So this definitely is not This is not medical advice by any means.
This is just what I've experienced.
Yeah, we're just talking about experiences here. But yeah, if you have these things, these random weird pains or stuff like that, or a consistent inflammation, something like that, that you don't know how to take care of, and you've been to the doctor, maybe just try standing outside. Like, it doesn't cost you anything. It isn't hard. It's not physically hard. Yeah, just try it and think about it. I've noticed, so those are kind of the physical. Are there other physical benefits that you've kind of seen?
I've noticed my posture's better.
Yeah.
So I am a sloucher, right? I'm on my phone. I'm always slouching forward. And now even when I'm sitting at my desk working, I notice that my shoulders are back more. And I can feel that I'm using different muscles in my back. I don't know. So I've done a little bit of barefoot running recently, right? And that feels great. But I don't know if it's from that, but I've noticed a little bit of like strength in my lower back muscles too. So
yeah, that is the biggest thing for me. The biggest. I drive for a living. The Ford Transit seat is horrific for spending. You would think that they would make a seat in a van meant for commuting things around and service people that are in their van. They'd make the seat comfortable and properly made. Yeah, no, it's horrible. When I drive 4 hours, I'm like this. I have shoulder pain, holding the steering wheel. Like, I try to adjust it. Like, I've done research into how to properly sit in a car, and it's just not possible when you're 6'5" in a van made for people that are the average height of 5'10" or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, good morning, Ghost Floof. How are you doing over on Twitch? So yeah. K-Bonk can't hear the live stream on Telegram on Apple. Yeah, I've been running into some weird things with Telegram, K-Bonk. I don't know what's going on over there, but been in and out, and it's probably because you got an iPhone. But
you have Erin's comment up there about the kids and not wearing shoes, and I think that is great. I have been hanging out with my little nephew. He's 3, right around 3. And he's barefoot all the time. They let him be barefoot. It's great. And he runs through the grass. He took me on an adventure through the woods at the cabin. Like, I had only been barefoot for a couple weeks maybe at that time. I think it was maybe 9 days. I think it was day 9 that he took me on an adventure through the woods. And I was like, dude, I don't know if my feet are tough enough to do this with you yet. And he just kept going. So I think it's great. And watching him be able to balance and stand well, and I was watching his feet when I was up there because I was obviously doing a lot of barefoot research, and just how he could move his ankles and get up from like the sides of his feet, and how he was positioning them was just interesting to watch.
Yeah, so what I was saying about the driving, I come home and I'm all tight and I'm all forward in my shoulders. I've been that way in my life. I had a lot of self-confidence issues at points in my life, so I was always kind of like weight issues, trying to hide overweight. Yeah, I get home and take my boots off, and I walk down the road, and I feel my shoulders just go back. As I'm walking, I feel them roll back. I feel the muscles release, the tension release. I literally can feel when the soles of my feet hit different rocks. I feel them tingling on the bottom of my feet, or feel them pushing in. I can feel corresponding reaction in the muscles in my shoulder. Like, I can feel my shoulders tingling as the rocks are touching the bottom of my feet. So there's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said for reflexology and nerve endings and massaging the feet. But if you're barefoot, you're walking down a dirt road, you're getting a half an hour barefoot massage, and boy, it just releases in my shoulders. It's unbelievable.
And it's not
sold.
just your shoulders.
Well,
There's
no, right.
a bunch of different organs that it hits on the bottom of your feet. I mean, everything is there, right? Your lungs, your heart, your eyes, everything is on the bottom of your feet. There's charts out there that are really cool, so Google that and go check those out. But
yeah, Carrie Brown that I was talking about earlier, selling the hops. Yeah, he sent us over a reflexology cheat chart. It's in almost all the research about barefoot living. It's a huge benefit. It's a huge benefit. And, yeah, so let's see. I got a list here of things. We talked about your ankles felt stronger, your shoulder pain, your PMS, your legs feel stronger. That's something that I've noticed also is, I'm sore in different, I don't want to say sore, but you know when you're like walking and you're kind of limping or something and you get a certain muscle gets tired that you haven't been using, where it just gets tired. Like you're not, oh my God, I can't go any further. I was feeling fatigue's the word. There it is. I was feeling fatigue in different muscle groups as I was walking. Like I walk all day. I walk all day for a living. We walk all day. Some of us more than others, but, yeah, to the fact that we were just taking a walk and my had muscle groups showing fatigue. I was like, wait, this is weird. Like, I'm just walking. I'm pretty athletic. I can handle a walk, but so just putting it all together and adding everything up makes me realize that it's beneficial. It's so beneficial. The toes flexibility. Did you talk a little bit about that? Like
that I can like move my toes. I can do like a thumbs up with my toes now and like just spread out the pinky toe, do all sorts of weird stuff. So yeah, I've gained like mobility and flexibility in my toes. I don't know how else to like explain what that is. I like spread them out really far. I can spread them out farther than I've ever been able to spread them out before. And it feels really good. It feels like it's stretching like the whole bottom of my feet. Like I can feel it on the inside of my foot.
Yeah. I kind of talking about the jammed feet inside the work boots and stuff. My toes were pretty much numb and paralyzed. Not numb, like I could feel if I stubbed my toe, they weren't numb for sure. But yeah, they were like paralyzed almost. Like you would get home, you take your boots off, you try to stretch them out and they barely move. Now that I'm immediately taking my boots off and letting my feet be not in shoes for the majority of the day, like I try to work as little as possible at this point. So it's 8 hours and the rest is barefoot. I can get home when I take them out of my boots. I can like spread my toes way out. And
it sounds so weird, but it feels so good.
Yeah, it's definitely a different feeling. Like you always thought you were stretching out your feet. Oh, I always did. Like I'd be like, oh, release my feet, and I would watch my toes and they barely come apart. And now I get home and it's just like, woo, and it almost pains me to put them on in the morning.
Yeah, I had to put my work boots on the other weekend, last weekend maybe, I don't know, we had to mow the lawn and it was my turn. We take turns because we both hate it so much. And I had to put my work boots on and I had them on for 5 minutes and I was complaining to him. I was like, no, the arches of my feet hurt. This is uncomfortable. I want these off. So I do have those for when I need to wear shoes. There's just like, I can't mow the lawn barefoot. That's just really not safe.
Yeah, we definitely compromise to the fact of modern tools kind of need protection over your feet. Like, we get it. I'm not going to go shovel a garden bed without putting boots on. So. And
I would totally do a garden bed.
She would, but she's not going to be stepping in the shovel. Like,
yeah.
She's just going to be using her hands. So she's not going to be using it right. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, Erin here says, I know you're headed south, but if you were going to be in snow, would you keep doing it over the winter?
Okay, so I had a contingency plan for if we were actually stuck here this winter, which we will not be. But I was going to try to put either a tarp or a box or something out in the yard. It would still be frozen, but that I could peel back if it snowed and then have that connection. You're still connected through the snow if you're really cold, but you're still connected. It's just water, right? It's just ice. So you still have that connectivity even if you went for a barefoot walk in the snow. And I know there's people that do that. Here it's really, really freaking cold. So my other plan was if I couldn't keep a spot open to do that, I was going to buy leather soled like winter moccasins that like I guess like an Indian would use. Well, that's where I bought them from, was the Indians. Oh, look at me like that.
Oh, now we're going to be double banned on YouTube. I don't think that's a word you're supposed to use.
Shoot, sorry. But anyways, we got the Indian reservation right down the street here. It'd be really easy to find. So anyways, just a non-insoled leather boot would have been my next choice. So that was my plan. But hopefully I don't need to buy any of those. They're not cheap.
Viewer over on Twitch says, man, as a former farmer miner, I can't recommend Barefoot Life any more than I already did. My nephews are still amazed they can walk through the hayfield. Yeah, it's really kind of blowing my mind how much I'm adapting, like the further I can go. And she's way ahead of me, and I watch the places she walks. And yeah, your feet toughen up pretty quick. You get used to things. And we were walking down the road, and we stopped the other day, and she said, well, can I try this out real quick? And she went walking through the woods, and she came out like a little giddy girl that it was the most amazing walk that she had so far on her barefoot journey. She walked through the forest. And
Of course, I didn't film it though, right?
Of course. I wish I had my phone out when she came hopping out of the woods. But yeah, talk about that little journey.
Yeah, the hop through the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have just I wanted to get off. I've been on the dirt road, and I've walked up and down the dirt road, I've been around the yard. And I was like, I need something new. Like, I want a new space to go walk. And I've been wanting to go out. We had spread some ashes of our dog in the woods, and we have a little path out to that. And I was like, I want to go walk out and see the dogs, and but it's kind of overgrown. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get back there. And you came quite a ways in too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started heading down the path, and I was just watching where I was stepping, and it was actually quite soft. The forest floor was very forgiving, and there wasn't everything that you'd step on would just kind of smush into the ground. It wasn't like,
well, if you think about it, it's all compost.
Right.
And as long as you don't jam a fallen limb into your feet. Talk about that, like when you started walking, about the looking, and I've noticed myself doing the same thing that you talked about. But talk about watching where you're walking.
Right. So when I first started this, I literally looked directly below at my feet, exactly where my foot was going to land. It was so slow, like it was one step, two step, like looking directly at my feet. Now I look out quite a ways, probably 4 feet out, and just see what's out there. Like, is there a big nail sticking up? Probably watch out for that. Like, I know where my feet are going to land further out than I did when I first started, and I'm not as cautious about what I'm actually stepping on. So
yeah, like when I first started, I was like tiptoeing through, going, oh my god, if I step on a rock, it's gonna hurt. Now I'm like, well, that's a big sharp one there. The rest I'm good with, the rounded rocks. And you said that from your research, it's supposed to, the reflexology with your eyes, you get better vision, so you can look farther out, I think is.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
No, but it feels natural now to look about that far out. Whereas when I was looking straight down at my feet, it was like, it felt weird.
Yeah.
It's like, why am I looking right at my feet?
And the posture thing has really drawn my head back. And I know that my slouching shoulders has a lot to do with my phone also, and the head down on the phone. I try to get away from that. I do a lot of freaking social media, so it's hard when I use it, I try to hold it up or sit in a chair and lean back. But yeah, the rolled shoulders, the neck down, and the walking barefoot has really pulled my shoulders back and lifted my head. And I find myself looking out also now that my feet are a little more comfortable on the rough roads. So.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of just getting used to.
Scared shitless what you were going to step on was my issue.
And not cut your feet, right? Like I had a couple incidents where I cut my feet and I had to wear Band-Aids, and that sucked, right? Like, you're trying to keep it clean, but I wanted to stay barefoot, so it was tough. I was constantly washing it, changing the Band-Aids. And
now that you're calloused up, have you experienced any cuts?
So nope. The last time I got cut was I dropped a glass jar out of the truck that broke, and I stepped on one little piece, and it was just a tiny little cut. I didn't even put a Band-Aid on it. I just went with it, and it's completely healed up. I kept going barefoot, didn't do anything about it. But yeah, that was like the first 2 weeks when I was getting little like thorns that would get in there that I'd have to dig out with tweezers and stuff like that. I don't get much of that anymore, but I tried not to walk where the like thorns are. It's just like.
Yeah. So there's been like one negative experience with it, and I'm experiencing it kind of right now. Talk about when you thought you had something stuck in your foot.
Oh, yeah. So I spent probably like 3 days trying to dig something out of my foot. I was sure it was a piece of like a thorn or I don't know, something that got stuck in there. It wasn't glass. I knew it wasn't glass, but I couldn't find anything, and it would just hurt every time I would step on it. And I spent days with tweezers trying to dig this mystery item out of my foot, and I never found anything. I would do soaks. I would do all sorts of stuff to try to get it out. And one day it was just gone. So like, okay, now it doesn't hurt today. So yeah, that was a weird experience that lasted a few days.
Yeah, we were pretty sure that it was a bruise. And
yeah.
I'm kind of dealing with the same thing right now. On a walk a couple days ago, I think I stepped on a really pointy, tall rock. And it was right behind kind of where your toes divot comes back up to the ball of your feet, the pad of your foot, and right in the middle. So it kind of like poked into that fleshy part. And then the next day it felt like I had a cut there or a bruise there, and I couldn't quite tell. And I could see if maybe it was, as it's gone the next few days, it really feels like there's something in there. And I believe there's no cut. There's no cut at all. It was like, it's definitely a bruise in that fleshy material. So, or fleshy stuff.
And mine was on my heel.
Hers was on her heel. So another real fleshy part of that. So, yeah. So you have been craving doing a certain thing all the time. I look out there and I'm like, there she is again. What have you really found that feels awesome? And I tried it. I can't. Yeah, man. Everything she says, I'm all in on because I'm following her path and it's working out the same. But what'd you start doing?
So this is something that I had never really done before in my life, and I don't know why I wanted to do this to begin with, but a primal squat or an Asian squat, where you just stand with your legs kind of far apart, and then you squat down and get your butt as far as you can to the ground. That feels so freaking good right now. I don't know if it's because my heels have dropped now since they're not in shoes anymore, and that's just the stretch that feels good, but I sit in that multiple times every day in that position, and I'm sure my neighbors think I'm crazier than they already thought.
Well, yeah, we were talking about it the other day, and somebody mentioned that they do a lot of their gardening that way, and when they said that, I hadn't put it together. I was like, that's perfect.
It's also how little kids sit and do things.
Yeah, when you look, we saw that with the 3-year-old nephew. When he would stop to play with a toy or play with something, he would go into that position where he was kind of hovering. His butt was hovering off the ground, but yeah, he was all supported. Yeah,
he didn't sit on his knees. He didn't get down on his knees like adults do or sit on their butt. Nope, he just did a squat, played with the stuff, did his thing, and it feels really good. It's a great stretch.
Yep. What else have you been drawn to because you've been outside? Being outside more?
I was just going to say, like, wanting to be outside all the time. So I can't wait when I get up in the morning to go out and just stand there for a few minutes barefoot while the dogs run around and do their thing. And then I go for a half-hour walk every morning after he leaves for work. And then when he comes home, I make him go for another one. And yeah, I just want to be out there all the time. I don't want to be inside. If we can sit outside and the weather's good, we're outside.
And that wasn't unusual for us, but there's almost like a craving of it that she talks about. We are outside people. We live on a homestead. We decided to move into a camper and go on the road. We're obviously not homebodies. We are homebodies, but not inside the home. But she's just like, let's go outside all day.
I asked him if we could do this video outside, but he said no, it was too much to set all his crap up out there.
Well, it wasn't that. It's supposed to be rainy, and I really didn't want to have all my electronic equipment outside and have it start raining. So that was the actual reason. So don't let her. I was all about it. I was trying to figure out where our Wi-Fi would reach to because I also want to be outside. And moving forward, I'm likely going to be able to do a lot more with the podcast. And I might want to do it from outside. We will see. But yeah, do you have any other things that you wanted to talk about, or?
No, I think that was kind of everything I had brought up on the list. Yeah.
So you're gonna continue to do this. Yep. We're trying to figure out the path forward with kind of your content and your Grounded Souls stuff. You do TikTok, like we mentioned, Instagram and YouTube, usually 2 to 3 minutes. We've been.
I might start doing like a yoga grounding too with my thing. I'm not sure yet. I'm doing the walking.
Possibilities are endless.
We'll see.
But
cross my mind.
You've been contemplating if you're going to start talking. So with this interview, I think you might feel a little bit more comfortable talking about what you're thinking. So stay tuned. Definitely follow along on YouTube and her other socials. Be sure to like them and follow them and see the content coming out. But I think that she might come up with some interesting thoughts. Just being in her head all the time when listening to the things that she just rambles about, it could be entertaining. Let's just put it that way. Stimulate thought, but she could come up with some doozies at some point. So definitely stick around for that. Any last words? You got Baby Welter and Company. We have.
I have been lacking at.
Yeah, content's gotten tough. So if you guys don't know, we have been thinking about moving for like 2.5 years. Everything has been kind of culminating to leaving, which is going to provide us a ton of content, both on the dog side, because they're going to have new adventures, both on the Lots Project side, because we will actually be moving along. So we kind of went into this limbo area for a while, and the content got kind of stale, trying to figure out what to do. And but we're coming up here on the time to take off. Grounded Souls will be really cool because she will be finding new places to walk on a daily basis, or for however long we're staying at some place, she will have more places to explore. The dogs will be able to explore. We're going to have all sorts of great content, guys.
And now that I can walk barefoot, I can walk the dogs again. So that was I stopped walking the dogs and was just doing playtimes in the yard with them because I didn't want to go for a ride with no shoes on, and they have taken me skiing a few times. So that's why they haven't been doing their walks and things like that. So that'll change.
Yeah, that's definitely that will be a big change for us. We leash the dogs everywhere we go because they're St. Bernards and they just don't want to listen sometimes, and we don't want to deal with that. So at home we have a fenced yard. On the road we'll be walking them a lot, and I am not to the point where I will be able to walk them barefoot quite yet, but hey, once I get these work boots off in a few weeks, I will probably get there pretty quick. So stay tuned for all the adventures, and I appreciate you guys checking it out this morning. Anybody has any comments or questions over there in the chat? I appreciate Erin's questions along the way. I've been reading Ghost Floof over there on Twitch, and it's been a great chat. So I don't know.
Make sure you get outside. Go barefoot. Go for a little walk. Just in your yard. Just stand there. Do it.
So if you enjoyed the content, definitely share it with someone. Definitely make sure you're subscribed over on YouTube. We are pushing, even if you don't watch on YouTube, if you're watching somewhere else, you're watching on Odyssey or Float or Twitch, if you could pop over to the YouTube channel and subscribe, that would be awesome. We are pushing to that 1,000 subscriber mark, and things are going good, and we're bumping up. So I appreciate all of that, and can't wait to get there and see what we can do beyond that. I appreciate you joining. And you want to say goodbye?
Goodbye. Thanks for having me. It was fun to be here. I'll probably do another one at some point.
Yeah.
It wasn't terrible.
Yeah, you did fine. All right, guys. That is another episode of the Lots Project podcast. I will get this audio up here pretty quick. I guess if you just listen to it live, you might not want to go grab the audio. But I appreciate you hanging out. You can check me out at thelotsproject.com on Float, Twitch, Telegram, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Gab, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Fountain.fm. You can find Grounded Souls on Fountain also at Grounded Souls. I really appreciate my beautiful wife coming on. She's the love of my life, and she makes my days better every day. I don't know what I could do without her. She makes all this possible, so I really appreciate her hanging out. And I will catch up with you guys on Monday. So Nate and Erin of Two Chicks Homestead. I don't know if there's any other content creators that I am more proud of this year. I can only think of maybe one whom I'm just as much proud of this year, but they have grown incredibly. They have taken so many leaps of faith and done things that they're like, we want to do, but maybe I'm a little bit uncomfortable, or I'm a little nervous, or this is just a huge step out. They have tried so much. Their podcast is called Two Chicks Homestead. We razz them all the time about the name, but it really has to do with their two wonderful young ladies who they homeschool. Just incredible kids. They always make me laugh whenever I get to chat with them on the Fireside Freedom kind of after chat as well. But again, this will be a theme that you're going to hear throughout this entire stream. Meeting people in person changes everything. And Nate and Erin, I consider you guys friends. Becky and I both consider you guys friends. Erin especially, you don't know how much it meant to Becky for you and her to sit down and just chat your little hearts out at LFTN workshop. It was awesome. We came away from there and Becky's like, we finally found our people. This is awesome. I love it. And thank you for that, guys. Nate is a huge ham radio buff. I could talk about these guys forever because they've done so much great stuff this year. Nate has really pushed his limits with streaming some really cool ham interactions. They reached out and got a really, really cool guest. I don't want to give it all away, but it has to do with a guy who parachutes and does ham radio at the same time. That's going to be their interview here. So first off, I'm proud of both of them. They have done incredible work. And if you want great content and you want to, sit around and listen to a husband and wife chat because they do a great job at that, give them a follow at Two Chicks Homestead. And just, listen to their stuff, enjoy it. And guys, I really, really hope that you guys enjoy this interview because I know Nate and Erin were especially proud of that. So here's their content.
Welcome to the Two Chicks Homestead podcast. We are the Two Chicks. Yay!
Hi, I'm Nate.
And I'm Erin, and we talk about homesteading and living on a small piece of land.
All right, everyone, welcome to episode 32. So this week, we are going to have a fun little interview with Carlos, Kilo Delta 9, Oscar Lima, November, from Life at Terminal Velocity.
That's what they tell me anyhow.
So, Carlos, why don't you introduce yourself and kind of tell everybody who you are?
Oh, God. I don't know how to go with this. I'm Carlos Felix Ortiz. I'm an amateur radio operator. I'm a pseudo homesteader, and meaning we have a really big garden and we do a lot of canning and preserving. I like guns and rock and roll. What else is there to say?
There you go.
I jump out of airplanes.
That's the best part. Like, that is the coolest thing out of all things, you jumping out of airplanes is probably the coolest thing you do.
I don't know if that's the coolest thing, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it all day long.
But you got to tell people what you do when you jump out of airplanes.
I find myself at times bringing my radio. And when I say radio, I mean my ham radio, sometimes 2 meters and sometimes HF. And I call CQ. And I try to rattle some cages and make people go, "You're doing what?" Yes. I'm flying a parachute. I have a radio. CQ Parachute Mobile. Find me. Work me.
Absolutely.
Most of the time I don't have to worry about, making contacts. Most of the time the contacts pretty much are there.
Yep.
I made a jump yesterday that was a slog, man. It was difficult to make a contact. I think I might have had 5 or 6 contacts in 14,000 feet of jumping.
Yep. Well, I know 2 of us were.
Yes.
I know I was able to get through, and our friend Cliff was able to get through.
Yes.
So that was nice to get you on 40, because that was a band I'd never gotten you on before.
Well, you're going to get another card to add to the board.
Exactly. I love hanging
We
those
checked
up.
the mail. Yay, another postcard from Carlos.
So we've gotten you on 2 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, and 20 meters was under my old call sign.
Yes, and then under your new call sign as well, right?
And I've not gotten you on 20 meters on my new
really?
call sign yet.
I thought you got me on the new.
I'd have to go look at the cards. Maybe not.
I don't know.
But either way, I just got you on 40 last night.
Yeah.
And it was nice hearing you all the way down, because I felt bad because we were trying really hard to get the guy that for Parks on the Air that parked 1 kilohertz up from where you were planning on going. But
well, the thing is, we don't own the band, right? We don't own the frequency, and people are okay to do what they're wanting to do.
Yep.
I really would have hoped that he would have said, let's switch it up to that frequency.
Yeah.
Drive the pile up in the air, and then drive the pile up at Parks on the Air, because that would be really a cool integration. I'm still hoping to make a Parks on the Air jump this year. I was actually talking to the owner of the drop zone today about it, and he was like, it's been busy and this, that, and the weather, and I'm like, I don't need excuses, Doug. Yep. Let's just work on a date where I can jump into Shabana.
That would be fun.
And just activate the park, parachute mobile.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Because what do you need? 10 contacts to activate?
I think I can manage 10.
You can guarantee you'll get me at least, and I'm sure I could probably get 10 people in this area to catch you on the way down, probably on 2 meters.
I gotta tell you, I have the local repeater on my car radio.
Yeah,
I don't have it on my HT.
Okay.
And I was trying I'm in the airplane, like I'm just gonna dial in the repeater and let them know that I'm jumping, and I'm like, I don't have it on my HT. I don't even know what the frequency is. I'm out of cell phone reach, so I can't look it up in a repeater book. And it was like, well, I called CQ on 5.2. I know that someone was replying while I was inside of the airplane, because I was like, well, I have the radio out. I may as well call Aeronautical Mobile. Let's work from $3,000 all the way to like $10,000, and then, Nah, I could not hear a soul. I could hear that they were keying up. I was getting full scale on it.
Okay.
Could not hear a human.
So that was Cliff and I were chit-chatting back and forth as you were going up, and we were watching ADSB on your plane. So that's probably what you were hearing, was just him and I going...
On 5.2?
No, not on 5.2.
So this was on 5.2, right?
Oh,
so this is 14652.
Okay.
I am sure that someone went, Aeronautical Mobile, this is pretty... Yes, I want to get this contact. And I'm telling you, I had a headset.
Wow.
I brought the headset, and I could hear the static when nothing was in the air. Static. They would key up. I would get absolutely nothing. I'm like, I don't know if it's you or if it's me, and I really still to this. I don't know whether it was them or me.
Yeah.
Because I haven't tested that HT on the ground yet. Again, but yeah, it was like, well, I can't raise the repeater. I'm going to raise someone on 5.2, and hopefully they'll find out that I'm on 40, and I'll make a few contacts on 40. Man, that jump was difficult.
It was fun, though, because I heard... So you got around here, so within 30 or 40 miles. Then you got Minnesota.
Got Minnesota.
Tennessee, I think.
Tennessee, New York, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah. I heard the New York
I think I got a New York station there. I'd have to listen to the recording to be able to tell you exactly what I got, because I haven't logged yet.
Right.
I'll log when I edit the video.
Right. So I mean that was that's quite a bit of distance, just being up in a plane working HF.
Well, I was on a parachute, so
right.
I'm streaming an antenna behind me, so there's all sorts of things that can go wrong, and I mean that in a technical way. I'm not talking about the possibility of me plummeting to my death. That's not. I'm not going to do that.
We're not going to talk about that.
Oh, we can talk about it, right? But the thing is, my number one priority is having a good parachute over my head, and until I do that, I'm not playing radio. So
right.
So by the time I'm playing radio, I know that I have a good parachute over my head. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
What is an issue is all the technical stuff that can go wrong. a dial got changed on my radio while I was in the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
So friction, just moving around. The RIT knob on my radio got twisted, so I was transmitting like a half a kilohertz off, or half a megahertz off, and I'm sure that didn't make for a great contact with me. I'm sure that made it difficult for people to hear me. I'm sure they heard me, obviously, right? We made the contact.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it would have been better had I been centered on the frequency like I was later in the jump.
Right.
It's just that the minutia, the technical stuff. Radios with knobs are great because you can mess with them, right? You can get them dialed in. Radios without knobs are great for this kind of stuff because I can't mess them up in the airplane, right?
Exactly.
So I can be perfectly fine on the ground, and it's part of my checklist. And when I couldn't raise the contact to save my butt, well, then I went and looked at the radio, scrutinized the radio. Is the squelch right? Is the RF gain right? Is the AF gain right? The RIT is completely panned over to the left. Let me get it panned over to center.
Yeah. All right, so let's go through like a step by step. So you jump in the plane. So let's go. You exit the plane, pull the chute. What steps do you go from there?
So, I throw the pilot chute out. The pilot chute is a small parachute that then, in turn, opens up the container and then extracts the bag that's holding the main parachute in, and extracts the main parachute out of the bag. And the main parachute inflates. Once I have an inflated parachute over my head, I give it a visual inspection. So, are my lines all okay? Is my parachute okay? Are there any tears, any holes? Basically, I'm visually inspecting to make sure that my wing is in good condition. Once I have that, then I open up the radio bag, and the first thing I do is I unwind the antenna wire. Yesterday I was flying KM4ACK infrared half wave because I was flying 40. My patrons on Patreon selected 40 for the August jump. I couldn't make it because of weather, and I couldn't make it at Huntsville because I just ran out of time. Weather rolled in on us there. So I told them I'm going to make it up by making the first jump in September. So I did. 40 meters is difficult because there's a lot more wire. So it takes twice as long to deploy the wire. Excuse me. And I only have one 40-meter antenna that I can take in the air, and that's the KM4ACK. Anyhow, antenna wire goes out. Coax goes out after that because I need to make sure that the coax is actually flying straight and not balled up in a rat's nest, because that will mess with the SWR. In an infrared half wave, if you're not familiar, the coax acts as the counterpoise.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, I look down on my S meter after that's all done, and I'm getting S9 and then some on noise, which is rare.
Yeah.
Like super rare. When I'm in the sky, typically I have an S0.
Mm-hmm.
I have an ideal situation for testing antennas, for testing radios, for playing radio. Not last night.
Right. Well, a lot of last night was the guy who was parked on 7.255.
Okay.
So you went on 7.254.
Yeah.
So the guy on 7.255 was calling parks. And a few of us tried to say, hey, do you mind holding off for 5-10 minutes? We got a guy going up in a plane right now, local to us, and he's going to jump. Why don't you try and make contact with him? And then, once he's on the ground, knock yourself out. Have a little bit of fun. So, but that was your S9 noise floor, right?
Oh, it was spicy, man. I've ran into a situation once before, and it was because the antenna that I was flying was having issues.
Mm-hmm.
I later figured out what the issue was: the operator headspace and timing. For those of you that don't know, that means the guy behind the mic. So I deployed my antenna properly, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong on that jump. And when I watched the video, I realized that I didn't deploy the coax properly.
Mm-hmm.
The coax, I just the coax goes out and it'll stretch itself out. It didn't. It was a rat's nest.
Yeah.
And that was giving me incredibly high SWR, which made it impossible for me to get out, and certainly impossible for people to hear me, or harder for people to hear me. So once I sorted that out, now I know that I need to be very clean about deploying my coax.
Yeah.
Never thought about it before, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't think
Live and
that'd be
learn.
a deal. So
Yeah. The other coax I use is RG316, and it's Teflon coated. So no matter what I do, that thing just always strings out.
Yeah.
Like, short of tying a proper knot on it, that thing just strings out.
yeah, and that's real nice. That's real thin coax.
Yeah, it's thin
real-
coax. I don't have to worry about loss terribly. It's not a very long run.
Right. It's what, 10 feet behind you?
Yeah, it's 10 feet behind me. That's literally what it is. 10 feet. And the thing just pays out like
Right.
butter.
Yep.
So I need to be mindful about the coax that I'm using when I'm using, the regular coax. There was an MMP Airborne 10, I think, that I'm using for PL259 connections.
Okay.
And I just need to be mindful because that's regular coax. It has a pretty stiff makeup, and if you just deploy it, guess what? You're gonna have rat's nest behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I put a M&P set, I think it might have been Airborne 10 on Erin's truck. 'Cause I just put that brand new antenna on your truck, and I think that's what I used on that. So
And to be clear, this is all operator headspace and timing. It has nothing to do with MMP. It has everything to do with the idiot behind the mic, right? So, understand that when I say it has a stiff makeup to it, it is by design. It is supposed to be that way. It's just that I didn't mind it the way I should have.
yeah.
On the first jump I made with the other antenna and that coax, and now I know better. So now I just need to be and now I'm very mindful about uncoiling one coil, make sure it's straight, and then the next coil, and so on and so forth until I have all of it behind me.
Okay.
So now, how much weight does that add? Do you go faster, like with
A little
the radio?
bit. A little bit. My radio kit, I believe, comes in like at 13.5 pounds. Between the radio, the antenna, the other radio, I carry an HT to APRS. And last night, I thought I was going to have to use that radio as a backup. Because in the airplane, I have my primary HF radio right now is an IC706 Mark IIG. If you're not familiar with it, it has a removable head.
Mm-hmm.
The removable head is finicky about making contact.
Yeah.
So in the airplane, I had to take the tape that I have holding that head together. Like, you don't need the tape, right?
Right.
But for what I'm doing, I want to fix the head in to make sure that it doesn't move around or come off.
Right.
And I had to take the tape off to jostle the connection, to put it back on, and it still wouldn't turn on, and I'm in the airplane. We're getting close to opening the door, and I'm like, am I going to have to make this a 2-meter jump out of nowhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thankfully, I jostled it just enough and put the tape back on where I was able to use HF. But all told, between the radio, the battery, the antenna, the backup radio, I'm looking at 13.5 pounds. Does that make me go faster? Yes, absolutely. Does that make me go significantly faster? No. My wing loading, so I bought a bigger canopy. I bought a bigger parachute system specifically to be able to do parachute mobile for a longer period of time.
Okay.
My primary system holds 135 square foot wing. With that wing, I was getting about 9 minutes, 10 minutes of flight time, of which I would be able to spend 7 to 8, playing radio. The rest of the time was either extending an antenna or retracting an antenna and getting ready to land. I don't play radio below a certain altitude. It's just a matter of safety. For example, last night, as soon as I called QRT, if those of you that are not familiar with ham radio, QRT means I'm done. I'm done. Literally, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm done. As soon as I heard that, as soon as I called QRT, I Kilo 9 station. I'm like, and you'll see it on my video.
Yeah, I heard it.
In my video, I put the camera up to my face. I went, Kilo 9 station. I heard you. Not working. Sorry. I'm below my altitude. I'm not playing radio anymore. I'm flying by parachute. So I make hard deadlines, and
you have to.
Yeah, my safety is at stake, so I'm not screwing around with that. I'm not messing around with it. So at 3.5, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. I've gone as low as 3 before. And when I'm not retracting my antenna, perfectly fine. Below 3, I will not talk to anyone.
Yeah.
Below 3 is Carlos time.
Right.
It's, time for me to fly in full flight mode, and let's just go have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
So does it increase my fall rate? Absolutely, not significantly. So I went from 135. On the 135, it made a significant difference. I bought a bigger system. It's 170 square feet on 170 square foot. Not that big of a system.
And you open it sooner than normal,
yeah.
right?
So normally you leave the airplane at 14,000 feet above sea level, or 14,500 feet above sea level, ballpark, and you free fall until about 3,500 feet, and then you open. When I'm doing radio, I leave the airplane at, call it 14,000 above sea level. I free fall for a second or two, and I open up my parachute right away so that I have time to play radio. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to play radio at all.
Right. And you see that in the videos. It's like a second or two after you clear the plane, you see the chute come out, at least in all the videos that I've ever seen. And I know your first thing, you look up and then you close the little flap that's above your head. Every single time I watch you do the videos.
So that's called a slider, and the job of the slider is to slow the opening down.
Okay.
Right. If anyone is familiar with rigging, like rigging loads and whatnot, it's called a reefing system. And the slider's a reefing system, and it just takes the lines and bunches them together and creates friction on purpose. And the idea is the friction from the grommet against the line slows the it doesn't allow the lines to completely come out, and it makes for a slower, gentler opening. If without the slider, I wouldn't skydive. It would hurt.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, you're going from doing, like in my jumps, for example, I'm not doing 120 miles an hour. Typical free fall speed, ballpark, 120 miles an hour. I'm not doing 120 miles an hour when I leave. I'm doing 80 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But 80 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour in 4 seconds
still kick you in the...
would hurt, right?
Kick you in the stomach.
When you slow it down to 6 seconds, it doesn't hurt at all.
Yeah.
At all. It's amazing what 2 seconds... what the slider does for you is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Whomever came up with the slider, it's a genius.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
So the whole purpose of the slider is to slow the entire opening down.
Okay.
I'm actually going to make a technical video about that over winter. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, we live in the Midwest. For those of you that don't know, we live in the Midwest. I do travel to warmer climates during the summer, during the winter, to try and get a few jumps in, but I don't always get to.
Right.
So it means that I don't get to skydive in the winter. I could. It's just bitterly cold.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and I don't do well with the cold. If you heard my name is Carlos, I'm from Puerto Rico. I'm a tropical boy. Give me 80 degrees and 90% humidity. I'm a happy man.
Yep. See, I'm the exact opposite. I'm 5'8", 250. I want that...
We're not jumping out of airplanes, though.
Yeah, exactly. We're not jumping out of airplanes, and I want that nice cold weather, 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Hard pass.
10 degrees out.
I live in the Midwest because my wife is from here. If my wife were not from here, we would not live here. If my wife were from, I don't know, Alabama, you know where we would live? We'd live in the warm out of Alabama. If my wife were from Texas, we'd live, and similarly, if my wife were from Minnesota, I guess where we would be living.
Yeah.
In frigid Minnesota.
Yeah.
So, how did you come about to decide to just jump out of airplanes?
That is, oh my God, that is a weird. I've been asked how I've decided to join the two hobbies. I've never. Yes. I don't think I've been asked in an interview how I decided to do this. So here, I'm going to try to make this as short as possible without shorting you the experience. As a 4-year-old, I saw the Golden Knights. The Golden Knights is the United States Army parachute team. Land at the ballpark at my home, in my hometown. Literally, I walked from my grandmother's house to the ballpark for this event. They had a big bike rally, and my biological father took me to it because I wanted to see the bikes. And I had no idea that there were skydivers coming in. And the big show wasn't the bikes. The big show was the skydivers coming into the park.
Mm-hmm.
And we got there just in time for me to see a streamer come down. A streamer's a piece of fabric with a bit of weight that in the old days of skydiving, before you had the technology that we have today, you would go in an airplane, in the same airplane that you would jump out of, and at about 3,000 feet, you would open up the door and you throw out the streamer to see what the winds were doing.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can set up the exit higher up.
Okay.
And I saw the streamer come down, and I'm like, what in the world is that? And I saw it, and then, you know, the people, they were like, oh, there's parachutists. And sure enough, next thing you know, 10 minutes later, there's these guys jumping out of airplanes, and I'm seeing them streaming smoke, and I'm like, oh my God, that is cool. They landed, they put on a show, and I fell in love with the idea of jumping. Like, one of these days I'm going to do that. Just think about a childhood one of these days.
Mm-hmm.
How many kids see something and they say one of these days, and they never do it, right? Well, I was that kid. I never did it. My wife got sick and tired of hearing me say, one of these days, I'm going to jump out of an airplane. And she got sick and tired enough that she bought me 2 tandems.
Nice.
Here in Rochelle. Right? Well, not here, and we're not in Rochelle, but Rochelle's not that far.
Yep.
And she says, oh, by the way, I got you 2, and if you let me have one, I'll go with you. Exactly. Oh, she's calling my bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's hunting season when she gives these to me. You know, and I'm not giving up a day in the tree stand. I'm just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go skydiving in October. And season ends in end of October, beginning of November. Well, guess what? No big deal. We're going to go in spring. A really, really good friend of mine finds out about it. He buys a tandem as well. We all drive together in his car to Rochelle, make a tandem jump, and my wife thought that this was going to be a one and done thing. My wife thought, we're going to get this out of his system, and he'll shut up about it. He'll move on to the next item. So, the truth of the matter is that on the ground I was perfectly fine. I'm going to go skydive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go skydive. It's just a tandem. No big deal.
Yeah.
There's some guy strapped to my back. I'm the little spoon. I get it.
Yeah.
Right? But he's a pro.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to handle all the hard part. Right? As soon as I got into the airplane, I was terrified.
Yeah.
Like, that's when it set in that, oh, I'm about to go jump out of an airplane.
A perfectly good airplane, nonetheless.
I mean, a reasonably well-maintained aircraft. There's no such thing as a perfectly good airplane. Airplanes are metal fatigue factories.
True, I'll give you that.
So, all the way on the climb, all I'm thinking is, how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this, Erin? How do I get out of this?
Out the door.
I'm going to be the best husband ever. Because it's my wife, my buddy Perry, and me. My wife is going to come to her senses. And when it's time for her to go, she's going to say, no, I'm not going. And I'm going to be the knight in shining armor. I'm going to stay with my wife. I'm going to be the good husband. I'm staying in this airplane with my wife. You can't throw me out. This is not going to happen. I'm staying with my wife. And this is my plan from the moment we take off until she left. And I had a reprieve for 10 seconds because she left and my jaw dropped and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go now. And then in a split second my brain went, Perry's not gonna go. I'm gonna be the best friend ever. I'm gonna hang out with my buddy. I'm like, bros are gonna hang out together. And 10 seconds later, Perry left. And I knew I had no choice whatsoever but to leave this airplane, and I was terrified. And we scoot down the bench, and I have my eyes clenched. They're closed. I'm not watching. And I'm feeling my way down the bench We get to the edge. We sit down on the floor. And my brain had a moment of clarity. It said, listen, you idiot. You're going to do this once. Exactly once in your life. Don't be stupid. Open your eyes. And be terrified. Go for the ride. Be terrified. And the exit process is a count. So it's out for ready, in for set, and out for go. And my tandem instructor, we went over this on the ground. And we were at the door. I'm hanging off the edge. My eyes are clenched shut. And my brain had this little talk. And on, the out for ready is when I open up my eyes and I look down. And I had a moment of instant bliss. Like the kind of experience that you have once in a lifetime, where you see clarity, where you see joy in a place you never expected. And at that moment, I wanted to go. Like at that moment, it is done. We're going. And I tried pulling the instructor with me. And he's like, no, not yet. And go. Because there's a count, right? The count is there for a couple of reasons. One is for him to know, for him to cue me in that we're going to go. Yeah. And the other part of the count is to generate generating enough distance between groups, right? And we needed 10 seconds that day.
Yeah.
So if I had left 8 seconds, we would have been too close to my buddy Perry and his tandem instructor. So this tandem instructor's like, rein me in. He's like, no! And now we go. Oh. It was a million miles an hour. Like, just the amount of sensory overload. I have never, ever felt so happy in my life. And as soon as the parachute opened, I twisted my head around and I said, okay, I got to do this. I got to do this by myself. I got to do this all the time. How do I do this? And he's like, well, we can get you a license. And I'm like, great, let's get a license. He goes, well, you have to do this. I said, great, whatever it is it takes. Whatever it is, I'm doing it. Oh, and by the way, the moment we leave the airplane, I am screaming like a 5-year-old girl that has been stepped on by a horse. I am screaming so loud that people on the ground heard me in free fall, and that is rare. And I mean rare. I am telling you as a tandem instructor today that you can yell pretty loud and I still won't hear you because of the wind blasting by our ears. Rare the person that I hear. Certainly hard to be heard on the ground. The staff came out of the building to figure out what was wrong. Keep in mind, my wife left, my buddy Perry left, and I left. Okay? 10 seconds apart. So I am 20 seconds behind my wife. I'm a little bit better than halfway into my free fall. Her parachute opens, and her instructor says, well, she's having a good time. And she had to turn her head around and goes, no, that's my husband. I don't know if she knew then that she had completely screwed up. But as soon as we landed, because I was not stopping, even under the parachute, I was just like, this is the most amazing thing ever. As soon as we landed, she just looked at me and went, good? And I'm like, I'm going to get a license. Understand that. Are you guys familiar with Dave Ramsey?
Yep.
Total Money Makeover?
Yep.
We had just finished our debt snowball.
Congrats. That's
right?
a hard deal to do.
It was very
Congratulations.
hard, right? We had a way too much debt. Any debt is too much debt, I think, at this point in time in my life, but we had just finished that. And as a good snowball couple, we had a budget. We still have a budget. Every penny's accounted for. And my wife, being my wife, practical that she is, she says to me, good luck. Not in the budget. Not in the budget. And it's not going to become an line item in the budget. Everything that we have in the budget is stuff that we need, or stuff for retirement. We need to start saving for retirement. You are not taking money out of the retirement fund to get a license. So guess what? You want to get a license, get a second job. Guess what I did?
Got a second job.
I got a second job so that I could afford this, right? So I got a second job packing parachutes the next year.
Yeah.
And I paid for my license, and I paid for my first set of gear packing parachutes.
Nice.
So
that's a good way to do it.
That's the abbreviated version. Like, that's the PG version of this story. Once we stop recording, I'll tell you the non-PG part.
Well, I'm coming out there, because we came out there a couple weeks ago. It's a really cool place to come out and see you jump. And it's out in Rochelle. It's about 30 miles from where we are right now. We're in Hinckley, Illinois. And you guys have 2 planes that go up, correct?
Yes, we typically keep 2 planes at the drop zone. Occasionally we'll have 1, and occasionally we'll have 3.
Okay.
But at a minimum, the drop zone owner has committed to us to keeping 2 planes at the drop zone. He has broken that promise a couple of times, and he apologizes deeply for it at times. And Doug, if you're hearing this, I'm still going to give you crap about it. But yeah, we keep 2 airplanes when we're busy enough, which most of the time we're busy enough. We keep both airplanes running all the time, especially during the summer. It's, you know, an airplane goes up, 7 minutes later another airplane goes up, 7 minutes later, and they're staggered enough. We're just going up and down, up and down.
Constant.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it. It was just all the time.
And keep in mind that we have a different situation in Rochelle. Most drop zones are not this, okay? So if you're listening to this and you think I'm going to go to my local drop zone, listen, you're going to be welcomed at your local drop zone. And they will try to, you know, like try to get you to make a jump, but you don't have to make a jump. You can sit there and watch. You can spectate. But if you are near Rochelle, Illinois, and you come to our drop zone, the experience you're getting is a world-class experience.
Right.
There's only a handful of places that are like this in the U.S.
I would agree with that, because we were actually, I was threatening Erin to get her a ticket to go on a tandem as we were sitting there last time we met, watching you go up and down. So we were talking about trying to make that work.
So, like, you know, you can go to a drop zone and spectate and enjoy it and whatnot, but understand that the experience that you're going to get at CSC is different than the experience you're going to get at your average drop zone.
Right.
Are there some other drop zones in the U.S. that are as good, perhaps better? Absolutely. They're not that many. Okay. Off the top of my head, also south of here, Skydive Chicago, also a world class. It was purposely built as a drop zone. That's a private airport.
Okay.
Right. The founder of that place is now dead, but he built it specifically as a drop zone.
Okay.
We are in a municipal airport in Rochelle, and our facility was obviously built as a drop zone, but we also have to contend with the you know, the stuff that comes along with being in a municipal airport.
Right. You guys are pretty busy airport.
Yeah, and not just from skydiving, right? There's a restaurant on site, so there's people that have airplanes that fly in for the restaurant, so we have traffic from that. We are in the Midwest. It's an easy stop for people making cross-country flights to get fuel. It's not an uncommon stop.
Right.
Where Skydive Chicago is a purpose-built facility for skydiving. The only people that land there are the people that are allowed to land there. If you call and you say, I want to land here, you better have a purpose, or they're going to tell you to go somewhere other place. They don't have they don't have fuel for you. They don't have facilities for you. If you land there, it's because you were allowed to land there. And, you know, that's another example of another, you know, purpose-built, world-class kind of a situation. Skydive Arizona and Eloy, Arizona, Eloy, however you say it, similar situation, purpose-built drop zone. Skydive Alabama, which is southwest of Huntsville by about 38 miles. Again, in a municipal airport, not as built as CSC, but also a very nice experience. So there's another place where you can go spectate. The owners of Skydive Alabama also have a drop zone in Tennessee and another one in Georgia, and all 3 facilities are similar to each other.
Okay.
So, excuse me, while you won't have a restaurant in place, it's a nice place where you can go spectate.
Right.
The flip side is the drop zone that I learned at was a hangar with barely enough room for us to pack.
Mm-hmm.
Hot, stuffy. You could come and spectate, but there was no flowing water. There was no, the bathroom was a porta-john, right? It was, there's no air conditioning. Like at our drop zone, you can take a reprieve and go inside for a little bit and get a little air conditioning, right? So understand that the average drop zone is what I'm talking about. Where I learned how to skydive in Indiana is a small airplane with a tiny hangar. It's hot, and yeah, they'll gladly welcome you as a spectator.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to jump. I just want to watch perfectly, enjoy, pull up a chair, stay behind this line, perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
But the experience is very different. Okay?
And you guys gave us top-notch, world-class, like, I felt like a part of the family when we showed up to come watch you jump a couple weeks ago. Took the girls, showed them all the planes, sat us down, shook hands, make sure everything was going okay, and just generally checking in. And, like, we were afraid to come out and bother you because we were afraid you were working.
Oh, no. I mean...
It's totally different. It's completely opposite of that. You want people there.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, if you hang around long enough, this thing might interest you long enough to make a jump.
Right.
I want more skydivers in the air.
Mm-hmm.
The more skydivers I have, the more people I can fun jump with. These are my friends, right? I want more skydivers in the air. Who wouldn't?
Right. And
we want more ham radio operators, right?
Absolutely.
So we go to a park, we play Parks on the Air, and some random Joe comes by and goes, "Oh, wow!" And we explain it. Would you like to make a call?
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk you through it. I'll coach you through it.
Right.
Same thing skydiving, right?
Yeah.
It's a very limited reach hobby, and we want more people in it. So we're going to be as welcoming as we can possibly be.
I mean, ham radio is a little less scary, though, than
a little less.
I don't know. Mike Freight can get to you.
That's true.
A little less scary, but probably just as expensive.
More so. Take it from a guy that has on both sides. Ham radio has cost me more than skydiving has. Now, to be fair, I'm also a skydiving instructor, so I make money in skydiving. So a lot of the money that I've put into skydiving has already been paid back, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't see it, but I heard of it. A father in Huntsville at the Huntsville Hamfest dropped something like $14K on a flex and a step IR and all the other happy-go-lucky stuff that goes along with it.
Right.
For his, I think it might have been 13, 14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
That's an expensive hobby. I mean, granted, we're talking about high-end stuff, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the radio that I have downstairs is a ICOM IC7610. And that is no drop in the bucket for...
This is a chunk of change, man.
Yeah, but it's one of the better radios. Now, I don't have a top dollar antenna to go with it, but I'm building up.
Well, you get there, right?
Exactly. So, gotta start somewhere.
Get yourself a nebula.
I know. I want one of those. I don't think that would fly at this property, unfortunately.
Why not?
Because we got the tree canopy that we have here is 95 feet.
So?
Where would I put it?
Wait a minute. How much is this that you're trying to talk him into?
It's like $700?
Yeah, probably. So, but it's a 90 foot tall antenna?
60 foot tall.
60 foot? Okay.
Yeah. 18 meters, 18 times 3. Yeah, close to 18, close to 60 feet.
So 55, 60 feet.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
You just put it between the trees.
Yeah.
Right.
With the swings.
But she has to have her photogenic area out back because I put my NFET out there one day and I doglegged right instead of doglegging left and I got yelled at.
I couldn't take a picture of the garden with the field behind it without the wire in it.
Okay, I mean, I can understand that, right?
I mean,
that's why they make Photoshop.
Exactly. Well, or I say, nope, move it.
Move it, Buster.
Yep. So what's your favorite thing about doing the jumps?
Jumps in general or radio jumps?
Jumps in general, and then we'll go to radio jumps.
Okay, so jumps in general, my favorite thing about doing jumps in general is the absolute feeling of freedom.
Okay.
Like, listen, I know why birds sing.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly why birds sing. And it's because they're free. They're free to fly. And I get to enjoy that for a little bit of time. And that's all I get, and I'm perfectly fine with it. And it's just sheer joy. Like absolute sheer joy.
Okay.
You know, tank radio, we were used to him yelling and tank radio, right?
So for those that don't know him, I'll link his channel. It's Frank K.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head,
Right.
I couldn't tell you.
I'll put his link to his YouTube channel. Cool guy, but if you ever hear Frank,
and the thing is, I am as loud on my landing as Tank is on every day, right? When I land, it's a scream of joy because I just got to spend a few minutes doing something nothing but lovely.
and I will verify that because you were 100 yards away from us when you landed every single time, and I heard you scream every single time.
What's not to scream about?
Right.
I just exited an aircraft at 14,000 feet, and I got to play like I'm a bird for a good chunk of that, and then I got to fly a parachute for a good chunk after that. It's ecstasy. It's nothing short of bliss.
Right.
It's bliss on Earth, straight up, or off Earth, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I mean, it sounds like fun. I would love to do it one day. It just scares the shit out of me.
That's okay. I mean, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, and I'll tell anyone that wants to hear it. If your first few jumps aren't scaring the living daylights out of you, I don't want to take you.
Yeah, which makes sense.
The people that aren't scared are trying to kill me. Every single time I've taken someone that's not scared in some way, they try to kill me. Once I see someone has a little bit of a scare, I feel a whole lot better. I took my niece about a month ago.
Okay.
And she was perfectly fine on the ground. She was perfectly fine in the airplane. When the door opened, she became an earthquake. And I went from, oh, my niece is going to try to kill me. She's going to try to kill me. Oh, my God, she's going to try to kill me. To, oh, thank God we're going to live. Right? It's the people that don't get scared always try to kill me. Every single one.
That makes sense.
Like, are they like reckless?
Yes, they don't pay attention to what you're telling them to do. They don't do anything of what you told them to do, and everything that they can possibly do wrong, they do.
Okay, that makes sense.
When you have a little bit of fright about it, you pay a little bit more attention, and you do at least a little bit of what I asked you to do. I don't need you to do all of it.
Yeah.
If you do all of it, oh, amazing! Thank you, appreciate it. You're 1 in a million.
Yeah.
Right, or more like 1 in 50. That actually do everything I tell them to do. But if you do half of it, we're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
It's just when you don't do any of it that I have to fight for every ounce of stability that I can get. And oh, by the way, I'm trying to save your life.
Right. Right. Because, I mean, you're falling at 120 miles an hour from 14,000 feet. If that parachute doesn't open, you're going to go splat.
I mean, they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to use them as an airbag.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I have enough talent to put you down, believe me. Even if we're on our backs, I'm going to rotate and put you down. The last thing you're going to hear is take a deep breath and hold it. Why? I need an airbag.
All right, so what's your favorite thing about the radio jumps?
Oh, man, the radio jumps, my favorite part about it is the pileup.
Okay.
It makes me giddy to hear that many people trying to actually make contact with me.
Right. Okay, so for anybody who doesn't understand ham radio, a pileup is what? You'll hear 15 to 30 people?
So many voices that you can't make them all out. And occasionally you might hear November, and you go, okay, station ending of November, come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of that mess of people, 3 people come back, and you're like, okay, one of you 3 come back to me. Or, maybe I heard November Alpha Niner. Okay, out of the 3 people that came back, I heard November Alpha Niner come back. And, and then you call.
Yep.
Well, the next November station come back, and then the next person calls, and so on. But working that pileup is a riot.
Yeah.
I never expected this to be a thing. I legitimately expected this to be an experiment that was going to be a handful of jumps a year, maybe just 2 or 3 jumps a year for me to test how far can I get with this setup or that setup or the other setup. And it's turned into a thing. Like when I make a posting online that I'm going to go make a jump, and in an hour, tune your radio to this frequency and try to make the call, people in general line up.
Right.
And it's humbling. It's really humbling because people are like, I didn't expect this to be a thing.
Yeah. And it's probably the coolest thing I've seen in ham radio yet. I know there's a lot of stuff that can keep people busy. You have parks on the air, you have satellite contacts. But hearing the guy where you have, say, 10 minutes to make contact with, it's harder to me than the satellite contact because you have more people trying to jump in on it and make that contact as you're coming down.
Yeah. It's humbling. I mean, you don't understand. Maybe you do. I don't know. The amount of humble that I have to eat here because it's just one of those. I'm like, wow, I can't believe this many people actually want to talk to me. And I get that a good chunk of it is the novelty of the contact.
Yeah.
But, the follow-up to that is that I have patrons on Patreon that are throwing me some money every month for me to be able to afford the jumps because I work in the sport. I have to take time off work to make these jumps. So I make them when I can. If I can afford to do so, if the dropsum can afford to spare me, I'll take the afternoon off or the morning off or maybe sometimes a whole day off to make these jumps. But I'm literally giving up part of my paycheck by doing that.
Right.
And the folks that are helping me on Patreon are helping me offset some of that, right? And the other folks, the supporters that are outside of Patreon, like Ham Radio Dude and Vern and Michael, they help me make more jumps because I'm able to justify more jumps, right? If it weren't for those folks, I think I've done 12 jumps this year, and if it weren't for those folks, I might have made 5, if that, because I have to take time off.
Right.
So part of how I don't make a ton of money skydiving, but part of how I put money on the table, at home. When the wife said, you're going to have to get a second job to pay for this, well, I did, and I never stopped it, right? I just went from packing parachutes to doing coaching to doing teaching. And now that's part of our income. That's part of what we depend on to put, money into our retirement accounts and offset some of the expenses that we have in the house. So it's humbling to go to my Patreon and see that somebody did this. I'm like, wow, I'm appreciative.
Right.
Do you guys have a Patreon for your?
No, we don't. No,
okay.
We're still pretty new to this whole deal. We do the main one that we have is we use Fountain FM.
Okay.
So that's a web podcast 2.0 for Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. So that's our main one.
But here's for the sake of argument, you just put on a chicken processing workshop, right?
Yep, that was a couple weeks ago.
Right, and people signed up for it. You can't tell me that wasn't humbling.
Oh, it was.
yeah,
It was
for
very humbling.
Right? You can't tell me that, okay, people actually want to learn how to do this stuff from me.
From us who, I mean, we're
Right.
nobodies. Like,
Yeah.
we just do this because...
Exactly. I'm a nobody.
Yeah.
I'm just another ham radio guy. I'm just another skydiver. Look, there's 50,000 skydivers in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Out of that lot, there's got to be at least 100 ham radio people, at least. It just happens that I'm the one that's more active about it. There's a guy in California that does it.
Mm-hmm.
He does a great job of it,
Right.
but he's not as active about it as I am.
Right. And I think you were the first person that I ever saw do it. So I don't know if you were officially the first person
Oh,
to
no,
do
no.
it.
The group in California,
Okay.
I found out about it later, right? Because I made my first jump.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I made my first jump thinking, I want to see how far I can take this HT.
Okay.
I'm not a theory guy.
Right.
I get theory, right? I
Right.
understand theory. I read theory.
Mhm.
But I'm a practical, real world. I want to see what really happens.
Right.
So I got my ticket, and as soon as I started studying for the tech license, you start learning about antennas and placement and how the antenna matters more than the power.
Yes, absolutely.
How the antenna matters more than the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to know, how far can I take 5 watts on an HT?
Mm-hmm.
This is how it all started. Just how far can I take this? It's an itch I want to scratch. I'm a curious guy. I want to see. And I made the jump just to experiment. It was just to see where can I go with 5 watts.
Yeah.
And when I landed, and I wasn't as nice about it as I probably should have been. I've had comments on that video. Well, you should wait for a break. Well, guess what? 14652 is dead on the ground.
Yeah.
Once you're above 3,000 feet or so, it is non-stop chatter because you start picking up distance.
Yeah.
You start picking up a lot of distance. If you wait for a break, you're never going to break in.
Mm-hmm. So on 5.2 is the national simplex frequency.
For 2 meters, yeah.
Right.
So I broke into a conversation. I was like, KD9 all-in parachute mobile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a parachute.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to talk to me? And when I got done with it, I looked up those people online. If I could find an email address for them, what I did is I put the video on YouTube. I had built a channel for the idea with the idea of putting up skydiving videos. That's what it's called, Life at Terminal Velocity, right? And not KD9 OLN.
You're right.
It was meant as a skydiving video channel. I don't think I have too many proper skydiving videos on there other than the parachute mobile stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many. I think there's a few ham radios videos on there.
So I took that video, posted it on my YouTube, found those folks, send them an email. Hey, if you want to see the other side of that QSO, just so you know that I'm not, BSing you. I really am under a parachute. And then, somebody replied, "Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. You should post that on Reddit." And I'm like, I guess. So I posted it on Reddit, and I didn't think anything of it. And I came back to Reddit a few days later, and I'm like, "Oh, this thing's blowing up." And I go to my YouTube channel, like, "Oh my God, this thing blew up." When are you making the next jump? Where are you going to jump next? Where's the next jump? What frequency? This idea. I'm like, well, I guess I can make another jump. I have other antennas I want to test. I want to see what that. Okay, I know what that antenna did. I have a couple other antennas. I want to try them out. Great. I'll make another couple of jumps. It's now a thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do the other skydivers think? Like, did you have to bring this up to CSC and be like, "Hey, I want to do this," or?
Fortunately, not. I have been working at CSC long enough now that they know that I'm a safe person. They know that I'm not going to do something stupid,
right,
and reckless. So when the first time I showed up with something other than a handheld in my pocket, like when I showed up with a handheld in my pocket, I had it tethered. With 550 cord and to a carabiner to the harness of the system, and they were like, "What in the world is that?" And I told them, they go, "Well, okay, have fun." Like they didn't even question it. They were just like they wanted to know what it was. When I showed up with the bag that I use, that fanny pack, they were like, "Dude, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, I leveled up, going to HF." They're like, what is that? And so I explained it to the owner. He was like, I hope you're having fun. So, I have a reputation for being a safe skydiver. So they know that I'm not going to do something stupid. Right. So if I show up to do something, for the most part, they're going to let me do it because they know I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not trying to hurt myself or anyone else. And there's something to be said for that. When I did this in Skydive Alabama, I did it with an HT and not HF, but I was prepared for that conversation about HF, right? I was perfectly ready to just have a conversation with the manager of the drop zone to explain, oh no, this is perfectly safe. I've done it before. Here are my YouTube videos. See how it's done. Blah blah blah. Can I get more water?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
Thank you. So, from that end, I'm fortunate because I've built up a reputation for not doing reckless things. So, it wasn't questioned.
Right.
And
that makes sense.
The other skydivers, I mean, are they...
The other skydivers think... Some of them think that I'm an absolute nerd, which is true. And some of them are coming to the idea of, oh, this is very cool. And now it's getting to the point where some people are, when I land, are like, how far did you talk this time? Where's your farthest contact? It started with your typical, are you talking to Martians? Right? And now it's, so, where did you talk today? And I'm like, oh, when I landed yesterday, they're like, I'm pretty sure I got a New York contact. I'm pretty sure I got a Tennessee contact. I got, Minnesota, northern Minnesota. They were like, oh, that's kind of short for you, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, I know, most of the time I get out pretty far. Something was wrong, and I just couldn't figure it out what it was, and it is what it is. But ultimately, I landed safe and sound on the ground.
Yeah.
I can walk away from it. It's a good jump.
Yeah.
Even if I make 0 contacts on a jump, it's a good jump.
Successfully.
Exactly.
I landed safely. I'm back, I'm back in the hangar, packing in my parachute. I'm like, well, I'll figure it out next one.
Yeah. I mean, when you think of ham radio, like me coming in as a new amateur radio
operator.
You think of the grumpy old men sitting in their basement just talking about the old days, and it's like boring.
Absolutely.
And now it's like you meet someone like you, and it's like, holy crap, that's like cool. I mean, it's something new. It's something that anybody can,
I hope that
be interested in.
I hope that what I'm doing might get somebody else to do something else. Not just not parachute mobile, right? Because, and if it's parachute mobile, great. Actually, there's a guy getting his license at CSC now, who is an amateur, who didn't know about me, and when he saw me with my stuff, he was like, "What are you doing?" And I told him, he was like, and he gave me his call sign. I'm like, "Oh, so you're an amateur?" He goes, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Great, finish getting your license so you and I can make jumps together and tag team people." 2 for it, right?
There you go.
Right?
Perfect.
You got Carlos, you got him. You got Carlos. Like, he's like, "You do what?" He's like, "I totally want to do this." And I'm like, "Do you have your HT? Because I'm making a 2-meter jump today, so get your HT out, and I'll get your QSL card." Right?
Yeah, it's like trying to mesh the two together. Two different hobbies that.
At Skydive Alabama, one of their skydivers is also an amateur, and on my 2-meter jump there, he intentionally stayed on the ground so that he could work me from the ground. He says, "Next, we gotta work parachute to parachute." I'm like, "Great, let's get on the next load." Right? So it's let's get this done.
Right.
I hope that other people are inspired to do different things with whatever it is they do, whether it's ham radio, whether it's homesteading, or whatever. All these things have room to expand. All these things have room to mesh together, right? You guys have taken your homestead and added ham radio to it, right?
Yep.
2 different things that work together, right? It's why not? Maybe somebody will do it out of a kayak or out of a canoe, or I don't know, out of something different that I haven't seen or heard. I've seen people do it out of a boat. I've seen people do it out of a sailboat.
Yeah, I had a maritime mobile from the Netherlands a couple days ago.
Right, so you can do it out of a sailboat because your mast is tall enough you can put a wire antenna on it. Great. How about you do it out of a kayak? Or I don't know. I'm just hopefully somebody sees what I'm doing and says, "Well, I can mix this hobby with that hobby."
Right.
Canning and skydiving.
Yeah.
That'd be difficult.
That would be difficult. That'd be messy.
Yeah, that would be very messy.
Maybe you could go skydive while you're waiting for the cannon
That's
to can.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, for the seals to set. Pop, 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 pop.
That would be good.
All right. Well, let's talk about the homesteading.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got to get that in there, definitely.
Yeah.
So you guys have gardens. Right?
We have gardens, and they keep on growing, which is perfectly fine by me. I detest mowing the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
I find lawns to be a waste of space.
Mm-hmm.
They produce nothing.
Yes.
I grew up on a farm, and other than a very small area that my grandmother kept for flowers, everything had a function to it.
Mm-hmm.
The paved area in front of the house, the concrete paved area in front of the house, was for drying coffee, right? The roof of the house also doubled as a coffee drying location. The roof of the shed also doubled as a coffee drying location, right? So we have multiple uses on a structure.
Mm-hmm.
Every piece of land had some use. And when I moved to the U.S., the concept of having a lawn was interesting at first. Like, oh wow, how crazy is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as I grew up and older, I became to detest lawns because they produced nothing.
Yeah.
That's not true. They produce pollen, which gets in my nerves because I'm allergic to grass. And then, oh, guess what? I'm responsible for this grass, and I have to go mow it, and it aggravates my allergies. So my wife grew up on a stamp of land, tiny little piece of land, and her parents had a huge garden. She grew up gardening. She knows this stuff. So when we bought our house, we put gardens in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we moved out of that house. Guess what? New house, different layout, the yard. The yard became smaller. We went from 1.5 acres to 1/2 acre.
Okay.
Great. Less grass for me to mow. Still grass for me to mow.
Mm-hmm.
She said, hey, I want gardens. Great, let's build some gardens. So we built some raised beds for her.
Nice.
Actually, we started with a bare patch.
Okay.
So I rented a sod cutter, and I cut the sod out of the best part of grass of the yard was where she wanted the garden, which is perfectly fine because there was another area of the yard that had terrible grass. So I just went and rented a sod cutter, cut the sod in one place, cut the sod in the other, took the garbage sod, threw it in the back, let it rot, took the good sod, put it over the other place, right? So if I'm going to have grass, at the very least I'm going to have grass that's less maintenance, that grows easier, that's, I don't have to worry about fertilizing or any of that crap. And now we have this patch, probably the size of your living room, that we turned into a garden. And it produced a lot. Well, she grew up in a big garden probably 3 times that size. But it was a household of 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So they needed all the food they could get. My in-laws were not folks of means. And she grew up doing this. It's something she enjoyed. She said, hey, I want to get a bigger chunk in the garden. I'm like, great, let's build you some raised beds. Because the ground level garden is a bit to maintain, right? The raised beds are super easy to maintain because I just built a box, filled it up with dirt, and guess what? There's no grass in it, and there's no weeds in it, and nothing punches through it. Obviously, weeds grow from the top.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but those are easy to pick out because the dirt's soft. So we built 2 boxes. I built her 2 boxes. She did help. And we put a trellis, or an arch, if you will, between the 2 boxes.
Okay.
Using a cattle panel. We just put enough room between the 2 boxes to bend the cattle panel at a reasonable arch. And she uses that cattle panel for cucumbers.
Nice.
Well, guess what? She makes some killer pickles.
Yeah.
Right. Fermented pickles are delicious. If you haven't tried them, you should. And, the next year, she wanted more room to put more cucumber plants. So we built a third box. And the next year, she's been wanting an asparagus patch ever since we met.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about skydiving. She talked about having an asparagus patch. You want to make my wife happy? You give her some asparagus that has been grilled, just pulled off the grill. Let me tell you.
A little bit of olive oil and garlic.
Olive oil, garlic, a little bit of salt and pepper to
works.
Taste.
Yeah, that works.
Anytime I need brownie points, I find some local asparagus patch. I don't even tell her. I just prep it, grill it. Oh, by the way, here, brownie points earned. Okay. So, she did this wonderful thing for me, and she's been talking about an asparagus patch forever. I'm going to build another box. So I built another box. Well, asparagus box is in.
Yeah.
Well, you guys know you got to wait a few years for asparagus to actually produce right. So we put in beans on the edges of the asparagus box, figuring we're going to use this as a bean box until the asparagus develops. She also put garlic on another edge, and she put radishes on another edge, and it's a decent sized asparagus box.
Okay.
And well, guess what? The beans have taken over.
Yeah.
So we got to find a place for the beans for next year. So I'm going to build another couple of boxes, right? Yep. So, she said, I want more. Great, let's build more. So we're just going to keep on building boxes until the yard is full of garden boxes. And basically, all I'm going to be able to fit is a push mower between the boxes. That's my goal.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that. 2 passes, you're done.
Exactly. I want to just be able to down, back, and cross it and done, right? Because I don't like mowing grass. It aggravates me.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a patch of the land that's going to stay the way it is. When we bought the house, had a fenced-in backyard, and we kept that portion fenced in because we had a dog, and it was a convenient place for our dog to be until we installed an invisible fence, and until we did that, it was a convenient spot. Well, we don't have a dog anymore, but we have friends with dogs that come and visit us. Okay. Guess what? It's a convenient spot for them to put their dogs to do their business.
Yeah.
And we don't have to worry about it because we don't have to train a dog on an invisible fence or anything like that. Dogs are pretty good with fences. Oh, I can't go there. Right? I can't go past there. So other than that area, everything else I expect will be turned into a garden. We've just talked about it. She wants to the purpose-built boxes that we're going to make this fall for beans next spring are going to be in the front yard, and they're also going to have cattle panels spanning them to so we can train the beans of the cattle panel, and then as the flower develops and turns into fruit, putting it under the cattle panel to make it easier to harvest. So you train them in.
Good idea.
Yeah.
That's what we do with the pickles or the cucumbers. It's what we did with the beans this year. It's what she does with the gherkins. If you want gherkins, let me know. I'll bring you some next week or 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Gherkins by the gallon. And then we have a nephew that is 3 years old. No. Yeah, he's about to turn 3. Is he about to turn 3 or 2? I'm a bad uncle. It's one of those. He's about to turn 3. I'm certain he's about to turn 3. Loves berries.
Okay.
She loves to spoil him. She built him a strawberry patch. So another thing that happened this year is we had this area that was unused that was mulched in because that's where the HVAC unit is at, the compressor.
Okay.
But it's mulched in, and it's just there. The mulch is there to try to keep the vegetation away from the HVAC compressor.
Right.
She's like, makes a perfect strawberry patch. So she built them a strawberry patch.
Nice.
So we're going to put blueberry bushes along one edge of the property.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to put raspberry bushes along the other edge of another edge of the property. The beans on the front leading edge of the property. The currant boxes are the other edge of the property. Basically, we're going to have berries, beans, cucumbers. Like, this is going to turn into a massive garden. Right? It's already a big garden for what we are, right? We're a couple. It's two of us, right?
Yeah.
She canned 5 gallons of green beans last weekend.
Wow, that's really good.
It's a lot of picking and a lot of, and she's got another almost 5 gallons picked. I was talking to her on the way here. She's got another 5 gallons, almost 5 gallons picked on the way here today.
Good.
She's going to meet with her sister tomorrow. They're going to spend the day tomorrow canning cucumbers. No, they're fermenting cucumbers. They're canning beans. They're canning tomatoes, and they're canning something else, and I can't remember what it is. But, these are two sisters that grew up doing this. Their mother taught them how to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And now my brother-in-law is going to learn. I've already learned. The farm that I grew up in, we didn't can. We just ate everything fresh.
Right.
But we were also in the tropics, and we didn't have to worry about having
food over winter.
Right.
Because the crops changed.
Something was already.
Well, there was something always growing and available to eat. So we're turning a half acre into as much crop as we can.
Right. So are you in a neighborhood that having gardens in the front yard, is that a big deal to your neighbors, or?
The fact is that it may be a big deal to them, but I don't care, right? One of the things that happened when we moved to where we moved is that immediately the neighborhood busybody came to us and says, "You got to join the neighborhood association." To which I said, "Get bent."
Yeah.
The answer is no. "Oh, we're not a neighborhood association like that." I'm like, "No." "Oh, it's towards getting, raising funds towards, extending the nature preserve on the north side of the lake." Great. How about I just give you a donation?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not signing a contract on an HOA of any kind. And it's not an HOA neighborhood. Yeah. So there are a number of people that are members. I would rather not. Because that way, if anything ever changes, I'm not bound by any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, to answer your question is, I don't care whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
It is my property.
Yeah.
Right. And we used to live in an HOA and deal with that stuff. And your fix around that, Erin, was to hide the tomatoes behind the bushes on the back of the house so the president wouldn't see them.
Yeah.
While your husband was a board member hiding those tomatoes from the president, who happened to be the neighbor.
Yeah, let's just go over here, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It baffles me that HOAs have that kind of power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It baffles me, but if you want to live in an HOA, knock yourself out. That's on you, right?
Right.
For the same reason I wouldn't live in an HOA, because I wouldn't be able to do what I do with ham radio.
And to bring back, an HOA to the first episode, absolutely. I mean, you can't. HOAs are going to beat you over the head with ham radio stuff.
My mom, my stepdad live in an HOA.
Mm-hmm.
My stepdad was paralyzed by a drunk in 2015.
I'm sorry to hear that.
In order to... So part of what we did is we got a van. We got a mobility van, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he can put his wheelchair in the van.
Right.
And Mom can take him places. And part of what we needed to do was we needed to widen the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? The HOA wasn't having it. Yeah. And we threatened legal action. The HOA wasn't having it. I had to call the local news station, and the local news station called the HOA and said, "Hey, we understand that you're not letting this happen. And by the way, do you understand that this is a violation of the ADA?"
Yeah.
Imagine that the HOA, out of nowhere, said, "Yeah, you can build that driveway."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So, no, I wouldn't do that. I just, if you like HOAs, knock yourself out. Hope you're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me.
Hard pass. Not for us either.
Yeah, ours was, we were young, and we moved from an apartment to an HOA.
A real problem. They would come to us and say, "Hey, this is an issue."
Right.
Right? And if it's a legitimate issue, I'll gladly accommodate something.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if it's just a thing of looks, I don't care.
Yeah.
You keep your property however you want to keep it, and I'll keep mine however I want to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as I'm not damaging the environment,
right,
right,
I don't care.
Right.
I'm not digging the property up to mine for gold
Right.
and turning the
Right.
place
Right.
into a hole, right?
Right.
Or for whatever, right? I'm planting fruits and vegetables, and if you can't get behind that, then something is wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we have stuff here that we just kind of let go. Like, we don't spray anything on the yard.
Same.
We are not the golf course yard people.
Yeah.
That is our neighbor. Our neighbor has the immaculate golf course, beautiful, everything straight. There's the lines cut in the grass, the whole 9 yards.
And if that's what floats your boat,
Yeah.
awesome. Knock
Yeah,
yourself
knock
out.
yourself out.
Do whatever floats your boat, so long as it doesn't sink mine, right?
Right, absolutely.
Well, when we had that issue, we had the space over here that is kind of a weird space, but we wanted to plant food for the rabbits. So we got a whole bunch of seed. We put a little fencing up to make it look like, we weren't just not wanting to mow and it's, growing over. And they had their True Green company come and
blasted it.
Yep, and it was like, okay, do we fight this or? And then we mowed it down, and now that's where the extra antenna sits.
Yeah,
great.
Like, well, if you don't want to look at our weeds, you can look at a trailer.
Yeah. So we have the tower trailer for the ham radio club over there, and that's where the Hustler 4BTV is going to go. Maybe now the Nebula might go if Erin will let me buy a Nebula.
It is a fantastic antenna.
If anybody wants to send us funds for the antenna,
yeah,
then that'd be fine.
And that's the other part of our garden. You mentioned that you don't spray, but we don't spray. We don't fertilize. The only fertilization that happens is, again, my wife being the person she is. I don't know how to describe it other than we've had a compost pile forever, right? When we moved from the old house, we brought the compost pile. We brought the composter with us, and it was like I thought we were just going to dump it at the old house and start. Oh no! The composter's coming the way it is. I put a lot of work into that.
Yes. So now you guys need rabbits too after this.
I'm actually thinking about chickens.
Okay. Well, the nice thing about rabbits, cold manure.
We have bees.
Okay.
And the bees, if you haven't gotten bees or if you don't have neighbors with bees, you need to get some bees. Your garden will go gangbusters.
We have talked about it. I need to go get tested to make sure I'm not allergic to them.
That's important, yeah.
So you only have a half acre.
We have a half
and that's
acre.
enough space.
So one of our neighbors is the reason we moved to where and it happens that we bought a house that is catty corner to them. And they own the property next to us.
Okay.
Okay.
So part of how I'm able to have 160 meter skywave loop for one of my antennas is because I'm able to put half of it in their yard, half of it in their trees.
I mean, that's how we've got with our neighbor.
Our end fed, my 80 meter end fed, goes up into that big tree out in the backyard.
Yeah.
And then back down into the neighbor's yard.
So we work together. The bees are on their property, but I say it's we have bees. It's the collective we.
Yeah.
Technically pines. So anytime he needs to smoke the bees out, guess what? The pine needles come from our yard, right? So it's symbiotic. We help each other out. On that side of the fence, we have some great neighbors, truly great neighbors. They own that property, and the wild raspberries that are in that property, also not sprayed. They don't harvest them. We bear the mosquitoes, and we go harvest them, right? So it's with their property, I think it adds up to about an acre.
Okay.
Okay.
But I don't think it'd be an issue to put bees in our yard, even on a half acre. Like if we didn't have access to that yard, or that property, I don't think it'd be an issue. The issue would be with beekeeping and having the time to do so, right? So I don't have the time to do so. And when my buddy said, "Hey, I want to do this," I'm like, "Let's do it. What do you need from me?" Well, I'm gonna need your help every once in a while with tending the beehives, every once in a while, and then harvesting honey and wax at the end of the season. I'm like, great, I'll do that. End of the season, for gardening. Also, end of the season skydiving. So I don't have much to do over winter other than play radio.
Right.
So yeah, absolutely, I can help with bees then. During the spring and the summer, he needs my help a couple of times. I'm able to help that way, but I'm not like he is constantly tending to the bees.
Cool.
He probably spends 2-3 afternoons a week where he just goes in and checks on them, and then one of those he probably spends an hour just making sure the hive frames are even and developing right and whatnot, shifting them around however they need to be shifted. And the flip side is, guess what? Last December, when he pulled the honey out of the hives, he had something like 3 gallons of honey.
Nice.
Gave us 1.5 gallons.
There you go.
The other side is, this is an experiment I'm actually going to start next year. Don't tell my wife. We found that one of the hives, so he segregated the harvesting of the honey per frame.
Okay.
We found that one of the frames tasted very minty. Well, I have a mint patch. That's another part of the garden. We have a mint patch that's half the size of your table. And I've been wanting to get a bigger mint patch. Not because I use it, but because it's less for me to mow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And the local restaurant, the restaurant of the drop zone, has a hard time getting mint, good mint. I brought them some mint once, and they love it. So I have no problem just going to the mint patch, harvesting a bunch of mint, bringing it to them. So I'm here every other week, just bring them mint. They love the idea. They buy me a drink. I don't care. I'm sure they're saving way more than that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't care. Like for me, I'm going to mow the mint down 4 times a year.
Yeah.
Not mow it down, but cut it down.
Right.
So if I can cut it into sections, and as I'm cutting it, it's renewing. It's making. Well, what we're guessing is that frame is what the bees were harvesting when I let the mint bolt.
Okay.
Because I let the mint bolt once a year. This time of the year, I let it bolt, so the root system has a chance to completely develop, and then next year it comes back. Well, guess what?
Minty honey.
Minty honey.
Nice.
So I'm going to take a chunk of the root ball, because have you grown mint?
We used to have it in Bolingbrook.
I am not good with herbs. I don't know why I can't do herbs very well.
If you like mint, if you get a good thing of mint, it'll just take over your yard.
Yeah.
If you don't have it boxed in, it'll take over your yard.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a good chunk of the patch that I have now. I'm going to take a good section of the roots. I'm going to transplant them into an area that I don't want to mow anymore at all. And I'm going to let the mint go wild there.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll let it go wild. I'll let it bolt 100% all the time. Hopefully the bees find their way to it. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Go gangbusters on it, and maybe we can have more frames of minty honey.
Yeah.
That does sound good.
For tea, like to sweeten your tea. Oh my God. It's really good.
That would be cool.
The other side of the experiment is that I'm trying to talk him into it. He loves habaneros, my buddy. I'm like, man, he has this hillside. That hillside is probably every bit of a 1/4 acre.
Okay.
Because his leads down to the lake. And he has all his weeds right now. He has to mow down those weeds with a weed whacker twice a year. Like, dude, you need to put some seeds, some habanero seeds in there, and let the bees.
Oh yeah, spicy
honey. Yeah.
Like
Although
it won't be spicy, but it'll have the aroma of the habanero.
That's true. Yeah.
We saw that in Tennessee. It was hot honey.
Yep. So you can make hot honey with hot peppers.
Okay.
So you infuse the honey with hot pepper, and you can get hot honey.
Okay, so not the same. But...
The pollen won't come off hot, but it will give the aroma of the. And then if you can take that honey and infuse it with hot peppers of the same plants, then you're going to be gangbusters, because the aroma is going to be there and the taste is going to be there.
Interesting.
Okay, that makes sense.
That would be good.
Cool.
I think.
Because the only real interesting honey that we've had was Savannah Bee Company.
Yeah.
And that was 10 years ago?
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you.
12 years ago? But that was like lavender and...
Tupelo
yeah,
was the one, but I couldn't even tell you what.
But I mean, we're going back to like when we got first married.
Yeah.
Honeymoon, no pun intended.
Exactly.
A lot of ours, it comes off as a clover because that's the kind of grass we have.
Okay.
Thankfully, it's a useful grass, right? Because it covers, it has a flower, it produces something, even if it's just pollen for the bees.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfectly fine by me. But I'm hoping to replace all that with, produce.
Yeah.
Yeah. The rabbits like clover too, so you got two things going for you on rabbits.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of wild rabbits, so...
Yeah, you might have to take care of those before you get the domestic rabbits.
I don't know. But wild rabbits taste really good.
Yeah, that's true.
See, I would like to try wild rabbit compared to domestic, because our neighbor, when we told him we were getting rabbits, he was like, really? Why are you doing that? And then he tried our rabbit, and he's like, oh, I've only had wild. Like, this is really good. So I don't know what...
Wild rabbit, as you might expect, is gamey.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You have to cook it slow. Yeah, good.
And he also doesn't like that because he takes a lot of the stuff off of the venison.
Yeah.
So that could be.
So you have to cook it slow. You have to keep it very wet when you're cooking it.
Okay.
Because it dries up. There's not a whole lot of fat on rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the fat is on the pelt, and you're taking the pelt off to be able to harvest the meat, right?
Yeah.
So
and domestic is like that too. It dries out quick if you're not careful.
So, yeah, it's hunt a few rabbits, hunt a few wild rabbits, give it a try. I happen to like it. It's not for everybody, right? I also like venison, and I go out west, hunt every once in a while. Antelope is delicious. If you haven't had antelope, it's worth the drive. It's worth the drive out to Wyoming to get some antelope.
So we have our deer stand about a quarter mile behind the house.
Okay.
And our favorite is backstraps, venison backstraps with puffball mushroom soup. So puffball mushroom soups, our puffballs are the big white mushrooms.
Oh yeah, they're in the woods.
Yeah, they're about the size of a basketball.
Yeah.
They're huge.
I didn't know they were edible.
Oh yeah.
Delicious.
They're delicious.
See, today I learned.
We fry them up like fried green tomatoes, and it tastes like hot mozzarella.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
It tastes like now I'm going to have to... because
and they should be starting to come up. Like we just saw ours.
Yep.
So you guys might be a little behind maybe being...
I see them when I'm going squirrel hunting, so this is the time of the year.
Yeah. So they're going to still get bigger, and as long as you look at them, and when you cut them, that they're pure white, then they're still good. If they're brown, then they're no good.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to show you pictures. We have
ones that...
I have one, so you know about the approximate size of an ATV.
Yeah.
4 feet wide.
Yeah.
I have one that takes up a picture of one sitting on the rack of my ATV that takes up 3/4 of the rack.
God.
It was delicious.
It's like 3 feet wide.
And
how long does it keep, and how many people can you feed?
Well, I mean, it doesn't keep in the fridge. We dehydrate it.
Okay.
And we cube it, and I just kept it and made puffball mushroom soup, and it was, oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah, that's like the best to go with venison.
Yeah, it was
backstraps.
perfect.
I have never had that, so that's today I learned.
Yeah, we'll have to get some. Next time, if we get some early enough, we'll dehydrate it and we'll send you home with some.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, I might try freeze drying it this year, see if it...
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see if that works. So we have a freeze dryer downstairs along with a dehydrator. So we've been kind of playing around with some stuff. So let's see how that goes.
What other kind of questions do you have? You have a list over there.
I do. What is your biggest accomplishment?
Asking my wife to marry me.
There you go. That's a
straight
good one.
up. Like, that's a no-brainer. That's like, actually, no, that's not true. Bamboozling her into saying yes. That's my biggest accomplishment.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest con I ever pulled is getting her, getting, you know, there you go. No, seriously, it's, I'm sure that you're going to argue with me about this, but
Okay.
have the greatest wife on the planet.
Well, yeah, one can argue about that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She's the greatest wife for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But
Exactly.
I have the greatest wife for me, period,
Yeah.
without question. So, yeah.
I'll drink to that.
Not much left there, but, you know... yeah, there's no question about it. I hit the absolute jackpot of lotteries.
Yeah.
Right.
I met her in the Army. It started, you know, I'll admit to it, it started as just a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
She was one of my troops at the time. I was just trying to get to know all my troops. What's your name? This, that, the other, just personal information. Just wanted to know where you're at. One of the questions I would ask out of everyone: do you have a significant other? And her answer was no, and I don't want one. And my brain went, well, we got to change this. Challenge accepted. Guess what? Almost 28 years later, I still win.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Cool.
All right.
What else?
If you could skydive anywhere, where would it be?
Wow. That is a very heavy question. I can tell you that, without a question, the most memorable skydive I have ever made was here in Rochelle. Just took my wife for a tandem. Right?
That, I could see that. That would be cool.
I got to share my mistress with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Skydiving is my mistress. She knows it. She knows that I have a date with my mistress every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
She's approving of this mistress.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it were an actual woman, it'd be a different story. Pretty certain of it, as a matter of fact. So the most memorable skydive I've ever made was with my wife. So anywhere I can skydive with my wife. She is not fond of the idea of jumping out of airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
She was the one that got it out of her system.
Exactly. She got it, just like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm good, right? With that said, I love, like, big capital bold blasting letters, love jumping near beaches.
Okay.
Okay. I grew up on an island. I've jumped at the airport that I drove by almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
I've landed on the beach that's just north of it. I've landed at the beach I learned how to surf at.
Okay.
I landed at the beach I learned how to swim at. I mean, this is like, that's a memorable skydive. Good.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Right.
Definitely
Right.
the top 10 skydives of my career.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also skydived in Grand Haven, Michigan. Again, the view of the beach is just ridiculously beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Skydived in Florida, the view of the beach.
Oh,
So, if I had to pick a place on the beach,
Okay.
especially a beach that I can land on, forget it. Forget it. I will land on the beach and go back and pack and do it again all day long. I don't care.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah. That's a good question.
I think that's all I had.
All right. Well, this is getting to be a pretty long episode, so we might have to break this one up into 2 parts.
Break it into 4 or 5.
Exactly.
I mean, what you do is you put a few in the can so that when you get busy and you are unable to
There's
follow,
a lot of weeks that's like, darn it, we got to do another one.
right?
We joke around with that every week. Every time the girls go out of town, which they're out of town right now, we're going to record 5 or 6 podcasts. We're going to get it done. Yeah,
Never happens.
What did we do last night? I played Xbox and you sat up here and watched Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Which Stranger Things, by the way, is amazing. I have a buddy that works on the set.
Yeah.
He posts some pictures on Instagram from time to time when he's allowed. Oh, some neat stuff. So I have questions for you guys.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. What led you down the road of homesteading?
Honestly, it was a lot. We always had the gardens, but a lot of it had to do with we wanted to be a little bit more self-sufficient. So we brought in once the human malware virus, and I hate that that's what brought it up. That's what got us started with the rabbits, and that's when we expanded the garden. So our garden we started off like a 2-foot by 4-foot little garden at the end of the chicken coop. Now you saw how small a chicken coop is, and right at the end of the little run that we have outside for the chickens, that's where our garlic bed is right now.
Okay.
That was the original garden. So we walked around and you saw just how much we've expanded.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Over that time. And I think that's a lot where it stemmed from, and we just ran with it. Like, we wanted to be more self-sufficient, and we wanted to make our own meat here, and then be able to sit here and tell people it's possible to do. You don't need 100 acres to grow your own food.
I mean, it's handy, but it's not
right.
needed.
Right, absolutely. I mean, you're on a half acre. We're on a half acre. We're both growing quite a bit of our own food.
Absolutely. And what I can't grow, I can certainly hunt.
Exactly. So that's same here.
So I know you hunt. Erin, do you hunt?
I don't, because I'm home with the kids.
Okay.
I mean, he goes. I think I would go.
Yeah, I could see you coming out.
If it could work out. I don't have. I mean, I would do it, but I don't normally.
I mean, I asked. My wife grew up hunting with her dad.
Yeah. See, and it's funny because we talk about this all the time. My parents didn't do any of this stuff. I never saw my grandmother. Like, you always see the things like, oh, we're going to go back to your grandmother's time. And it's like, my grandma never did any of this stuff.
Right.
Like,
absolutely.
It's just kind of, my mom even says, my brother homesteads just up the road and does, canning and stuff like that. And she's like, I don't know how I got 2 kids that are into this. We just never did it.
Yeah, her brother's, 2.5 miles north of here?
Yeah.
We could hit him with FRS without a problem.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's close.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean,
so that actually answers one of my other questions. FRS. Active, use it?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Girls and I use it all the time.
Okay.
I can sit down in the basement, play on the ham radio set, and they're on FRS, and we let them go down to the pond or go play outside or goof around the ATVs.
Because I'm going to get a GMRS license because we had a storm that came through, and I'll own up to it. I used a GMRS radio without a license. Guess what? It was an emergency. I don't care.
Well, the tests say.
Yeah.
It was an emergency. I didn't care. We didn't have power. So for us to be able to communicate with our good neighbors that also, have the property next door, I have a pair of GMRS radios that I was like, hey, here, keep it charged. And we have a solar panel to keep it charged.
Right.
Keep it charged, and if you need us, press the button, and if we need you, press the button. So I was wondering if you guys had that, within your usage case.
We both we do have a GMRS license. That was the first thing we got.
Okay.
We also have FRS radios. I do not have an FRS GMRS base station.
Okay.
At this point, it's only ham radio.
But you can talk to your brother-in-law, your brother, FRS.
Yep.
A few miles down the road.
Yep.
I think, for the usage case, that's all you need.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we sit up a little bit higher than he does, so line of sight is better. I don't know if you would get it on the other side, like west side of town, because we're a little bit higher, but we have a ridge that drops.
Okay.
So I don't know if that would work as good, but definitely up to his place. He sits, 50, 60 feet lower than us. So.
If you had to change one thing about your setup, you each get one thing, just because I'm sure you both have different perspectives. Yeah. Erin, if you had to change one thing about your setup, what would it be?
Like the property?
Yeah, your entire setup. Pick one thing that you would like. I would want X.
Well, I'd want the black walnut tree gone.
So the black walnut tree.
Yes.
How come?
You can't plant under the canopy. That's why our gardens are all at that line. If that tree wasn't there, the whole backyard would be a garden.
Okay. So you don't harvest the black walnuts?
We haven't. I think it's just every year life just happens. I mean, it only gets walnuts every other year. So this is a non-walnut year. But yeah, every year that it comes, it's like, oh, we're gonna try it. My kids want to make ink, out of the, and we just haven't.
Okay. Yeah.
It makes me nervous because it's like, I remember when we first moved in, it's like, oh shoot, I love walnuts, I'll use this. And I started watching YouTube videos, and some of them made it sound like you could get sick, eating them, and some said you couldn't. So I was like, well, I don't know.
Okay.
Now, for me, I'd want a little bit more land, but
so you don't get to
right.
You get to change something about your setup,
right? So our setup, my Type 1 error that I've said every single time, and you're laughing at me, Erin, because you know exactly what it is. It's where we put the chicken coop.
Okay.
The chicken coop is in the wettest spot of the yard.
Okay. Then why haven't you moved it?
Because I don't want to break it. And it's already got, it's dug down. All the wire going around it is dug down into the ground, so nothing can tunnel up underneath the coop and get in. That would be quite a bit of work.
Oh yeah.
We actually fixed the issue with rubber mats. So there's horse stall mats in the bottom of the coop, and then it's all lined with hay.
Okay.
Hay and straw, to raise it above. But my Type 1 error was definitely putting that coop where it sits right now.
It's like I didn't ask Erin why she wouldn't change that, because I understand that taking down a black walnut tree is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a professional do it, it's a lot of expense. So
for black walnut, not necessarily. You could get somebody to probably pay you for that
if the tree's big enough.
Yeah. That tree is 95 feet tall.
Oh yeah, you can probably get paid for that.
Probably 3 feet round, 4 feet round at the bottom. So it'd be a hefty chunk.
But the the syrup we get from it,
is
delicious.
Well, see, there you go, right?
Yes.
So
it does have its uses. The maple syrup and the black walnut syrup together.
Yeah, it's very good.
When we don't screw up and leave it in the garage too long and it molds, is delicious.
Next year we'll do better.
Next year we have to be on top of it a little bit better.
Cool.
So how about you? Anything you'd change on your setup?
Yeah, I'd get rid of half my neighbors. I don't want their property. I mean, I'll take it, but I like
the space.
I went from living where my nearest neighbor was almost a mile away to living where my nearest neighbor is, hey, how you doing?
Yeah. And that's how we are. We're 40 feet from our neighbors, so.
And I very much enjoy solitude. You may have to cut it out if it doesn't fit your format.
Whatever goes, it's all free game here.
At my old place, I didn't think twice about just walking out the back door butt naked.
Yeah.
Didn't care.
Yeah.
At my new place, can't do that.
No, I'm
going to have a bunch of old ladies beating down the door for me. And I'm like, no, it ain't happening.
Well, you see that meme going around lately. If you can't piss off your front porch, you're too close to your neighbors.
Yes, that is absolutely true. I'm way too close to my neighbors. But, like I said, I live next door to some really great friends.
Yeah.
The rest of the neighborhood, I could just do without. Mm-hmm. But I can't afford that.
Yeah, and we've talked about it in the past. We have one neighbor that's an utter pain in the ass, blue-haired Karen, and then we have the neighbor to the east of us, which is amazing, and we constantly are trading with him and helping him. He's the one where we have the deer stand. We have a garden over there that he gets to use that we tend. We fish out of his pond and pull food out of there. And he gets rabbit pot pies and random other stuff throughout the year.
Elderberry syrup.
Elderberry syrup, yeah.
From his elderberries.
Yeah. So
From his elderberries, yeah.
From his elderberries on his property that we go for.
That he would otherwise not be using.
Exactly.
Because he doesn't know what an elderberry is.
Okay. Let's get controversial here.
Sure.
I come Jesu Kenwood.
Oh, God. You're going to throw that one in there. All right. I'm going to go Icon Base Station. Jesu Portable for an FT891 for POTA.
Okay.
And then HT UV5R.
Okay.
Because I'm a cheapskate and I'll break the damn thing.
That's all right. People love to hate on the Fang, but the Fang is the gateway drug of ham radio, and the Fang has brought more people into ham radio than any of the other brands.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying they're adequate. Right?
Yeah.
I already know the answer to that one, so I'm not going to even ask it. I was going to ask, whiskey or rum, but I already know it's whiskey.
Bourbon. Bourbon for sure, and it's got to be... It doesn't have to be expensive bourbon, just oddball bourbon.
Okay.
I don't like the big names. I want to try the smaller people.
Erin's over there enjoying her peanut butter cup. I had a taste. It's tasty. A little sweeter than my palate calls for, but it's still tasty. I want to have a smart question for Erin, but I don't know where to go with that.
I think anything's fair game. Right? Anything fair game?
If not, I'll edit it out.
There you go. By the way, he didn't put me up to this.
No, I did not. So,
skydive? Maybe. If you guys could see her face is looking to say, how do I say no and not be on the hook?
It's definitely something I would want to experience. It's just a little scary.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It should be.
It should be, I know.
Well, I will say, if she goes out the door of a plane, I will do it.
Perfect.
And
I just have to convince her.
And I can tell you, I probably will not fall in love with it because I have enough expensive hobbies right now.
You can always have more.
Yeah.
You shoot some, right?
What's that?
You shoot some?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
5.56 or 7.62?
5.56.
That's not the question. The question's not for you. It's for her.
My 380.
There you go.
Yeah, she's got a 380.
Cool.
I do enjoy shooting. I don't know usually what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I shoot whatever he gives me.
Yep. 22, 380, 9mm, 5.56.
All of the above.
Yep.
I did like the
new 22?
Yeah.
The bolt action?
Yeah. But no, I liked your see, this is why I don't talk guns. But what's the one that nobody wants anybody to have?
The AR.
The AR, yeah.
Yeah, 5.56.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's what I love.
Yeah. You love that gun.
I do.
It's a great platform. Yeah.
Exactly. And it fits 30 rounds, and it's always loaded, and
as it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, an unloaded gun is worthless than it's worth than a hammer.
Yep, exactly.
Right? A hammer actually has a purpose.
Yep. Yeah, we both have our concealed carry cards. So.
Good for you. Especially in the state you live in. This is
Yeah. I mean, I work east of 47, so
okay.
I'm up in Addison area is where I work.
Okay.
Is that Cook County or no?
No, it's not Cook. It's still DuPage, but we are 5 minutes from Cook. But I still drive along 88 and 355, and if you hear anything on the news, there's a lot of shootings on the highways. So,
today I learned, because I don't keep up with Illinois news. It's just depressive.
Yeah,
You know,
there's a lot on 294 and 290.
Oh wow.
There's been a few on 88 as you get closer into the city.
All the more reason for me to stay out of the city.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Indiana, you're going.
It's 294.
Yeah,
it's as close to the city as I get. I don't want to be in the city if I don't have to be. I'll say that there's a very large Puerto Rican population in Chicago, in Humboldt Park.
Yeah.
And when I want to eat Puerto Rican food and I don't want to fly to Puerto Rico, I'll divert into Humboldt Park,
which makes sense.
And I know that I'm taking a chance, right? You know, just like it's no different than taking a chance skydiving. Skydiving is a little bit more measured, right? I have control over it. I don't have control over the people in Chicago downtown.
Yeah.
So, cool.
Yeah.
My brain can't come up with any other good questions, so I.
All right. So for you, ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I loved my Kenwood base.
Okay.
And the storm took it out.
Okay.
With the Nebula. I can't replace it.
It's a TS
440 AT.
Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Right. I'm going to see if I can repair it. I'm going to try. Worst case scenario, I can't, right? But it's not putting any power out. It sounds amazing. I've had Yaesu radios and I've had ICOM radios, and I think they're on par with each other.
Yeah.
Just for different things, right? Like in different scenarios. But I ended up I have an 891 and a 991A, and I just picked up a 7300, and I'm literally running side by side tests on it to see which one is better.
Yeah.
And I have yet to find a compelling reason to say that one is better than the other. They are better than one is better than the other in one thing, and the other is better than the one and another thing, and they just kind of go back and forth. So it's a difficult choice to make. So I'm gonna go with Alinco.
All right.
I don't have an Alinco radio, but it just gets me out of the sauce.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
No, seriously, the three companies make great radios.
Yeah.
And like I said, I own a base out of the three, and two of them work.
Yeah.
I think that the Kenwood sounds the best. Excuse me. The reports that I got back for me on the Kenwood were always fantastic.
Okay.
And I was just using the hand mic. I wasn't using anything special.
Yeah, that's all I use too. So,
out of the Yaesu and the ICOM, I get better sound reports out of the Yaesu, but I get better FT8 performance out of the ICOM.
Okay.
And since I'm not going to keep both, because I want to have a base station. I don't want to have multiples. I don't have a use for multiples.
Right.
I mean, if I had, I suppose if I got some good bandpass filters, I would. Maybe I just need to buy some bandpass filters.
Yeah.
That way I can, run one on 40, run one on 20, and not have them crash into each other.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I can throw out there and really throw a wrench in things, an all mode, all band receiver or individual receiver for each band.
Oh. All mode, all band, because I am, while I would be giving up sensitivity, I am all about the fewest amount of crap in my house as I can manage.
That makes sense. Now, I'm the exact opposite, where I want HF and UHF, VHF separate.
Yeah.
So if one goes down, then I have another one. If I send that out, I still have my UHF and VHF or HF.
That's what I have my mobile for.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
So, worst case scenario, I can pull the mobile out of the car and put it in the shack.
Yeah.
But I I actively try to simplify my life.
That makes sense.
And by minimizing the amount of things I have, I don't have much choice about it. I have to simplify it. It's not for everybody.
No.
But, yeah, I'm actually pulling the trigger on a 705, so don't tell my wife.
There you go.
It may or may not have already happened.
Nice. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm going to take a parachute mobile.
That'll work.
It'll be interesting to see what a proper QRP radio will do at altitude. Again, we go back to the theory thing.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, a proper built QRP radio at altitude should behave as good as a QRO radio.
Oh yeah,
because there's less noise in the system and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done that. I've turned down the power on my 706 Mark IIG.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a purpose-built QRP radio, so
right.
I still have the noise generation portion of the system in line, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to testing and seeing what the differences are up high.
Okay.
It may turn out that a QRO is the way to go, and it may turn out that QRP is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. I would imagine QRP would be perfectly acceptable because lower noise floor equals
better output, right?
Right.
And I got the tallest antenna in the Midwest, 15 minutes at a time.
Yeah, I mean, no bullshit. You are dead on. Reality, your 2 meter contact, what's your farthest?
Farthest confirmed, 209 miles, I think. 209, 219 miles, something like that. I have to double check. It's in that ballpark.
That's nothing to shake a stick at.
I want 300 because I have APRS on 300.
Okay.
I had 305 miles on APRS.
Okay.
On a direct line APRS, right? It's not relayed.
Nice.
So, if it can be done in APRS, it can be done in voice.
Absolutely. So, what's your farthest HF parachute on HF?
Confirmed Panama.
That's no joke right there.
Right, but the thing is, we can talk to Panama from the ground.
Right, absolutely.
The HF jumps serve the purpose of expanding my reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mainly rare contact. Let's hunt this guy down. Right. It's just the technical side of it is, I think, better served with VHF. Mm-hmm. Because VHF lets me push the edges of how far can I go from a practical standpoint, right?
Right. And every ham can jump in on that. So technicians get UHF and VHF, but they don't get it, or they don't get all of HF.
No, and that's the reason for the 10-meter jumps, right?
Right.
The 10-meter jumps are great for trying to get techs on the air. Erin got her first HF contact that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't gotten any information about anyone else getting their first HF contact that way, but I did, not HF, BHF, a lady at the Huntsville Hamfest. I don't know if you saw the video that I posted this past week.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
She got her license in the morning.
Yes, okay.
Tech and general back to back. Somehow managed to get her call sign by midday.
Nowadays, get her call sign by midday? Wow.
On a Saturday.
Wow. That's impressive.
Right? And then she held off until I jumped. I didn't know this, right? I didn't go into the jump knowing this. Call CQ Parachute Mobile, and she's the first one to respond. And 8YO keys up while she was keying up after the fact, saying, "Oh, by the way, you're my very first contact ever." Oh my God, that is cool.
Yeah.
Like, that is, to me, on the receiving end, that is so cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't. I remember not mentioning, because we're letting other people on the 10-meter jump get in, that you were Erin's first
because I think
HF
I talked
contact.
to you on the YouTube on that video or something
in the comments or on Discord or whatever. So, because I know we didn't come out right away, because it's always been my thought process: let people make the contacts and don't get in the way.
Yeah, but it's still neat to know, man. From my perspective, it's neat to know that I just made someone expand a little.
Right. And that's why we brought it up when, as soon as we saw the video come up, we put it in the contacts or the comments or on Discord. I don't remember exactly what it was.
I brought a bunch of QSL carts with me to Huntsville, and I went back to the pavilion that night, and I signed, they just filled them out, signed them out to a number of people, and I realized that I was, Pink hadn't made it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let her and her boyfriend into the park. Because you have to be staying at the park in order to get into the park after hours.
Okay.
And the other people had already been there.
Yeah.
And I realized she's not gonna make it. So I saved one QSL card for the next morning at the YouTubers forum.
Mm-hmm.
They came to the forum. I got her a card. It was a point of I'm saving one card for her.
Yeah.
I was staying with Ranting Raven, and Ranting Raven's like, "Where's my card?" I'm like, "Well, I'll get you a card." She goes, "You're gonna have to mail it to me. I want a postcard. I want a postmark on my card." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine. That's fair." So
cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we should probably start wrapping this up.
We can talk the rest of the night. I don't care.
We very well could. I mean, it is currently about midnight right now.
Is it seriously that late?
Yes, it is.
Oh crap! I gotta get some sleep.
It is currently about midnight, and we are gonna wrap this up. So, Carlos, huge thank you for coming out.
Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the food and the drink and hanging out. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this has been like a 3-hour sit down and shoot the shit. An hour before we got started, here we go. We're 2 hours on a podcast. I mean, it's been a fun night.
Has it really been over? Because I know the first part got cut off. I didn't realize.
The first part was like an hour and 10 minutes, and now we're at 50 minutes.
Oh, good God. I'm sorry.
No. So,
your edit's going to suck.
It's all right. But I appreciate you coming out.
Thanks for the invite.
I know it's a long drive for you to get up to our area. It's a ton of work during the day, and then to swing over here for a couple hours. We greatly appreciate it.
So. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, you guys are some of the folks that make a point out of to hunt me on a regular basis, and I enjoy that. Right?
Yeah,
it's nice to have contacts that you can make, and you came out to the drop zone. I didn't expect that, so I'm glad that you guys came out. If anyone else is listening to this and can make it to the drop zone, please by all means come by, and even if I'm not there, just spectate. It's fun to watch.
I mean, our adrenaline was rushing just watching, like everyone else's adrenaline rushing.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to watch you guys jump. And after you taught me how to look for the parachutes, as they come out of as the jumpers as they come out of the plane, and the tandems, and it was nice to go throughout the day and look up and go, okay, there's somebody, there's a single, there's a tandem, there's another single. It's really cool to see. And then you can watch the ADSB, and then you realize when they're starting to jump because the plane slows way down.
Yeah,
it's nice to have the chit chat, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thanks for the invite, guys.
So,
all
right, we'll catch you guys next time.
All right, see you on the homestead, where something is always growing, eating, or cooking.
What a name, Scaramblin, or Scaramblin University. Brian Norton is a dude. That man can spin your brain around 3 times before you even have time to stop and realize what's going on. There is no man I've met that is more intelligent in business. He has done everything, and he walked away from the corporate world years ago. The dude looks like he belongs at a Fish concert. He is so passionate about his music and getting together and in-person meetups. I always enjoy my conversations with Mr. Norton. I finally got to meet him in person around the campfire in Camden, Tennessee at the end of September this year, and it was a treat. Then I got to chat with him again at Self-Reliance Festival the next day, and it was just awesome. I've told you guys this, and this is a recurring theme here, but it's absolutely worth investing the time and the money that it takes to get together and meet your imaginary internet friends in real life. But if you want to have your mind blown and you want to have your mind expanded, and of course be entertained and inspired to go do great things, then give Brian Scaramblin University a check out. His link is in the description, so give him a follow, guys, and let's dive in to Brian's show.
Wow, you have made it to another Scaramblin University. Welcome, welcome. All right, we still got our board up from shit from last week. Been running around all morning. Actually, I had so Nicole Sauce, Billy Bond, and John Willis with SOE Tactical were all on a YouTube stream here a few minutes ago. That trio is incredible. If you haven't seen that, go to Living Free in Tennessee YouTube channel. Go look that stream up. The three of those guys. Billy Bond is fucking great permaculturalist. But his little southern drawl is fucking great. So yeah, they were broadcasting at the same time that Josh with Josh the Renegade Butcher with Liberty Meat Solutions was on TSP, the Survival Podcast, with Jack at the exact same time. So I had them in the ear, and I had Nicole and Billy Bond and John on the laptop. Oh, I just relocated out to the greenhouse. Figured we'd pick up where we left off from last week. Yeah, shit. Had a great solstice yesterday. It was so sunny, so sunny. It was the first, really sunny day we've had in a while. If you want to see the pictures, pop over to the Telegram group at Scaramblin University on Telegram. I posted a bunch of pictures and videos up yesterday. I was trying to get a few on my email over to here and be able to show them to you, but fuck it. Go join the Telegram group. It's super easy. What is it? T-me at Scaramblin University. Super simple. Open group. Join up. Let's see. Oh, there's comments right there. Comments here. Oh, Lots Project, how are you? Tell you what, I am going to put the link in here. StreamYard, give me my StreamYard link. Okay, so tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central, the UTG, which is Unloose the Goose after party, UTG after party, will be live back up on here. Actually, the UTG after party has its own YouTube channel now, so go subscribe. UTG after party has its own Telegram chat, UTG after party chat. Yeah, so go hook that up. We'll be back here tonight with basically Unloose the Goose after party is podcast hosts that host podcasts that are somehow associated with Unloose the Goose through past guests, whatever, friends of the show. But yeah, so folks that run podcasts, that is our podcast where we get together and talk shop, how to monetize, how to use the Lightning Network to stream Satoshis. Shit. I should. So if you want to be a guest on here or ask a question live, so in the comments on YouTube, there is the link. Go click on that. You're in the chat with me. Oh, you know what? And I just realized I did not start the Telegram stream. So, sorry, Scaramblin University Telegram folks. You are stream with start. That's all we had to do. Boom. Now we're streaming live on Telegram, so that'll ping out to anybody who's got their little at Scaramblin University on Telegram. It's a great way to watch the show. Here, I'll get We get some fish playing again. Come on, Trey. There we go. Ha. So funny. If I close out the video and then go back in, okay, now I can see your chats. So hit me on Telegram. I can see it. And I can see you on YouTube. And I don't know if anybody on Odyssey can pop on Odyssey and do a comment on there, and we'll see if it comes up on here. Ooh, I wonder if that would start an infinite death loop if I popped over to Odyssey to see. Let's just see. It might crash my internet. This could be really bad, or it could work. So we are about to see Tech Time with Old Scaramblin. Tech Time with Scaramblin. Okay, we're explore the universe. Okay, so let's say we want to who people I'm following. Oh, hey, it's coming up on my. Oh, that's funny. They're called Sunday Drives. That is fucking hilarious. I'm following. Oh, hey, I'm up. I'm live. Okay. It's coming up on my. Oh, that. Okay, so it's on. So it looks like it's on. I just don't know if I can see. I don't know if I can see comments from it. So anyway, if you want to comment, YouTube or Telegram. Okay. I took a picture so I remembered where we left off. Okay, so you remember. Oh, okay. Beginning of the podcast, we might as well. So next Wednesday, I am going to have Matt Seeley, the Agorist tax attorney, on. So we're going to have an Agorist tax attorney on to answer your tax questions that are not your tax questions, right? Wink, wink, a friend or just advice or whatever. I think he'll do the disclaimer of not advice or whatever bullshit at the beginning, right? So phrase your questions like you would to an attorney. This isn't me, but if someone in this situation were doing this, how would they? You know, plausible deniability and all. So yeah. Okay, so where we left off last Wednesday. Boom! Scaramblin University. Oh, I know. We left off at smoking a bong. Oh, first things first, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, so the solstice is my favorite holiday. Favorite. Well, actually, winter solstice is my favorite holiday. Summer solstice is a good second, though. Definitely. Hey, look, it's a Seattle speedball. We're going deep. We're going deep. We're going to get into numbers, so we figure we might as well get the old brain up to some fucking speed. Oh, Sativa, I love you. I don't know if you can hear the fish in the background. Here, I'll turn up a little. So this is Trey Anastasio.
Float upon the waves. Oh, to be Prince Caspian, float upon the waves.
So he's the lead singer for Fish.
Oh, to be Prince Caspian, with nothing to return to but the demons in their caves. Oh, to be Prince Caspian.
He also has his own band. This is his band. It's interesting. He's doing a lot of acoustic on this tour, and he stops and talks to the audience a lot. And a little girl had a sign up yesterday that said, "I want to sing Bug with you." So he ended up bringing her up on stage, and she sang the first verse, and the of course, did the song beautifully. She's like 12 or 13. I had like 50,000 people singing along with her. It was great. It was great. But he kind of said he has his own band now, and he never is at home, ever. He tours with Fish nonstop. As soon as Fish is not touring, he's touring with his own band. And then he has a project called Oysterhead with Les Claypool from Primus and the drummer from The Police. Those guys are great. But yeah, never at home, always on the road. Life on the road. I'm pretty certain he's recovering heroin addict. That was kind of why they took some time off back around 09. There's one line, doing something dumb, doing it 2 more times. That was from that time. Okay, now I'm looking back at my notes from last week, right? We had earn, save, invest, right? So we've gotten up. Last week we'd gotten all the way up to invest. Oh, yeah. This is where I'm supposed to say, like, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not your financial advisor. I love risk. Calculated, intelligent risk, right? Risk equals reward. We're going to go over that in a bit. But anyway, any investment involves risk. Almost everything involves risk. So, yeah, is what it is, right? Your financial advice, is limited to the amount of money that you've paid me. There you go. I will cover your loss up to everything you have paid me. 0. Oh, fuck, I love it. Go listen to the podcast on Anchor FM. Anchor FM. They're running a new promotion. Every podcast you listen, it's the exact same as Apple iTunes, except their app is better. And everything that you listen to on there right now, they are literally giving you free Bitcoin. The real Bitcoin, BTC, they're giving you Satoshis for every minute you listen on Anchor FM. So everything you listen to, just ditch the Apple player, fuck Apple, whatever, and move over to Anchor. You'll get paid. It's like Odyssey, right? Where they paid you in library token to watch videos on Odyssey because it embeds it into the blockchain. Okay, this is Web 3.0 or Web 2.0 or podcasting 2.0. When you listen on Anchor FM, or sorry, not Anchor, blah, blah, all that, scrap it, Fountain FM. All right, type it in. Fountain FM. Boom. There you go. Fountain FM. Fountain FM. So zip over to Fountain FM, look for my show over there, and listen over there. You'll get paid Satoshis. If you go to the Lots Project and listen to his program over there right now, he's running a promotion where he's paying even more on top of that. He's going to explain it later. I thought I read in that email that it said they were going to be paying like Library was. Maybe they haven't turned it on yet, or maybe it is just self-promotion. I haven't turned mine on yet because I just didn't have enough time this morning. But if you listen to this podcast in the future, past, what's today, the 22nd, June 22nd, 2022, or 23. Oh, fuck yeah. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, I'm going to kick in. That's right. We have to promote our own show, and they're going to, like, match our money to make a promotion pool. Doesn't matter. go to Lots Project, listen to his shit on Fountain. You'll get stream Satoshis. My stuff will kind of have Satoshis rolling here in a few days, or tomorrow, or as soon as I get the shit hooked up. I might even have it hooked up by the time the after party starts tonight. Remember, UTG, Unloose the Goose, UTG after party. Boom. It's got its own Telegram. It's got its own YouTube channel. Because you're talking Tim the Tool Man. You got Brian with Lots Project. You got the Renegade Butcher, Josh, over at Liberty Meat Solutions. You got Nicole Sauce, the awesome sauce, at Living Free in Tennessee. You got Patty, the agorist arbitrator, and the Squatch Bomb, thesquatchbomb.com. Right? She's working on getting her arbitration podcast up and running. Who else we got on there? John Dowie, when shit gets settled down, is back east. He's got the open link to come on. Jack at Survival Podcast has the open link to come be on any episode he wants. Yeah, a bunch of podcasters. So anyway, Unloose the Goose, after party, UTG, after party. Its own YouTube channel, its own Telegram. Go. Okay, back to class. I'm not your advisor. Blah, blah, blah. See, this is where I was telling you about. He talks to the audience a lot. Ha ha! Hey, there's Josh. He just popped in. Man. Hey, Josh. Your interview was fucking awesome, man. You and Jack were just riffing. I just can see it. I can see an epic fucking barbecue experience thing where you and him are just killing a barbecue grill at Float next year. It's just the perfect place. It's what, a 2-hour drive for him to roll down there? Fuck. We get a driver to go pick him up. If you get together with that rancher next door and you run that live butchering class a few days before, and then we're eating all the shit that you made with your own spices, dry rubbed on the grill. Oh, I think you fucking pre-sell those dinner plates for like $25. Kick $5 to like some type of kid charity or something for like learning slaughtering or butchering or animal husbandry or something, or permaculture, whatever. A fun, yeah, whatever. Tie it into something fun, right? And charge a little bit extra and fuck, or give a discount for crypto, but charge a lot. And you and him just roll it and shit. If you had all those dinners for like the big night, whatever big night dinner night would be pre-sold, and just ran it hard one night with him and the rest of the night just do your thing, you could just kill it. Anyway, on with the show. Oh yeah, custom plates. Yeah, do like bamboo edged fog. Oh yeah, and then keep your plate, the back of your plate's the logo and your ticket. Yeah, we had talked about that before. I love that whole idea. Love it. Okay. So looking back at my notes from last Wednesday, we got all the way down to like, okay, you got your shit together, you raised your pile of cash, you're ready to roll the dice and fucking risk your pile of cash now that you understand how much it takes to get the pile of cash. Right? The big guys make it look easy because they have so much money that people give them money for almost free to play this game. Therefore, kind of for them, it is riskless. So when you listen to people talking about the stock market thing where they are playing at large levels, right? They can take tiny returns because, fuck, you go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. Long term with long, big piles of money. It's big money. But if you're trying to if you're trying to parlay up, boo, 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 right? You want to, if you're trying to parlay small amounts into big amounts, right? You've got to take more risk. It's the only way. Or live longer, right? Because you can't cheat time. Oh, the faulty plan. Yeah. Okay. One thing to think about. There's a thing called lifetime earnings model. All the curves are a little bit different. I didn't fucking believe this when it was taught to me back in business school. Dollars, time, right? You're born, you can't make shit. You're dead, you can't make shit. In the middle, there's a peak. Now, curves can be all different shapes. All kinds of shapes, doesn't matter. The point is, there's a peak. That's the point. Everything else can be argued. Not the point that there is a peak. So, since there is a peak, all the time after the peak, you're dealing with time alive with declining earnings. That is why getting through the first two sections, right, of earn and save are kind of important, right? The first half of the curve. You get how it gets exponentially harder to make the play in an environment where you're starting to earn less. Because as humans, we just run out of energy. It just is. You don't believe it when you're fucking 20 and full of piss and vinegar and wanting to go kick down doors. Nah, I'm 53. I still love kicking down doors and fucking breaking into new markets and trying new shit and going as hard as I ever have. But I will tell you, the story of the bull. You know, if you haven't heard the story of the bull, there's a daddy bull and a little baby bull hanging out up on top of this big old grassy hill. Well, not a baby bull. I guess you'd say a mature, younger bull. And they're hanging out on top of the hill, and it's a nice sunny day. And, you know, they look down the bottom of the hill, and there's all the cows down there just eating grass, minding their own business. And the young bull, maybe the story goes like they come up onto the ridge, they come up over the ridge, the dad and the old bull and the young bull, and they look over the ridge and they see all the cow. Oh, look at all the cows out there just hanging out, eating grass, having right. And the young bull's just like, woohoo! There's gonna be some shit out of a cow, wow! Right? And Daddy Bull's like, yeah, I'm gonna walk down there and I'm gonna fuck every one of them cows. Have fun. Right? The idea is when you get older, gonna do the same shit. You just have an understanding about the time and energy involved and can more rationally balance the expectations, right? And time and whatever. So, if you compare it to that story and you're like, never fucking slow it down, to the moon, one-way fucking graph. Yeah. Uh-huh. Ha ha ha. Oh, nice. Hey, there's Gabby out at my camp. Hit me up. She's been out clearing stuff. Oh, good, good. We got campers this weekend. Super sweet. They're my camp hosts. Good, good. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Right? Invest. Boom. Camp host. Right? Someone else is taking care of my thing right now, making me passive income while I'm talking to you. How cool is that? And telling me that it's all going great at the same time. Custom plates. Yeah. Okay. So it's hard to believe the lifetime earnings model until you experience it, and then you probably believe it. But it's a thing. So now we know we got to invest. You're kind of forced to invest, right? Unless your plan is just to suck government tit. And then, work a work job, stack and rack that Social Security as best you can. You know it's a Ponzi. So you're in, whatever, right? When the Freedom War breaks out, make sure you get on the side of the fucking government oppressors because they're the ones paying you out of the fake no money. It's a Ponzi scheme. Put your money in, they spend it. They got to extort some other motherfuckers to pay you when you want to get paid. So, if that's your plan, know that you are on team anti-freedom, enslavement, and theft. So theft is your plan. Meh. Probably shouldn't be listening to me anyway. So if doing your own thing, making your own money, and taking care of your fucking self is the plan. Okay, onward. So we got to invest because we need money down the road, right? And we're not going to be able to earn as much doing whatever. There's ways to mitigate that model and to kind of break it. Residual income streams, right? But, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. We could go that way. Okay. So we know. Man, hold on. There we go. Okay, so what did I just say? Shit. Passive investment streams. So like content, right? So you're going to invest time doing a show, whatever you do to get ready for the show, whatever you got to do to publish your show, whatever you got to do to host your files, and blah, blah, blah. Time, talent, and treasure will go into producing content, right? So, if you're looking at way to produce passive income stream for later that will just pay you out, if you're going to do content, think about doing evergreen content that will be good whenever it is that somebody watches it, right? It won't matter what day of the week it is. It won't matter what year it is. Your information's good information. it will be out there for people to consume. So how-to stuff, right? Product reviews, limited of the lifespan of the product, right? But man, I watch a lot of how-to stuff on stupid shit. Just how to put in spark plugs, how to find a whatever, just super helpful. I find people's channels, save them, and then YouTube, when you go look for another how-to, if you've seen them before, you pop right up. So content, evergreen, invest in yourself, right? Put shit up that'll pay you later. So low cost of entry, right? Doesn't cost you much. There's lots of free ways to do stuff. Do shit for free first. If it's worth doing at all, get rolling, or do it for as cheap as you can, right? People that have been doing it for a while and are already jamming will point you straight to the kind of the, you got income rolling off it or you're doing a thing. And then just here's the pay for solution. Yeah. See what the free solution is and know if it's free, you're trading something, right? You're trading, right? Like Anchor FM helps me get my show out. I'm trading them hosting my files, right, for free and using their editing software, but they kind of got first dibs on the thing and it's homed there. So they are using that to say they have a bigger pool of podcasters, right? So it's a two-way street. Just know what the trade-off is. Okay. Kat, the biggest thing about investing was cash flow, is where we left off last week. Okay. So you live on cash flow. You don't live on profit or loss. What? That doesn't make any sense, Brian. You're crazy. Well, how did Amazon deliberately and intentionally lose money for like a decade or more, right? They intentionally lost money to buy market share, but they didn't really lose money. So, right? They sold shit, right? And made a big pile of cash, right? But then they had to pay for the stuff. And then they had to pay their staff, right? And then they had to pay for their structure. So, right? They sold stuff. They had the cost of the stuff and the cost of the people to sell the stuff and the cost of their structure. Now, when I say structure for their business, I mean their structure. Their chairs, their desks, their computers, their wire, their cable, their hookups, their bribes to the politicians, their licensing fees, all the bullshit that it costs them to get into business, right? That it costs them to set up the op, that it costs them to roll. So, right, so big guys will sell stock to get a big pile of cash to then spend against as they're setting their machine up in the hopes that their machine kicks in enough profit to start making profit before they hit zero out of the going public. Boom, got a pool of cash, right? That would be your nut in the what we've talked about last week to this week, right? Blump, 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 get the nut, invest, you got a nut. They go out and do an IPO. Wow, big pile. The trick is to get your machine up to generating positive cash flow before, yeah, it's all about positive cash flow, right? So profit on a balance sheet has to do with your, think about it, when you buy a tractor, you bought the tractor this year, right? You're going to plow your field with that tractor for the next forever. And it's going to have a little maintenance ongoing, right? But you paid for it this year. So if you made X and your tractor cost X and your other operational costs were like half of X, end of the year, you still lost cash flowing in and out half X. So in small business, we have to look for stuff that makes multiples on your money. There's a thing called velocity of money. So you, as a small business setting up person, as a sole proprietor, as a small thing, you can't play the large numbers game because it's the end of the day, you have to eat and pay your actual bills because your creditors want cash and you're not Amazon. You can't hose them for a few years and pay them later. So cash flow is the thing. So you need to think about cash as multiples. How can I make multiples of this thing, right? So how can I turn $1 okay, how can I turn $1 into $2, right? Not corporate balance sheeting. How do I pull off 8% return? So how do I turn $1 into $1.08, right? That. How do I turn as quickly as possible? Now, that's 100%. Right? 100% positive cash flow. I like to think of projects cash flow wise, maybe in weeks or months. Can I make my dollar into $2? How many weeks or months will that take? If my payoff is buy some Squatch Fest shirts, hold them for a month or two, and sell them, right, for double what it cost me to print them plus postage. I've doubled up in 3 months, right? That means this dollar can go back into circulation to do this again, right? In 3 months. So if I start with $1, generate $2 in 3 months, kick my original dollar back to go buy more of whatever, to sell more of whatever, generate another dollar 3 months later, right? That is something like for a regular accountant, right? You're making like 400% on your money per year. Boom, small business. Now, it doesn't look like that on your CPA's balance sheet after he gets done telling the story of your business, right? Because along the way, you are going to have to get yourself internet, cell phones, and vehicles, and show up at meetings, and you're going to have to eat and stay places, and all the shit that you have to do to make that sale happen, right? So, as a small business person, your daily running of your concern of your business has things, you know, that, like, if you work 20 hours a day, pretty much everything you do is a business write-off, right? You're working on something for your business. You're getting a tool for your business. You're driving to get a tool for your business. You're driving to deliver something for your business. You're driving to meet a customer or whatever. So the things you were going to do anyway in the normal course of business, right? They're all write-off. It's all write-offs. So it's a cash flow story. So it's funny when you ask a small business person, right? Like, so how much do you make on that? How much do I cash flow? How much do I make? Yeah, hard to say. So okay, the other thing too, right? The time thing. So I'll give you some examples just for me kicking shit around here. If I replicate plants from my nursery, you know, my cost for each plant is damn near zero. On the, like, you know, because whatever. I buy a copy of it once at Walmart on super sale for $1.50 when they're about to die, and then I rehab it, make it gigantic, and then take thousands of cuts off it. I don't know. Cost might be a penny or two, right? Or like, yeah. If you could get it for free on Craigslist, your cost is also zero, right? So if your inputs to your business are zero, it's easier to have higher cash flow, right? Or you can go the conventional way, just buy shit new and use it up, and it's an expense, right? Just the deal is, when you're running your own show, it all goes straight to the bottom line, which is your pocket. So if you get it for free and it just comes to you, you don't have an expense against it, that fucking great. So yeah, like, and then timeline. So plants, replicating plants as a nursery operation for me has a zero cost for materials. Oh yeah, you do a whole show on sourcing free shit. So zero cost on materials. It has, right, a small cost of my labor. Right, because my labor is a sunk cost. If I'm replicating plants, I'm not door dashing, I'm not doing a permaculture consultation, I'm not building an aquaponic system for somebody or whatever. all the other things I could be doing, I'm not doing. So replicating plants has a little cost because of my labor. Right? But the cool thing is it has the ability to just, as inventory, nursery products get better the longer they sit around, right? So like the ivy that I make for somebody's house gets bigger and bushier and more beautiful the longer it sits around, and then I can make more replicants off it. So time in that scenario is my friend, right? I got almost nothing into it. So any cash is gonna be boom, instant profit as soon as I pay my labor cost on it. And I can make 100 clones an hour. So, what I got, $30 an hour, say 30 cents a clone, something like that. So, I got 30 cents into a plant. And I don't know, house plant, hanging basket, cost me $1.10 right now. If you buy them by the case. So then I got $1.40 into it. Yeah. Go look at even Walmart. 12-inch hanging basket, ivy. $20. So boom. What am I making? $18.60 on a hanging basket. That cost me $1.40 to produce. What is that? It's better than 10x. So if it takes me a year to make 1,000%, okay. All right. How's your Bitcoin doing? Up 1,000%? No, I'm just busting balls. I love Bitcoin too. But you know what I mean? Even when we're like to the moon, it's not making 1,000%, right? I can make 1,000% making clones in my nursery and selling them. So why the fuck not? Okay. So cash flow, right? That doesn't suck a lot of my cash out. That's why I love nursery operations. Okay. Say you're making more of like a product. Oof. Now you got to start thinking about some stuff, right? Because shelf life. Inventory risk. Right? So then you got to think like, okay, whatever I'm making, or is it infinite? Or in my crazy case of the nursery, does it get better with time? Or I suppose you could say like old wines or old whiskeys or whatever, right? Better with time to a certain point and the declining curve. Oh, like everything in the universe is a bell curve. Sativa break. Sorry, podcast listeners. Okay, so shelf life is a big thing to think about if you're going to make anything perishable. Anything. You always have this balancing act of how much do I make to make sure I have shit to fulfill orders timely versus how fast does it degrade? Does it taste like shit a week after? Or is it 99.9% as good? You got to figure that stuff out. Right? With my coffee, I make that pretty much to order. I get about a week ahead on my Brian's blend. Inside of 2-3 weeks, can't effing tell. But people that are paying for single origin, made to order, that's the deal. You get made to order coffee, you get made to order coffee. Right, that puts a premium on my time because when they order, I got to go make the coffee. That's why I charge so much for it, right? Because you're buying my time. Inventory risk is shelf life, and inventory risk are zero. And right, I have a coffee club that sells the finest coffees on the planet, air roasted, so much healthier. But it is generating orders every month that just have to go out that are specified of what people want specifically, right? So on my coffee beans, I have almost no inventory risk in the green form. Green coffee beans are good for like 2 years. They don't degrade. So, but not the time that I have. Yeah, good luck keeping them in stock. So my inventory risk on coffee is about zip. It's funny, in coffee, I have commodity risk. So my commodity risk in coffee, right, is the thing that I use to produce the thing that I sell is an agricultural commodity, right? A bag of coffee is one ingredient, coffee. It's not like I can find a substitute for that 15th ingredient on my list that almost works as good. Change my cookie recipe slightly, right? Or I can't do that. I have one item that's in that bag, coffee. I could adjust where I buy it, right? What countries of origin that I, for my blends, for my Fair Trade Organic Espresso and my Brian's blend, I'm kind of locked into the coffees that I get. So I have commodity risk. For that business, that is its risk. So I pay a lot of attention to what green coffee beans are selling for globally, what the spread is for quality. Can you get them shipped? What's the shipping time, right? It's my biggest risk in that little thing that I do. So I pay attention to that, and I mitigate against it, right? I pay attention. When I perceive the market is low, because I watch it so much, I buy more coffee beans or I put more orders in, right? And when it's high, I try to run my inventory down a little bit, wait for another low. Big risk, because I could get stuck low and have to order at the worst time. So whatever you're going to run as your business or your investment, understand what the real risks are. So, right. That's if you're going to put your money at risk in a business. You want to do things that cash flow massively positive, multiples on the upside, right? Hardly any way to get burned on the downside. Minimize your fixed cost so that you don't get into something, find out like, whoa, there's no market here, and have all these fixed costs that you are stuck and cannot get out of. Boom, bankruptcy. That's called boom. So the other way to make money, right? We talked about you could buy stocks, but you're all at the risk of their bullshit for, what? Returns in the teens, barely staying ahead of inflation, probably not. So other things that cash flow. Okay. The other thing is things that cash flow and appreciate, right? So cash flow plus appreciate, and if you want to get super tricky, cash flow that is appreciating while at the same time on your books depreciating equals money for you to live on now and to have a large asset later to take a loan against to buy another income producing asset. It's a self-perpetuating money machine once you can get in at a level that you can play. Getting in with borrowed money is a little risky because if it goes south on you, you have to make the loan on no money, minus money. What the hell is that Scaramblin talking about? What the fuck? Okay, so real estate. Okay, you guys all just thought condos, apartments, and houses. Ha! I was thinking runways and boat docks. Real estate. It's all just rentable shit to somebody that has a need for a place but doesn't want to be there permanently or doesn't want to own the thing because they just need it for a bit. Right? Real estate. Okay, the first rules. Location, and location. Yeah, that's the first rule. Fucking location. It's the only rule. Location is what makes a property or a place or a piece of real estate. Real estate means it's in a place, a real estate. It doesn't fucking move. It has the coordinates on a map. The thing that makes it valuable is its location. Location to what? That's the question. People, traffic, not traffic, quiet, not ocean, whatever, location. So, make sure the thing that you're buying is in the fucking greatest location for the thing, or you're getting massively underpriced thing because it's going to be a good location in the future. Thus, why I buy in ghettos that I know the population pattern ripples out from cities. It goes back to my wave theory. It's all a fucking wave, right? It's all a wave. We only see parts of it in graph form, right? Because we're only alive for part of it. But it's all a wave. So, yeah. So, someone moves to an empty space. Friends come, business comes. City gets developed. City gets maximum amount of people it can handle. City starts getting too many people. The shitheads come. The crackheads come. The whores come. Oh, all the good people move out of the city. Oh, guess when I try to move in? Right? Boom. Let's clean this city up. We need to gentrify. Oh, get out of here, Riffy Ralph. Oh, let's get some fancy people in. Oh, bad. Time to GTFO. So, it's so easy. Where people are running away from, figure out why they're running away from it. And if it won't kill you, bam, go do it. Shit. Okay. So the very first place I ever bought was down on the Des Moines, Washington waterfront. You can Google it. It's the little gray apartments on 6th Avenue, back off the water. 2-story townhouses. I bought it for $0 down. 0. Listen, kids, real estate. 0. Guess how much money came out of my pocket to buy that place? $0. I had a fucking job. That's it. Had a job with a W-2 that said I would work for the fucking man for money. I would trade my time for money. That's all the banks want. That's all they want. They want to know you will trade your time for money. So when the government is offering 0% loans or fucking near, when it's zero down, 3.2% for 30 years, that's 0%. That's zero money. That's fucking nothing. Take the free money. First-time home buyer stuff, there's tons everywhere. Take the free money. But what's the first rule? Location, location, location. Take the free money and pretend that you're absolutely broken. It's your last penny on earth. And if you spend it poorly, you're instantaneously going to be struck down with a lightning bolt. So make sure that you get the cheapest lot in the entire city that sells the year that you buy yours. If you can't say that, you didn't shop hard enough. So buy the piece of coal with a little bit of calling in a dumpster and literally going through the property for the first 2 days, like 20 hours of busting ass. You could like instantaneously make 50 grand by just throwing shit away or cleaning the place up. Boom. There's so many deals like that out there. That's what you do for your first place. You get a place with 0% down, first-time home buyer money because you got a job that you spend hardly any time at because you're going to work on your real estate game, right? Just enough money to get qualified. And if you have to, you get 2 of your homies to sign you rental agreements so that when you buy your 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, right, you've already got 2 renters. So now guess what? 2 renters. You need to make less money to qualify for the house. So when you're like, hey, I'm only a bartender at Applebee's, I can't fucking buy a house. Yeah, you can. You grab 2 of the waiters and you go, hey, dumb fucks, sign this lease. So when I go buy this house, you are my renters, right? They count that as income for the loan that you're going to get 0 down. It's not going to cost you $1 to buy a house. You're going to get 2 homies to sign yourself a lease. Now you got renters. And you know what? If they flake you, who gives a fuck? So many people need places to rent right now, it doesn't matter. You'll have it rented in like 3 weeks. Yeah. So you buy your first place for nothing. You get a couple of renters, right? Now, your first place is probably going to be like, 200 grand. I think a nut on 200 grand right now is like $1,500 a month. So you're going to charge the 2 jamokes like $750 a month for rent, $700, whatever, $1,400. You're nuts. 15 plus taxes, 17. All right. So you, working age, able fucking adult, what, your rent's now like $230 a month? Okay. So you pretend to pay yourself the same rent they're paying, right? Then you throw your $800 in the fucking envelope a month. You pay the mortgage. You save the other $650 because you're going to need a roof, and you bought a fixer-upper. And if you don't spend it on that shit, guess what you're doing? Piling up money to buy a next house. Yes, it's called a sinking fund. When you buy real estate, have a sinking fund because you know what? Furnaces blow the fuck up and roofs fly off. And, you know, not everybody just whines to their insurance guy and, like, defrauds the shit out of them and gets their shit paid for free. Some people, like, do stuff on their own. Like, just do it. Like, it's a sinking fund. You know shit will break. You will need money for that shit. You should start saving it before you buy the thing. So, cool thing with real estate, though, right? You rent your 2 bedrooms to your buddies. You are almost at positive cash flow. So, you were going to have to live somewhere anyway. So, really, you are at negative. You're making money already. But whatever, you're at 0. The underlying asset, the house, is going up at whatever real estate goes up in your area. And because you bought the best fucking deal in your entire city that year, right? because you shopped the mortgage, foreclosures, quick sales, repos, behind in their taxes, right? You made those little signs that said, you need to sell, we're buying houses, all that bullshit. You did whatever your angle was to get the steal, so you got the steal, which means now as the market is starting to appreciate, you were undervalued to the market, you're going to do little things to just bring yourself up to the market. Because we're not looking at selling this place yet. We're just looking at getting it in the ball game to make money. So now you did a little tiny bit of work. You got your place rentable for market rent. Now you're paying almost nothing. Ha-ha. So you thought. That's day one. Day one. Okay. You signed a 30-year, 3-4% note at whatever, right? Your payment is fixed. Now, your property taxes, those aren't fucking fixed until you fix your Karen neighbors and tell them to stop voting for shit that costs more money. Right? And your insurance is not fixed. That'll go up, and that's all part of your payment on real estate. So a small part of your payment is insurance. Insurance and property taxes, right? So 20% of your mortgage payment will continually inflate, right? That doesn't mean the mortgage payment inflates. It means the cost of government and the cost of insurance for your place will inflate. Your payments will go up, but they won't go up that much unless you live in fucking crazy town state with so many Karens. Then, I'll tell you, 10 years ago, so this place, property tax has gone up 400% in 10 years, right? Because they increase and then they increase on the increase, right? So the same effect of why real estate's great because you're making money on the increase, governments are too. That's why they love it so much, right? Because you keep making more on the more on the more on the more. It's a good thing to parlay up in. So day one, cash flow, right? Spendable money. We might be at zero. We might be slightly negative. A couple $100. First day. Let's just say you found a job someplace you don't fucking completely hate. You found a trade that you love to just go do. And at 5 o'clock when the whistle blows or 3 or whatever, boom, you're out fishing and riding quads and having some fun and living a life. Yeah, it's perfect. It's 5 years. Oh, yeah, we're going to say year 5. Right. Now, 5 years later, how much has the rental market gone up? If you're in Seattle, it would be like 200%. I don't know. Other markets, probably not that much, but at least in 5 years, at least 50%, probably more like 100%. Let's say 50 just for fun. What did we say that note was? $1,500. Dudes were paying $1,400, right? So now your note is still 15, and your rent on your tenants is up 50%. So now it's $2,100. So now you're plus $600 a month, plus you've been working the whole time and throwing your nut in every month, right? You might have needed it to work on that place. We'll say you did. We'll say you used it all up for doing repair and maintenance. 5 years later, you now have a $600 positive cash flow out of your rental. You have to claim the rents as rents, which is income. It's passive income, right? You get to also take depreciation, which means your house is worth less on paper to the accountants. It's not really. It's just setting a basis for taxation lower. But if you're not buying McMansions, as long as you live in the residence for more than like 2 years, not tax advice, look all this shit up. It changes so fast, nobody can know. When you go to sell it, as long as you're buying more real estate, it's not taxed anyway. So, trust me, they wrote the real estate rules because the big motherfuckers are all deep in real estate, and it's so creative that why wouldn't and remember, you get to play with the exact same rules they do. The exact same rules. So, if you're bitching about somebody doing something and not paying or not getting busted, whatever, right? The rules are the same. Figure them out. Not that tough. I'm telling you right now. So anyway. So, after 5 years, you're plus like $600, right? Your nut is not going up. Shit. What's this look like after, like, let's say you're halfway through your note? It's 15 years later, right? You've been working at your fun gig. Fuck, you might have started your own company by now. You're probably not living there anymore. Be my guess, right? Be my guess. Probably moved on and bought another place because you're rolling it and you like to play, or you became like a traveling nurse. Holy shit! Have you seen how much those guys make by taking assignments all over instead of any particular place? And you ditch the house and you just fucking live in your kick-ass Winnie or whatever, right? So now your house is renting. 15 years later, you're renting the whole house. Probably for something like $4K, right? And your mortgage on it's $1,500. So she's throwing off $2,500 more a month than you owed the bank. Remember, real estate, when you sign that 30-year mortgage, you agree to a set amount for 30 years. And since the Fed has now just said, fuck it, we're going to print, fuck it, we are going to print. And they are going to run inflation at stupid numbers, right? Remember, most minimum wage, most low-end jobs, 3 years ago, just 3 years ago, we're paying $7-8 an hour. Think about it. Pretty much everywhere they're 12 to 15. Out here, 20 to 30. Right? 3 years. Real estate, 30-year notes. If you can fucking cash flow a place or come near cash flowing a place with some rentals near day one, okay. Because remember, we're only talking about cash flow. The asset, year one, right? You made zero. It's worth what you paid for it. Well, shit. Year 5, this place had already gone up like 30, 40%, you know? what did we say that place was? 200K in the example, right? So Jesus. So you make, so year 5, yeah. Place is probably worth 300,000. You already made 100K when you want to take it. You're 15 when you're out at your other place. The place is probably worth somewhere around 500,000. Right? So your underlying asset, the property itself, is inflating with the crazy printing because it's a real thing that doesn't really lose its value. It loses its value on paper, on the book, on depreciation, but that's just for cash flow purposes. It doesn't really lose its value if you keep your place up or make it cooler, right? You can always make it cooler. So cash flow. Okay. The other thing, right? How can you multiply your cash flows off of it, right? Can you put a mother-in-law, can you buy it today, rent out a room or two, and put a mother-in-law in the back? Or could you do like a garage conversion with like some of your sweat equity? Go get a bunch of free materials because you scavenged them all off Craigslist, right? And over time, year or two, build yourself a mother-in-law that becomes another rental. Now you're multiplying your cash flows on it, right? Which gets you to your second place faster, which gets you to oof. Remember how we talked about like making $1 into $2 and then making the money machine, right? Or don't spend it, parlay up, right? And make it into $4. So if you can find a trade or a thing or something that you can do outside, right? Because you had to do something to first earn and save so you could invest. If you keep that machine rolling because you love it anyway, and you can let your money just keep compounding, just it's like playing craps and just parlay, boom, 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 you own the house. But remember, wave theory. Always a wave, always a wave. Be aware of why you're buying, when you're buying, where you're buying. Make sure you're buying at the bottom of the wave and liquidating your asset at the top of the wave. Right? I know with this particular place I'm in right now as my city farm, I missed the fucking wave. I bought at the bottom for sure. I missed the cycle. That's okay. We've definitely come over the top in Seattle. Shit's slowing down. The crazy kook money's going away. Except I think the problem is this part's gonna be low before we go back up. So on paper, I'm gonna take it in the butt for a bit, but coastal real estate, a mile from a boat launch in the Pacific Ocean. I'm not worried about it. But that is why I'm focusing on my cash flow game for this asset right now, right? Because it's not going to be the time to cash this out for another 10 years now. Whatever. We'll see how long this debacle takes. But so that's why I'm getting my Airbnb game so strong and really working on my space, right? Making sure that everybody that stays here has a great time. We only get 5-star ratings, right? So working on cleaning the place up so that we can have, we can do more teaching and stuff, right? I can use my real estate asset to produce more cash flow since I know I'm not going to take a a cash out on it on this cycle. So yeah, think about things in your life as far as what are you investing in? Is it a fixed asset? Is it a cash flow generation machine? Right? If it's fixed, will it beat market inflation? If it's cash flow, what are your multiples? And what are the timing on the multiples? Right? Really look at your risk versus your reward. And all that good stuff, But shit, don't do something that you hate. You'll just hate it even more. Gotta be something you love. And even inside the microcosm of, I didn't know I was going to go so deep on real estate, but for cash flow examples, it's so great. But real estate, right? When I first wrote that up there, you guys were probably all thinking like houses. I was thinking runways and boat docks, hangars, shit like that, golf courses. Do what you love, right? Now that I've worked on land clearing projects to create Camp Suniki. Oh, yeah, here, I'm going to throw that in the comments. Camp Suniki. Somebody actually just posted on there right now. Yeah, if you Google that or DuckDuckGo Camp Suniki, place will come right up. But yeah, that was 8-foot overgrown blackberry thorn Scotch broom infested shit land that a timber company had raked and just left for dead like 12 years ago. And of course, I bought it when it looked its absolute worst and the owners were way behind on their taxes, right? Because I hunted and hunted and hunted to get the deal. I got the cheapest real estate sold in Pierce County per acre that year because I spent 52 weeks to hunt me a deal. Yeah, we're looking at distressed properties all around the country right now. We're looking at a 3-bedroom fixer-upper, 5 acres in Kentucky right now for like $54,000 make offer. I mean, shit. 5 acres and a rentable space, $54,000. Okay, I'm at least curious. So the cool thing about real estate is, right, once you let the underlying asset parlay up and just not touch it, don't keep taking fucking loans against it, leave it alone. Let it grow. The underlying asset will grow up to be worth multiples of what you originally paid for it. That land I bought is already worth like 6 times what I paid for it in, 7 years. So, yeah, multiples, right? By buying right, it appreciates faster than everything around it because it's catching up to the market as I beautify the property, right, to bring it up to market standard. So what would that cost me? I don't know. Time on a tractor. That's an expense. And I love driving around tractors. So yeah, I got to do what I love to do and made money, but didn't make cash flow. I haven't realized the profit. It's not touchable by old snarky uncle, right? Because he doesn't get any hands off until I sell it. And when I sell it, I'm going to do something else with it, so it's not going to be taxable anyway. But all right. Hey, Rach, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, you probably just got off work. I've been going way too fucking long. I'm going to get off because I'm sure I'm boring everybody to death. Anyway, go listen on the new Fountain FM if you're a podcast person. Fountain FM. I'm going to go set up a promotion. By the time this gets to the podcast, today or tomorrow, I'll have a promotion set up so you can make some Satoshis if you listen. tell a friend. If you're on YouTube or Odyssey, click the like and the little dingy button so I'll pop up. And those of you out there that are on Unloose the Goose After Party, I'll see you at 6 p.m. Central. The link is on the chat folks Telegram group, so go hit the link there. Everybody else, tune in. It'll be up on the Telegram. It'll be up on the UTG After Party. If you want to buy the best coffee in the world, foodforestfarms.com. Join the coffee club. Make Joe happy. Come on, do it for Joe. Not Brandon. Chicken Joe. Fuck Brandon. All right. Oh, love you guys. Have a great day. I will see you on the after party in just a little bit here. Woo! Happy solstice.
So if you guys have made it to the end of this first segment, for the record, we had to split it into 2 less than 12-hour segments so that YouTube would archive it. Sorry for the inconvenience, but depending on where you're at right now, there's a good chance you've already celebrated New Year's, or if you're a little further behind me, then New Year's is yet to come. But happy friggin' New Year's to all of you. Now, time to switch over to the next feed. I wish there was a way to do it automatically. My tech skills are limited, couldn't figure it out, so it is a second stream. The link is in the description of this video, as well in the pinned comment of the live chat. So pop over and keep enjoying